Watching my TV set, it's not for me. Just a few more hours and I'll be next to you. But I suppose there's nothing we can do. Watching my TV set, it's not for me. Just a few more hours and I'll be next to you. But I suppose there's nothing we can do.
come a creeping, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here we come a walking, talking with big mouths. Don't look to us, cause this ain't our town. Here they come a running, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here they come a running, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Broken in our days we stumble.
Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Getting to the top and I do it with force. Every day fresh when I'm dripping in sauce. My destination, I'm staying on course. Yeah, right on track. They wanna test me, I've been through wars. Never boxed in, I've been breaking down walls. For my whole team, I've been opening doors. Run that back. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Oh my god.
Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Get it!
Never doubted, fueled by the haters. And if you're not with it, then smell you later. I've been breaking my back, giving all of myself. Never count me out, I know it all too well. Like
Hearing the voices so loud, blocking out all the sound. I can never slow down until I take the crown. Until I take the crown.
you ain't ever gonna see a run like this. If I step up, then you know I won't miss. Head in the clouds, I was never looking down. Had these real big dreams, trying to hear that crowd. Think of my family, I wanna make them proud. Can't hear my haters, guess they ain't that.
Hearing the voices so loud, blocking out all the sound. I can never slow down until I take the crown. Until I take it.
You ain't ever gonna see a run like this. If I step up, then you know I won't miss. You ain't ever gonna see a run like this. If I step up, then you know I won't miss.
I should've known you lied. I don't know why I tried. You cut me deep. Now it's your turn to bleed. better watch your back, 'cause I'm gonna find a way to ruin every night. The stars align, the darkened clouds are overhead, and you're wondering, when are they thundering? You're going down tonight. You better watch your back, 'cause you're gonna lose. I'm gonna spit you out your blues. You're so confused. I'm gonna put you through pain and the suffering. I'm still recovering. That's my excuse. You cut me deep. Now it's your turn to bleed. You better watch your back, 'cause I'm gonna find a way to ruin every night. The stars align, the darkened clouds are overhead, and you're wondering, when are they thundering? You're going down tonight. You better watch your back, 'cause you're gonna lose. I'm gonna spit you out your blues. You're so confused. I'm gonna put you through pain and the suffering. I'm still recovering. That's my excuse. Now it's your turn to bleed.
You ask me why I'm always waiting for the day. You know it doesn't really matter. You wanna break me out of my solitude. Don't worry, look, we'll have its turn. There is one thing I overheard. Yeah. Life is like a wheel and it's spinning around. Life is like a wheel and it's spinning around. Don't know what you get till you find it. Right up front or chasing behind it. Life is like a wheel and it's spinning around. You say the future's really something we control. I see you traveling in time. Please tell me how you did that. I'd like to know. I see things only in the past. But what comes first and what comes last? Yeah. Life is like a wheel and it's spinning around. Life is like a wheel and it's spinning around. Don't know what you get till you find it. Right up front or chasing behind it. Life is like a wheel and it's spinning around. Why do I feel like I'm out of control? Why do I feel like
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
like you're up bright and early. Welcome to Grand Finals Day here at ESL One Birmingham, my friends.
Oh, Jake, I can't wait, mate. This is it.
Yeah.
We're down to 3 teams, baby.
3 teams, baby. We've got Xtreme Gaming, a team that every single time they win, the entire audience says, how did they win? How did they still
What
win?
happened? They looked so bad in game 1 and now they won. That's how they do. That's how they do.
And then we got Yandex.
We got Yandex coming up. I think they've got a chip on their shoulder. They're angry about getting knocked down by Tundra. They want blood.
Absolutely.
They
All
were
this team wants.
experimenting a little too much, flying too close to the sun. But they've come back today and they want to beat XG and get to the grand final. I'll tell you that.
100%. I did see some of the guys from Yandex go into the crowd and drink with the fans in between some of the games. So hopefully we don't see that here today.
No,
That
not
has
during
some
the series at least.
interesting ideas.
And then the winner of this series gets to face Tundra in the grand final. Ari, my boy Ari. The UK's best hope of a land win. Come on, Ari, boy, you can deliver. But hey, there's a lot of Dota left to be played. As you know, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Indeed. Don't you guys chant over here?
We do have a chant for Ari.
Yeah?
It's Ari, Ari, Ari. All right, well, he's not playing yet, so let's see.
All right, we'll see. All right, fantastic. Well, guys, we have such a huge day for you. Everybody is here so early on a nice Sunday, and I want all those goobers at home that are watching from their beds in their basements to remember that they should have come here. Let's let them hear it! All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with our final day as we throw it to our friends on the panel. Woo!
Thank you very much, Pyrian and Flags. We are getting into our final day of action here at ESL One Birmingham 2026. You heard it from them on the stage. We started out with 16 teams, and now we're down to just 3. And I've got 3 other panelists to help me walk through it. T, it has been a heck of a journey, but I think overall, the Dota, the crowd, the patch, everything has been delivering.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better final day, right? Especially because you've got 3 different teams, 3 different regions as well. Like, often in Dota, it's like, oh, it's European dominance. But no, I feel like everything has come down just to a beautiful ending to ESL One Birmingham.
Representation across the board, it's fun to see, and diversity in terms of the Dota as well, and diversity in terms of the roles. We've got Rowan Atkinson on the panel. Is this what's the bit? It's a Mr. Bean thing. He's Mr. Beaning. He's beaning.
He didn't know I was Mr. Bean this morning.
Unbelievable.
I apologize.
He asked me if I was Mr. Bean.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, it's a common misconception, but he walked up to he asked me, he started speaking. So what am I meant to do?
You did break character.
He broke character instantly.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, the Dota's been really great. The patch during a major tournament. Has this ever happened before? It's usually during Dream Leagues.
A patch and a ladder patch I don't think has ever happened.
So it's been really crazy. The teams have adapted really well. Even Paravision, who unfortunately got knocked out yesterday, they adapted very well. Xtreme, within a series, they've adapted. This is a tournament about resilience over everything. And I'm hoping today we have something incredibly competitive. I don't want to see some Tundra 3-0 smash in the grand finals. We got to see some 5-game series.
All teams are going to have to show resilience. With Xtreme, it's showing resilience after their inevitable Game 1 loss, because that is just happening consistently. With Yandex, it's hopefully showing resilience after getting smashed 2-0 by Tundra. And for Tundra waiting in the grand final, it's resilience against Ari, 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 Oi, 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 every 5 minutes. That's what I'm assuming, Purge, but who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, seriously, resilience is a story. Just to see the patch come out and for Xtreme to have more stable drafts and not take too much of the new stuff, but still smash their games has been cool to see. Like, they knocked out Paravision, who's been picking weird stuff, doing goofy things in their draft. They broke their draft, they moved on. So they have that nice lower bracket momentum. They definitely seem the calmest team out of all the teams remaining, I think. So I'm excited to see how they do here.
It's going to be fun to find out how these teams are going to be able to crystallize their strategies on just a few days of figuring out the patch. And it's a shame that they didn't get that much time, because they have to figure out how to get points for the Esports World Cup. Now only 3 more point awards are going to be handed out, and the rest of the leaderboard is pretty locked in for the 3rd out of our 4 spots on that journey. as Xtreme Gaming are quietly rocketing their way up the list. I don't remember what their starting placement was, but I'm very sure that it was not second.
It didn't look like this.
No.
This is incredible for them. They could pretty much bomb out of the next Dream League, and I think they're guaranteed EWC, so they're sitting pretty happy.
Which is also encouraging for the rest of the Chinese region, because finally it's not going to be like 5 teams scrambling over one spot.
No, I feel like any region loves that when their team kind of actually finally makes it to get an invitation to any big event, right? Like, I think, you know, China, SEA, NA, SA, they're like, thank God they're better now. So yeah, I think for XG and the whole Chinese region, there's like a sigh of relief. So we are going to see, you know, more Chinese teams rock up.
There's something historical too in Dota that it just doesn't feel like a real major Dota tournament unless there's a Chinese team that is making it like top 4.
I agree.
So I'm glad we finally have that, because the way that they look at Dota is so different. You always have this like clash of styles, and it looks so good.
I feel like the last time we saw a Chinese team get this far at ESL One was, I believe, 2023 Kuala Lumpur with Azure Ray winning the entire thing. So that's even the last time a Chinese team got top 3. And if history is to repeat itself, maybe they're going to be lifting the trophy and lifting a hefty amount of cash as well, because it's not just the glory of the EWC prize points, but it's also a little purse as well that they get to take with them. I don't know, what's the conversion rate for pounds to USD?
Not good.
Not yet.
Unless you're getting paid in pounds,
not
and
good
you're like,
for
oh
us.
my God, I'm rich.
The local crowd, I'm sure, they're looking at these prize pools and they're like, well, I can buy like 2 beers with this.
Burge, how many protein bars could you get with 250,000 pounds?
It depends. Are you buying them through Uber Eats, or are you going to an actual grocery store and paying in cash?
I would say, let's say bulk, like Costco type.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of
More
protein
more
bars.
protein than you can eat in a year, for sure.
I don't know, this man chugs that. You see these Mr. Bean games?
Oh, me? No, this guy's addicted. This guy's addicted to protein bars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, since Sweden. He's never been the same.
He's lying.
You've got to keep that brain running for all these patches that keep dropping. I don't
Is it the
blame
protein that does that, or
you. Yeah, protein.
sugar? It's the sugar.
Brain
It's
food.
real. Yeah.
We have been talking about how Xtreme Gaming are always struggling in their game ones, but how would you like to see some of their game ones? Let's look at all of our games from yesterday, our second to last day of play here at ESL One Birmingham 2026. We started things off with Aurora and Parivision, with Parivision continuing their lossless streak in the patch, and Aurora were the unfortunate victims of that.
Yeah, there was 2 games. One hero you're going to see across this series was the Enchantress. P-Vision utilized it beautifully against Aurora, and that's where, of course, later in the day, XG just understood that and was able to kind of craft some strategies to eventually knock out P-Vision. But you had to say that the way that they were playing, even in No One's interview, he felt like they had that ability to get to the grand finals. Like, they had that aura around them. They were playing so damn well. But it just comes down to like one draft change, and suddenly that aura, it just, you know, vanished.
They understood the patch for sure, and I think also the patch hurt Aurora the most because of KOR's hero pool. So it's unfortunate, but it's a part of Dota.
In contrast, this was a pretty dominant victory from a team that is kind of sticking to the 7.40 meta. Tundra just largoed it up, and Purge, they were able to confidently take Yandex down 2-0.
I am not extremely surprised. I feel like if there was any team that was going to blast them, it probably was going to be Tundra, because they are such a skilled team, and they are good at these new patch situations. They have lots of confidence, as you can see from Pierre there on the stage. He's like, please cheer for me, I'm excellent.
Which I don't blame him. I've seen a lot of people say who is the most entertaining carry to watch, and here has consistently been a common answer for that. And then in the final series of the day, if you missed it last night, Xtreme Gaming lost a game 1, as you can see from the little tick mark next to Parivision. But boy, did they figure things out in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, again, XG have been one of the only teams in the tournament, I feel, that they are absorbing the strategies of other teams as they play through the lower bracket, right? They weren't really playing the Venom too much, now suddenly they're taking in. They had the Slardar, they lost to in game 1, the Rubik as well. They kind of absorb it into their strategy and they go, you know what, we can do it too. So when I look at XG, I'm expecting that to happen as well in this series today.
100%. One of the biggest strengths of this team is not in the game, it's Zhao 8. Like, it's the guy that he's known that if you have a series in all 3 games, there will not be a repeat of the same hero in the drafts. Like, that's kind of the meme. Wasn't true yesterday, but he's very capable where they lose to something game 1, and either his draft will be utilizing the heroes on the enemy side, like you said, and absorbing the strat, or picking an entirely different meta where that strategy simply does not work against what Zhao 8 is picking. And he says to his team, you have to be able to play everything because we are going to play everything.
You're going to play every single game on the way there. You can see Xtreme Gaming's entire lower bracket run. 2-1 against Mouse, 2-1 against Spirit, 2-1 against Vision. And now Purge, we're just left wondering what's going to happen with them and Yandex.
It's just so spooky playing against a team that's done a lower bracket run like this, because I just feel like those upper bracket teams, this is like a consistent story that we see at so many tournaments. Whoever goes through winter bracket but then gets knocked down, sometimes they haven't played enough matches, and if XG is really building and throwing like little jewels onto their strats that they have pre-existing, that just makes them so much more fearsome in these lower bracket final moments. They feel confident, they face adversity, they don't have the stress of being like, we almost got knocked out. They've done it like 4 times now. They're like, well, we made it a lot farther than we expected after that start. So it's a very spooky thing to play against.
And that's just in the context of a standard tournament run. The fact that they are also absorbing all this information on a fresh patch, each game is worth its weight in gold, and we're still trying to figure out things on the new patch, such as items, Jenkins. What's up with these, the wraps, the hats, the other things that rhyme with that?
Every time a new patch comes out and there are items, what Valve does is they combine to come up with some crazy active, and then the stats are way too high because they would rather nerf the thing that's boring, which is stats, rather than nerfing the active. So you can see that a lot of the winning builds in the previous day were people utilizing some of these items. 9 class went for the vision urn. That looked very good. You're getting extended debuff and buff duration from Curiosity, so you're actually able to heal your team more with this item. BZM built Bloodstone on Ember, which now combines with the Veil of Discord and is giving Spell Amp in like 650 HP. That's an insane amount of HP. This makes a lot of sense. And Ame went for the Hydra's Breath. I thought this was something that he would only do on Weaver because you have like multiple attacks and multiple chances to proc this. People are going for it on Puck with the Aghanim Scepter as well. No, he went for it on Morphling. Like, he straight up just thinks this item is broken.
It does seem very situational against the enemy. So for people who don't know what the Hydra's Breath is, it's the percentage-based damage based off of max HP Purge, is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's right. And you have the chance to multi-shot as well. That's from
Specialist Array?
The other, or Specialist Array.
But
correct.
it's 3 extra hits instead of 2. Specialist Array is 2. And it works on... Specialist Array doesn't work on like Puck Ult, for example, but Hydra's Breath does. So
Really?
I'm assuming it's the same thing with Weaver Sakuchi and the Aghanim Shard, that it's like glitched working on these
Pseudo attacks.
Because
the pseudo attacks.
I remember seeing the explicit patch line that was like, it doesn't work on Mortis Gunslinger, it doesn't work on Split Shot, and it doesn't work on Flat Cannon.
Exactly.
That's that's the other one that doesn't work.
But yeah, that's the thing with Weaver, right? It's like when you Sakuchi in, you're applying this mark and everything goes crazy. Like, there are some very few heroes that will make it work, and I think Army is trying to tell everyone, hey, I'm finding the heroes. Maybe you want to copy me at some point, but you might fail if you copy in the wrong way.
You can't always be built the same way as Ame. Let's see if he's built for this lower bracket final. Let's get into some Yandex versus Xtreme.
Dropping down in the low bracket doesn't feel great. I mean, it's fine, you get another chance to play another day. Just the annoying part is, I guess, that we didn't really get to play in the upper.
Everyone in the team or whoever supporting us, watching us, including myself, wouldn't be expecting us to be reaching the final day. We were so close at getting out from the group stage. Yeah, we made it here, so I'm really grateful and happy.
I don't know if it was like because of playing on stage or something, but yeah, we just didn't play our Dota at all, like maybe 30% of what you can do, so.
As long as we get to play our own game, we get some good heroes, comfortable heroes, and I think I'm pretty confident.
Oh no, a disaster for Spirit. They need to get out of this pit, but they can't. You've lost Clinks, you've lost Collapse. It's all on to Laurel. Can he kill all of them?
Playing against Yandex is an honor. It would be a really tough match, and it's a good opportunity to finally play against them.
Can he get a split off? He's here, and the ulti's there. Wukong is out, Celery's dead, Yandex falls. Mouse, they thought they had it, but Xtreme Gaming, they outplay them.
Facing Xtreme could be interesting. They're a team that always has the potential to do good, but most of the tournaments they are kind of consistently not doing well, so it would be nice to play them. It's also nice to play a Chinese team every once in a while, so it would be nice to play against Ami on stage.
And you are going to get that opportunity, Saksa, as the lower bracket final is between these two titans of Dota. And it's always fun to see the regional showdown. It is going to be China versus Eastern Europe, Yandex versus Xtreme, and a special guest joining us from this Twitch channel. Bork, welcome to the panel, my friend.
Thank you so much. Always love being here. Tsunami.
How's the co-streaming experience been for you so far? You've been like over there somewhere,
Yeah.
but getting the vibes.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, right in the middle of the crowd. I feel the energy. I've never done anything like this before with such a big crowd. And Birmingham is like the best crowd too, so it's amazing, really.
It's living up to the standards consistently, and I'm glad to see that they are happy to prove that time and time again. How about the Dota, though? How's it been playing out as per your expectations?
I personally love. I hope they drop a new patch every tournament because it's so chaotic. You know, the teams hate it. Everybody I talk to, they're like, "Oh my god, I don't know what happened," like etc. But it just creates a whole new dynamic, and it's really entertaining. Honestly, the games are unpredictable to say the least.
For sure. And then being able to see Xtreme going for this toe-to-toe every single time. We've touched on it multiple times, Purge, but the fact that all of these series are going 3 games, it's giving us a lot of opportunities to learn about this team.
It is, yeah. It's been quite interesting to see draft differences, I think, between games to games, because some teams have very consistent preferences, and that gets thrown in the bin. They might get stomped one game, and then later on they have to pivot. And the pivots sometimes are ingenious and perfect and solve all the problems. In fact, what Xtreme Gaming did that I thought was very interesting is that Paravision had this crazy run where they're picking Underlord in the second phase consistently, and it made a lot of difficulty for their final picks, because now you didn't feel like you could pick Spirit Heroes, you couldn't pick like Pucks as your last picks. It made that last pick
Illusion Heroes.
Heroes. There was a lot of problems with it. It reduced damage. Xtreme Gaming finally broke this thing, and they did it in a nice way. They picked the Sand King. Roots are a little problematic for him, but if he's already like in there with Epicenter and Sandstorm, it's not that big of a deal. So I really loved that draft pivot. They solved something that had been terrorizing so many other teams and knocking them out of the tournament.
Sand King looks insane in general, honestly. Like, I don't know if something's glitched with the hero. I was running the numbers on the innate and seeing if it's more damage on Caustic than last patch, but it's not. I mean, there is the 20 talent, which is now giving you like epicenter pulses, which was the 25 talent.
Sure.
And then at 25, you're getting extra stinger damage. So technically now there's 2 damage talents, but it's like so late in the game, and I feel like Sand King's like 1v5ing before he even gets to level 20.
He's just the most stable hero mid too. It feels like he almost loses no matchup. You press Sandstorm, you walk to the mid lane, you know, hit by creeps, and then you have a 9-minute blink dagger like XM. It's unreal.
And even if you do lose the laning phase, you just go to the jungle and do the exact same thing.
Yeah, hopefully some big ancient stack as well.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
And if there's someone making those ancient stacks, it's probably going to come from the supports. We got a chance to catch up with Xnova before the series began.
Yeah, hello, I am here with Xnova from XG. Xnova, first of all, how much excitement do you guys get from playing in front of a crowd? Does it give you a lot of energy to play?
Yeah, for sure. Compared to all the events before, I think most of the tournaments are online, so it feels really great and to be back on the stage.
I always thought it would be nerve-wracking. It would make me very nervous to play in front of these players, in front of this crowd. How do you stay focused when you can see the crowd cheering and going crazy? How do you focus on the game?
Personally, I feel a lot of thrills and excitement, like from the crowd, and you know, you just get more motivation from it.
Fantastic. We've seen you guys come from behind quite a bit in these series. It feels like you lose the first game and then you find yourselves, and by game 3, you're rocking and rolling. Does it take time for you to figure out the opposition or to warm up? What is happening there?
Most of the time, I think on our first game we mostly got outdrafted. Maybe it's because of lack of prep or not understanding well enough of our draft or also the opponent. But the good thing is we managed to pick up quite fast and get to learn how we should play against each opponent every time. So yeah, that's why.
Fantastic. What are you expecting from Yandex today? We've seen them drop down playing against Tundra yesterday. What prep have you done? What are you expecting from them?
From their loss yesterday, I think it's mostly because they were trying out something new. Like we see IO Tiny and also some Augur Medusa. But I think if they are playing what they are usually playing, they should be a very strong team, and it's gonna be hectic and intense. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be hectic and intense. It's going to be great fun to watch. Xnova, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. Good luck in your game. Back to the panel.
Hectic and intense always makes for a very entertaining game of Dota to watch, though, and Xtreme Gaming are hoping to take advantage of that in this lower bracket final. But if it's hectic, that means that they may not get as many opportunities to focus on the objectives. Because, Jenkins, a lot of these objectives are very time-oriented, and Xtreme Gaming and Yandex, they focus on these times quite well.
Yeah, Yandex in particular, I have always felt like that team is hyper-focused on, being at the tournament at the right times, taking early Roshans, taking towers. Like, they don't smoke to take kills, they smoke to take objectives. So I looked it up, and it turns out they do have the highest average Roshan kills per game. 2.06, you know, the number maybe doesn't mean anything, but when you compare it to Falcons, who's also very objective focused, and you see the difference is 0.39, and the difference between that and the next one is 0.8. Like, you can see how much more these guys are valuing objectives, and you can see that making its way also into their drafts. They very rarely will not pick heroes that can take these objectives. So I highlighted here, these are some of their previous drafts, where, you know, Slardar, Shadow Shaman, they will take Roshan, TA plus Tidehunter, double minus armor.
Gives you everything.
Yeah, game 3, yeah, of course, it's a classic. Game 3, Spirit, I mean, they lost this one. Maybe it's because they didn't have some Roshan taking. But yeah, it's very important. Like, we've talked a lot about if you can get Roche between like 15 to 20 minutes, then it'll respawn on your side, most likely. And then if you can get it between 15 and 20 minutes, Tormentor timing, you take the Tormentor. Like, this is why teams are snowballing early game, because they know this flowchart. And I think it's still the same, it's just flipped sides. But that hasn't changed since the last patch.
I had the pleasure of playing with Saxa a little bit a couple of years ago. He carried me through a qualifier, and the guy is systematic. I think he came to this team, he brought a system in where they do this kind of objective taking, and he kind of creates a little bit of chaos early game, which the POS 4 is really good for. But yeah, I think Saxa is the driving force behind this objective taking, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and a lot of the time he's like the Shadow Shaman, right? So he's the guy walking in, dropping wards, and like, we're taking this tower, we're taking this Roshan. So it makes sense.
He's setting up the blueprint, and the rest of his players are following it. We also got a chance to catch up with Malady before the series began.
Hello, I'm here with Malady from Yandex. Malady, sir, first of all, the series yesterday against Tundra obviously didn't go as planned. Have you guys had a meeting? Have you discussed that game? What's happening?
The reason why the series went so bad, because the new patch was released 7.41a, and I guess they just prepared better than us. For today, we didn't prepare at all. We were here to have a good time, to be honest. Nothing else.
Here to have a good time. Do you enjoy playing in front of this crowd? Because the crowd in Brum is especially loud and supportive. They love watching some good dotes. Is it exciting? Is it fun for you? Do you feel energized to play in front of a crowd?
Yes, of course I am. It's a pleasure to play in a crowded arena, because it's not always, you know, like this. Usually tournaments are online, or even if there's an offline tournaments, there's no crowd at all. So yeah, I enjoy every last moment of it.
Fantastic. I know they love watching you guys play. Obviously, you're up against XG here. You're looking for a place in the final. I've got to ask, what do you expect from this team? We've seen them kind of up and down. They tend to lose game 1 and then win the next 2 games, kind of unpredictable. What have you got in terms of expectations for how XG are going to play?
I think XG will probably play some long Dota, so Ame can farm his items and carry the game 1 versus 9. That's what I'm expecting from them.
So shut down Ame, is that the order of the day?
Yes, of course. We're gonna focus Ame today.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. We really look forward to seeing you guys play in the semi-final, and good luck. Back to the desk.
It's a pretty safe expectation from Malady, as that has been a consistent secret to success for Xtreme throughout this entire tournament. But if they can able to continue that success, well, that remains to be determined. Perhaps Yandex's lack of preparation might work in their favor, but to do so, we're gonna have to bring them out onto the stage.
Yes, thank you, Neil. We are going to be bringing them out onto the stage momentarily. But first of all, what a fantastic crowd we've got here on a Sunday morning. We should all be maybe feeling a little bit hungover, who's to say? I'm not going to say that I saw a lot of people drinking a lot of beers yesterday. So what is this here you've got? What does this say? Cirrhosis. And this says, Lich my balls. That's a jolly good picture of Lich. I like that. No banners today, gentlemen? No banners, sadly. Any other banners? Who's got a banner? What's this one? That just says XG. Fair enough. Vamos? Sandra? I can't read, but Tundra. That makes more sense. Don't know who Sandra is. So this crowd is all ready for the semi-final. I'm warmed up. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get some teams out here. Let's start off with Team Yandex! and their opponents today, Xtreme Gaming!
The teams are taking their place, and the heroes are going to be on our screen soon. And Gork, we heard from Xnova that it seemed yesterday Yandex were doing some experimentation. You've been playing Dota and watching Dota for a long time. Did it warm your heart to see that IO Tiny as like a throwback to ye old Dota? Or were you like, nah, man?
It's like I love this combo. I remember 10 years ago, I was queuing at 2 a.m. GH would pick IO, I would pick Tiny. And it was just, I asked him, who's the best Tiny? He still said Miracle, you know better. You know, I understand.
That's a peak moment, though, and yet, somehow, as time has marched on, it did not seem as dominant in this game that we saw in the upper bracket.
I mean, this patch is super interesting because I feel like it rewards creativity, but also punish creativity.
Yeah.
It goes both ways, and they tried something new. I love to see that. But if you fall back to the old patch things, I think you're still gonna lose. I think trying new things is still key. You gotta go with something new here as well.
It's the right balance between the two, and hopefully Yandex were able to find it. They were able to find it in their upper bracket journey to this point, because they did 2-1 Spirit on the new patch to make it to the upper bracket final, but I don't know what it was about the Tundra team, Purge, that all these new strategies that Yandex were bringing out were just getting consistently shut down.
I mean, I think Tundra is just kind of built different, unfortunately. They are so refined in a lot of ways, and I feel like picking and trying new strats at this point in the tournament is harder. Like, right when the patch comes out, maybe the day after, there's some surprises that could, like, blow you out of the water. But now you're kind of, like, reaching deeper into these other things. I think this could be good. That's the kind of stuff that takes refinement. There's maybe too many pieces into it, and that's why I kind of favor XG in drafts, because I just feel like their drafts, you could take a look at their draft, and you could paste it in any year in the last, like, 5 to 10 years, and you're like, oh, that's a good draft. It has Mars and Phoenix, or it has stunners on 4 different places. They've got 3 different ways to initiate, and they've got a great hard carry. I just feel like their drafts are easier to look at and say, this is cookie cutter, it makes sense, and it fits the game. And as long as they can keep Ame towards that like last pick of the draft, where he gets like good hero matchups, I feel like that's the foundation for winning your drafts on average more than your opponents.
There's always an over-adjustment that happens at the start of the patch, whether it's from individual players in their pubs or from teams where everything is really chaotic. You're trying a bunch of stuff, and I really do feel like in history, the teams that have just done what is like classically good in Dota and what was good on the previous patch, and then maybe plus or minus like 2 heroes, those are the ones that are very successful. Now the question is, how do you figure out which heroes are like the plus or minus that you should add to the draft? I think Sand King is, after seeing the series yesterday, that's a big one to look at. There's a few that are curious, but it's hard to say for sure.
Yeah. I have to disagree with that. I think actually it takes more than just adding a hero or 2 in this patch. I think it's more about, like Purge said also, this is an old game now. We can go back 10 years and look what was good 9 years ago, and just be creative and just do what you're good at. And I honestly, like, I don't know when you're supposed to be professional, but I felt like actually you're going to get blown out of the water. I didn't think they were a good team. Coming into this, they almost lost to Mouse. I thought they were going to lose yesterday for sure to Paravision. But I changed my mind. Like, these guys are super impressive at adapting. Game 1, they kind of got rolled over. But game 2, I was so surprised to see so much creativity. First banning, like stealing the Rubik, first banning the Rubik, and then making them ban the Rubik, and then busting out a Spectre against Spirit. Like, that's unheard of.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed to do it, because I think I've heard the same thing from multiple people. They're like, oh, actually, you shouldn't have made it this far. Then they end up winning again, and then that happens like 2 more times. They're just very resilient, and we'll see if Yandex can bring the special sauce from the winner bracket.
I also hope that it's not a red herring for Yandex to focus too much on Ame specifically, because my MVP for Xtreme Gaming so far has been XXS. He has been so consistently clutch every single Game 3 moment. He is initiating flawlessly, and obviously that's a product of all of the vision that the supports are giving, the damage that the cores are giving, but still, the fact that he is starting out fights so smoothly, it's getting a lot of props from me.
It's hard to take Malady seriously. That's the thing.
I love the guy.
We don't know if he's memeing or not, because like, oh my god, you know, this guy's got aura. That's the meme. But I do feel like Ame, like Xtreme played fast in the third game of the previous series.
Yeah.
More fling.
Don't underestimate the strategy of lying for the crowds.
Yeah,
I mean, he might just be saying, we're going to focus on Ahmed. They're going to ignore him.
Lying is overpowered. Yeah, because it's not like Xtreme is just running, Ame 1v9ing every game.
No.
He can do it for sure, but they've managed to figure out how to also apply a lot of early game pressure. And I hear a lot of players like almost complaining that the game is determined by the first 10 minutes, more so than any patch. It's just like the flow chart after that point is so easy. It's so hard to come back from. So you have to be able to play fast, and Xtreme has shown that they're very able to do that.
And to be able to come back from that 10-minute point, the only team that I can see really doing that is in the Grand Finals, Tundra. They have some sort of strategy they're relying on, like the Alchemist or maybe a Largo pick, and to pull them through, and they are just the best team at splitting the map. I mean, I think Yandex are the closest to doing that also. Saxa still has that Tundra spirit in him.
Does.
Yeah, but yeah, if XG fall behind, I'm a little bit worried for them in this matchup here.
Of the 7.41 flavor that Xtreme has been most consistently bringing, because they have been changing strategies, Purge, I think this Weaver that they've kind of lasered in on is proving to be quite successful for them.
Yeah, I think it's a great carry for a multitude of reasons. The little buff to damage increase is nice. Like, you can't be upset about that. It makes your items a little bit flexible. But also, it beats some heroes very effectively. It's very evasive. It's hard to lock down. You don't have to worry about slows very much. If they don't have enough stuns, then your ulti becomes amazing. And the hero can pressure early as a hard carry, but also still carry the game late. So it's kind of a perfect positioned hero to do everything you want to do. Win laning stage, not die too much, force your opponents to have a specific draft that counters you, pair stuns if you don't have them. Like, it's just a lot of boxes to check, and the hero is hard to just stomp in the lane, I feel like.
Yeah, very hard. It's hard to think of an offlaner to picking as him. Yesterday we saw Beastmaster response into Weaver. That was not my choice, and they obviously got punished for it in the end. Not my favorite hero.
For Yandex, we're left figuring out what they are going to rely on. Will it be the new ideas, or perhaps the looped back ideas of this tiny IO and the Ogre Medusa? I guess we didn't really touch on that one. What was that about?
I don't think they're coming back. But okay, I will give credit to the Ogre Medusa. They did not lose that game because of the Ogre Medusa. Now I'm being nerdy, but they lost.
That's true.
They should have block picked the Pango on the last pick. I think they talked about it in the post-game interview. Like 30 said, I don't know why they didn't just pick Pango.
That's true.
I think they might have actually won that game.
Do you think the Ogre is worth picking, though? I mean, he lost his learning curve facet, so he doesn't have like a good level 2 timing. The only item he ended up buying in the game is Midas. It doesn't give you experience anymore, so it's like legitimately just a gold sink that doesn't do anything.
It could have been any melee hero plus Medusa. I feel like it didn't have to be Ogre. But Malady was cooking. He wanted to see if the Magi would work on this patch. It certainly didn't. Yeah, with Medusa, it's interesting because in any meta, there's usually only like 3 heroes that are really good at countering her without just ruining your draft. People will even force anti-mage off lane,
Yeah.
So it's like you talk about block picking and Pango, you can legit do that, and then there's nothing. There's no other option.
I don't think they had anything. So I'm not going to say Duzas out of the tournament. I think it might come back as an 18 pick for either team here, depending on how fast or slow they want to play.
Then you block it, you protect it with the 2 bans.
Yeah, 2 bans, and Pango needs to be out. Obviously, we'll see what priority list Pango goes in today. Yesterday, we saw him being picked first. They did get punished for it. They end up losing on Parabridge, so maybe that's not the hero that we're going to see prioritized today. I'm curious to see.
It's just been so... I feel like it's sprinkled into every single series no matter what, just because it provides a really good team fight now.
Yeah.
That stun duration buff has made a big difference. I feel like post the previous patch where the stun duration was like 0.8 seconds, you'd get like 2 rolls on a guy, maybe, before they finally are able to Manta, BKB, dodge, jump away, cast their spells. But now that it's back to 1.2 seconds, we're talking about like a triple stun on every single hero. This is the first drinker of the tournament, I believe. This is the third.
We've seen a couple. No way, she's double fisting.
She's double fisting.
No
this time.
way.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Wow.
Wow, incredible. Incredible work.
That's harder than it looks. I did that too.
It is.
And I don't know. I'm very impressed.
Grand finals.
I did a little research. I found out that the average human stomach can hold 4 liters of liquid.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that means you
Went
can do
stretch to
two more of those. Somebody get her a beer.
Save it for the best of 5. She's got a best of 3 to prepare for, as do Yandex and Xtreme. Let's get into the draft for game number 1, where there are these pocket ideas that have been slowly bubbling up, such as, wow, maybe I have to think about FY Rubik for the first time in 2 years.
Rubik
after
first,
Party
man.
Vision.
What a year.
This is
I love it.
Dota is healing.
It's incredible. It's a very good hero. This innate giving debuff and buff amplification. Like, I know the way Valve did this. They had just recoded it. This is not debuff amp. Somebody in the audience was telling me if you steal chrono, your chrono duration is increased. You can just chrono the
Wait, so it's like a timeless relic on steroids kind of thing?
Kind of. Like, basically, they had to recode it for Rubik because it's also buff amplification. So if you steal any buff, like, you can Oracle ult somebody for like 15 seconds, for example. So they've just simply recoded it. It might legitimately be bugged in a lot of cases.
Sounds like it.
It is doing way too much. And then the fact that he's also giving damage reduction. It's all damage and not just attack damage. It's crazy good. Like, how do you win a trade against a guy that's just reducing your damage?
Yeah. Imagine, like, trying to cast your spell and then he Fade Bolts you right before it lands.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it just lost 28% damage or whatever. It's rough.
Yeah.
9 Class was the first on the train, and then FY was more than happy to board that train afterwards. Elsewhere, though, the other 7.401 terror has been coming from Venomancer consistently, so I'm not surprised to see that banned out.
We got Lycan in the audience.
Got a little doggy Lycan going down the lanes, and of course...
Alpha Wolves.
It's dominated.
Dom Creep, yeah, that's a little Alpha Wolf. Well, Phoenix, we saw in the previous day getting first phase banned a lot.
It's a very solid hero, Kiori, obviously.
Sure.
Well known on it.
The one guy that will not get it, that did not get it. But it gets through against Yandex.
The Leshrac comes back. Wasn't so sure what to think of him after the A patch. Some teams didn't really prioritize him that high, but I think he still seems extremely solid.
I think he's a really safe opener because he allows a lot of like chain stun combos for your team. It basically makes like kills easy in a lot of circumstances because you just need some other stunner, and then Leshrac with Blink Dagger now becomes he has a way into the fight. He can layer his stun and he can almost certainly kill one hero. So I feel like it solves a lot of problems and has makes your draft easy from here on out because the hero's just so good.
I'll be honest, what's the name of that one item? Chronoptic what?
Nourishment.
Chronoptic Nourishment.
Wait,
yes.
that's an item? I
that
thought that was the facet.
That's the facet.
No.
Crozier. Crozier, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a hard one.
Oh,
I'm not there yet.
the Ghost Scepter one?
Yeah, the one. The new item. Yeah, I think, as we can see here, Phoenix provides some healing, and I think that's the best item, the Crozier, is on Lesh, and I think you can really abuse that. I think that's a big part of it. You just blink in the middle and use it. We saw 33 doing this on Largo as well.
Yeah.
It's really good against healing. I think Lesh is a perfect hero for it.
70% healing reduction is crazy.
Yeah.
And then it's a 30% aura when you're not using it. So come on, man.
That's wild.
It does so much. Lesh loves the new Bloodstone as well, new Shivas, like all of the items.
The wraps.
The consecrated wraps. Like, Lesh is pretty much the biggest abuser of all the new items. That's why when I saw the nerfs, I know it's like 10% damage nerf to his Edict. Obviously, that's a pretty big deal.
But the items might be make up for it.
Yeah,
they didn't really get nerfed that much, so.
No, not too much.
I assume we're going to see a Mars ban here from Xtreme Gaming. I feel like giving away Phoenix Mars is too difficult
for
most games.
That's a bit bold. And Mars looks really good with the new Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it's so fun.
It's crazy.
One of my favorite moments this tournament was the Aghanim Scepter combo with Gyro on Nightfall.
Yes,
wow.
yes.
I've never seen anything like it.
He had plus 135% damage. Yeah. It was literal rapier damage.
Yeah.
Insane.
So you think Yandex are rolling back a little bit to their older strategies with this Phoenix pick then, with Mars Phoenix? Maybe something solid for...
I think they should. I feel like yesterday was a...
It was a bit too experimental.
It was a bit overcooking.
Yeah.
You know, X-Nova called it out in the interview.
Okay.
I'm not a big believer in Tiny IO right now.
No,
it feels like more of a...
the Tiny was a bit strange.
Well, they ended up banning the Pango instead. Pango definitely has a stronger early timing against the Leshrac. Like, I feel like Leshrac can certainly be punished by rolling Thunder plus 2 heroes because he's going to get chain stun for enough time that he doesn't get to defend himself or use his high movement speed to get away.
He also suffers a bit for the minus armor now. I think you don't really want to get an early Shiva anymore. Like, there's other options like Bloodstone. So the Pango minus armor could be a reason as well.
Very safe second pick here for Xtreme Gaming. This Tusk just is jack of all trades. Very safe in an early opening. Can save an ally, can BKB pure stun, can increase your damage.
Yeah. I still don't understand why we haven't nerfed the level 10 talent on Tusk yet. Maybe I'm just putting that out there.
That's a really good point, actually. That like extra 0.8 second stun duration.
Yeah.
BKB
it's
piercing.
Crazy.
It makes it so much easier to chain stun.
Especially now you don't have a double BKB late games. It gets even more valuable.
It does. Yeah. It does. Yeah, we were theory crafting. We being me, Kezu, and Quinn. Like, the refresher changes are very interesting.
Yeah.
Like, who does it benefit more? You know, we were talking about Mars. Like, double Mars arena late game now. the heroes that would counter it would have the double BKB, and they don't. So it's like, is this better for Mars, or is it better for the heroes against Mars that Refresher is like this? I need to see more Refresher Orb on this patch. I feel like there's a lot to be explored there still.
Definitely.
The Batrider hero with Phoenix is kind of interesting. Helps you basically keep heroes closer towards where that egg is going to be. They also have BKB
double
piercing
fire
stun.
as well.
Yeah, three fires actually. A lot of fire team for sure. Pull people towards the egg. Don't let them escape. Ember's going to be able to disable very easy Mage Slayer Buyer. So they're going to have some solutions there against Lesh.
Oh, that's a great pick. Man, it's only magic damage on the enemy side right now.
Fire magic damage.
Yeah, fire magic.
It's also blue.
Yeah. Blue. This is really aesthetic.
His shard kind of looks like rain. It's really effective.
That's true.
Against fire damage. Or just maybe dispels against a Batrider. That's also pretty effective.
Another nice thing about Ember Batrider Phoenix is it's very pokey damage. Like Ember can just kind of like slight chains you. There's the Mars block picking it a little bit there. You can just like slight chains and casually poke, and if it looks good, then you can commit the lasso, commit the egg, and you can kind of like pick and choose your fights. It's a lot harder against Oracle and Tusk. Now there's 2 saves.
One thing that concerns me a little bit so far in Xtreme, they haven't really found a solution to the egg yet on the first pick Phoenix. They're gonna have to either ignore it or like kind of die to it.
Yeah, I guess maybe the idea is like Oracle ult run away, Oracle Fate's Edict run away. You know?
So right now in Yandex, I will be drafting some sort of AoE control if I could.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be looking at even the Tidehunter or something like this, unless they want to run the Bat Boss 3. But normally now I think it's more of a support hero.
Aside from when Noticed is playing it, that's why I actually very much like this Mars steal, because they put out the Oracle, they say, your Batrider's going to have an awful time. If you want to change the position, well, you can't take Mars, because I'm taking that away from you also. And so we'll see if Noticed still wants to take Batrider as a core, or if he'll just grin and bear it.
Yeah, they're going to go for the best carry remaining, laning into the Mars. The Kez is not so popular anymore. It's also very high single target physical damage against the Lesh, so you can kind of kill him through. And also they need a physical, like you said. They had all magical. The Oracle, Fate's Edict would be a bit too hard to deal with. I like this pickup by Yandex.
You can kind of insta-kill Oracle in a lot of fights too.
Yeah.
He basically needs to get a Ghost Scepter, but a lot of the time he would like that first item to be a Blink instead, so that can feel pretty bad in his build-up.
I think Watson is the best TA as well.
Oh, this guy's a drunk, man.
Oh my god.
That was fast.
Incredible.
Pace yourself.
I like that when you're pointing out the TA killing Oracle, they also have a way to get vision. Ember Spirit is quite survivable. He's not going to die super easily against the enemy draft once he gets good HP, so he can find that Oracle, jump to the back lines, get slights on him, and that should make it easier for TA to play the game.
Good Medusa ban. Very good Medusa ban.
Yeah.
It's
been one of the few answers when we saw TA was broken last patch.
Yeah.
Medusa was the one that kind of could outcarry her.
And they already had to ban Pango in the earlier phase, so that's out. They could have just done a quick AM ban and pick Medusa, call it a day.
Yep.
Underlord would have been quite effective. A lot of AoE root and disable to make it harder for Xtreme Gaming to get their Leshrac out of danger.
Yeah.
Also good against Tusk when he tries to save somebody.
Yeah, and they still need control for that egg, I think, to keep them in place a little bit so TA can hit. So whatever Yandex are looking for is in that kind of melee hero control archetype.
Do you have a preference whether it comes from the mid lane or the off lane? Because we still don't know where this Batrider is going.
That's true. I think from what I've seen, Spat's mostly supporting nowadays. But maybe they've tried something in scrims. They're gonna bring him back as a core.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I would love to see Tiny. Just in general,
Tiny +4 could be very good here. Yeah.
It got buffed in the letter patch. I think it's a good hero. Like, we're talking AoE disable. There's not much in the 4 position.
Is it worth it against Oracle, who can stop his damage, and also because his toss is way less AoE? Like,
one of the best things against Oracle is like repositioning people, right?
is
so you can toss them out and put them away from Oracle's range.
But the difficult thing is that Yandex, like you guys are mentioning, can run Batrider offlane or Batrider 4.
Yeah, now we get to see.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I agree.
TA Tide gives you everything.
Yeah, TA Tide class.
Why do we not just say that?
You get to say that. I feel like you've said that like 4 times this tournament.
I'll keep saying it.
People keep
gives you everything you need.
I'll say it till Dota dies.
It's good. I mean, he can die to Leshrac is one spooky thing. It's like so much overpowering damage, and his Kraken's gonna proc constantly, but he's still dying. But it is really good team fight for sure. He's difficult to kill.
They didn't end up banning the Ur second side, which is the number one ban we see, for instance, Maozu, and Monkey is the second one. I think Ursa fell off a little bit in priority, and he's not as good against TA as Monkey is. Monkey can kind of like kill her with his Wukong if they manage to lock her down.
Yeah. No, this is a really good pick. I mean, teams in general are valuing the Monkey King now that you level it up and you get the old jump facet.
Yeah, you basically get 2 facets for the price
you get
of
2
one.
facets for free, which I think for like 4 Monkey King, people don't really care that much to have the changing of the guard, but for carry, it's insane.
What's he gonna get? Pikachu? Charizard?
If it's not a holographic SSR...
You got this, you got this.
All right, let's see. This is going to control who wins the game. There's a QR code for all of you at home.
Oh, he knows, he knows the method.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Okay.
Oh, but Kezu's not here.
Come on, give us something good.
That looks moderately expensive.
Okay.
What is it? I couldn't see what that was.
That's not bad. It's a full like the full
borderless.
card. Yeah, so you know.
Foil, you mean?
No. If it's a full card art, it's worth more.
Oh.
Now I forget.
But which
draft.
Pokemon was that? I only know the Boomer one.
I don't know. It's like one of the 10,000.
Ah, okay.
We'll stick to your area of expertise then, Gork. Which of the drafts are you leaning towards?
Honestly, tough call. I really like this last pick, Monkey, by Ame. I've usually accused Monkey of being a bit of a volatile hero. You feed once or twice, and the game is over. But listen, I saw Ame play yesterday, the last 2 games. That was one of his top performances as a carry the past few years.
Yeah, he's on.
Like, he literally does not die, and I think Monkey's the perfect hero for that.
Yeah.
They might just run away with this game.
You say it is volatile 100%, but with Oracle, not really, right?
Oracle Monkey is an old OG combo they used to run all the time. I love this combination of heroes. I think it's usually not smart to say XG is going to win the first game, but I think
that's true.
Maybe for once I'll say they have a slight edge at least.
If you're an Xtreme fan, you don't want them to win the first game. You want them to lose game 1 and then win game 2 and game 3. But maybe they'll change that dynamic. It's time to get into our very first game of the day here on the last day of ESL One Birmingham 2026. So let's get into it.
What's up, bro? Are you guys ready for the final day of ESL One Birmingham? That's right, we are here with Xtreme versus Yandex. One team who said they only played 30% of their game versus the other who has managed to push every series to 100% every single time they go to that game 3.
XG, they've been farming some extra games here on the new patch, as I would put it. Farming some L's, but also farming some W's. They've played the most games on this patch of any team. That has to be an advantage, as they've just been building up the experience. Yandex, though, as the panel mentioned, they are hungry to go back to those finals. I feel like they did not get to show what they were capable of yesterday.
Oh, certainly not.
And that is going to build a lot of spite. You know, like, we need to go out on our terms here. So both these teams are going to be very hungry to get into that grand final. Be interesting to see how they match up against each other. I kind of like what XG got in this game 1, though.
What do you like about it?
They have some really nice combinations, and they have a lot of stuns to play with. I think XG, for me, plays better when they just have simple stun combos that they can enter the team fight with, set each other up, play around the map. This Lesh has been a beast of a hero for them, and they have Oracle to back it up.
Here comes the Tusk King, but he finds himself outnumbered. This was not a 2 versus 1. Nice stun, though, from the Monkey King. That'll keep him alive, and First Blood still unclaimed.
Get a little bit of spell action out, but the Tusk is going to be really late to this lane top, so maybe you can get a little abuse going up there if you send the Phoenix quickly to that top lane, though. He's going to have to gate here. X-Nova scouting him out is delaying Malady from getting up into that 2v1 top. Kind of awkward position for this Phoenix right now. I think the Oracle Monkey, as the panel mentioned, also something Liquid talked about. Insania talked about how they really like this combination. It goes back to OG as well. The Oracle deals with a lot of the heroes that naturally give Monkey problems, right? The Batrider, the Phoenix, all these debuffs. The Oracle can help him power through that. So there's a lot.
Push them back. X-Nova going to be out of position after the Gush and the Blood Grenade slowing him down. First Blood is available, but Soxa, he's going to go in for the dive underneath the tower. X-Nova trying to juke him out the tree. Soxa cuts down the tree to get the First Blood.
And Ame, he was just hitting the tide. maybe didn't expect this Batrider to dive under tower, because that's a return kill for sure.
Easily. Saksa just 1 or 2 more hits was left, but now he's even going to be able to get the creep wave pull.
That's a big win for him. If he gets juked there, if the monkey hits him, he dies. This lane can look very different. You got to get these small victories in the early game. The thing I think that stands out the most with this Yandex lineup is the team fight, right? If this TA Tide get going, and you just go in that Roche pit with Supernova, Ravage, TA's hitting it down, that's a tough contest for XG. Yeah, you can just false promise someone in, they can tank it, but are you going to be able to kill someone through the tanking of this lineup? You have to get through a Fraction, you have to get through Sunray Heal, you have to get through Tidehunter with auras. Ember's going to be a mobile hero. There's a lot to deal with here in the true 5-on-5, so you definitely want to see some momentum for XG early. Maybe a return to their form yesterday. That game 3 was the most impressive by them.
Oh, yeah. Team that has just been getting better and better, as you said. They have played the most games of this patch.
That matters.
Go through the lower bracket.
It matters a lot. Like, you're trying to figure out the feel of the game, the feel of the map, when these objectives are going to get taken down. You get more reps in, that can make the difference here. Next level strats from Xiao 8, you know? Sandbag a couple games, look a little shaky, but all of a sudden new patch drops and you're the most experienced team.
That's true. How's that mid matchup going? It looks like the CS is very even between the Leshrac and Ember Spirit. Nothing to say versus Chira Jr.
I think
I'd give the edge to.
I like Ember in the early game. If you can get a lot of points in chains and just start chaining this Lesh in the early fights, I think it is a potential for NTS to not be able to close that gap. He does have the Oracle to kind of help again. Like, this Oracle's a big X factor in this game, but if you're just getting Sunray down, Batrider's cutting you out, you're getting chains, you get gushed. I could see this being a little tough for Lesh. That said, if NTS, he can get some of the tank items up early, maybe just run into it, you get false promise. Do you care? Kind of have to choose who you're false promising this game. Are you putting attention into the monkey or are you putting it into the Lesh? And if you pick one over the other and all these DOTs just go on that other hero and kite him out, you're going to be a little sad.
I assume that for you, you're looking at they should play around the Leshrac as much as possible.
I think it actually changes at different points in this game.
Okay.
And I think the focus for Yandex is going to change too. I think in this early game, depending on how much the monkey snowballs, I would rather shut down the Lesh super early, and in the later portions of the game, shut down the monkey a bit more. You also got to see how powerful this Lesh ends up being with some of the new item builds that can come out. Also, he got nerfed a little bit.
So far, quiet laning phase. We may have had that early clash, but otherwise, no heavy rotations. We're seeing some of the supports take the mid, but that's just to secure some water runes. Or nothing to say in his Leshrac, which does leave Ame alone here. The TP back coming in from the Oracle. And that'll be enough to dissuade Saksa from continuing the dive. Just can't really play too aggressively against Oracle.
Really hard to dive some of these heroes if X-Nova can respond. Though getting his TP out there, if you can make these kind of poke plays, force a response, and then make a play elsewhere or go for like a redive, you can play around the hero.
Oh, nice flame break, shooting him down as Ame tried to jump on and notice there. Stopping a bit of damage in slow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Going for the chase down here to get the Jingu. 2 points in that.
Still, though, Ame is struggling a bit in HP.
He does have Lotus to fall back on here. He'll be okay for now. Not a bad laning phase for XG, which has kind of been one of their weaknesses in a lot of these series, particularly Game 1.
Yeah.
So the fact they come out here and they have the top 3 CS, that's
Junior, he doesn't care too much about the Diabolic Edict. Takes the fight to nothing to say anyway.
He's doing pretty well in this mid lane. He's going to hit a nice level 6 timing here well in time to be strong and have full resources for that 6-minute power rune contest, which is a big rune to get here for both these mids. Particularly if it's a regen rune or some extra like arcane resources on the map for 2 of these heroes that want to use a lot of mana in this early game.
Yep.
But can potentially contest 7-minute Wisdom Shrines. We've seen NTS make that play with the Sand King, for example. You can do it with the Lesh here. It is available potentially. This is a hero that can run into Tidehunter and bring him down early in the game.
Melody's gonna try and sneak up here. Spot FY, so we're just gonna have a standoff here.
They're really trying to put some pressure on this mid-tier 1. Before the Ember 6 comes out, he's 1 creep away.
And the Batrider and Oracle also both running through the jungle together to get to these power runes, and it looks like Xtreme Gamer are going to make the stack on the top lane, which Chira Jr. can contest with a slight attempted steal, but he gets pushed out of the way by FY, doesn't manage to go for the steal, and now the shield rune immediately popped by nothing to say. They hit the Fortune's End on the Malady, but he's able to still make a dive out, so the kill still remains elusive for Xtreme.
Resources for NTS, that's about all you get out of that play. But it's important that XG are taking these runes away from the Ember. Don't want to let him control the map against your support duo. And the Ember, he gets to get the free trip to base, comes back. Tower did take a lot of damage off that catapult. So XG do get a little more value out of that exchange. 2/3 of that tier 1 going down.
Oh, notice. He was trying to pull the creep wave back because he didn't want to play the one-on-one against the Monkey King, but the 2 supports are going to sandwich him now, and he's going to just keep hitting these anchor smashes, slowing down the damage quite a bit.
This is not the fastest kill.
No, it's going to cost Xtreme quite a bit of time to make this one happen, especially with the Purifying Flames healing up, notice. He purges it off, and they should eventually get to it here. Man, that took forever.
Was that 3 Jingu? 3 full Jingu build-ups just running him down?
That was ridiculous.
I mean, you can always save the stuns. He can't TP out. Yeah, that is a slow crawl to a kill.
You did say this Tidehunter is going to be a beefy boy against some of Xtreme Gaming's damage, so...
I think the Lesh is your best answer to the Tide in the early game. So if you're not willing to bring NTS into those plays, it's going to take a while. The Monkey's a great matchup, but you need more points in the Jingu. You need an early damage item. Is he actually going to go Radiance here? That would be surprising.
Quite greedy.
Yeah, I haven't seen this Radiance Monkey build in a long time since the Radiance got nerfed.
It's a better build against Templar Assassin,
yes,
right?
That's the biggest factor here. It used to be a really nice matchup for Monkey against some of these high physical burst heroes. And of course, Thompson was definitely one of the pioneers of this build. So if Thompson does it, it's got to be good.
That's true. 8 minute. Cheer Jr. jumping to the other side, going for the contest, but again, it ends up spawning for nothing as saying X-Nova was lying in wait for him.
Did he not get out of there? I feel like he had a second there at the end. Either way, that's a huge kill to grab here. This Ember's getting shut down. The Tide got shut down. This early game looking very strong for Xtreme Gaming right here.
He might even be able to take this mid tower, pushing in the wave while the Ember's still dead.
That's the power of the Lesh. If he kills you, you leave the lane, he's just going to start taking buildings. And with the Oracle behind him, what are you really afraid of in this early game? You can't chains him, it just gets dispelled. You can't put magic damage into him because of the Fate's Edict.
Right.
And then what do you say, oh, well, let's bypass the Lesh and try and threaten the support duo around the map. Well, that's dependent on your Ember getting some power runes, getting like early phase boots up, being able to output some nice physical damage towards that back line. Tide's not going to join that skirmish.
Cool, look at the stack difference. I mean, Xtreme Gaming, they're never really much of a stack team, but goodness. 1 to 11?
A lot of it's in this upper jungle. We're seeing Watson clear through like a double golem camp up here. The Boglets just got stacked 4 times? That's a huge amount of Boglets up there. Yeah, this is a dance of something. Dance of Eternity down here.
Yeah, I don't think Ame really has...
Yeah, look at that Boglet camp right there.
Yeah, lined him up.
I don't think I've ever seen so many Boglets.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty juicy.
Good.
The crowd liked that one. Oh.
So Watson well on his way to his Desos, even if the Ember is struggling, and frankly, the Tidehunter isn't doing much better. At least the Templar Assassin is leading out the charts.
Yeah, it makes up for it here. Watson can definitely pull these other 2 cores back into the middle of the team fight, especially if it's a fight around Roche in that mid game or something. And it's another hero that can be a problem for Lesh. If you get a fast Deso, Dragonlance, you're just kind of laying the physical into the Lesh before he has the armor.
Yeah, but that matchup also goes both ways, right?
Yes, it definitely does.
A third power rune is nothing to say you could have guessed correctly. A third time, man.
Well, he has Oracle. He has Oracle.
Fortune's End got him on the Ember Spirit. They're going to collide, and they're just going to bring all their stuns to bring down Chira Jr. and finally take this mid tower.
5 heroes going mid.
Jeez.
I mean, that's the power of Prognosticate. You just go to the side, you know where the rune is.
Right. Yeah.
Never forget about that, Austin. And now he can do the Roche, right?
Yeah, that's why Chira Jr. jumped to the other side before, right? He was like, he knew nothing to say was on the right side.
Definitely getting some nice early runes here, though. You know where they're going to spawn. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be good ones for you.
Yep.
But getting this regen at the 10, like, you want an early regen rune on this hero. It just gives you so much staying power on the map. This Oracle is just going to shut down so much early aggression from Yandex.
Yeah, these early kills got him to level 6 pretty quickly.
It's really hard to skirmish with Bat Phoenix supports.
Yeah.
Into early Dispel. Like, you just don't build the damage up. So it's definitely going to be a slow economic game from Yandex. So they find NTS.
Just way too far forward there. What are you doing on the other side of the river by yourself like that?
They get a chains connection into a huge lasso find from Soxa.
I mean, if you're going to be playing there, you got to know for sure that your Oracle's behind you.
He went the Blink first build. Like, he just got the Blink delivered. A very aggressive Lesh build. We've seen some players deviate from this as you just try and play for scale a bit more. When you go this build, you don't want to give up a kill immediately. Like, you just want to be, okay, I'm going to TP top, instantly jump on Watson. Which you got to be thinking about here as well if you're Yandex. Where is this Lesh going to go when he respawns? That's the biggest factor right now. He's going to go back mid. He's going to show. That's a sigh of relief for Yandex that he's not smoking onto any of these big cores.
They do have a smoke in the backpack of the Oracle, who's probably going to be sticking to the hip of this Leshrac a little bit closer than he was before. And stacking for another power rune that Yandex just have no hope of being able to contest. So it's kind of nasty. Guaranteeing Leshrac of all heroes every single power rune. Thanks to that Oracle innate.
That is another nice rune to get here as you have the Blink online. Now you have a haste to back it up. Definitely time to try and connect this Lesh onto the TA in the jungle.
Yeah, try to run over this top lane, and they are going to smoke through some vision here. So
they're going to get
Templar Assassin Watson thinks he's safer than he actually is, but the smoke is perfectly played. It catches Watson in the jungle, brings him down, and now a move to that top tower.
That perfect connection here for Xtreme Gaming.
XXS trying to chase after him, slowed down by the TA trap, so he's not going to catch the Phoenix immediately. If Malady can kill off this wave...
That nice creep pull. It's going to delay this push a little bit, but
yeah, as
I
best
don't know
he
if he's
can.
getting out of
Nice
here.
dive, gets away up into the trees. Oh, the splitters off the map will stop him.
Okay, haste rune paying dividends here. Even connect Ame to that play.
And look at this fast rotation. Xnova's going to TP to the tier 2, and then they had the Tusk TP to the tier 1, trying to sandwich Sox up, but he's able to have the benefit of flight and just goes over the cliff area, no problem.
Does secure a bounty rune. I mean, XG moving around the map really fast is generally how you want to play with this carry monkey, who can just connect to all these plays, give you the numbers. Super strong in the early engagements with this Echo build-up. Glad he did not try and rush a Radiance or something here, because I think you want to play a faster game.
Sure. Probably a Harpoon feels pretty good in this game, too.
Oh, yeah. Might still catch Soxa here, trying to back cut the jungle.
Yeah, they got him. Fortune's End will hold him in place. Nothing to say. We'll bring him down.
Did they see the ward drop? I don't think they did. That is a ward that Yandex can potentially go back to here.
With who, though? Because
yeah, that's a fair point.
It's like they got the Ember Spirit, and it feels like it's kind of it. Tide and TA are just probably playing some AFK hitting neutrals games.
You have Deso on TA. Maybe you bring Watson into this game a little earlier than you would like, just for the damage. You're going to have Mage Slayer on the Ember very shortly. That's kind of your best early fighting item here as Yandex. I think you got to use this Ember Mage Slayer. Very nice item against the Lesh.
Okay. Try and ambush this bottom lane, make use of the Ravage.
Oh, if you can use Ravage in this game, that is the crown jewel. It's very difficult for this Tide to get involved right now, but yeah, if he does, he's strong. Another trap set bottom. Soxa trying to just get some extra creep farm in. He will go down? Maybe? No? Never mind.
Making a run for it. He does get out with just 100 HP.
So it's going to be a Deso for Ame now. He's just going full early physical damage Monkey King.
Ooh, Chiro Jr., you got to be careful there because this Mars does have a Eul's, which is a great answer to the Ember Spirit. Ame jumps forward and feeling the threat there, thinking there was maybe a third hero behind these two.
He does have 2 saves behind him in this game.
Yeah.
Saves are super nice with Monkey King. Means you can hold on to some of your spells a little longer in the fight, see what develops.
It really is true, especially with the early game lead that Xtreme Gaming have got. You're going to have a relatively fast Blink Dagger for FY at this point.
100%. So that's another reason I like the Deso Echo here as opposed to the Radiance, because you can go and join these fights earlier with Monkey and have the confidence that you're not just going to feed as something like Glass Cannon. You just get ravaged and die. You have saves to bail you out. And this is a nice build against the Tide, who normally a tanky hero doesn't have the early armor. So some issues that Yandex have to address here, but the Mage Slayer coming out for the Ember shortly.
And Blink Dagger done for Soxa. So
yes,
this is a great timing.
Now they can start to look for a bit more here.
They're only down by 2k. That can very easily be rectified with just 1 pick off That's going to be Power Rune setting up right now. They have the vision of these heroes stacked atop. They're going to surprise them. FY going to be caught first down. The grab onto the Oracle. See if they can burst him down underneath the Supernova. No, he managed to get the false promise off on himself, but the snowball from FY will delay his own death. Was that enough to get nothing to stay out of here? Blink up 1 second. He's got the blink. He's choosing not to use it. He's going to turn and kill the Ember Spirit. XXS coming through with the clutch, and now Ame hitting a big time with a 2-man boundless strike. Sets up on the supports. Oh, the Desto though of Watson makes short work of nothing to say in this fight. He brings down the Leshrac pretty damn quickly, and Ame under this threat had to pop his ultimate here, trying to get the ability to jump in the trees. Now won't be able to. He's going to be ravaged and bursted as the gush is more than enough damage. Maybe Notice dies. The Purifying Flames gets the kill right before Watson does. A triple for the carry of Yandex.
So many small things that actually were trying to play off of there. They had a Lotus on the Monkey. He had a boundless strike up. If he gets that off, maybe they can turn that fight a little bit more. Very clutch dual scepters from XXS in 2 instances there. On the TA going in at the end and on that Ember initially that bought time for the Lesh to kind of regen up and rejoin that fight. XG making some small plays work for them, but this is still the 5v5 that Yandex won with all of their ults up. Yeah, very clutch duels. Will end up taking down the Ember, saving the Lesh. This turns the fight. 2-man stun from the high ground. It's all looking great here for XG. But this Watson TA hurts. That's that Lesh TA matchup if he gets to play it on his terms. And I'm surprised Ame went back in here. You could just back up.
Yeah, it seemed like he was, because the urn was ticking in, he was trying to jump to the trees, but...
Again, if he gets the boundless strike off there, maybe you kill Phoenix and Tide instantly.
Yeah.
You can turn that fight. These are very close exchanges.
And in the end, Yandex, they walk away the better for it, as now the net worth is even between the two teams.
They walk away a lot happier because they also got Deso charges on Watson.
Right.
Like, he's sitting on 8 now.
Yeah, how did Ame end up with no death?
He just finished it.
Oh, okay, okay.
So this is a big damage difference as these 2 carries are trying to scale up. And also Watson getting involved, getting those kills. He's level 15.
Oh, XXS, they drop the ward. He blinks forward, but he doesn't get the Yules off in time. Watson is too fast for Xtreme Gaming.
You really have to be careful on those ganks because that Yules can just instantly put you...
They just showed a lot of heroes, so Ame has to use his ultimate defensively here. Now the rest of the team is going to come in. The Yule Scepter on the Ember Spirit. Is this going to be enough chain stun? It is. With the Desto, that Ember dies pretty quickly. Nothing to say. Jumps in, misses out on the split earth. Watson sidesteps it with a blink of his own. And Xtreme Gaming, they're going to have to reset and back up a little bit here.
Yeah, Watson, these fights are a knife's edge for him. Like, he's basically killing heroes or he's just getting 100-0. He gets caught by some of the Leshrac damage or some of these stuns.
Yeah. Soxa still stuck around. XXS finds the opening, but Yandex are here.
Xnova very far up.
Style here. The disarm onto Watson's going to slow down his damage, but eventually should be able to kill Xnova, even through the false promise. It's going to be hard for him to out-heal that. XXS hiding away in the trees.
He has no TP.
Does not have a TP.
Do they not know?
They don't know. They don't know about the little cubby. They found him out. He's going to burn him out with his burning light.
All right, well, you got the false promise out of the Oracle. Arena down. You kill the Marge. You get a tower. TA doing some work in this game right now.
And big.
You're even going to TP mid and potentially look for a bit more. You still have Lasso available. Blink Dagger up for Soxa.
Yeah, no false promise. So if they could slight chain to get Watson on top of the Leshrac, he'd die.
You really have to be careful in these moments where you don't have Oracle. It hurts your formation a lot, and it's just a green light for Soxa to go in and try and find anybody.
Ame giving the vision to FY to snowball to the neutral camp, but unfortunately too many TA traps that Soxa doesn't even have to expend Lasso here to get the kill. They are going to drop the ultimate here for the Monkey King. Meanwhile, the jump in mid lane, they got nothing to say, and Xnova's going to die as well. Now Yandex are really beginning to cook as they're cutting out Xtreme Gaming control of the map entirely.
Great Ravage connection. Wanted to find somebody with it at some point in this early game, and that is a great find. You get another tower off it, potentially even threaten Roshan here.
Yeah, they've got a great Roche taking and Tormentor team, so objectives.
Get a regen for the TA, but
free.
Maybe without the Ravage, you're not confident to do it. Low respawn times on the Leshrac here, but finding 3 kills across the map during that false promise downtime, that feels great here for Yandex. This will get you to your Tidehunter blink, so you're going to have multiple sources of initiation, multiple blink daggers. You're going to be able to go in, Ravage, use the zone control to stop the saves coming out, and just burst that first target down.
Now, they will not have some of these big teamfight ultimates, so if Xtreme can get here in time, especially this new Tormentor, that is so tanky. Pushing out the lanes, but they're not moving fast enough to get here.
XG might take the fight anyway.
Yeah.
The only
let's see if
question
the
mark
Yandex
is,
linger.
Can you get the Monkey King here in time?
Smoke's gonna break on FY. Soxa spotted, blinks forward, blink for blink. Got him inside the arena though. Mowdy, first target, trying to take out the Phoenix. Do manage to deal with Soxa as well. The Supernova goes off and managed to hit the Spirits on the two of them. That's doing a lot of damage, and they have to back away.
They got the Tide though.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, maybe the bigger prize.
A better target instead of the Phoenix.
I think they'll actually take that trade. Like, whatever, you can live with the Phoenix, but... Oh, there's a fish in there. That's true. He never got the fish.
Trapped in the trees.
The poor fish, man. That was a nice sound effect, too. Very good.
Yandex is still up 3K off of the Tormentor, but...
doesn't feel... It's kind of crazy that they're up gold. I mean, a lot of this lead is on the TA. They were very efficient with the stacking in the early game. That's kind of what kept them in it. And he's super high level 18 on this Templar Assassin. There's a nice little fish cam right there. He's loving life. Look at him.
This Raidie's going to grow legs. Start walking around.
He could evolve.
We got double BKBs soon for Yandex, and that's going to be pretty nasty. Watson can almost buy it out entirely, and Shearer Jr. is just 400 gold away. So I feel like the scales really tipped Yandex's favor at that point.
Maybe their strongest relative itemization point in this game will be the double BKB with the pipe, with the Mage Slayer. That is a huge amount of magic resistance. Yeah, some of it's overlapping, so you're losing some value. That's another way you could look at it. But it's going to be overwhelming around that Roshan pit in particular, which means you really need this monkey to output the physical DPS. If you're Extreme Gaming, you're playing into a huge amount of magic resistance. What do you have to bypass it? The Deso Monkey. That's about it.
Yep. And he didn't really get that snowball rolling. He stopped winning fights as soon as he got that Deso, so he's only got 2 charges.
Yandex starting to get more aggressive. They have the blink on the Tide, smoking through mid lane. The BKB is flying out to the Ember right now, so perfectly aligning these big timings and instantly looking for the jump.
This would be very big if Extreme Gaming could limit their losses during this big play. And they do seem to have a pretty good read of the situation. Look at them playing very defensively. Even Ame, who was actually free out there in that bottom lane area, actually TP's back.
Finish this BKB. They're willing to join the fight now, but they're missing the Bloodstone on the Lesh.
And they contest for Roshan. I mean, that's a very different fight. If you're able to catch Yandex inside of the pit, they do have very good Roche-taking potential and good ways to defend the area between Ravage and Supernova, but if the Monkey King can get in the right position here...
Look at this angle. This could be sick.
Looping all the way around.
You have to find a really nice arena jump to set the fight up.
Yeah, XXS, he can't just go for a Yule's initiation. He's just got a Blink Spirit. FY tried to make the jump. He doesn't find it. And Shearer Jr. now activates his BKB. He goes after Leshrac. That's going to be maybe an easy kill. False Promise does go down. Not fast enough with the last hit, but it doesn't really matter. You've already surrounded this Leshrac, done more than enough damage to kill him through the False Promise. And XXS only just now getting the arena off Ame. He did all that time, all that looping around to set up for a Roshan fight, and they didn't even fight there.
I think that fight's over the second Tusk jumps in.
Yeah.
I just don't even know what you're going to find off that initiation that's going to go well for you. You're going to end up clumping into a choke point on that hill, into Ravage, Supernova, Sunray, BKB, Ember. You basically had to kill one of these cores before a BKB went off. That is extremely difficult into the high ground vision, into the TA traps. That's why they were looking for this unique angle.
Did you think it was going to be easier if he initiated with Punch for XXS to follow it up? It just seems so off.
That just felt too far away, I think. Like, in theory, there's a world you can pull that off, but they can always just blink Ravage in. There's no BKB on Mars. They can prevent the chain stun going out. I think this was a really tough fight to take in general, just in terms of the item timings. And that's the power of Yandex's lineup. When they hit their timings, they group up. I think that Roche contest in this game was always going to be really difficult unless your Monkey King was just snowballing out of control. So that's a big setback for XG. 8K lead now for Yandex. They're going to take this map over. This TA is untouchable. Looking for the Ember.
Got him. Nice pickup for Xtreme. This is beginning to look pretty grim for them, down 8,000 net worth.
Yeah, they need more of that, right? 2 or 3 man pickoff, split the map. Don't run into this Yandex ball that is a little out of control right now.
Does that change at any point? When do you think Extreme Gaming can take the 5-on-5 again? Is it with the Leshrax itemization, or do they just always have to play for pickoffs away from the big Tidehunter Ravage?
More survivability. is when they can just man up for these 5-on-5s. You need like Bloodstone Shivas on the Lesh. You need some other stat item on the Monkey King. Because you can only false promise one of these heroes. And as we saw in that fight, if you false promise them and Yandex say, yeah, nice ult, we're just going to run through you anyway. It doesn't do anything for you.
And the power of all that AoE team fight.
Also, BKB on the Mars is a big deal in this game because there's a BKB advantage for Yandex right now, and they know it.
Sure.
They're just trying to run you over. Level 20 on this Templar Assassin right now. Already has the meld armor reduction. Approaching Daedalus. I would not be surprised if Yandex try and take it pretty early racks in this game. Maybe not with this Aegis, but I think that option is available with just how high level and how farmed Watson is and the BKB superiority right now.
And the fact that you want to force Xtreme Gaming into 5-on-5.
Exactly.
You can, right?
I think you'd rather fight right now than, say, 10 minutes from now when this game could look a lot different. Ame cutting bottom wave, though. Very heads-up play. They're going to glyph this, too. Yeah, this is really going to stall the group on this bottom lane from Yandex. This is about all you're going to get from it. The back door might even kick in here.
Yeah, the final creep dies. Backdoor protection will be up soon.
It's going to be close.
Be up fast enough, though.
Okay, backdoor just said I'm taking a break today.
Okay, tower just goes down. Monkey King gonna cut some more. They've got the top lane pushed in pretty aggressively as well. Gonna work towards Scotty on Ame. Oh, Ame. Oh, he jumps over the trees right as Doxa clears through the tree that he was. How did that not cut that tree, man?
What? I can't believe he just sat there.
I know, right? Like, well, I thought he was gonna be jumping way earlier. Goodness.
Just Ame things, you know, he read the trajectory down to the pixel.
I guess so.
And he is going into the Scotty, so yeah, like that. He needs some big stat item in this game. Maybe it's not ideal. Maybe you just rather ramp the damage, but need to survive. It's an okay Scotty game.
Man, the Leshrac feels like he needs BKB as well. Look how close this is.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. You know,
What?
He was way out of the lane, you know.
I mean, even if he does manage to cut it down, he probably wouldn't have died just because there was no one with Doxa.
I like how we had a cam on him after that play, as if Ame was ever going to give us an expression.
Yeah, the man who was perennially dead inside.
One of these days, you know, he's going to freak out.
Yeah, that will be when he finally beats Magnus in a game 5.
Okay, you didn't have to throw that out there, Austin.
14-14, 7K up for Yandex, and they still have a minute left on this Aegis, and they are pushing towards the triangle.
They would still love to fight right now.
They're going to get caught here. BKB and ultimate for Ame. He's going to be lassoed, pulled away, force staff before they can get the false promise off. Uh-oh, that's going to be trouble. Ame trying to keep himself alive with the lifesteal, but the Ravage intercepts and he saves.
Yeah, they just bail on that play.
Yeah.
No way you're taking
Side
that
blades,
play.
nicely played.
Still an Aegis for a minute here. That's why Yandex are just pushing so aggressively. You have a Daedalus TA with Aegis. Do not want to commit to that kind of fight if you're XG.
Yeah, Xnova picked up a gem, and as soon as that force staff happened, he said, goodbye, brother.
I was also watching. I'm like, you're not blinking in there to save him when you're carrying gem on this Oracle.
Yeah.
You need gem for not only the wards, the TA traps in this game.
Yeah, the TA traps are going to be a big problem for Xtreme in trying to stall out this game, especially when their side lane pushes, like this Leshrac, get caught. Now up 10K as the Aegis is about to expire, and Yandex are clearing through all these tier 2s.
XG giving up some big kills around the map. They were ratting pretty successfully for the first few minutes of this Aegis. Yandex found some big pickoffs, and that's going to build this lead significantly. That's what they wanted during this period. They wanted some tier 2s, some deeper map control, and some big core pickoffs on the rat action. Set yourself up for this next Roshan where you can go high ground. Because they're going to have a lot more firepower when that moment comes. You're going to have another big item on the Ember. You're going to probably have the Ags on the Tide Hunter.
And Xtreme, they kind of need to get to BKB on the Leshrac, so he's not getting stunned up during the Ravage.
False promised here.
Yeah.
That was just a solo play from Soxa, though. So that was the one instance where you didn't need to false promise the guy, but of course you do not know that. And another ward killed. Just no way to maintain the vision on the map right now for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, everywhere Yandex shows, they're just able to bully Xtreme back. They can get to that Scotty on the Monkey King, BKB on Leshrac. I'm not even going to say Scythe the Vice for the Mars because, frankly, XXS, I don't think he's going to have too much time to farm here.
Have to win fights or kill heroes to do that.
Yeah.
Yandex have not given a lot of openings in this game.
No, they don't really have too much map control either.
Fish is still there. He's chilling.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Koval.
The man himself.
He enjoys watching the fish.
do it. The Chud.
This is a long one.
Hey!
We got there. We got there.
All right, next Tormentor, next Roshan. I mean, frankly, this is just going to be Yandex's game. To kind of do whatever they want for the next few minutes. And Xtreme Gaming are just going to try and siphon as much gold out of the map. Stay away from Yandex where they can. Yule's pickup for the Tusk. It's interesting.
Potentially something to interrupt this Tidehunter. Can interrupt Sunray. You can also use the bat when he blinks in.
Sure.
Potentially pretty nice here. Honestly, the net worth, this is a weird game. The net worth chart doesn't look that terrible for XG in terms of the cores, but the supports are really far behind and the experience differential is pretty large here.
Yeah, that is a nasty network difference if you just look at supports and experience. They're both 3 levels down. So you got the 15 maxed out abilities and 15 talents on both supports of Yandex.
Yeah, support diff is kind of crazy right now. Just finished the Shivas on this Phoenix as well. So
an Aghanim Scepter for the Tidehunter. So AoE Gush combined with Sleight of Fist and some, side blade stuff. They're gonna just have a lot of nasty physical damage being thrown around. Nothing to say, gonna be spotted in the trees.
Yeah, wrong neighborhood.
And with no BKB. He just wanted to hide away in the trees, maybe catch one more wave and he'd have that BKB. Instead, prolonged even more.
Downside of the Oracle Tusk support duo, it needed to get a little more action done in this early game because they're not great at playing the map. Pretty weak at pushing the lanes out. You can sit behind cores and protect them a little bit, but at this point, if you try and sit behind one of these cores, you're just going to die too.
Right, it's largely been the Monkey King is the only hero that feels secure pushing out deep into the map. And Yandex not even going to wait for the Roshan. They hit the high ground early here with 30 seconds left on the Leshrac, saying this Monkey King is not going to be enough to stop us.
Potentially risky if you die here. You can lose Roche too. Missed the
Ultimate
spear
immediately goes out, trying to go for the spear back from XXS. He fails in that attempt.
That's
and
huge.
Now has to do a BKB walk of shame.
They used Wukong. Ame expecting that to land.
No more ultimates. And that means Yandex, they had complete control of this area. Even as the Leshrac comes back up, I don't think they can take the fight.
I think this Rax is just gone.
Yeah.
You had one opportunity there, and you blew it. Yandex are going to capitalize. More Deso charges for Watson. And he will back up. Long Roche spawn. That's a little interesting here.
Does kind of weirdly give an opportunity. Wukong's command will come back up.
Yes. That's the only thing kind of working for XG right now.
Somebody give Nothing to say some gold, man. It's bad enough that like this Templar Assassin just 2 or 3 shots him so often, but he at least has a chance to kite around if he has a BKB.
Oh, look at a sneaky play.
Sucks. They
have a base horde.
That's FY.
Somebody's got to die for this horde.
And they're instant punch. What a reaction from FY. And he's going to get speared. Can they kill anything off of this though? Yandex, they quickly jump in off the Supernova Ravage. They're going to ensure they actually get 2 kills for this. Now, it's a lot of big team fight ultimates down, but Xtreme are not going to blow buybacks, especially with XXS having already used the arena.
The team fight for Yandex is just so insane this game.
Yeah.
You get so much value out of the Ravage that's covering both of the saving supports when you go in on a core. There's nothing they can do. This might be another lane.
Done for Leshrac, but
at what cost?
It looks like the game may already be done.
They do have buyback on the Mars. I want to try and commit here.
Trying to hit the boundless strike into the split Earth, looking to blow up the Templar Assassin, the Supernova in response, and now, okay, they get off the false promise. They're all landing on this Watson hero, but they just do not have the damage, simply put. He forces that down to the low ground. He'll be good. Leshrac dies from the false promise. It simply could not get enough heals to stop the damage of Watson, who comes back into play, jumps in after XXS. He's going to be knocked up in the air by FY. Got the spear on. They got him. They killed Watson. The Templar Assassin is down.
Okay.
Now a desperate TP away from the Ember Spear. Almost dies there. Ame couldn't finish him off. Can they get anything more? It's going to be Saksa. The Fortune's End catches him. No blink out. A 3rd kill for Xtreme Gaming. Cost them 2 different buybacks, but they do have an opportunity to take Roche.
I'm very surprised this TA dies in this fight.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe there's a world you can back out there as the Yandex, but you do pay a big price pushing. That was the risk of pushing when the Roche was going to respawn. That's why a lot of teams just don't want to do it, even if you're favored. maybe there's a little window here XG can get something. NTS, somebody has to just go in and sacrifice their life.
Yeah.
Pretty good false promise, all things considered. Yandex just have so much damage to throw into it, they don't care. And this is the point in the fight where you're like, all right, Watson is out. The fight kind of looks over. You're going to go back in. Maybe this is just game if they wipe him here. Watson recommits. The Yule's dodge pretty pivotal here as you can punch and then reset it up. And now
back in real time, notice he's going to get caught. So
yeah, what is
Yandex
happening?
bleeding out another hero. Jiro Jr. in some trouble. Does have the remnant out. Get away.
XG, they just woke up.
Snowball, quick pickup onto the Monkey King to put him on top of the Phoenix for yet another kill.
You have to go Roche here if you're XG.
Absolutely. Xtreme Gaming, you have been given a breath of life in this game one.
Yes.
You got to make the most of it.
You have to seize these little momentum points in these games. Bring the crowd back into it. Start to gain some advantage. Doesn't even matter if it's the right strategic decision. It's the right decision based on the momentum.
Yeah.
Just go for the big plays here. Take as much as you can while Yandex are faltering.
And look at this, fresh items that are going to be picked up. XXS is going to get a Scythe of Ice. We saw how crucial his initiation was when he failed the initiation earlier.
It's all
the team fight was all over, but now it's going to be made so much earlier if he just has this point and click stun.
I feel like this game is, it's not on him, but it's pretty close, right?
Yeah.
They are super dependent on the Mars lockdown. The only reason that fight went okay is because you had the Mars buyback. So you had 2 goes from XXS to make something happen there, and he had a very clutch Yule's dodge.
Look at Xtreme. They're trying to get even more pickoffs. They know Yandex is a little reeling right now, diving behind the tier 2, hoping that
This is the right idea.
Floppy in their positioning.
Yeah.
They will not be.
When a team falters, you need to extract as much as you can.
This butterfly is going to be nasty. Monkey King with the butter, and Watson was thinking about a Swift Blank, so if he goes for that, it's going to be a long ways to the MKB.
I honestly thought this game was going to be over in that push.
Oh, 100%.
That gush came through, and the TA is about to go back in. I thought that was just going to be GG, but XG, they have other plans.
FY, he's had some really fast reactions for an old man. What is he, 30? But his punches, they have given an opportunity time and time again for Xtreme.
Look at his presence felt here. This game goes later and later. This double save lineup can become more annoying if you're able to hold the formation. The big problem is Yandex have just broken through your front line so fast.
Yeah.
We haven't seen XG's formation set up, deal with it at all. So
in order to maintain that formation, you need a sturdier Leshrac, right? Like that
helps.
is one of the biggest problems.
He needs some
and
armor.
He doesn't have any armor. Now, he's still going to be going back for that Shiva, so hope for prayer, and has some gold.
Or you start the fight on your terms. You find that initiation with the bars.
And then that all comes down to what XXS can find.
Do you have an Aegis on the Monkey?
Walking into some vision here. Flight goes down. Arena trying to catch him. Gar really got the Supernova. Can they kill the Egg real nice and quick with all their BKBs? They're trying to go for it.
The lasso,
not doing it. The lasso is stopping them. The Egg goes off in their face in Xtreme. They dared to get on the offensive, and now that's going to be a problem. A second life for Ame. Pops the BKB. Can he do anything with this? He goes after the Ember, who got hit by the Scythe of Ice. Now looks back to the Phoenix, but now they're going to be ravaged up in the air. A perfect timing from Notice. Now nothing to say, and Ame will both fall. It's an absolute team wipe.
Perfect team fight for Yandex. There's no way you're killing Egg there, especially with a double Ags lasso coming through on both of those core targets, hitting it. Fight was over at that point. Sick find from Soxa. You get to save the Ravage for the end. That's just the coup de grace here. And man, there were some brief moments in that where it's like, are XG gonna be able to do it here?
No, they gave you a hope, but instead Yandex quickly shut the door on any potential comebacks. They now have the MKB done for Watson. He didn't go for the Swift Link. He'll have the answer to the Monkey King Butterfly. They had one opportunity, one team fight to be able to take it. And now Tier 3s following a final set of racks down. It's going to be Megas, and they can easily hit mid as well.
Just such a strong 5v5 lineup. They had very good positioning on that fight. Probably even had buybacks there, even if you kill that Egg. I don't think that fight's going much better. That was the scary part.
GG.
Yeah.
Xtreme are going to call it on this game one. It was a very dominant game for Yandex through and through. Xtreme Gaming gave themselves one hope, one opportunity, and in the end, they just were not able to clutch it to keep the game going. Yandex just too damn dominant.
That was probably the best early game we've seen from XG in this playoff run.
Yeah,
it was pretty smooth. They were farming all 3 lanes. They had a pretty fast lineup. They're connecting the Monkey King. They're starting to build the lead, and then they just could not take the 5-on-5s. They can't run the damage dealers in. Kind of goes back to that Blink Lesh build. Like, was that the right build in that game? He got the Blink, he insta-died, and then your momentum just went out the window because it's not a tank item, it's not a stat item.
You needed to be able to snowball off of that Blink Dagger, and it just doesn't work. And then they continue to try and take some fights, but frankly, that was just when Yandex was much stronger.
Yeah, at that point, it's really difficult to find openings. Yeah. It had to be a much faster game from XG. I guess the good news for them is it's game 1, which they've lost every game 1. So
that's true, that's true.
If you lose it poorly or well, I guess it doesn't really matter.
They are used to it at this point in time. 19-28, the final score. Yandex, very dominant game 1 from them. As they took it over again. They stopped that laning phase victory that was kind of going okay for Xtreme Gaming. Managed to hit a very nice mid-game time. It feels to me like the European teams have just a better read on being able to stall out the game to hit their timing and knowing how much stronger they are than the enemy. All right, well, that was game 1. Plenty more on the table if Xtreme Gaming have something to say about it, but Yandex are hoping for the fast 2-0 to get to the grand finals.
Don't be discouraged if you're an Xtreme Gaming fan. You shouldn't be, because you should know that this is par for the course. Consistently, they will lose game 1, and maybe not this triumphant of a fashion, but they always lose game 1, and then they learn from it, and they look towards game 2 and game 3. I'm slightly hesitant because, Jenkins, this is maybe a more emphatic game 1 loss than their typical ones.
It's a bit emphatic. I definitely know what that means, Tsunami. You know, there's some things to learn from this. I think Gork had a very solid point on the previous panel that Tidehunter looked like a really great pick, which we were thinking to protect the Phoenix Egg. It looked really strong, which he did in a lot of these fights. Like, he was very important for making sure that thing popped. Phoenix was doing a ton of damage in every single fight. But also, Tidehunter, like, the way you counter these single target saves, such as the Oracle and the Tusk Snowball, is AoE. It's like counterintuitive, but it's because you can jump in, ravage everyone, including the backline, including the saves, and then focus one guy. So it's like ironic, the big AoE spells are actually the best at single target focusing one guy, because in a lot of these fights, XG just couldn't play. Like Tidehunter with the Ravage, it was too good.
There were some cases too where a guy would get low, he would get ultied by Oracle, you're like, oh, that guy's not going to die, and Tide would still blink and Ravage that guy, because that's going to lock him down for 2 seconds. He's going to be in that area. You have a better chance of killing him after it ends, and in the meantime, you're hitting everybody else. It's like the normal Dota thing. Save the guy that's dying, you clump a little bit, it's going to make the Ravage better, and it's going to give better impact.
Yeah, and it worked really well with Ember Spirit as well. Like, we talked a little bit on the prior panel about kind of like the pokey nature of Ember Spirit. You can go in, you can get Vision of Supports, which a lot of the time resulted in like Oracle just straight up dying. Like TAC's Oracle, instant blink jump. And a lot of the time, X-Nova was using Oracle ulti on himself, which is like, what are you going to do? You have to do it, right? Like, you have to ult yourself because you want to waste the enemy time. But then Yandex, what they did is they ignored him. Like, they didn't even do the thing where you're trying to deal enough damage to kill the guy when the Oracle ult falls off. They legit just ignored him, and they played the fight somewhere else. They're like, okay, we've popped this, team fight ability, and now we're going to go focus on something else. Like, they had a flowchart of how they wanted the team fights to go, and they executed it flawlessly.
You want to show us some of the moments in that flowchart, Perch?
I would love to, yeah. Some of these actually did lane quite well. They had a nice 2k advantage at about 16 minutes into the game, and these rune fights were really, really impactful for how things went. So watch how they're committing Oracle. They had to basically use it defensively because Soxa grabbed him with the Blink Dagger. They're trying to keep their opponents near the Phoenix Egg, and you might think that this fight is over, but Yandex is actually looking for more grabs here. The chain stun on the Ember with the stun follow-up from the Leshrac basically made everything a little bit cleaner in terms of getting kill pickoffs. And Ame is also trying to utilize his abilities, but the problem is that Watson does so much physical damage that a hero like Leshrac cannot stand up against this. Even the Monkey King has some trouble because the single target damage is so high. And both teams just overfought a little bit for this. Maybe Ame should have retreated. The Ravage ends up making this way more straightforward, and they're able to clean up this fight and get advantage. And this kind of just cascaded for Yandex here. They had good engagements all over the map. They were killing FY here at the 20-minute mark. After killing him, they ended up diving towards the mid lane as well. And they turned this into a really nice Tormentor, which catapulted their lead. That gives them more gold advantage. And finally, a really big fight here. We won't be watching the whole thing, but look how separated they are. Oops, I'm going to restart that. Sorry, I had a high speed. They're going to jump in, and they're going to put Ember directly on top of the Leshrac here. He gets jumped. He's gonna have to. They're gonna have to use Oracle ulti just to save him. The Ravage hits everybody.
Yeah.
They're just getting every single piece of the puzzle put it together here in this team fight, and this was like the biggest team fight moment for Yandex. They ran away with the game after this point.
It's so beautiful. I love watching Dota when it's played like this, where you can tell that everybody just has like a really clear idea of how to take the fight. There's the synergy that's there, and for me, it's like heartwarming to see Watson play like this, because I feel like this was his problem for a long time. He would be top net worth, but executing the fights and actually carrying the game would sometimes be hard. But the way that he's playing these fights, like Yotaro level, you know, it looks so nice, so clean.
It's high praise, but he has earned it, and it's encouraging to see that he hasn't been thrown off balance by that 2-0 in the upper bracket against Tundra. Now we need to see, will Xtreme continue the script of losing game 1 into game 2 and 3 victories, or if Yandex have finally flipped the script and are going to clean out the series? Find out as we take a break and return for game number 2.
Can we turbo later?
We have scrims.
So cool.
Woo! Today was such a green day. So was yesterday, and so will be tomorrow. Guys, do you ever think about losing? Some things have been happening that might be related. I picked the wrong hero in the draft, I forgot when to stack camps, and I stopped skilling raises on SF.
No raises?
Oh. I don't know what I can do.
You have to go to the real world.
Wow. So this is the real world. What's going on? Why is everybody looking at me?
What the hell is that on your neck? What are you, a Fortnite gamer or something?
It's Dota 2, actually.
Dota 2? What the hell is that?
Dota players outside? That's impossible.
We haven't played Dota in like 5 years.
Oh.
No one rests until that Dota player is back in this team house.
Dota players only have one ending.
Get that Dota player!
Come on!
Noob from UA highlights lasts forever.
No, you can't just host Dream League. Why not? I have 15K MMR.
People underestimate just how much these guys need to live this game in order to do well. And I should know, Team Liquid almost wins everything. When a new patch drops, everything changes. Our habits, our gameplay, but with every patch, our lives change with the game. Like literally. After the last patch rolled up, we just woke up and we're like, what the hell are these? Worked out better for some of us than others.
Every morning it's the same. Wake up at 1 PM, hit alarm, and choose the facets for the entire day. You pick the wrong one accidentally, and all of a sudden, the entire day is screwed.
Oh.
Dude, there is absolutely no way you did this again, man. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm not a fan.
Misclicking facets can be bad, sure. But some people just have garbage facets. Unlock. Omar, what do you want to do today?
Brother, you can pick one of these two. Doesn't matter. Anyone is really good.
Snaking, can you please pick your good facet today? Snaking. Snaking. Snay!
Hey Siri, tweet UOG.
Letting players choose their own facets puts a lot of pressure on us coaches. Because, you know, players are idiots.
Hello, Habibi, what is this?
What? This?
Bro, I took it for the armor.
Sure, bro, it's only for the armor. You filthy stealing groupie.
What's the matter if I take 1 kill or 2? At the end, we're one team.
Stop stealing my kills!
兄弟，给我看看你的命使。
兄弟，我只有一个命使，他出 bug 了。我只有一个命使，你知道吗？
兄弟，没有人会想和一个13分钟一级的大神玩游戏。给我看看你的命使。
Hey buddy, how are you doing today? You feeling fine? Everything's good? Let's get you a nice haircut, okay? We're gonna make you look pretty. And also your friend can watch. That's totally fine.
You're gonna give this guy the best haircut of his life. Do you know who this guy is? He's Ignition God from Indonesia. The Jakiro God. Look at him. He needs to be look smacked right now. Let's go. He needs to be look smacked right now. Let's go, baby. It's all good in the hood. Run it back. Let's go. Let's go.
Look at that. Oh, we zoomed in on the white wine haircut for whatever reason.
Look at that. That's uneven. I'm so upset with him. I really am. He had such nice hair too. That's the worst part.
I've been around for a long time and play a lot of different patches. And to me, new patches, they motivate me. Oh, come on. Yeah, it can be a little demotivating too. My facets suck. At least I got a huge innate.
We're here at ESL One Birmingham. I'd like to give a big shout out to firstly Aaron and secondly to Bober. Okay, thank you so much.
Shout out to Bon, the smallest man in the world. My boy, my king.
I just want to give a shout out to all my queer people, all my queer gamers. Love you.
I just want to give a shout out to everybody that treats the game as a regular game, isn't toxic all the time, and actually just has fun with it. Enjoy the rest of your games and enjoy ESL One Birmingham.
Shout out to all the unranked gamers, unranked master race. You guys know who you are.
Big shout out to my buddy Lee. He couldn't make it this time, but you know, we're cheering on your behalf, and I do have your goodie bag, so lucky you.
Hi Anuka, I would love to have you here, but I'm very sad you're not, so I hope you enjoy watching, and I love you. See you soon.
Love seeing all these moments from the crowd, especially for a British crowd specifically. Make some noise if you're local to the UK. I figured as much, and it is a full house, so we thought we'd take the opportunity to celebrate two of our very own homegrown talent. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Pyrian Flax and OD Pixel.
Thank you, Neil. Owen, I'm loving it here today. How are you finding it?
It's been amazing. Since the beginning of Friday, in fact. We turned up here midday Friday. It was pretty much already full. Everybody was turning up. It's amazing. Every time we come to Birmingham, you know, we were here 2 years ago. I want to be here every year.
I know, and every time I chat to the players, they always say it's a great crowd, good crack, always good fun, and a lot of noise in the arena whenever they play, so it's always good. Doesn't this take us back to humble beginnings when you and I used to do UK Dotes and there were no big LANs here? It was just like Epic LAN, which was in a hotel, and Ireland was here, of course, shout out to Shade. Do you miss those days?
Yeah, I mean, they were super fun. I mean, even in those days when we had a small crowd, you would still get a turn up, and the British crowd would just be there, loving the games. They didn't care who was playing, what was going on in the match. They were just there for the good, close matches. And we were seeing that yesterday. The stomps were still fun, but what's going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen, who would have thought that on this day of the grand finals, both the British boys would both have a birthday? We got Pyrian Flax on the big old 25th birthday. Congratulations here. And Owen as well.
Happy birthday, Owen.
Now, I know it's cringe to have your event at a birthday and at the event. I thought we would have the entire crowd sing happy birthday. But, a true present to you. Why don't we have the legend himself, the voice of the international Punch himself? Let's bring in John Patrick Lowry! And we're gonna have Punch sing you guys happy birthday. Are you ready, sir?
I gotta warm up my voice. Okay, this is the key I'm gonna sing it in. All right. Happy birthday. You just sing along with that, all right?
All right. I will give you each other's cakes. Are you guys ready at home? Are you ready here? All right, Judge, it's all yours. Take it away.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear fresh meat. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Period and Odie Pixel. Thank you. We'll have these for you in the back if I don't eat them all. Continue up.
Wow, thank you guys so much. Thank you, John. That was incredible. Thank you. Well, happy birthday, Owen, and many happy returns to you, brother.
Absolutely. To you too, Ted.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Period and Owen, for the years of entertainment that you've brought us. Hopefully, the beginning of many more to come. It is a pleasure to commemorate such a special time with you on this final day of ESL One Birmingham 2026. But the order of business at hand is still elimination, as Yandex and Xtreme are fighting for a spot in the grand finals to face off against another Brit to face off against Ari. And to get some more insight on this game, too, I've brought a TI winner onto my panel. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Amar. Welcome to the panel, Amar.
Thank you very much, and thank you for my introduction.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. To what do we owe the pleasure? You're bringing some TI insight. I'm sure you would prefer to be on the stage, but you're here to share your brain with us a little bit?
Other than TI, I also was the last Birmingham winner, right?
That is
years
true.
ago. So, yeah, I'll see what I've got.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. What is your review of the series so far? We've seen Yandex, we've seen Xtreme. We know Xtreme, they love losing game one. Every single time they take it, and then they're like, game 2 and 3, I'll figure it out. You think that's going to happen here?
Well, that's actually what happened with us last Birmingham, which we kept losing one game.
That is true.
So,
think about that.
So, like, it's kind of funny, but maybe the history repeating itself in a different way. So there is a chance they can come back, but yeah, they have to step up on the drafting a bit, because like giving Watson TA and giving the Tide with it is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that was crazy. What do you think about Mars, the new Aghanim Scepter, where you're getting the plus 20% damage or whatever? Like, how do you think it's better than it was last patch?
Oh, I mean, it's 35 and it's not hell for your allies, but the issue is buying it. It's not the issue that it's not. It can also stack. So like I see it super late game, it's very good, but yeah, it's just hard to buy it.
If there was one fight, Nightfall had like plus 140% damage or something like that on Gyro, because he had the Mars on his team. But yeah, you're right. Like farming on Mars can sometimes be an issue.
And Xtreme recognized one of the problems. They do indeed take out that Watson Templar Assassin.
It's a really good solution against the Leshrac. If you don't get a plate mail or a splint mail or something like that at some point in the game, you're just going to get shredded. Like, the Bloodstone build is great. You kind of need the Kaya, but I feel like against the TA, the minus armor is just way too strong.
Ooh. Okay, because I looked this up whenever the Leshrac showed up, and I was like, oh, when's the last time X-Nova played IO? It has been 2 years since he has played IO, and now they are first phasing it.
I'd assume it's IO4, because everyone is thinking IO4 is the new thing. Because of 9 class, it's his best hero, and he showed how broken this hero can be.
What was the strongest thing about it, in your opinion?
I mean, just like his laning is still like very strong. So like that's probably the best thing, and the fact that everyone just buys wraps, and like you just buy wraps on your mid, you buy pipe on your offlaner, and it feels like one hero is just unkillable. So you send some Lesh, some like I mean Lesh is probably now not so good hero, but like this type of hero that would be just like never can die and deals all damage.
Yeah, we've seen Leshes, we've seen Marcy's. Yandex tried to do the Tiny IO. I'm assuming that's not what you want, because Tiny IO did not work out that well.
Yeah, I mean the Tiny is, yeah, I'm not sure like what do they see in the hero being core, to be honest. Like they probably have some idea why, but yeah, I'm not so sure.
I mean, Gyro also is a really nice IO pairing, and it's good against Phoenix as well. You can flak off of the egg. I was waiting to see that one because you're gaining spell amp and damage now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you have the shard
and attack speed
built in. Oh, sorry, attack speed, attack speed and spell amp. So feels like a mixed damage hero would be pretty nice.
They choose not to ban the Leshrac.
Yeah.
Interesting. The Storm was the other pairing that was popular, or at least got played the other day.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Sand King also, just easy spell up on him. Play options, survivability. He should be able to be aggressive too with the IO pairing.
I mean, Sand King just seems like a busted hero. Something about his damage, it's too high. Like there's some bug in the game where the damage is not right. Because this hero feels like it just shreds team fights.
Makes sense of the bans from Yandex to take those out of the pool, but still, I am left wondering why leave Leshrac. But this is also rare to even see a first phase IO in the first place, so things are off balance.
How do you feel about Pango right now, Omar?
Yeah, I mean, the Pangolier change has been very nice. They're very good. I'd say it's the hero problem is his early game is kind of not so good laning. When you get the Diffu, it feels very good, but people buy Mesh Layer, so I'm not so sure how this hero really works. But yeah, like at some point when you reach like level 20, Axe and Octarine, like he just like one thing is that the Swashbuckler slows through BKB.
Oh, holy shit! I didn't.
So yeah, probably like it just destroys heroes so bad. You don't even need to buy Basher.
That's cool.
It's good against Phoenix, like in both lane and game. It's just not a. I mean, it's a good setup for IO, but it's not a combo with IO. So they'll probably like. They're just thinking like, we'll flex this Pango till the end and pick some carry like Gyro or whatever it can be.
If it is the offlaner, then do you like the lane combo of an IO Pango, if that is the lane?
I mean, I love IO. Like, I'll play IO with any hero, to be honest. It's so nice. So, I think it's fine. Like, I think if they just able to farm, I think it's super fine.
On the previous patch, the offlane was kind of, I was going to say feast or famine, but it was mostly famine. Just getting, like, tranquil boots, going jungle, like, very, very hard lane against some Jakiro, like, Treant. Do you feel like that's still the meta for the offlane, or is it like, easier to, like, dominate the lane yourself?
No, I think the offlane now can actually play the game. It's not like Inter with like mindset of solo instantly lose. If enemy just picks like strong heroes, now it's actually more playable. So yeah, offlane now can actually play to win the lane, and yeah, the safe lane, the position 5 heroes is just weaker, so it's much easier to do.
I guess that's part of what makes Pango flex to the offlane is you're not playing against some Jakiro in the lane getting destroyed.
Yeah, I mean ever since they removed double jump, this hero laning has been horrendously off.
It's been rough.
But the Monkey King answer to Pango is very good. Like if they can find like another hero on mid or safe lane that can win lane against Pango, I think Pango will not like have a so good time.
And they take it away from Xtreme. How's your stance on offlane Batrider? Because a lot of the Disruptor shows up. Because a lot of players seem to prefer Batrider on support these days, but Noticed is one of the rare players that will take Batrider offlane.
I think Bat is still fine on all positions. Like he still flashes farms everywhere.
Yeah.
Not so. Yeah, it doesn't really matter where you play him. He's still fine on both ways.
Some interesting picks here. The Disruptor, only seen one other time this tournament. Didn't really seem to get any major buffs or nerfs, but makes me a little worried. They have slightly weaker lockdown on the Xtreme Gaming side, but they certainly can get some really important kills. They can punish enemy cores. The rotations should be more successful. And it's going to be hard to get away from Rolling Thunder and Glimpse.
I feel like the Disruptor dissuades Bat being a 3 a little bit more, just because it's difficult to cut wave against Glimpse. You can get run down pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean the Disruptor is just a classic counter to Bat. Like if you just get like a strong core, then yeah, the Bat does not have so good laning.
And now we got the 18 pick coming out. This is the hypothetical strongest one in the draft for Yandex. They go for Muerta. Okay. Well, I mean, Pango is all physical damage.
Yeah.
The supports do no damage, and then Bristle is all physical damage too. So like this is a hypothetically pretty free Muerta game.
The only downside though is that kind of forces your Monkey King into mid lane. Unless they do some goofy like Monkey 4 with Bat 3.
How much I would love to see Soxa Monkey 4.
Yeah.
That's a classic right there. Everyone forgets he can do the 9 class stuff.
So because they know where Yandex is probably going, this could give them pivot potential.
Because you're expecting mid lane Monkey carry Muerta?
Yes, you could just hypothetically put Tango in the off lane. It's maybe less good, but
Yeah, I mean, they still can't do anything, but like, to be honest, they have 2 good lanes against Pango, so I think it's pretty much most likely set to Monkey just go middle and Muerta just go safe lane.
Does Yandex need to be worried about a Medusa coming out from Xtreme, or can Muerta handle it?
The problem with Medusa is that he'll just get lassoed, and with Monkey Diffusion Blade, like, and his scores, like, they're all physical damage, so to be honest, like, I would not care about Medusa, to be honest, this game.
You want some more mixed damage coming out of Ame's hero?
Yeah, I mean, if Ame could play Bristol back and they last pick some Mars, I think it would be very good. But
that's nice.
Because like Bristol Disruptor, I don't think would lose lane into anything, but I'm not sure, like, Ame is not really a Bristol back player. So it's kind of hard pick for them, because the Bristol and Pango just makes your carry pick very weird. Like, you most likely physical, and you don't know how to pick a physical with 2 more physical.
So for Bristol, they've removed the Seeing Red facet, and then they kind of moved the other one a little bit to the nasal goo. Like, when you saw this change, did you think this was a nerf to Bristol?
I would say it's not a nerf, it's not a buff, it's a change.
It's just a side grade. Okay.
Yeah, he's more objective based hero more than like a solo carry type.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The problem with this update is that like the Aghanim's build is not as good, so like the goose stacking is not not like the same as before.
True.
That he would just solo kill Tormentor, solo everything, and just chill. But it's still a good change. Like 6 goose is really nice.
Xtreme taking out the offlaners. They are expecting this Batrider to be a support. They take out Primal and Tide.
I mean, they do have a lot of physical damage on Xtreme game inside, but I mean, 6 goos plus Pango means they could definitely shred some heroes. The Muerta ulti is going to cause problems with that, but
I feel like
fairly good.
Yandex can take Mars, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it were to me, I would just pick Mars. It's very good against IO Disruptor, and Bristol just turns into front.
And I feel like you don't want Xtreme to have it either. Okay, they go for Ember.
Okay, Monkey support, Bat 3, I guess?
I mean, maybe Notus would play Monkey offlane. I don't know if he's been practicing it in his games, but he used to be a carry player, and he used to be his most played heroes.
I mean, if it's a Bristol carry, that definitely sounds pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, it would... I think it would not win the lane, but like he'll have slight pressure on him. So it would be decent.
So then do you still want Bristol to ideally be the carry, or you want a different Ame hero now?
I think for their comfort, I think it's better to just give Ame a last pick. Not sure what looks good for him.
If he doesn't want to go all in on the physical, Luna is still in the pool. Or if he wants an illusion carry, Naga is still in the pool.
What if you just do Morphling? Morphling against Muerta was really good in the group too.
That's free game, yeah. I think they should do more.
Does it still work though? Because isn't the ethereal, is it tied to her innate?
Yeah, actually, you can turn into Muerta and then you just do more damage than her because you can get a butterfly like second item. She has to get like mobility and stuff.
I'm just checking the patch notes because that was tied to her innate before, but I'm not sure what the patch.
Yeah, it's actually tied to the ulti. I'm not sure too.
As in, if you can hit ethereal.
So Pierce the Veil, it is tied to the ulti, so I'm not sure if it works like that anymore.
Goes for a Faceless Void instead, and the crowd loves it.
Oh, it's a Soxa Monkey King. Okay, well, I'm very happy about this. That's cool.
They needed more lockdown, that's for sure. So that'll help out. Their draft is a little bit slow in the sense that it's Bristle and Void, but I think that Bristle plus Io should be able to do the lane really well. They can get really aggressive here on Watson.
Amar, when you're on stage like this, if you're chugging and the crowd is cheering, can you hear them through the headsets?
I mean, 2 years ago, we literally thought people were smoking because of the
chugging.
Yeah, them screaming, and we literally thought we were smoking. We just keep going back, and then we like watched stream and we're like, so it's just a kobold the whole time. It was so funny. It was actually ruining the game. We didn't understand.
Oh, that's good. That's meta.
And I brought it up that X-Nova has not played IO in a while, but it turns out FY has not played him in even longer. It has been since TI10 that FY had his last time on the ball, but...
That was like 2 years ago, right? Not that long.
Yeah, sure. Time.
In Dota terms, that's not too long ago.
All right, Amar, you see the 10 heroes on the board. Any draft that you favor?
I would say probably... I would say Yandex, because it's so hard to... I mean, the Xtreme have the late game, and they're like late game like delayers. They like to delay games so much.
That is true.
So if they reach late game, I think it's easy for Xtreme, but like they should have like good lanes on 2 lanes for Yandex, and Bat Monkey should at least like get farm. Like he should be able to skip waves, because Void shouldn't be able to really pressure with Disruptor. It doesn't really deal with damage.
Jenkins, how about you?
I'm just so curious to see how to play Monkey King right now, because a 9 class couldn't make it work, and I feel like if he can't do it, the only other person in the world that can is Stockstone. So let's see.
Let's see it happen in game number 2.
4 series, 4 losses in a game 1. Xtreme Gaming had played on the brink every step of the way through this lower bracket. But Avery, can they make it to the grand finals? Are they running out of steam?
Well, the grand finals is just another series they can lose game 1, so they have to be able to get there, right, to continue the streak alive. This is a very ballsy draft.
I cannot believe they picked up Faceless Void.
Yeah, that is wild to me. This might be the craziest draft I've seen Jowie pull out this entire tournament when everything is on the line. You don't have any more games to throw away here. I gotta favor Yandex in terms of that department. I think their draft just looks way easier to execute. They have so much more skirmish capability. They have damage. They have cores that can fight early, mid, and late. You last picked this Faceless Void for Ame. He had his choice of a couple of hard carries there, and he's dead.
He didn't want to time walk too early, but he'll be met with multiple stuns about to strike into the dead shot. First blood already.
To the Bat Rider, too.
Noticed, yeah, the Bat Rider.
I think the carries they were debating there, the Morphling was probably pretty juicy, but you're not sure if that Murtha was actually carry or support. There was some decent flex potential for Yandex, even when everything was shown. I thought the Slark could have been interesting. They ultimately went with Void, which has almost no synergy, I would argue, with their lineup.
No, IO Faceless Void.
Yeah,
just
this
sounds
is
garbage.
You know, no one's like, man, I remember when OG was running IO Void. It's not a thing. Disruptor's not great with this hero. It's very low damage. Generally, you want supports to put damage into the Chrono. This is about as low damage support to as you can get. And it's 2 melee cores that also don't offer you the best spell synergy in terms of, yo, I chronoed 4 heroes, guys. Okay, I'm quilling them. I mean, congratulations, right? So to me, it's a really awkward pick with what they have. It can do some decent damage against Yandex, and it will scale here. If you're XG and you say we just want to go late, we want to have the guaranteed scale, yeah, you pick Faceless Void, but I'm a bit concerned about the lineup synergy. Yandex, I think they have it all. You look at this squad, I mean, their lanes are strong, they have wave cutting, they have stack clear, they have early fighting with this Monkey. The Murtha is going to scale really well. This hero does an insane amount of damage. I kind of believe about this Murtha into any matchup, other than maybe that Morphling.
Yep.
Or like maybe some illusion carries, so I don't think this Void is in too comfortable a spot. XG are really going to have to bust out all the moves here so they do not fall behind in the early mid game.
I mean, in my head, isn't Huerta a great matchup against Faceless Void in many different ways? I feel like wasn't the Faceless Void picked up thinking it's going to be a Monkey King carry, and then because of the swerve, they don't have synergy within their own team, and they don't even have like a superior matchup.
Generally, Murtha is going to out-carry almost any Agi carry. At least with Void, you have the Chrono all-in potential. Sure. That's how I think about it. So I think you can play this matchup as the Void, and if you don't land some of the stun silences on the Void and he can just time walk out of your ult or something like this, then it can start to turn a little rough.
Sure. They do have plenty of lockdown. It's going to be real dangerous if Notice ends up having a good game, which you already got the early first blood. We'll see how the rest of the lane phase unfolds. The Xtreme Gaming is doing pretty well, though, in their own off lane, as XXS is 13-3, so the Bristleback is off to a hot start.
And to me, he might be the player of this game, too, for both teams. How much can the Bristle get done because he has the IO pair and the best synergy in that department? The Disruptor closing heroes in for him. And if you're Yandex, this Bristle can become a problem. You don't want to let him just start running at your cores, taking space around the map, getting some big ancient stack, and he's just the most farmed hero in the game, and you don't have the damage for him. I think you have some good matchups against him. The Monkey's pretty good. The back can create some stacks. Murtha can chunk through him. So XXS's item timings are super important. If you're ahead in Yandex, you can just punch through them. You get an early silver edge on the Murtha. You're going to feel really comfortable in this game. If XXS is ahead, and he's starting to build some of those early dispels. He gets a super fast Lotus, whatever he wants to go for, and the IO is just running him into everybody like a wrecking ball. This game could get pretty spicy.
Yeah, and I think it's almost guaranteed he's going to get good farm out of lane, right? This IO into the off lane, we saw it earlier with the Tidehunter, where he was just able to get super farmed out of that lane.
It was a first pick IO, right? So they kind of called this bluff with the Phoenix. Like, if you want to get a little greedy, play this 5 Phoenix, we're going to bring out the old school counter of the IO on the lane with the early regen, early headdress. It's a classic support matchup. You just sit up here, Phoenix can do nothing. That offlaner was almost guaranteed free farm no matter what. That's the upside of this IO pick, and so far it's worked out. Again, another triple CS top of the board for Xtreme Gaming. We have not seen this a lot this event. Maybe they play better from behind, honestly, so maybe they should be losing lanes harder.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they certainly showed it time and time again in these Game 2 and Game 3s where it looked like they were going to get knocked out, still managed to formulate some sort of comeback. Man, you can see that harassment, even with an IO in lane with him. The bristleback is being chipped away with a level 2 Fire Spirits and against Harry Muerta.
Also, a lot of harassment into mid. Again, we see this Pango Ember matchup we saw earlier in the event a couple times.
Yep.
This Pango can do some decent damage in the level 4 and 5 with just the swashbuckle spam going into the Ember, and then you get that fast diffusal off, you start burning his mana. This looked really Pango favored on this new patch.
Yeah, another matchup that is going to be very dependent on winning the lane and snowballing off of it. So Xtreme Gaming are going to have to get a lot done in the first 20.
There's also this curious question: do you go boots or some, fighting orb on the Pango, or do you just rush diffusal? Like, branches want diffusal. Get it out as fast as possible here. You do have IO to play with, so that gives you a little extra boost speed and regen around the map.
Knock the flag bearer away from the Ember Spirit.
I wouldn't mind just raw diffusal rush here.
Yeah, it does look like.
I think you need the early damage too. Again, your support duo is very low damage.
Thought so. And support Monkey King pretty easy to block out camp, so that is going to be the one advantage they have there. Malady pretty low. He's going to have to make a dive away. Almost dives there.
He did have a blood grenade, but he also had loaded, so or fairy fire. Excuse me. So many fairy fires in these early games now. You really have to think about trying to all in for these kills.
Yeah, you got to really be doing the math here on how fast you could burst down the hero, especially because some of them are going to have 2 fairy fires. They might pop one early when you go on them.
They scanned
second one off. Watson left alone as the Phoenix had to go back, and with X-Nova coming through the gate, they say, we've got a kill on our hands. FY gets low, but he does not give up the first blood. He'll die second as Soxa followed X-Nova through the gate, but arrives too late to have an impact.
Aggressive IO gameplay. You don't see it every day. Able to find a nice little kill up here on that Murtha. Snowball this Bristle even more. Nice turnaround for Soxa. I was kind of expecting him to make some rotation around this point, as you can just leave the Bat Rider alone. You're not putting pressure onto that Faceless Void. Effectively kind of a dead lane for Yandex unless you're willing to rotate the Ember down there at some point. So this Monkey needs to find some action, probably top in the pseudo tri-lane or mid.
Look at how low Chira Jr. is with Haste Rune.
Is this a solo
Nothing
kill?
to say. It's just going to run him down. Pops a Fairy Fire, but it doesn't change anything. Nothing to say.
Damn.
Just keep running at you.
NTS stepping up in game 2. This is going to be a really fast diffusal.
Massive pickup. Great play, but a lot of luck that comes from getting that power rune. Deadshot trying to push him back in. Doesn't actually get it. He maintains his back turn to the enemy, but does not get enough kills to get the pick off on Soxa. So he dies without a turn.
A lot of that was the pressure going in bottom. It forced Disruptor TP bottom. We saw the IO TP mid, so there was no support who could go top to help that Bristle. That's why Yandex man up on that dive.
They got to get the seal here, because we are going to see Yandex get aggressive on the other side. Notice.
Is IO?
They don't get off the Rolling Thunder immediately. He does manage to get the shield crash inside. Rolling Thunder, though, means he's going to be bouncing in and out of the shrine area and doesn't have any support.
Yeah, you
FY does get the other one, though, so that's why he was able to just let it be. Accept the trade-off.
XG probably still happy with how this is going. They just want this Bristle as farmed as possible. He's missing a little levels, though. That's the concern here. That death set XXS back quite a bit. The Void's free farming. Can you ever be too sad if you have a free farm Faceless Void? That's the strength of the pick. He's going to be able to sit down there. So all the action going into the IO lane, and they will
get another tether out. No, tethers to the creep, and will die. So this tri-lane situation is working out pretty nicely for Yandex. They took away one of the Lotuses, threatened the Wisdom Shrine, and almost got yet another kill. Had no stuns available, though.
Oh, the tri-lane's very strong in terms of that kill threat. The monkey off the map, it's pretty hard for XG to read, and it's just, Disruptor's not creating the same amount of pressure elsewhere. Like, what is X Nova's threat? I'm going to glimpse you into Chrono. This lane is
yeah,
not that scary.
And one by one, they just keep on walking into this lane, getting gone on. Of course, the Bristleback is a bit of a different story.
When he's full, it's very hard to make this play.
Yeah.
You got to chip him down and maybe bring Ember with a power rune or something. Or regen back up, going for a second time as the flank from the Disruptor. Now X-Nova, it's like, I'm done lingering bottom. I want to get some action done up here. All the attention on this safe lane, but there's the Ember TP.
And the jump in for the Monkey King. Soxa's already low. He's got to back away and let Chira Jr. do the damage. They've already killed the IO, and XXS turning his back to Chira Jr. as best he can. Here comes some Huerta delivering some damage. Rolling Thunder threatening Chira Jr. Does manage to clip him once here. Goes after the other backline heroes, though. Kills the Phoenix, hits Watson once, misses him the second time. Watson does manage to that match. Blood out Faceless Void. Chronosphere with a swashbuckle on top. Nothing to say. Picks up the triple.
Nobody expected Ame to be joining this fight. I mean, that is not even not even a Mom Void. He just comes in, Chronos gets a really juicy core kill. Well, I guess he doesn't get it, but NTS very happy about that fight. And now he is mega far. That's Diffusal done. That is going to be a 9-minute flat Diffusal here.
Yeah, man, he must have TP'd in late for this one.
The thing is, they had a ward down there, right? So Yandex, they saw these heroes coming in off that tier 1.
Yep.
And just get caught in a bad fight where the Ember runs out of resources. That's the biggest thing for them here. I feel like they just were missing mana on a lot of heroes. And the Bat Rider, we see him on the minimap, he's cutting bottom wave. He did not want to join that fight.
Ame, after joining in on that gank, he went through the gates back to his safe lane, but now is in some trouble. Slowed down by the dive, and noticed getting it on top of him with the lasso. He's dead.
Yeah, no chance if you get forced into the time walk early. These heroes are just going to run you down.
It's a much needed experience for Malady off of that, who is closing in on his 6th.
Got to keep Noticed in mind this game if you're XG. If this back can come into fights or kills later on where he can kind of dodge that time dilation and the mana burn, he's just going to run these melee cores down. And it's going to be pretty strong. They do have some nice supports against him. Glimpse can be annoying, the move speed from the tether. You just don't want to end up in these isolated scenarios. And he is the most farmed hero for Yandex, so they're going to lean on Notice pretty heavily here in these early fights.
Especially since the Ember Spirit is so far behind compared to this Pango. Hit him with the time dilation and see if the Disruptor can help them get a kill somewhere around here. Malady with a dive up top. They just need the vision for a glimpse, but no, they actually went for Notice. Nothing to say. He did come through.
Relo in.
Nice relocate play from FY's IO.
Putting that Diffusal to work here. Snags another big core kill.
Yeah, it's just going to make this... Because we already saw this in this matchup. The Pango is just kind of... He's constantly smothering you with these swashbuckle Diffusal Blade hits. And if you can enable him to be even more around the map and constantly on the map through some regen, that's going to feel pretty nice.
This is XG's playstyle to a T. They create these lineups where there's not an obvious move to make because you don't want to overextend against Glimpse. You don't want to overextend against Relo. Maybe the Chrono's going to come in at the end of the fight. And meanwhile, this mid hero is just chipping your resources, which makes it harder to make moves.
At the same time, though, will they get enough done to stop Yandex from hitting their time? He tried to get him inside the Kinetic Field, hit him with the Static Storm, but Kinetic Field doesn't latch. Gets out of the Static Storm, no problem. Still, the Rolling Thunder is going to be a threat, so it's not like Yandex are going to be immediately able to take the fight. Hit by the Rolling Thunder once, twice. Malady gets bursted down. No egg whatsoever. Feeling like he couldn't go for it. And Lasso holding in the Pango. Gets a little bit of help from the Void, but it's not enough. Time dilation, though. Maybe they can clean up something. Ember Spirit jumps back to his Ren that was behind the tier 2 and finally drops the Chronosphere. Going for Notice. Very tanky hero. If he gets enough bashes, this would be an excellent pickup. The highest hero of Yandex does go down, but now with a dead shot back at the side, Ame able to get the jump away just before the Boundless Strike. And XXS just zoning out some heroes, still at half HP. Ame even jumping back in to hit that time dilation. Malady went for the dive, got X Nova killed, and put a little damage on XXS as well. So in the end, was that kind of an even trade?
I mean, I gotta see the chart on this one. It was extremely even across the board. I guess the Faceless Void's happy he gets to live there, because that was very close.
Yeah, a little bit more gold and experience for Yandex off of that.
They took down the Pango. I mean, that's the victory for them. You're slowing down the strongest hero on the map right now. So the second you get Pango, you're kind of happy with that almost no matter what. But the fact that Bristle took down the Ember at the end, that's really nice for XXS here. Man, if you get Egg off here, Malady could have pulled the trigger, right? If he's trying to bait it out to the last minute, just doesn't get that ult off.
And I guess if he pulls the trigger early, like the IO's going to be able to hit it, but Ame was also sitting in the sides waiting to go, right? He probably just time walks in, Chronospheres.
What was this though? Zero bashing Chrono.
Yeah, he got it towards the end at least.
I mean, sure, it's saving his RNG for later perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
This, he should be dead here. This was disgustingly close.
I mean, that would have been a clear Yandex victory, but instead, kind of a bit of a trade here. And now the Muerta is going to be in some trouble. So in the last team fight, it was the Ember Spirit and the Bat Rider who died, and now the Muerta is going to fall as well, unless he can bailed out. No, Chira Jr., he tries to do what he can. He can maybe clean up an IO kill, chasing him down. Another slight would do it. Get burned out of all of his mana, though. Chira Jr.'s in some serious trouble, and XXS just charging forward. There's nothing to bail out this Ember Spirit. In fact, Zoxa,
now he's just
going to die alongside them. Best he can hope for is a kill on X-Nova. He's not even going to be close to it. His Boundless Strike is not enough damage.
This is an Essence Distiller Monkey King, kind of playing that support role, a little offensive potential, but once you're stuck in the middle of these cores, you're just kind of food. You're not offering a huge amount outside of whatever you're going to be able to farm in this game. This is core domination right now from Xtreme Gaming. They have flipped the script from that game one. Supports are still behind, but these cores are going to scale a lot harder. That's the scary part. It's not as if you're ahead like in game one and you're about to fall off in this TA scale. You have a Faceless Void and you won the early game.
Still top 3 net worth on all the core heroes.
We're going to smoke up Disruptor very quickly too, starting to get to those later levels. So 3 points in the Glimpse now. Amp damage on NTS in this play. This is
the most dangerous hero in the game for sure. And they're running right into Watson. Watson does have Pierce the Veil, but if he doesn't get it off fast enough here, he gets it off now, the Rolling Thunder, but here comes the IO relocate. So they're just going to bring all these numbers. He tries to dead shot, push him away from him, but he's completely surrounded. Back-to-back deaths for Watson.
Really nice smoke. They hit their target perfectly. They do see the reload top.
Okay, so yeah, next they're going to say, okay, not set up on that one. It's a Bristleback after all.
This is a consecrated Raps XXS Bristleback. He is extremely tanky right now. All the early Bracer, Treads, Wand build-up. You have an IO behind you. And he's about to have a Holy Locket on top of that, so the first heal item coming in for FY here. The map is getting scary to play for Yandex. They're not really able to get past the river. Afraid of the reload setup, afraid of the Chrono, afraid of the glimpses. Not easy to pressure this tier 1 mid.
Playing to their ward. They have a ward behind this tier 1 tower, so Xtreme Gaming just want to pressure towers, and if there happens to be any Yandex heroes in the area, they would root them out with a deep ward and a glimpse. Not the case here. Malady's able to dip on by with the dive. They'll just give up the tower while Sox does out hunting couriers.
Might get another one. 2 for 1. Had an Arcane Boots on it. Decent economic damage. You're going to have to rat this game a little bit here if you're Yandex. No way you want to take full team fights right now.
Oh, notice. He's taking some stacks here. That is really nice. And he's going to have BKB. Is that enough that Yandex could fight around it? Well, not if they're going to continue to get picked off. Malady, who managed to get away from that off-lane push, went through the gate still, gets found on the other side of the map.
Just no threat on these heroes pushing the lanes into them right now. Yandex either need Muerta to join the kill attempts, or like you said, maybe this BKB bat is enough to start running some people down and it helps them ignore the time dilation, static storm.
Yeah, I do feel like there's a world where maybe the Bat Rider with his BKB can just charge forward, lasso, pull somebody back into the Muerta, and
but do they die?
They bring down a single hero.
Do they die though? That's the question. Even if you lasso drag someone here into Muerta damage, there's a reload chance. There's heals from the IO. Maybe they get bailed out. Maybe Chrono comes in on top of it, and then you're just locked in a bad fight.
Yeah, maybe it's not worth it to try anything aggressive at all in that case, knowing that there's so many saves.
There's another courier snipe. You got 3 here. Some economic damage.
Yeah, that's going to add up, but a tier 2 already taken, 17 minutes. Xtreme Gaming is up 4K. Now, they feel like in a very dominant position. Not actually up that much net worth, though.
He had the BKB that.
They're doing their best to rat out the map, and notice having to use the BKB just to get away from the relocate.
It doesn't feel great. You do have your early fighting items. The Mage Slayer on the Ember, the BKB Bat, Maelstrom on the Muerta. In theory, if you're Yandex, you do kind of want to take a skirmish right now.
Yeah, it's skirmish, but you're not stronger than the enemy, so what does that skirmish even look like?
But then what is your next time? It's Silver Edge Morth? I mean, this is an entire Silver Edge away.
It might be. I mean, it might be a game where they just have to rat for a solid 10 minutes or so. Malady, and off the... he tries to change the angle. Oh my God. Okay, Ame, that's some hate. God damn, drops the Kronos here to make sure Malady is not going to escape, and they get the kill. But the Bristleback is surrounded, so there's the little skirmish that Yandex find. A worthy trade for Yandex.
Oh yeah, that's mega worth. I mean, you traded Phoenix for Chrono and Bristle. Super happy about that.
And he had a killing spree too.
That's true. They got some decent gold off that.
Yep.
And
so
into
now
the
it's only a 3K lead.
Okay, those are the kind of moves Yandex need to make. They need to split the map. Keep farming these back lanes with the Bat Rider. He was thinking about something there.
Doing some calculating in his head or what? He's saying, what have I done to Ame to make him hate me so much?
Probably lost in a pub or something.
Very possible. Ame's gotten some pub beefs before. Sucks like you didn't want to down couriers, man.
That's number 4.
I mean, this man knows when to change up his play style.
Oh, can you get the glimpse?
Tried so hard, but ends up missing out.
The rat action's getting a little annoying for XG. I thought they'd be able to catch a bit better. You have Disruptor Isle. That's where these heroes are supposed to do pretty well.
For sure.
They're just not finding the lockdown. They don't have the ward's division right now. Sox is being really annoying in their jungle, giving a lot of information.
And it's even worse that the Bristleback was the one to get picked off earlier, because it's the hero that they probably think to themselves, okay, we can put this guy out on an island. You know, Yandex are not going to go for him. He's just too tanky. Not the case. They showed they can bring down this Bristleback. It was just going to, in general, limit the efficiency out on map for Yandex. Making a dive for FY, just trying to stay away from Ame. And FY, they're going to commit to the egg. They will have the damage, but so will Yandex. Trading out support for support, but Chira Jr. had his mana burned away by nothing to say. Now there's going to be some objectives on the table. They're about to get some damage for Roshan, but Tormentor is also up.
So this is where the game can start to accelerate for XG with their lead. Especially, as you mentioned, the Bristle can continue to push the lanes in solo. That's what's giving them map control right now.
Yeah.
I feel like Yandex really want to take XXS down every time he shows alone. You're a little worried about the reload threat. In an instance like that, the IO's going down. Does seem pretty juicy. And a shard for IO.
Good pickup.
Can give you a little extra damage and heal.
Yeah, I feel like the heal is definitely the bigger part of it right there. Any extra heal he can put into the Bristleback or the Faceless Void, allow him to live long enough to get off the time lock.
Yeah, now he's all of a sudden pretty farmed, right?
Yeah.
He's got mech, he's got
mech shard.
He is kind of cruising here, level 12 as well.
So Tormentor gives them a bit more of a gold bump. It's not surprising. I think it's just kind of like the way Xtreme Gaming play. They're so blunt in their way they approach objectives and play the map. That once Tormentor is available, once they feel like they're strong enough to do Roshan, they'll start bumping up a little bit in this lead. But otherwise, when the game stagnates, the Yandex, they seem to be able to play the map a lot better.
This is the strength of XG's lineup for them, is their confidence in the scale. So that's where Yandex need to start thinking about, you know, how are we going to itemize to hit a timing in this game and take control back? What does that point look like for us?
Yeah, it's not just about trying to equalize the net worth, but gaining a lead with this kind of lineup, right?
I think it has to be Shadowblade for Watson, allowing him to join the fights, like BKB Ember, and you're finding initiations with Bat. You're dragging the Void or the Pango into the Chain Silence damage, just bursting them before the reload can come out. And then you can take that 5-on-4.
Okay, so just another minute or two and expecting Yandex to start getting up the offensive.
They're close here. They're, 1,000 gold off on a couple heroes, so you're looking at 3 minutes or so.
And if they could do well enough with that, it could even be Yandex taking the first Roshan. But a smoke from Xtreme Gaming.
They're ahead.
True to their style, stick in the 5-man, not giving Yandex any more pick-off opportunities.
Massive power advantage for them right now if they find anything, and if not, you just force the Rosh. So they're taking advantage of the fact that Yandex are a little bit behind on all these little timings.
They don't see any heroes, so straight to the Roshan Chira Jr., though, on the other side of things.
Maybe he can do something sneaky here.
Xnova might be able to catch him. Kinetic Field goes out, wrong spot for it, and he slides and jumps away, knowing that it'd be too easy for him to get just Chronosphere or Static Storm.
They give it to Ame here. I do think there's a discussion about this Aegis. Like, who do you want to give it to in this lineup?
Yeah, the Pango would be, I feel like, a worthwhile, just because he is also in that situation. High damage, but can be bursted down.
I almost kind of want to give it to Bristle here.
Really? The Bristle back?
He's not the true carry, but he can just play so aggressive with it. I'd be a little tempted. I'm not sure I would do it, but...
Getting spotted out as they come through the gate, but the first hero they're going on, it's the Pango, stuck inside. Oh, nice save with the relocate. Get him back up to the high ground so he can get the Rolling Thunder off. Malady, he gets stunned by that Rolling Thunder, does manage to get off the A, got off the Spirit, but with the Manta, easily able to get away. Notice, unable to escape. Yandex, they tried to ambush Xtreme Gaming, thinking, they took Roshan. They're going to split the map, right? Some heroes are going to come to bottom. Other heroes are going to push out mid and top. But Xtreme Gaming stay as a unit. They stay with that 5-man.
If you can't drag someone into your entire team at this point, you don't have the damage. You have to respect what this IO can do, both in terms of the reload and the sustain. Map is going to start to crumble pretty fast for Yandex if you bleed the Bat Rider especially. He's the best hero to keep out on the map in terms of some sort of threat. Bosch play like that, going to set you back considerably. Now you're just falling back on the Watson Silver Edge timing. Like, you're hoping that this Mortha's going to get there, be able to break the Bristle, give you some sort of opening in the fight.
Yeah. You know what's interesting with so many, I think the distortion field is actually kind of a problem. Caught Zoxa, and he will have his TP denied from him. So another pickoff for Xtreme Gaming. Oh, bound the strike using the shard to get away. 2 more seconds. Nothing to say, trying to tag him with damage before he can jump away into the trees, but Zoxa is away.
Okay.
That's how it goes. That support Monkey King is an elusive hero.
Easy escape for him. Continue to cut some waves or look for some couriers. 3 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Ame about to finish Mjolnir. His damage is going to skyrocket here. Approaching that level 20 talent, too. That's where this hero becomes absolutely terrifying.
Malady is probably just going to try and cut here. Yandex just trying to slip past Xtreme Gaming where they can to get at the next creep wave that's pushing in. Cheer Jr. will not be able to do that mid. Malady did go for it bottom lane, immediately countered.
Yeah, they saw the Phoenix.
Managed to get the neutral creep denied, though.
Okay, that's something. But it's about the map control, right? You see Phoenix just reload. Like, nobody is getting past the river this game.
They know Yandex is not really fixing for a fight, so you don't have to hold that relocate for anything. Just catch these heroes out on the map as quick as you can, and they leave Ame to it in the mid lane.
Still thinking about that.
Still running over.
Doing the math
running over in his head.
They might catch something up here. Yeah, they found Cheer Jr. He's going to get stunned.
Rolling Thunder hits him. Cheer Jr., does he have any opportunity to BKB and get some remnants out? Is it worth even trying at this point when he's still low on resources? Another remnant goes away, but yeah, he's just going to hold the BKB saying, you know what? I think you got me.
That's one of those instances where I agree. It's almost better just save the remnants. Just tank the death. Ame on the hunt.
Oh, the neutral creeps. Ame knows they're all dead over here. And he's going to follow the trail of dead neutrals all the way to Watson. He's going to catch him inside the Chronosphere. Easy pickup.
XG playing this map beautifully right now.
Yeah, they just turned on a dime and just shut the whole thing down. It felt like Yandex was doing a good job of kiting them around, and all of a sudden, it's just like this 2-minute window has just completely shut Yandex out.
Another reload top, looking for the bat. Does have BKB here, but they're going to be happy to force it.
Yeah, see if they can get him out of him, and they do with enough slows. BKB down on the other side, mid lane.
Got glimpsed
out of his own ultimate. Zoxa will be given absolutely nothing.
This is turning very quickly here. This is what we've seen from Xtreme Gaming, I feel, the entire tournament. They lose game 1, you got some confidence, you go into this game 2, and all of a sudden, it's like you're playing against a completely different team.
Yeah.
And they don't seem phased at all about these game 1 losses. Like, you look at these cams, XG, they're chilling, they're having fun, they're playing the map. Very different style from game 1, but they're executing it perfectly here. And they're playing with comfort, right? They always have that Ame Faceless Void to fall back on. Like, everything they're getting is just a bonus, right? Well, this game should be way harder than it is right now, so we are absolutely chilling here if you are Xtreme Gaming. And now it's absolutely all in on Watson. I mean, this Mortha is going to have to do some crazy heavy lifting.
No BKB. So they're going to glimpse it back. Notice is going to be dead as well here. He can't even get through as the kinetic fence is going to block him out alongside the field.
New shard. A little extra control and annoyance in the team fight.
Leaping faster and faster, now making a play through the gate.
They're just always looking for the next play here.
not stopping to hit any neutrals, really. Just pushing in lanes and hunting down heroes.
Yandex also hunting, though. They have that silver edge.
Oh, but look at this. They already have made the read for it. They're going to bait out nothing to say. They've got some supports behind them. Okay, it's X-Nova spotted first. That just means the Rolling Thunder gets to be the opener.
Just gone?
Static Storm on the Muerta. They're going to go for the 8. They've got that well in hand, and so is the Muerta. Not going anywhere.
That was your Muerta time. He did 500 damage with a dead shot. I mean, XG just have their number in this game.
How does this team just do such a brutal 180 from game 1 to game 2? I mean, this is just such a harsh shutdown, as Yandex have been given absolutely nothing.
They are
tier
on a
3
run.
hitting barracks, and Yandex can do nothing to stop them.
This is Ame taking a Rax at 30 minutes with a Faceless Void. Didn't even have to use Chrono for it.
Oh yeah, he still has Chrono.
And he hit that level 20, so now his Chrono is even
alongside
more
the BKB.
disgusting.
You can't kill him. He's got heavy amounts of damage.
This game is getting shut down extremely fast, so you have like one more opportunity here if you're Yandex to try and find a lasso initiation on a big core target, drag him into the break, and take the fight under Supernova Calling. That's your best bet here. You have to find a core lasso connection. All unnoticed.
Reaching. Not going to find much. Extreme have already retreated back behind their side of the river and huddling around their tier 1 tower. Extreme just have such a good read of win these smoke plays, right?
The read of this game has been insane. They caught everybody they wanted to catch, and now they're just dodging every single play. There's nothing you can do there if you're Yandex. I mean, unless you're willing to run Monkey behind the tier 1, just sacrifice him for vision. It's not going to be a fun time.
Pull out Greaves next for the IO. What else do we got?
Octarine coming for Pango soon.
Oh, he's going back for... oh, okay. He changed it up. For a second there, XXS was thinking about, you know, why not a plate mail against this Muerta? But
just scale here, right?
Yeah, he's going to go BKB instead. Rejoin the Ame Faceless Void with this smoke, who put together their 5-man team fight.
There's still this tier 1 mid. And it's causing Yandex a lot of problems trying to make these smoke plays as tier 1 mid standing. We saw the issue earlier. You have to run back towards the bottom of the map. NTS is a little alone here if they run into him.
Yeah, if they have the vision for him. They spot him. He blinks back. Swashbuckle getting back to his team in a scramble here. Yandex not able to get the punish.
Got to get a combat. Bad rider angle. If you can find Ame, that's amazing.
X-Nova spotted. No, and they're going to go through the gate, but if they get caught halfway through, Sox is going to jump in, jumps out. Now this is really awkward. Only 3 of the heroes will remain on the side of Xtreme Gaming. They're quickly swarmed by the full of Yandex. Now Ame has come back into play. Managed to get back through the gate, hits the nice Chronosphere that locks down the Muerta, kills the egg, but he can't get back through. He's got a time walk down to the low ground. Kanshiro Jr. chased after him. They've left XXS to play in its float right now between these 2 courts, ramping up the quills. Look at the damage, amped up. Ame comes back into play, and they're able to wipe through Yandex. Even in a 5 versus 3, Yandex can do absolutely nothing. They get 2 supports, but the cores, they're just too big.
The cores are way too strong in this game, and the damage is split across all of them. It's not as if you can take one of them out of the fight and suddenly kite the rest. They're all carrying a part of the load here. Chrono for an egg, it's good enough. You keep your cores alive, your supports go down early off a really weird gate rotation. I mean, that's probably the best opening you're going to get here if you're Yandex. Some heroes go through the gate, they have to come back. It's super chaotic. XG aren't really sure what's happening, but they're just so damn tanky, it doesn't matter.
IO just relocating to give the boys some heals. Top everybody off to make sure they're going to be okay finishing off this lane of barracks. And now just 1 remains. It can go back and do Roshan as well with a BKB now.
Yeah, why not?
For the Bristleback.
Bristle's been a menace.
Yeah.
We'll see here. I mean, as good an initiation you're going to get. You get the start on the Isle. The Monkey scouts it out. You get a guaranteed Supernova. Or do you? Ame's just going to solo kill it while the rest of that fight's happening on the side.
And the Muerta has her entirety of her ultimate kind of controlled in that Chronosphere as well.
Yeah,
so even if you couldn't kill the Muerta, she wasn't doing any damage doing her ult.
No, I don't think Watson's been able to really play a team fight on his terms at all this time. And you have nowhere near the same amount of resources at this point in the fight. It's a mega kill streak for that man right there. He's having himself one hell of a game on this offlane Bristle.
And just get one more pick off before we hit the final high ground here. Nothing to say. Killing spree for him and Aegis for Ame, and a 22,000 net worth lead for Xtreme.
He's got 5,000 gold in the bank. Pick what you want here.
Oh yeah, he could just buy out the Scotty if he really feels like he is untouchable. After all, he's got 2 lives. I don't really know how they work through both of them. Like, there's a world where, like, yeah, maybe lasso into the Muerta ultimate, they can kill him once, but that second life,
it's
those
brutal.
abilities on cooldown, like, is it even possible? He's got 3,000 HP.
Drag him in the fountain, maybe, huh? You can bait him back there.
Chira Jr. trying to assault the back line here. Just wants to pick off on one of these supports with his BKB. Will not be able to get it. Okay, Chrono unnoticed. He did get off the Ghost Scepter, though, as the Chronosphere expires. So they didn't get the most for this one. Ame, though, is just completely fearless. Jumps in for the Phoenix and will kill the egg, giving up his life in the process. The Bristleback has already done so much, and he wards down Watson. It doesn't matter which core it is. XXS is swinging, and he is knocking Yandex out in this game, too.
He's just looking to take a couple more kills away from Ame, so he has the best KDA at the end here. XXS working him in that fight. What a game from XG. This team is on something this event. This has been one of the more impressive lower bracket runs I think we've ever seen. To lose so many game ones and be on the ropes, and then just time and time again, flip the script. You hit that switch, you go into the zone, and you just turn it up in game 2 to such a level that it gives you momentum going into the game 3, and it feels like they just punch teams so hard in the game 2 that they can't recover. Yeah, like, what just happened? Now we have to adjust. Sick draft adjustments, sick ideas with some creativity on the new patch. This is another one where, like, I have my doubts about this draft. I still do looking at it. I'm still not sure if it's supposed to go this well.
Yeah.
But they play it to perfection here.
And Yandex are probably real a little bit. I mean, Shell Shock, they had such a great game 1. To be hit like this in game 2, I'm sure Sox is looking back at it, and it feels like the matchup against Tundra. We're only getting to play 30% of what we can
absolutely.
show.
And maybe something Yandex is going to think about is they had a lot of flex potential. Even after all 5 heroes were picked, you could still play support Muerta. You could play support Monkey. They were even talking about the offlane Monkey, right?
Yeah, they were supposed to have the gotcha.
Exactly. Sometimes when you have so many options, it means you're not focused in on what is our draft doing with option number 1. And it sometimes just gets too confusing for yourself. So we might see something more streamlined from them in game 3 in terms of, like, let's get Watson his hyper carry. Let's get a hero in mid that can enable our supports and play through him. A more streamlined Yandex in game 3 is what I expect out of Xtreme game 3. Who the hell knows? I mean, take your pick. It's going to be some crazy draft from Jowie again. And you're going to have to be ready for it.
Another laning phase victory from Xtreme, and better late game, but they didn't need to go there. They just steamrolled through this game, too.
And the script continues. Lose game 1 and to win at least game 2. Now we'll have to see what happens for game number 3. And consistently, Xtreme happened to make this series a comeback with some new heroes up their sleeve. FYIO is a treat to watch. I don't think I've ever seen an IO be so effective at cutting down Monkey King trees, but boy, was this a clinic. And all of Xtreme, Amar, I have to say, this is a great comeback.
I mean, before the game, I said like how Dar should be winning the lanes, but to be honest, this IO4 is so broken in. I actually completely forgot that it just changes matchups. With the Muerta into Bristol, like it's favor for Muerta, and Phoenix is like he's a decent laner, but to be honest, IO is so broken that, yeah. And the mid matchup, I guess Ember just doesn't skill Flame Guard, so he just gets absolutely destroyed by Pangolier. So yeah, that actually just changed the game, the fact that they can win lanes. And their late game is impossible to beat.
Yeah, every time we've seen Pango versus Ember, it has not looked good, and we have Quinn backstage, so this guy is like the Pango expert, and he just keeps saying like, dude, I can't believe people keep picking this. It doesn't work. Like, Pango counters Ember, and the more we see it, the more it looks like that. Maybe there's like a little bit of a skill diff between the two mid laners, like nothing to say. Pango is one of his best heroes, if not his best hero. Chira, people have, you know, CJ, he's had his lane struggles in the past, so maybe there's a bit of a diff there in this particular matchup, but it does seem really good. And I think we are seeing some heroes that are just overtly broken. Io, like you said, seems broken. Some teams were first phase banning it. I feel like it probably could slot into that category if it's changing matchups like this. And yeah.
Your first phase is getting very crowded with support bans then, because they're already permabanning Rubik, seemingly. They're permabanning Venomancer, and the other one was Slardar. So Purge, if they're going to slot in an IO, then all of a sudden XXS is having free reign.
Yeah, it definitely makes things harder when there's that much stuff to put together, for sure. And the IO didn't even have like the most amazing pairings. Like the Leshrac is the most obvious one, the tiny one historically, but it kind of just seems to work in any draft. I do have some clips I'll show you guys. Look at how much they get done in the early game. I mean, we're 8 minutes into the game. Bristleback is getting extra regen. He's getting more survivability. IO does die here pretty quick here, but the extra amp that he's giving his team is very helpful. And ultimately, what comes over is the Pangolier. With the Fusel Blade finish, you just do a ton of damage here. Rolling Thunder is just fantastic at this phase of the game. And even though Muerta's not supposed to be taking any physical damage, and she does when she presses her ulti, she just got bullied so much in these early engagements that things were tough. And even Ame rotating over, look how much the Swashbuckle is doing, man. It is just crazy. He didn't even have the Fusel Blade finish there. And then 13 minutes in the game, even though 0 damage to the Muerta, do they care that much here? They're just still killing him. They're disrupting him. He's doesn't have high mobility. He's just getting ran down repeatedly, and the pressure that XG was bringing on Yandex was repetitive. And there were so many moments like this where Ember's skirmishing, and all of a sudden he's just out of mana, and he gets ran down, and the hero's just not good anymore because he's getting so much mana burn. So these continuous engagements from XG just was getting them further and further ahead as the game cascaded. But this fight was probably one of the biggest ones here, just because they lost 0 heroes. Great relocate, showing the value of IO. It doesn't have to be the perfect parents. You're saving allies. You're helping your teammates get easy kills, some of which are going to be eggs. So just overwhelming advantage from Xtreme Gaming that they took all the way till the end of the game.
It's definitely showing the strength of what these heroes are capable of, and Bristleback in the right hands is also a force to be reckoned with. So Amar, now that we've seen 2 of these games, are there any heroes that you are considering to be, you got to get rid of them, or you got to start thinking of a strategy against them for game 3?
Yeah, I think it's what they should both be looking at, like at least if they don't ban the heroes, like trade, like if someone wants, like just play IO against Rubik or Rubik against IO, like whoever, like if you have best pick, you just take the better one. And yeah, if you have a ban, like I don't know if they can like remove the Slardar or something like this, that can just ban IO and stick to their guns, let's say. But I feel like just ignore this Phoenix, or just ban IO for Phoenix, because to be honest, IO does destroy Phoenix.
And it's completely destroying lane matchups as well. Now we get to push it the distance. Game number 3 of this lower bracket final. What a treat that we have. Though, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, the final game of this lower bracket final.
If you don't give up, if you don't give up, you can get it done. If you don't give up, you can get it done.
Absolutely, my friends. You know you love it. It is Hootie time. It is time to Kahoot. If you have no idea what we're doing here today, there will be a QR code on the screen if you are in the arena. Scan that QR code as soon as you can to enter.
And if you're watching from home, feel free to play along, but there will be no prizes for you. You must have made the effort to travel to Brum for this glorious final day in order to win something. Otherwise, it's just a bit of a laugh, innit? And they gave me the gun this time, Slacks.
That's right, Period Flax. As soon as we have, let's say, 1,000 Kahooters, we'll start shooting off some shirts. What do you think?
Sure.
All right. Now, do remember the rules of Kahoot, my friends.
I do.
You guys need to hit that button fast. First person to get it gets the most points, and it has to be the right answer. So you want to really scan that question and pop it in. We're already up to 700 Hooters.
Oh, I love Hooters.
That's great.
Kahooters.
That is so nice.
Kahooters.
So much Period Flags. All right, we have 10 more seconds. Here we go. Can we make it to 1K Kahooters? Everybody at home, please let us know.
Come on. Get your in there. We're getting so close.
Come
Please,
on,
I get to shoot the gun. I'm so close. Just a few more.
Launch the shirt! Safety off, pumped up, get ready, Kahooters. And this, today, will be about debuffs. Woo! There we go. Debuffs today. Oh my God, we just nailed the producer. That's not good.
I hit the sound desk. Sorry, guys.
Which among the following abilities is not a strong dispel? Is it repel, a pathetic shield, false promise, or dark path?
Slacks, I need a reload.
Reload! Reloaded!
Thank you.
Reminds me of my Left 4 Dead days.
Reloading!
Let's screen that. All right, here we go. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Repel is not a strong dispel. Timeless dog. Wave your arms.
If a teammate is under the effect of the following abilities, which one would allow him to be denied? Oh, this is such a good question.
Ooh.
Viper Strike, Venomous Gale, Magnetize, or Maledict?
Ooh, that's a good one.
This is not a good one. This one's so easy.
That's a tough one.
Do you know?
It's Maledict.
Don't say that.
Sorry.
You're tricking them. It's not nice. Or are you? Load up the next shot on the t-shirt.
It is Venomous Gale, of course.
Don't say that!
If you get it wrong, you're far too late.
Don't say that! They won't know it is Venomous Gale. Everybody knows! Sorry if you did not know. That's Sturdy Scorpion.
Sturdy Scorpion.
All right. Go ahead, Period.
Among the following debuffs, which one has the longest duration at max level? Noxious Plague, Ice Blast, Corrosive Haze, or Nightmare?
Nightmare!
I'm gonna shoot a t-shirt while we wait.
Pump it up, bud. PSI is increasing. The safety is off. Do not aim at our Oh, wow! You shot in the one place that no one went. Hey, we got it! All right, so we got it. Well done, well done.
Someone got it.
All right, answer coming up in 1 second. It was Corrosive Haze.
Corrosive.
That was tough. Well done.
Charming Crane takes the lead.
What is the longest possible stun in the game considering talents and optimal circumstances? What does that mean? Optimal Is it Sacred Arrow?
I mean, so yeah, it's clearly going to be...
Fiend's Grip, Shackles, or Dismember.
Does optimal circumstances include items?
Optimal circumstance in my game is my carry isn't an idiot. So we'll see about what that is.
I thought optimal circumstances in your games was you weren't communication score banned.
Optimal game for me is not low priority from reports. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jackals. Oh, it's Fiend's
Oh,
Grip.
it is because of Bane's new talent.
Oh, my boy
Come
James is here. He
on.
should have got that right, James. I'd be ashamed if you got it wrong.
I'll reload you, don't worry.
Reload, please.
We'll reload at the end. All right, don't worry. Among the following abilities, which one cannot apply fear? And there he is, what a beautiful guy. Spirit Siphon, Cinder Brew, Savage Roar, or Scream of Pain.
What?
Which cannot apply fear? Does Cinder Brew apply fear?
Cannot apply fear.
So Spirit Siphon does. Savage Roar does.
But don't say what does.
But it's too late. If you haven't got it already, you're done.
Savage Roar is just a stun.
It's got to be.
I don't know what Brewmaster does. I can't micro. Who
Scream of
knows?
Pain used to fear it.
Why would someone be afraid of drinking? Scream of Pain.
Who said so? People are now so Cinder Brew doesn't run.
Okay, Charming Crane.
Charming Crane, where are you?
You were ahead the entire time. You had a 3 streak. Raise your hand, Charming Crane.
Where are you?
Mr. Crane? We got it over here. Come on down. All right, Period. I'll reload.
All right, reload.
All right. When this guy walks up, just shoot him right in the face. Don't even warn him. Hey, come on up, Charming Craig. Come on up, buddy. All right. Welcome back, my friend. Oh, my God, you shot it right at him. Congratulations, you win this beautiful bag. No, come back.
Wait, no, keep coming.
The real prize is this bag that's full of air.
Have an air bag.
From the event.
It is time for the last game of our lower bracket final. Yandex and Xtreme going the distance just to make it to a date in a best of 5 with a Tundra. So every bit of energy that you're expending in this series is time that you're not getting to focus on the grand final, and more data that Tundra is getting on your ideas, such as T, welcome back to the panel. Now you suddenly got to worry about, oh, Xtreme Gaming, they got IO that I need to worry about now.
No, I love the pacing of that second game, right? The fact that you have IO also going like max orbs, right? Like when was the last time you saw the little balls of fury spinning around, pressuring in the lane? You know, he's hugging the bristle, hugging the pango, just making moves. So yeah, I think XG once again, sure, they're absolutely shit in the first game, but the game 2, game 3, my God, they come alive.
You'll love to see it. It has brought them success thus far. Let's see if they can keep the good times rolling. But as much as I'm saying that teams are getting data for playing more games, Purge, it feels like Xtreme Gaming are just adding to the list of heroes that they are apparently very competent on.
Yeah, they've always had a pretty wide hero pool, and getting the right pick for the game is definitely very important for them. So if they leave Ami for this last pick, it's something they've been doing since TI and even before, and he gets the right hero matchups and the rest of the heroes are solid, it just feels like they're going to beat their opponents. So I don't know why they're just outdrafting everybody, but it just keeps happening.
And Amar, we talked about it at the end of the last panel, but it seems that maybe this IO and Rubik might be the idea, but I feel like Rubik was only really a Parivision thing, and then Xtreme Gaming were like, all right, we'll give it a shot. Do you think Yandex would prioritize Rubik themselves?
Well, I mean, Saxa is a very good player, so I think he is able to play Rubik. I don't think he is ready to play IO. I don't think he's ever an IO player, and I don't think Mradi is a Venom player. So they probably, it's either they will like give them Slardar, or they will just first pick Rubik and ban IO. Like I think this is like the two adjustments that probably will look to make.
And then in contrast, do you think Yandex are still going to prioritize this Phoenix or this Bat Rider as their first phases?
I don't think it's as scary as the other ones, to be honest. And Pango will also be prioritized because they banned it the first game, but this time they might just pick it. Like they might just also prioritize first picking it.
Interesting enough, XG, of course, have been second pick in all 3 games, and also Radiant in all 3 games. So when the coin flip has happened, the priority has kind of settled that both teams are very happy with what they've been given. And of course, XG going from game 1 to game 2, the main change was game 1 they banned Jakiru, game 2 they banned TA in the first phase, and that was a really good adjustment. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same 4 bans from XG as we saw in the last game.
And now with Venomancer and Rubik allowed to go through by Yandex, Xtreme Gaming need to figure out which one they enjoy more, or if they'll continue expanding their pool.
Ooh, I'm already wrong. What can you do?
You know, Phoenix gets first phase banned out by Xtreme.
I guess the Phoenix was problem for them unless they have IO. That was their idea.
Yeah.
And they don't want to ban Venom because Rubik counters Venom. So I just say like they'll just first pick Rubik and they wouldn't worry about Venom. Or they just pick, yeah.
Well, it's going to be Yandex taking the Rubik. And I believe they haven't played it yet.
No.
On the new pack.
In fact, I'm going to go see when the last time Saxa played it, period, is.
I mean, it's a quintessential 4 hero. I'm sure he's going to be fine on it. It just does a lot. It's pretty safe to pick early. This is maybe one downside, though. It's going to be a creep to bully. And if you keep them a little separated from the hero, at least both of you won't get fade bolted, which is kind of cool.
And here it is right from XG. We saw that they are very good at just absorbing other teams' drafts, like we said earlier in the pre-show. Enchantress, a hero that was kind of like a struggle for them yesterday. Now, you know what? We can take it ourselves. So I'm looking at XG to bring that pacing, play the strong lane, twin gate, take the towers. So for Yandex, start building some heroes that can just handle the expected Enchantress pressure in the early game.
I mean, removing the Doom factor from first phase is like removing 1-inch counter, so they could take some Bristol, like a hero who just like is very tanky against the inch to like salvage the Rubik matchup, or like play to kill the lane with some. Yeah, I don't know what kills lanes, to be honest, on offlane nowadays, so it's not really as easy to pick, I guess. And they'll just give Amel aspect, so yeah, safe lane is just very secure for them already.
Were you sad when you saw Doom get buffed? Like, do you want Doom to be an average hero so that you can play it and show how good it is? 'Cause, like, when I see the buffs to it, I'm pretty sure you're going to be upset, right?
Well, for our team, that's how it works. If my heroes are just fine or good, they're like, it's the best they can be. Because when they're broken, they just get first phase banned, and I have to ban them against other people.
Yep.
So, like, I don't play them, and I have to ban them.
Yeah.
So, like, it weakens me as a player. Yeah.
And I did look up the statistic. This is a very interesting spread. So Saksa actually has Rubik as his third most played hero of all time in competitive, but he has a 46% win rate on it. I do not see most played heroes be sub 50 very often.
Yeah, it's kind of rare. I would say maybe one thing about it is that Rubik's heyday was a little bit before Sox's time. That could be it.
Or Saksa's prime, rather.
His prime.
Yeah.
His most successful years.
Does hero win rate factor into your drafting, Amar? Because obviously at the hero level, you have to be higher level. Of course, the old OG meme. If a player has a low win rate on a hero, do you go, no, I'm sorry, mate, it has to minimum 52% or something?
Yeah, I mean, my only hero that has bad win with good pick rate is like Sand King. It's like 44 or something like this, but I still pick it,
You have a sub 50% Sand King?
Yeah, I mean, my Sand King is like awful. That's why Marvin just ends up playing it the whole time and wins TI with it, So, like, yeah.
I've tried Googling it before, the Amar site. It's not very good results.
Well, the Sand King does get banned out in this game along with FY's Tusk, and with the Rubik being stolen away as well, it seems like FY is going to have to spread his wings a little bit.
Yeah, the Tusk being banned, I think, makes tons of sense. It just is very, very safe at the beginning of the draft. Lets you change your draft as you go. Makes you very flexible. And TA is also removed, which is a very strong carry for Yandex. Maybe Watson's best.
I would say so.
Would be good at blowing up the Enchantress. That was quick. That was quick.
Velocity.
That's why he's not on the panel.
Weird.
Actually, he's
Jenkins is on his way to
he's on his way.
you right now.
Yeah. Be ready. I mean, for XG, though, whatever it is going to be for the 4 position, I just want to see that additional pressure. Like, I want to see an offlane combo that can try and kill the enemy carry 5. Again, you don't see it, so you are picking blind, it's scary. But I want to have that mindset from XG that, XSS and FY, like, they can click their buttons level 2, level 3, and that will invite the Enchantress into the lane. If I see a passive offlane that wants to pull waves, I am worried the Enchantress could get lost in a game, right? So I want to see that kind of forward-thinking double pick from XG, and already with the Bristleback, you are kind of moving in that direction.
Yeah, gives them the potential to dive. You can definitely pressure carries very effectively with this hero. I know you played Bristleback a little bit this tournament, Amar. How do you feel he fits into this draft so far?
I mean, Bristol is kind of a hero that you just first pick. Like, you don't really need to see any hero. You just pick and you kind of just need stuns around this hero, and it's kind of easy to like play as long as like you don't lose the lane, or like when you lose the lane you have like a comeback, like you just go back to the 2 camps, because Bristol is like one of the best heroes to farm them. I think it's really fun to just pick this hero anytime.
So how does it change the draft though? Because I feel like a lot of drafts center around like a stunning offlane hero. Does it put you in a weird spot now that you have Enchantress and Bristle as your first 2 since you're lacking disables?
I mean, you definitely need to fix it with like your mid and position 4, which what we actually do with this hero is a lot of how we draft. Like, we have Snaking on Inch and me on Bristol, so they just need they just do the same again. They had Disruptor Pango, they're just gonna like pick 2 heroes similar. It's just which ones are more stable. Because Sand King and Pango band, which is like the most stable mids, and for position 5 they probably can go for Disruptor again. I don't know, there is something else.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, the Venomancer is still in the pool if they want to go back for that one, but
that's
not
big
really
cup.
a stun.
Oh, fair play, boss. That's a double cup. That's
Nice
a lot.
try. Nice try.
For Yandex, though, all right, the flexibility with their heroes right now is a little scary, but the pacing that they bring, when Ench wants to step up to a tower with a creep, you are going to be jumped by the Marcy, by the Tiny. There's a lot of ways for Yandex to kind of like skirmish you early on. And XG, they're going for some classic combinations, but no stuns yet. Amar, of course, was talking about how important it was to lock down heroes next to a Bristleback. Right now, it's all just kind of you got to run at them, but you're not actually locking them down in any way with the first 3 heroes of XG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the mid has to do a lot of work. I guess it's gonna be some Ember and Storm, but I mean, I don't know if like Shiro Jr. would play it, but like if they do pick, I think Husker would be a very good choice for Yandex.
I've not seen any Huskers yet. There've been a couple like...
Oh, it's your hero.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker.
Who's the core? Is it Caudle or is it Spirit Breaker?
All right, boys. All right, and girls. In the arena, be ready for the fact that Aghanims on Spirit Breaker is a little silly, right? Zhao 8 at one point in his career, he started putting the mid Spirit Breaker, the offlane Spirit Breaker. Are we going to see it here? Probably not. But be ready for the Aghanims. It is actually broken. Maybe not this event, but next event, people will be talking about it every single time. Keep her light though. I'm expecting to be the mid laner, personally. Just shove the wave, you can play into the tiny, and then you bring that pacing that Ancient Spirit Breaker want from a mid laner. Sure, it's not lockdown, but I don't know. Is Solar Bind even a thing anymore? I can't remember. Maybe it's not. Is it a thing anymore? I can't remember.
It is, like it's the spell. He just doesn't have the other one.
Perfect, wonderful. I completely forgot what he did whilst I went on that monologue, so that was awkward.
The facets are gone. It is confusing.
Yeah, no worries, but either way, that is a scary run at you lineup.
Definitely has very good early game potential. The Tide is going to be a little bit harder to kill through, however. Definitely frontline a bit. Put a nice Ravage down to buy some space for Yandex to make good teamfight decisions. Where are these heroes going? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, Yandex, like Watson can play both. Like, I mean, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, the Rubik has to be 4. Or like,
Tide's 3, but is the Marcy carry or?
yeah, the Marcy can be carry or 5, I guess, and the Tiny is mid or. I mean, I say that Tiny is middle already because Shiro Jr. plays it a lot, and I think they just picked Kotal to steal it actually. When I think about it, and Marcy is either gonna go. No, Marcy cannot be playing carry right now. They removed the 2 hits mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Marcy is meant to be the support, right? You bodyguard up an ally and then you just kind of go in together.
Does Bodyguard's different though now, right? Does it give you armor additionally?
It's a barrier?
Oh, it's a barrier? Okay.
Yeah. Up to 300.
Okay. You used to barrier your bodyguard your teammate, and if they got attacked, you could attack the guy that attacked them. It was something like that. That got removed, I believe. So it's a little different. But you can rebound an ally automatically now, if you wish.
I'll bring it up again because these last phase bans keep having it happen. Is Medusa a concern for Yandex, or can Marcy go Diffusal Blade and you don't need to worry about a 24 Medusa?
10 seconds.
It's kind of an interesting thought. I mean, they can pump the mana into the Medusa.
Yep, Coddle Medusa.
And I would say they cannot really worry about Medusa because they have like no stuns, no knockdown for Medusa. So like the hero Xtreme that needs to pick is like kind of independent. Because like he's only playing off like 1 Spirit Breaker, and like they have Bristol, they have Ench, they have Kotal, like everyone is Spirit Breaker with stun.
Do you want Ame to have a stun? Because yeah, it's basically just Spirit Breaker with a stun right now.
Not necessarily a stun, but like an independent fighter. I mean, they banned Ursa is not a stun, but he's an independent fighter.
Sure.
I mean, then bring back the Beastmaster, right? Sure, Tide can be a bit awkward, but if you are Beastmaster with Blink, you go past the Tide Hunter, finding the Marcy or Tiny, whoever the core is going to be, and then you have simple Coddle partnerships, right? I amp my Bristle or I amp my Beast, and it could be a way just to really, amp up this tempo that XG has.
Yeah, I mean, the Beast picking it to Tide sounds bad, but to be honest, it's actually, the lane is good for Beast. So I would say, like, to be honest, they can do it. If like he sees a good carry matchup with his Bristol to fight together, I think it's fine.
I was really worried you said it'd be bad. That'd be awkward.
Loxa did lose his mustache, unfortunately, for the stage matches. That could affect his gameplay here.
His center of balance is absolutely fucked right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Xtreme aren't confident that this Marcy is the carry, but it looks like Yandex are happy sending it there, and Void Spirit will be the mid.
So it's Tiny Marcy lane together, and Rubik Tide. Or they might swap subs, I guess. I don't think Manati plays Rubik, but yeah, they might just swap the lanes or something like this.
10 seconds.
And now I would say that lockdown is even more important if you're dealing with a Spirit hero. Void Spirit does not have very much to worry about, especially if he's laning mid against what we're assuming is the Coddle.
Yeah, the Xtreme pick looks weird, because to be honest, both drafts look weird.
They do.
So weird. I don't even know what's happening.
For sure.
I just feel like they're going to struggle to get value out of the Tiny as a 4, especially Tiny plus Tide.
Tia Governor, genius.
Thank you very much, Amar.
They do indeed get the Beastmaster, and it will be going into the Tidehunter. Watson's playing the Tiny, so it's Carry Tiny.
And it is mid Cottle then. Oh, there was like such a sliver of hope. I was going to scream into this mic if it was mid, but it's fine.
Okay, does Carry Tiny change your math, Amar? How are you feel about this hero?
Yeah, I mean, I played like a ranked game with Watson yesterday, and I told him, please don't pick Tiny today.
You literally told him?
I literally told him,
oh my God.
Please don't pick Tiny.
Did he pick it?
Yeah. So like, no, in the game he just picked something else.
But you warned him, when you go to the stage, do not pick Carry Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I told him to play Tia and like 2 more heroes, and he won with Tia, right? But like, I'm not sure about this Tiny carry. But it is good against Bristol. Like, it is a good Tiny game too.
Is the build still like Echo, Silver Edge, kind of playing more like a hunting style of Tiny, or is there a different build that we're missing now?
I mean, I don't know what other builds, because I've never seen this hero. Like, I played also, and my team also played. Like, we never saw this hero in carry. But I would assume against Bristol, he does need silver. So yeah, he will go Echo Silver and try to burst. And against this new item, the Magic Resistance, the Wraps.
Consecrated Wraps.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that. It might not be that easy.
Not to warn you or anything, guys, but I think Amar might be right. Watson has a 36% win rate on the Tiny. Only 11 games played, but just to throw that out there, they have picked a kind of maybe one of the weaker Watson heroes in a potential elimination game.
And on the other side, the Beastmaster has been quite effective. It doesn't win every single game, but it's certainly solid. It's hard to say what's going to happen. The drafts are kind of weird. A lot of heroes in positions that haven't been proven yet.
Yeah.
Some weird roles. Spirit Breakers in the game. There's a Coddle mid. Like
a Coddle mid.
So much is in the air.
I'll make sure to read the patch notes on Coddle before I do the post-game analysis, don't worry.
I mean, there's a lot of tanky boys. What Tidehunter plus Tiny, I feel like Coddle with a fast vessel should be able to get stuff done in terms of these side lane pressures. And Bristol and Enchantress creeps and Spirit Breaker, they're going to be able to run at their opponents big time. So that's one good thing going.
But that's the thing though, when Ench makes the move, right, if there's a ward on the Twin Gate and you're anticipating it, a Marcy or Rubik, any hero that rotates into it, if you have the numbers and kill off the Ench, you can really break a Ench's game before it gets online. If you lose the early tower, then the mid tower, and you allow the game to kind of cascade into this tempo for XG, you have major problems. And I think Yandex, they do have the heroes for it, but it's about the efficiency of like the first 4 minutes of the game, so they are ready when that, the inevitable kind of mass will kind of hit your tier 1 towers.
Which is going to be a Coddle rolling up, a Beastmaster rolling up, an Enchantress and a Creep rolling up, Spirit Breaker coming from behind you probably at some point, and Bristol back as the tip of the spear.
They do have a crap load of stunts though. Like if they mis-execute this dive, they've got to deal with Telekinesis, they got to deal with Avatos, they got to deal with Rebound, they got Ravage, they got the Void Spirit. They're ready to punish these mistakes and layer a bunch of stuns.
I guess we didn't get to touch on it too much, Amar, but why the Void Spirit as the 23rd?
I mean, Void Spirit is very good against Cottle. Like, he should win the lane. Like, I think if he wins the lane, I think like they slow them down very hard. He buys Vessel against, he will kill Ench and things like this.
Let's see if the speed converts as it's time to get into the final game. Let's get it started.
The final game of the lower bracket final. I just want to get a gauge of the crowd here. Who wants to see Yandex in the grand finals? And who wants to see Xtreme? Oh. And who's here to just have a good fucking time? Glad to hear it, because we hope this game 3 will be a good time for you guys. We have had a bit of a one-sided stomp on both sides. I know, a pause is never a good time, but we'll try and fill it where we can. But a one-sided stomp in game 1, kind of one-sided in game 2 as well. Where do we go from here, Avery?
Who knows, man? This is, again, XG flipping everything on that table. They went with probably the fastest lineup I've seen from them.
Yeah, what is this? Wait, we do Faceless Void carry in game 2, and now let's just rip the Beastmaster carry?
That's why it's super surprising me, because I feel like in game 2 they said, okay, we want to have the better scale, we want to be able to play our defensive reactionary lineup and then take the map over, and this is like, no, we're going to play mid-coddle and run you over in 10 minutes. You're not even going to be able to play Dota. So, power to XG as they just continue to surprise, I think, everybody with the styles they're busting out. I'm sure this Beastmaster pick is there's probably half the people in the world who are like, yes, Ame Beastmaster, and the other half are like, dear God, no, not Ame Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So really anything can happen with it's a very volatile lineup. And they gave Yandex some really strong heroes.
Oh, X-Nova, he chose Impetus level 1. He doesn't have the heals. He does have Fairy Fire, though. And should be fine.
Level
but
1.
Yeah, this really going to put the pressure on this Tide Hunter.
I have not seen this in a long time. This used to be an old school build when it was a little stronger. You could just spam offlaners out of the lane.
Yep.
It is a effective spell against Tide. So there's some argument for here. Maybe you just push Notice off the early waves completely with Axe plus Impetus spam.
Yeah, I feel like if you only have one, it's not going to be good enough. If you only have Axes or only have Impetus, it's not going to be enough to stop this Tide Hunter. They're going to jump on X-Nova. But again, he's got enough heal in the back pocket. He's perfectly fine.
I'll see if the attrition can add up here for XG. I still think getting Tide and Rubik is pretty disgusting. I think it's one of the things that maybe shoved them towards the Beastmaster. Get a hybrid carry who's not going to go in and try and right-click into Anchor Smash plus Fade Bolt. That sounds pretty tough. I'm still a little bit worried about XG playing against all this damage reduction and how tanky Yandex's lineup can potentially get here.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot about how you think this Fade Bolt is just busted. But it applies to spell damage as well.
Look, I don't know if Rubik's broken, but this spell is absolutely broken.
There goes that Fairy Fire. X-Nova survives another bout with Noticed in Soxa.
Someone's gonna die down here.
Yeah, Noticed getting lower and lower, has to pop his own heals here, and he's out of regen.
There is no way someone doesn't die on this lane in like the first 2 or 3 minutes. It's a spam war to try and win that first blood.
An early healing salve had to be pulled out to the Tide Hunter. Got a bash on Malady here, being blocked in.
Bash.
He's in big trouble. The Avalanche slows them down, but he got the goo, and that will ensure it. First blood goes to FY.
Boot Spirit Breaker, cleaning it up with some goo stacks. XXS back on this Bristle. That's got to be a vote of confidence here because he did work in game 2, and I kind of like the Bristle here. Again, I know the Tiny can break him later on and be a good matchup, but I think the Tiny also gives Bristle a good lane early. I think XSS is going to get fat here, and he's against 3 melee cores and a melee sublane. There has to be an annoyance there for Yandex in terms of we have to deal with XXS on this hero again. He's probably going to have the wraps. I think this hero is one of the best consecrated wraps users in the game.
Without a doubt, yeah.
You get early bracers, you get the treads here. HP just goes up so fast, and that item just makes you a beast. It's a scary hero to play against. And he has Coddle that can give him some buffs here.
Yeah,
what support Coddle, but
why did we go for the Coddle mid? What do you think about this hero?
Oh, it might be a misclick, honestly.
Could be.
I have no clue where mid Coddle came from because I did not read this patch and go, oh, this mid Coddle's back. You know, it's looking great. He's going to go this Vessel build. Maybe there's some like sneaky item build you can go on this hero with some of the new, like the Crochet, and just go into your Ghost Scepter and you're slowing people and they're getting solar bound and no one can hit you. Maybe there's some crazy stuff you can do with that. It is still a very fast hero. It can farm lanes against almost anybody, but he's not winning mid. Void Spirit is one of the better laners against this, as Amar mentioned.
Yeah, he's killing it. 17-9 versus the 12-2. I mean, this is a very one-sided affair here in the mid lane.
That's why it's curious, because I think normally, at least historically, when you play mid Coddle, it's because you see some mid hero that you can just abuse the hell out of.
Right.
And you get mega fat, you run around the map with a super early Vessel, you take that game over. It's not a hero that traditionally scales that well.
Or at least a mid hero that is abused by Solarbind, right?
Yes.
But
Solarbind is good against Tiny here, and that's kind of it. It's not. The Tide has natural Dispel, and the Void Spirit doesn't care about Solarbind too much.
And they even have double repositioning supports, which is kind of interesting. Both Rubik, if he gets his shard, and then the Marcy being able to throw heroes around here. So
definitely a lot of questions in this draft, but ultimately these game 3s and clutch scenarios come down to execution. They come down to gameplay, and Void and XG execute in that game too. So if they can repeat that, they're probably favored with almost any lineup, right? It's about stepping up here as Yandex in a very dire situation.
So the Tide is 22-3 in CS. Here comes the charge on Watson. Slow him down, a lot of ghost stacks, so much minus armor. He's at -6 right now. The Quills burst him down with ease.
And this is my concern for the carry Tiny is the lane. Like you're playing into this offlane burst, so I feel like you're giving XXS so much freedom. Rubik is not a lane-winning support. This is not the Malady Warlock. This is not the Malady Jakiro, right?
Right, yeah.
Rubik is going to pay off in the mid-game with insane Fade Bolt, but he's not winning you in this lane. It's a very different setup for Yandex than we're used to seeing, especially on the previous patch, which means these other two cores, Inchira Jr. Notice, they got to step up here, have a good laning phase themselves, and put some pressure on the map.
Yeah.
So far, notice top of that CS chart, He's doing quite well down here. The impetus didn't really pay off for Xnova.
Well, it both did and didn't, right? Like, he's top CS, but he's actually not that good at net worth because he's had to blow so much on resources, right? He bought in infused raindrops. He has ferried out that early salve. I'm sure he's brought even more regen since then, so he is not that far up in net worth. In fact, the Bristleback is ahead of him, despite the Bristleback not having the same kind of CS because of the kills.
That's one way to look at it. The best defense is often a good offense. If you just get them low, there's no pressure going into Ame down here.
For sure.
In that sense, it's securing the lane. But it's Void Spirit at the top. Tier Junior having absolute free farm mid, top CS and top net worth here. He's going to have a very fast earn.
And he's going to need to get more done with it than we saw in the upper bracket final, because he also had some good starts there. But Ame from behind, Malady shows up, Fade Bolts brings him low, telekinesis toss back, and the rest of the team another round of actions. Ame is still low, they finally get the hit in to finish him off. But now, Sox is certainly going to die, and Notice is going to be pretty low as well. FY battling it out, Notice still has his Kraken Shell, activates that one, stops taking any damage.
You gotta get the fish.
That's true, gotta go back for those fish. Impetus
pick up the fish.
maybe with the Ogre chasing him down, they can still get this one. One more impetus,
no,
he's not going to be able to get it. He's got to run. Nothing to say he's on his way, though, with all these low health heroes. Picks up a Lotus, Stolar Bind, first to go out. Jiro Jr. with the haste rune, though, has already cleaned up the support. Will chase back the Coddle, hits him with the Remnant, pulls him back in. Even Deether. Now look with the body blocks, nothing to say. Low enough, Gush. They missed with the stun, gets the heal off, nothing to say underneath the tower. Will finally die as Jiro Jr. picks it up. The charge from across the map is coming. These heroes are low. They're going after Ame as well. Hit the magic wand. Here comes that charge. It's Notice, but Jiro Jr. cleans up Ame with the pulse. And now Notice, look at him. He's not taking any damage. The Kraken Shell is too damn thick. The boy's too big until the impetus finally finished them off. But Xnova, he's going to die again. Jiro Jr. is feasting an ultra kill, and it's only resources that will stop him from a rampage.
He got so much value out of this earn. 4 earn charges going out in the middle of the fight. He still has 2 left.
4 earn charges and a 4,000 net worth.
Got 4 astral steps off. 3 pulses, 3 remnants. That is just the Void Spirit dream. You come in here with that 6-minute power rune and just clean house. He is giga fat out here. Holy. He is. Whatever plan you had with this mid Coddle is out the window.
Yeah.
Like, you were supposed to be dominating that early fight with the blast, healing people up, dealing an insane amount of damage, putting your earn to use. Instead, all of a sudden, you have a very poor Coddle and a very rich Void Spirit. Yandex extremely happy about that exchange. We just saw the power of the Tidehunter sitting there with this Kraken.
Yep.
He absorbs so much damage.
2 levels of it early. And the only bright side for Xtreme Gaming is that XXS's Bristleback is second in net worth, still free farming up here. But it's nothing compared to what this Void Spirit has gotten. The charge going after Malady here. Didn't get the telekinesis to stop the charge. Use it on the Bristleback instead. If FY can get enough body blocks to allow another round of goo, gets the bash as well. That was crucial.
This guy's bashed
collect the kill. Yeah.
FY in the zone. Having himself a pretty good early game here, all things considered.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, you're looking at it as like, yeah, the Bristle's farming. I look at it as XG took a fight with everybody but the Bristle, who is the strongest hero here in the early game. It's Yandex fighting on their offlaner instead of that game 2 where all the action kind of was around XXS. Big difference here in the early stages. Might get a tower off this. Enchantress always looking for these tier 1s.
Yeah, they might be recognizing that fact and saying, okay, we got to play to our Bristle now. Let's bring both supports up there. Let's pressure this tower. And if Yandex want to fight us for it, we'll take it.
I wonder if XXS will go bottom after this, though. There's an opportunity to kill this tower and then defend your own. This is a full HP tier 1 bottom. A Tidehunter is taking through right clicks. It's not that efficient right here. You have an opportunity to win some map control.
It's also heavily risky, right? You're going to be taking him to a point, a lot of Yandex heroes, and there is an amp damage on Jiro Jr. So
that's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, if you get isolated down there, Jiro Jr. is going to come collect.
He already has Vessel.
Yep.
Okay. He is ginormous right now. He has amp damage Vessel at 9 minutes. This is insane. Anybody he finds is just guaranteed dead. There's a reason XG are vacating the premises here around this mid lane. They do have a ward that scouts out some of this action, so that ward is doing some work right now.
It is. A lot of wasted time there for the Yandex trio in mid.
Does NTS have his? He also has his. Not the worst timing considering he didn't get anything out of that fight. Like you said, still a lot of space going towards this Bristle, so XXS going to have to do some heavy lifting here for XG, and this game got a little weird for them because, to me, their lineup is early game domination. Like win lane, Snowball with Enchantress taking towers, Coddle running around the map. We haven't really seen any of that. It's been Yandex all the way in this game 3 after that bottom fight. So how much does that matter for XG as we go later and later here? We're going to find out. Maybe they wish they had the Spectre or the Faceless Void right now.
Kind of back to chilling. Which does not ever feel great for a Coddle.
Also worth noting that Rubik charge interaction did get fixed.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
A little bit, yeah. So you don't get like the AoE on the bounces, so you can't just charge people on a creep wave and the entire server explodes.
Yeah, we're not going to see Malady rushing Ags or anything here.
But it's still a pretty strong spell to steal. So this is those little interactions to look for. How much can FY do with the new and improved Spear Breaker versus Malady? Looking for some strong spell steals in this game. I mean, if you get the Roar or the Axes, it's pretty nice here.
The smoke move, disguised by the fact that Notice has just been pulling the wave and farming those extra neutrals. So Ame thought he was going to be fine farming down here. Got off the Roar, makes a run for it. Ticking to the Spirit Vessel, will still fall.
She almost got out of there.
That was a close call.
Nice little pickup for Chira Jr. Bristle's at the top, but this Void Spirit's controlling the game right now.
Yeah, it's not like XXS can really do too much right now. He will have the wraps pretty soon, which is...
That's his time to start joining the game.
But how do you inflict any sort of presence on this game?
It's tough.
Like, you've already taken the mid tower, so it's not like there's anything to go there.
I was about to say, that your best point of attack is you swing this offlaner around mid.
Yeah.
And just take the fight around the objective. It's already gone. It's maybe even hurting you a little bit in some sense there.
Especially if it's only going to be support sitting there from now on. FY hits the charge, but Chira Jr. does manage to dodge it with the Assimilate, and FY, he's going to be punished. Nobody can sit down here at this bottom tier 2 area with Notice cutting the creep waves constantly. There's pressure on the tower. There's creeps dying underneath the tower. And it feels really bad for Xtreme that nobody is there to be able to collect it.
Kind of surprised they haven't tried to put the Coddle down here or something if they're not going to look for aggressive moves, because no one can stand on this lane against the Void Spirit. He's just going to sit down here. The map setup for Yandex is really nice right now. They're just getting to farm everything top with the Tiny getting solo XP. He's already level 10. The Coddle's not making moves. Now you're going to try and get him involved right now. Have Solarbind, level 4 on the blast. Can you bring Tide down?
5 heroes running at Notice. They're even TP'd in XXS onto the tier 2. And if you're Notice, you're like, all right, guys, you can have it. I'm not even going to try and blow Ravage for this one. Congrats, you got me.
5 for the one Tide Hunter.
It's a little inefficient.
Yeah, it's a little inefficient. He's a high XP hero to kill. Like, again, he was level 10.
Soxa just immediately pops his ultimate to pressure the offlane tower, because there's also the Wisdom Shrine in a minute. So if you're Xtreme, you got to start planning this out. Are you committed to playing in this side of the map? Are you going to go for a steal? And in that case, Yandex, I mean, they could very easily fight you there. They still have the Ravage.
They can also just plant the Tiny, kind of see what's up, maybe go for their own with this Tide Hunter TPing in bottom. Not the most mobile lineup from XG. If you know where the Bristle is, you're not afraid of too much.
Yeah.
Upon this plane,
Consecrated Wraps for the Coddle, too.
25 seconds to go.
This is...
Yandex make their move. They smoke up, and they're going straight to that Wisdom Shrine steal.
I like this idea. They saw the Bristle back up bottom. They know he doesn't have TP because he TP'd into that Tide kill.
Yep. Yeah, you're just going to
Coming
be
up
missing
just
one of your
now.
crucial heroes. There's just no way Xtreme, I think, can win this fight.
They have to TP everybody instantly, including the BB.
The Remnant, it's going to catch. They
Oh,
managed to
boy.
get the Spirit Breaker initially. The Avalanche over the cross on 2 different heroes, and the Coddle's already low. Chira Jr.'s chasing after him. A heal to try and help him out. He's got one more step. A Remnant to land, and that'll be enough. Kills the Coddle. Will not be able to make it out, though. Axes land on the mark for Ame.
What about the
A
Shrine?
quick little steal. Soxa, he gets inside. TP's away. Oh, he got roared in just the last half second. But at least he steals away the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, it's probably worth it for him to get the Shrine.
Yeah.
The sad thing for Yandex there is that streak went to Ame. He got the 7x Wicked streak on Chira Jr.
Yeah, fast Ags as a result.
That really helps his game out. That's probably the #1 hero you wanted it on there.
I can't believe that fight went as well as it did for Xtreme, considering they don't have the bristleback early on in that fight.
Yeah, he got there last. His TP did come up in time, but he didn't TP till he TP'd to Outpost here. So it's, again, kind of a weird decision from XG. Like, they're debating whether they're going to contest this. Then there's more heroes than they think. The bristle flank, so he ultimately gets a good fight as the BB here.
Yeah, he probably just figured there was, since he was last to TP, there was just too many TPs.
It would have been
going to be so delayed that you might as well get Outpost, see if you can collect an extra kill, which in the end they did, but it was through Ame, not through XXS's bristleback.
Yeah, hard to tell if Yandex are happy with that. Probably not. They probably wanted a more dominating team fight for themselves, and particularly losing the Void Spirit streak there, that hurts a little bit. We're seeing the recovery here from XG's core. Suddenly this Beast and Bristle are picking up some power here.
It did be noticed was free farming on the other side of the map at the same time, so even a 2-2 split, Wisdom Shrine steal and notice free farming. He is almost picking up a pipe.
He's a big boy.
A lot of that damage goes out the window for Xtreme.
Really have to respect the Tide in this game.
You can still threaten him with the bristleback though. Immediate Ravage, just all in on Ame. They throw every bit of damage they have to kill him and start backing away from this bristleback. Oh yeah, he was. He managed to get the toss to free him there. Nicely done. Charge on through. Finished off Malady. Did some decent damage. The XXS is repping it up here as he's got a whole lot of mana. The Quills are stacking
backline,
through.
though.
He can just keep on chasing after them as long as he doesn't lose out on his backline. Chira Jr. unable to execute, nothing to say just yet. Hit him with the blast. One more step. Gets through. TP's away. And he is going to be able to get away. He's good for now. XXS keeps on moving forward. He killed the Tidehunter. Now looking for the kill on Soxa as well. Good coverage with the Avalanche to get the TP away.
This Bristle's an absolute menace. They have no answer for him here until that Silver Edge is online for the Tiny. He's just rampaging through the fight. No one's even attempting to touch him.
Yeah, nor should they.
He dealt 2,000 damage to this Tide. Just runs him down. So half of that damage from the Bristle is just killing Notice, who pops the Ravage early, which, yeah, that feels great. You kill Ame, but then I feel like that's a green light for Bristle.
And I think we saw Chira Jr., like the misjudge, right? He was able to kill Coddle really early on in the last team fight, but now the wraps are done on the Coddle, and he's also got the Ash Legion shield, just a little bit of extra barrier, so it was a very different scenario when he commits his full kit.
I'll pick up the Enchantress here. More Vessel charges.
Whoops. Throw him outside of Avalanche, not that it matters, they'll get the kill eventually.
Got to keep finding some action for this Void Spirit. Keep him scaling in this game. You don't want to end up in a scenario where you're Tide and Void fall a little bit far behind and you're trying to just play 4 protect 1 for a carry Tiny.
Yeah.
It's not the type of game Watson wants to enter. Closing in on that Silver Edge, so he's going to have a nice timing on it.
How did Watson get top net worth, though?
He's a Tiny.
I guess, yeah.
Tiny does what Tiny does here. Sleep through that jungle pretty fast.
Yeah, he's got a pretty huge CS lead over anybody here. Breaking the 10K marker. Trying to use this Tiny. Put some pressure on the map, push out these waves. Xtreme Gaming staying huddled up, though. Just like we've seen before, playing around each other pretty heavily, making sure they don't give Chira Jr. free coverage on power runes.
His Coddle heals have been doing some work in the fight.
Another round of wraps. Okay, notice.
Yeah, there's number 3.
Yeah. I mean, isn't the bristleback still kind of a problem for him? If he's too far out on the map, I don't think the wraps changes too much with that interaction.
No, it's just a pretty bad matchup for him. He wants to dodge that as much as possible, or you're just bursting this Bristle down, and there's your Tiny Silver Edge. So that option is available. And that's the easiest fight for Yandex, is if you get the break, you make it a 5v4, you take the highest damage dealer out of the game for XG.
Break the Enchantress. Didn't get the toss on the Enchantress, and as a result, no, he still got the kill. Due to the break, doesn't have to worry about that slow attack speed. And these TPs from Xtreme in response, not going to catch him. He's already out.
It's also a level 1 Nature's Attendance.
Yeah.
So this Enchantress is a lot squishier than we've seen in previous patches, or how you could skill it here.
Maxed out Impetus and going Dragonlance. You definitely see Xnova feels like he's got to help put the threat on the Tidehunter. I assume the game plan is him and the Bristleback XXS. They try and make it so the Tidehunter just can't sit in the front lines and be invulnerable.
Definitely part of the game plan here.
Still going to stall. 3-man smoke from Yandex. Where do we go from here?
Both teams want to get a fight into the Roche.
He shows in the mid lane. We got Watson backing him up with the Silver Edge. He's going to join in on this smoke.
There's no BKBs on the side of XG, though. This Ravage just seems so terrifying to fight into.
Means they're going to stay away from the Tidehunter. They smoke down to the lower half of the map. Yandex are going to chase after him. Notice they're just going to take this mid tower by his lonesome.
Yeah, he's bluffing it right now.
Xtreme Gaming, FY, his smoke is going to be broken, caught by Watson. So at least Yandex gets something out of this smoke. Well, they get more than just something.
Yeah,
they get a tower and a kill.
Because they left the Tide mid, it's pretty decent here.
Yeah.
Especially since XG, I don't think they hit a creep during that entire sequence. They're just trying to dodge the play. On the Bristle bottom.
Still managed to get both the remnant toss back and the break. Really nicely done by Yandex. This Bristleback is not as tanky as he thought now that Watson is a part of the equation.
You can't stand down here anymore as that BB. Earlier in the game, sure, but now Yandex, they show everybody down here. They get a quick kill into the tower. This Tiny is starting to take this game over, 5-1-2. Watson in his element right now. He's gotten some decent value out of the Silver Edge already.
I can't believe the carry Tiny is doing better without the IO.
Yeah, he really is. He doesn't have the brick tether to him taking all his XP.
I guess so.
He's level 16. I think he's already higher level than he was in that game in like 30 minutes. Makes a big difference for this hero. They're going to go straight into Tormentor. Very efficient map movement here for Yandex. And that's why we're seeing this lead build considerably.
Yeah, once again, it feels like Yandex are... they have a better read of timings and when they're stronger, and they're able to play the map better during that window. Xtreme Gaming did just pick up BKB on Ame. They're going to try and sneak in a little Roshan here, knowing that they're on the other side taking the Tormentors. That you can have the Shard, we'll take the Aegis.
You got to get some objective here.
Yeah.
Like, you can't lose every objective in the early game with a mid-call. You're just not going to have enough gas to power into this mid-game.
Yeah, that's a good point. They are down 8k with mid-coddle. This is going to be awkward, though. Inside, notice jumps in, hits the Ravage too late. The BKB already went out from Ame. Still, though, they might be able to win the fight, even against this Aegis. Slowing down Watson. He's been solar bind. They're going to use the roar on him. They want to kill Watson. That is #1 target for Xtreme Gaming. Do they have the damage to be able to cut through him? Just the AoE is killing Stoxa right now, and Watson's cleaving through hero after hero on Xtreme. They took down the Bristleback rather easily. Chiro Jr. chasing after the Coddle with help of Stoxa, who didn't quite die. A blast will finish him off in the end alongside that solar bind. Back to Malady. Ame on the second life will run down the supports, but the Tiny is still getting away. He Silver Edges into the 9th.
Tide is so strong with the wraps on the front line. Until they have a break or something, I think putting damage into him is almost pointless. Like, yeah, you're going to get some AoE damage from Blast and Bristle, but you cannot focus him down. This Tiny's also insanely tanky, too. Ame doing some decent damage. Makes pretty good use of the Aegis. Had a perfect BKB timing. All you get is supports. This lead's going to continue to build here now. 8k for Yandex as their big boys on the front line. Too much to deal with right now.
Yeah, this could have been a time where Xtreme Gaming off in an Aegis could have brought back some of that Everett lead. Avalanche is a problem for this poor Spirit Breaker. Does manage to get the charge through, though. Not quite enough damage. Will this tree kill him? It's going to be a lot, but he had the extra heals, so he's good.
Where do you go from here if you're XG? I mean, that's the big question. You don't have the Aegis to play the map with. Are you confident scaling like you were in Game 2? I'd say you're not.
Especially with, I mean, Yandex aren't even going like early BKBs or anything, so they're still going to have like a really good mid to late game timing.
Yeah, they're playing for the long haul. This Void Spirit's only going to get stronger. And he's going to be a big problem for the Coddle on the backline. Chiro Jr.'s just been hunting NTS out of every fight.
Yeah, look at him go. Playing on the enemy side of the map, searching for heroes. The smoke may go undetected, though. Got to get a good initiation. They could be on the high ground here. Chiro Jr. runs right into them. Hit him with the charge. He actually went for the roar on Stoxa. It blew up Chiro Jr. What was that damage? Oh my god. I thought, it was like roar really on Stoxa just to stop the rebound, but they had it well in hand, apparently.
Well, he got triple bashed off of... Is there like a unit there?
Look at XX. He's just hanging around in the tier 2. Care in the world.
Well, that Void Spirit got messed up.
Yeah, 1,200 damage with the solar bind, and then he got blasted. Yeah, I mean, that's
he just bashed it.
Enables so much damage if FY can get some bashes.
Yeah, that was charge damage into Nether Strike, and then he bashed him on the one hit after. So he basically got a triple bash, 800 damage Oh, that's pretty nasty. I thought maybe he got some bounce off a creep or something. But no, that's just the power of the breaker here.
Yeah, they got a lot of weird movement, including that alongside the blinding light.
I guess there's some hidden scale here for XG in their support duo because you're building this edge to do right click. We've seen what Spirit Breaker can do in this patch with an Ags later on. You can bounce some heroes around pretty considerably. Maybe that's the X factor here to make up for the Coddle potentially falling off. Don't want to give too much to these supports. There's the Ags for the Void Spirit though, so this is really scary for XG. You don't have a lot to deal with the silence pulses going out. Chira Jr.'s already been a menace in this game. He's just going to jump your supports, jump your Coddle, take him out of the fight completely.
Put the anchor on Almek. He does have BKB, so he's not too scared of anything thrown his way.
You have to go Silver Edge on the Beast this game or something?
I feel like you might.
I don't know how you deal with Noticed here.
I mean, he would help you play the map as well, which is not the worst, because this game seems like it's going to be stalling out. Unless Yandex just take over here, which maybe if they kill this Bristleback.
Nice setup.
Hit him with the break, hit him with the avalanche, combo it up. They got through the wraps pretty quickly, got him to half HP already. Holding on to telekinesis with Chira Jr. joining in. It's an easy pickup for Yandex.
Another nice find from Watson. Definitely the best showing of this Tiny we've seen. A lot more effective than the other game they dropped against Tundra. So showing us what this hero is capable of. And he's just creating so much space around the map because every time he's off the map, you're afraid of where this Tiny is.
The anchor on the Coddle is a whole lot more threatening, though Ame was in the area. Hits him with the roar on Stockstead. The big damage threat quickly take out that support.
Arcane Rune too. So some reduced cooldowns here for Ame. And keep their mid-hero alive. And there's the BKB for the Breaker.
He's about to pick up his shard, which is, I think, one of the big spikes for this newer Beastmaster. Every single one of these hits giving him the Wild Axe's amp.
Yeah, he really likes to go like shard into a lot of this attack speed.
Yeah.
Just turn him into a traditional right-clicker almost.
Under attack.
Again, you have to remember, though, you're playing this Beast into Rubik plus Anchor Smash.
Yeah.
You have your BKB duration to play with, but your damage is going to get reduced in these fights considerably for these melee cores.
Yeah, man, there's even a possibility now that he gets to level 20, you get the Fade Bolt damage reduction, another 12%. 36% reduction.
It's a ridiculous
damage.
talent.
That's crazy, man.
It's Nova. You do not know how close you were to death.
Wants to do a little enchant rat action. Off the TP way.
Would not be surprised if XG try and dodge until Roche is back on the map, and then they take that objective-based fight.
Okay.
Don't think you want to get sucked into random skirmishes right now. They haven't been favorable. There's not a lot of vision scouting this Tiny. I think Watson, has he been scouted on a sentry once in any of these plays? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just been moving effortlessly through the map somehow. If they can get to Octarine on Nothing to Say and use that around a Roche pit, that doesn't seem the worst. If it's in a preset area and Nothing to Say is just able to get blast after blast, it may be enough to, take away the Tidehunter advantage. It's just going to be balling in the pit, but if they pick off Nothing to Say before he can get that...
Great ward, setting that play up. Just never got killed here. Easy jump for the Void Spirit.
Look at Watson go. He sees, okay, we got the pick off in the mid lane. Guess what? I'm TPing into tier 2. I'm scouring the edges of the map to find another.
This made this map so difficult to play. He's going to close in on a full Satanic. He has 4,500 HP on this Tiny. That is a lot of strength right there.
Yeah, that is going to be nasty to get through.
Again, Yandex just tanking up. All their heroes are going to continue to become harder and harder to bring down here.
Yeah, saying you're going to run out of damage before we run out of health.
I think the most effective games we've seen from Yandex are when they hit this 30 to 35 minute window. The ball comes online. That's why they love Tidehunter so much.
Yeah.
He thrives in that area of the game where his tank is so hard to deal with and you don't get to the late game DPS that most cores need to break through it. You just end the game in that window.
Most dangerous part of the game is coming up for Xtreme. Can they get to the items to push through this? Or can they even maybe get the advantage when it comes to this Roshan fight? Potential Roshan starting in a few seconds. They just continue to get picked off around the map.
Yeah, that was a big kill too because that was his dieback timer, right?
Yeah.
So 70 seconds here, it's as if he's a level 20 Enchantress or something, which he's not. It's off the map for a long time.
Oh, the Courier's going to be scouted here. If they picked off that Courier that was trying to get the Green for the Coddle, would be nothing to say is luck right there.
Middle tower is under attack.
They got it. The reduced cooldowns are finally here for nothing to say. You don't quite have level 18, but this has got to be one of the stronger periods for this Coddle.
Is he going to be able to play a long fight, though? The Coddle needs a long fight, and everything about Yandex are just bursting heroes they run into.
Yeah, everything about Chira Jr. especially. But he's got a lot of frontline. Spirit Breaker, Bristleback, Beastmaster. If those three can cause enough chaos,
you have to hold that front line for dear life here.
Yeah.
And of course, the Void Spirit can always just find the Coddle, which has been the story of this game. There's a quick smoke from Yandex. They have the Satanic on the Tiny. They have Shivas on the Tide. Their frontliners are absolutely ready to go here.
they are going to be playing into a top Roshan, which does give the Xtreme Gaming the advantage off of buybacks, and they're going to need it because it feels like Yandex is almost guaranteed to win a straight 5-on-5.
Oh, he's just going to find the Bristle.
Yeah, Bristleback broken already, hit by the Avalanche, tries to come in, get off the roar, but is going to be ravaged at the same time, and Ame's already so low. Good interference there from FY, but he's running into Chira Jr. Chira Jr. hopes to run him down, and they can't get the heals. Not from the Enchantress, not from the Coddle. He ends up going down in the end. XXS struggling to kill a Rubik. A Rubik, for God's sake. They can't even finish him off. The tips go to Malady as he survives through it all. 4 for nothing.
That was not even close. They absolutely massacred them with the DPS coming out from this Tiny, just chunking the Beastmaster down. Perfect initiation, too. You find Bristle at the start, you break him, that fight becomes very straightforward.
I can't believe Ame didn't pop the BKB when he blinked in. Got ravaged up. I mean, that had to hurt a lot.
The problem is, it's a Tiny with 4,500 HP in a shield room.
Look at the bars on that hero.
Yeah, what are you doing in this fight, right? They got through the shield room. Congratulations. You're not even close to breaking the mountain here. You couldn't even kill Rubik. I mean, he had an Essence Distiller. He had a Ghost Scepter. The damage test came, and it came a lot faster than XG were prepared to deal with it. They are in massive trouble in this Game 3.
They failed miserably, and now their high ground is about to be raided. Level 20 Tidehunter. Kraken Shell Cleanse triggers Anchor Smash, so it's going to be a problem hitting him. We've got Watson hitting the tower for 700 damage. I mean, you're under pressure right now if you're Xtreme. The abilities are going to be dropping fast. You have to cobble together some sort of defense.
He's got that bodyguard too. That's lifesteal and extra base damage, which is ridiculous on this hero. So that's the combination here.
Charge comes through. He does have the Aegis, so they can't be an overcommitment here from Xtreme. They want to take this life without giving up the heroes for it. Try to jump in, hit by the telekinesis, pull back once again. The BKB from Ame. Netherstruck. Too late. He gets Netherstruck and dodged, and then now he's just trying to run, but he's not going to make it out. It's up to XXS. They're going to use the buybacks here. They have to chase down these heroes. Yandex is on the run, and look at that. Soxa just delivers Watson to the safety of the high ground, and now up here, they say, Xtreme, if you want some, come and get it.
Are you afraid to chase after committing double buyback?
I mean, you gotta be. Watson, he's been super scary. They make the jump first. They're actually gonna go after good charge, though. FY stops Watson. They gotta stop Watson. They can't let him hit Ame, but he gets the hits anyway. It's a big lifesteal cleave up, and Watson is still alive on this first Aegis life. They're chipping away at him, but they just can't stop the beast.
It's all on XXS. No carry.
Chira Jr. jumps forward onto the Enchantress, hit him with the Avalanche, get in front of him, hit him with the Ravage, knock him out! Xtreme Gaming, even with the extra lives, they have nothing on Yandex.
They have made an insane lower bracket run, but they have run into
GG, it is all over! Yandex will get their chance at revenge in the grand final.
What a Game 3 bounce back from them. Easily could have crumbled in a Game 3 where all the pressure's on, but they say, hell no, we're going to go back to our Tiny strat. We're going to let Watson play his game on a hyper carry that's getting beefed up from this bodyguard Marcy. Just a sick combination as he starts to scale. They had answers for the Bristle this time. They gave it again. They said, we're not deterred. We're going to play a lot better around breaking him and starting the fights on our terms. And I think XG struggled to find a last pick there that made sense with the rest of their lineup. Like, what's going to play fast with this Coddle, bring objectives, snowball this game? Is that their style? It really isn't. I feel like Yandex were just way more comfortable in this one. put themselves in a lot better position. We got to see a lot more of their potential. Sick game from Notice on that Tide. That hero is really terrifying. Like when it starts eating fish, when it has a good lane phase, it's just standing in front of you. The game just feels impossible. It's like, we can't kill him. How are we going to kill anybody? And I mean, Shira Jr., ultra kill bottom lane. At what, 6-7 minutes?
Yeah, if you're Xtreme Gaming, you're just like, oh no, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that was like
we were supposed to have the tempo, and it just got ripped away.
That was almost the game in that moment.
Yeah.
Because of the position you drafted yourself into. You cannot let Void Spear get an ultra kill while your Coddle is suffering. It's supposed to be the other way around. So just a standout performance from those two cores. The young boys on this Yandex squad carrying a heavy load in this game 3 of clutch scenario. They get a ticket to the grand final, a rematch. And maybe they got to learn a little bit in this lower bracket final, right? That can sometimes be nice, especially on a new patch. You get to play some extra games, formalize your strategies, and now you get a chance for revenge.
Yeah, bring that extra 70% they said they were missing in the upper bracket final. And no surprise, Yandex, they are going to be heading to the grand finals, and we'll see Saxa and Pyrian for the winner's interview.
Yeah, thanks, Cap. I am here with Saxa from Yandex. Saxa, how does it feel to get into the grand final here at Birmingham 2026?
It feels great. We have another chance to perform, and it's nice to go into it with a W on the way.
Absolutely. That looked like a tricky series. How worried were you in that game 3, or did you think we've got this in control, just tempo, blah, blah, blah?
I think game 3 was, after the laning stage, I thought we got this, and our draft was kind of looking strong, so yeah, it was good.
And what are you expecting from Tundra? We know that they're a strong team. They knocked you down to the lower bracket. Did you learn from that experience? Are you like, we've got them this time?
I think we will change some hero priorities, and hopefully with some better preparation. They're a tough opponent, but we will try our best.
Fantastic. And is it great to be playing in front of a great crowd, especially this Birmingham crowd, cheering for you guys? It feels like it's pretty hype.
Yeah, it's nice to play in the LAN. It's nice to play here in Birmingham, and hopefully we will have a good best of 5.
Brilliant. Thank you, Saxa. Best of luck in your series. Let's give it up for Saxa and Team Yandex.
Because this is the journey that Yandex have been on. They've won an online event. They won Dream League Season 27. They've won a LAN event. They won Wallachia Season 7, but they have yet to win in front of a crowd, and they are hoping to make that a reality by the end of today. They dropped down to the lower bracket after being 2-0'd by Tundra, but they have dusted off their shoulders and have proven that they are ready for a rematch.
No, 100%. This third game, under the pressure of what XG does in the lower bracket, you had to have a good draft and understanding. And it felt, like Saxa just mentioned, after the laning phase, you could feel that they knew, like, this was our game. Like, the Tidehunter kind of just tanking this fight bottom, the skirmishing, Chira Jr. ultra kill. Like, they were just mode chill in this game, just kind of on cruise control, just kind of breaking apart XG.
Yeah, you can notice, like, this guy wants to prove that he's the guy. You know what I mean? It's like DM comes in, they win the LAN, like you talked about. And noticed is every time you have these stand-in situations where a team does super well and then the replacement guy who has to live up to like the big name, they come in and they always pop off. There's like some sort of motivation there. It's super interesting.
He made his Tidehunter look so freaking tanky too, and I just reread what the fish does, and they're really not that much. They give you like
it's not the fish, bro.
3 HP. They give you like 1 damage block. They give you a little attack range. It's not the fish. It's Consecrated Wraps is a big part. Like he's getting this magic resistance built into the hero. He's getting raw HP. He's getting stats, so it's easier to survive for long periods. He had some crazy moments that game, surviving for almost infinite amounts of time, and ultimately what that did is allowed his cores to play well, to make good picks and take good moments where they got kills and snowballed the game slowly and got really good KDAs.
Yeah.
They made that happen very, very quickly, though, and as a result, one of the Cinderella runs now comes to an end. We've got Pyrian standing by with XXS.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. I'm here with XXS from XG Gaming. Unfortunately, they've just been knocked out in the semi-final. XXS, if I may, a fantastic lower bracket run. You guys got a lot of fans here. A lot of people were cheering for you guys. I know you're disappointed, but are you proud of how this team did?
超哥就是非常遗憾，你们在这个半决赛就是失利了。但是我们在场也有很多你们的粉丝，包括线上也有很多粉丝在支持你们。那有没有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
谢谢大家支持吧，可能打得不是很好，感觉有机会更进一步吧。
First off, I just want to say sorry to all the fans for disappointing them. I don't think that we played very well. I think that we had the potential to go a step further, but unfortunately, we kind of misplayed.
Thank you. And what do you think in this semi-final in particular, especially in that game 3? What was the point where you thought, man, we've lost this? Like, what was the deciding factor for you in this series?
刚才第3把，因为也看到你们一直在努力挣扎，想获胜，能不能跟我们说一下，当时第3把当中是哪一个阶段、哪一个节点，可能让你们就是意识到好像情况不妙，可能出事了？
就感觉他们紫猫6分钟控到好服，然后去下路是一个比较大的转折点嘛，就他们等级都起来了，这样。
I'll say at around the 6-minute mark when the Voice Spirit on the other team got a really good rune and then he rotated bottom and got the ultra kill there and then got a huge net worth lead. I think that was the point where we felt that we're kind of in trouble here.
Yeah, very bad, rough moment for sure. So let's talk about Yandex, your opponents you just lost to. Do you think they've got a chance against Tundra? This is a team that looks very strong. Do you think Yandex can go on and win the final?
那后面这个 Yandex 战队也会在总决赛里面再次对战Tundra 战队，你觉得他们有这个实力吗？
我觉得应该 Tundra 会赢，因为 Tundra 太强了。
I think it's going to be Tundra as the grand champions because Tundra just feels absolutely insanely strong right now.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so you've had a lot of great support here in the arena. I know the XG fans have made a lot of noise. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them for supporting you guys throughout this tournament?
我们在现场也有很多支持你的粉丝，一直打比赛的时候一直在给你们欢呼。那最后有没有有没有什么话想跟所有这些粉丝们就是说来感谢他们给你们的呐喊呢？
兄弟们牛逼，下个比赛干回来。
Thank you everyone for the support. We'll come back even stronger the next tournament.
I don't doubt that that's true. You guys were fantastic to watch. XXS, we're sorry to see you go. Thank you for playing in the tournament. Back to the panel.
And for as much as he is apologizing about the performance, I would like to zoom out a little bit because Jenkins, Xtreme Gaming entered this playoffs with a losing record. They got out of group stage 6-8, and yet they managed to make it all the way to the final day of the event. There is no shame in a result like that.
Not at all. And this is how they were at TI as well, where they had some shaky games. They learned to adapt. Like within a series, they're one of the most adaptable and resilient teams. And to be honest, I'm just really happy that going into TI season, we have an incredibly strong Chinese team that can win anything. Like they could have gone all the way. And I think if they made it to the grand finals, like they would learn enough to that point that they can maybe, take it to Tundra. And I think Yandex, same thing on both sides. Like we have such strong teams in Dota right now.
Yeah, I mean, in 7.41, when any patch drops, right, you can be a team that will follow the meta or you try to set it. And I think XG, they were one of the few teams that was consistently trying to set the meta through their picks. And unfortunately for them, of course, in this third game, you could argue maybe they flew too close to the sun and the draft didn't work out. But this was the reason why they are here. They are top 3. So again, it was an incredible run from XG. There's nothing but praise from them. And it is just exciting if they can keep this form. Can they improve? Because there are some big tournaments down the line.
I just really hope that they don't take it too personally. I think there's a lot of pressure on the Chinese team sometimes, and I think the last few years, people have been less critical on them, at least from the Western scene. We're just happy to have them here and for them to have really good runs sometimes. So I just hope they don't internalize it too much and don't see themselves as failures after having that incredible lower bracket run, because they really did an amazing thing.
Yeah, and the last time that we were able to consistently consider a Chinese team to be a grand finalist threat was almost like 2 years ago with Azure taking that Kuala Lumpur championship. So since then, it is encouraging to see Xtreme Gaming rise up to the occasion, and I'll be encouraged for them moving forward that I get to see FY go back to some old reliables. He finally remembered Rubik exists, finally remembered IO exists, and now Zhao has a wealth of opportunities to pick against.
The Spirit Breaker as well.
Spirit Breaker as well.
Oh,
same delivery, please.
Yeah.
And Spirit Breaker, it just warms my heart to see him play it.
Thank you very much.
Though, that means that Yandex now get a rematch opportunity, Jenkins. They have hopefully shored up some of their shortcomings. This series did go 3 games, so it's not like they've gone by completely unscathed, but Tundra is a different beast.
They are. Tundra has figured out the patch more than any other team. I think anybody is willing to admit that. It's 33. Like, this guy, he cooks. But on the flip side, Watson cooked in this game too. We saw the Tiny yesterday, Tiny IO, and it looked a bit sus, but they went back for it. In this game, he trusted his read that Tiny is a good hero after the ladder patch. He got some buffs. The build was still like roughly the same. He didn't complete the entire Echo Saber, but we did see like he was doing a lot of damage, man, especially playing into like Bristleback, Beastmaster, heroes that you really want to break, even Enchantress. Like, it was a really solid Tiny game, so it does make sense to run it as a carry. I'm still looking to see the Aghanim Scepter. I feel like that's the eventual late game build where Tiny, like, right now is insane, but it's cool to me to see that teams are not only like still cooking at this point, but they're trusting their instinct on something. They can lose with something, say, okay, we just need to play better. Like, we made some mistakes in the early game, maybe a small adjustment in the build, and that's enough. And it got them the dub here against Xtreme.
I'm sure Tundra was keeping a very close eye on that game number 3, as was Purge. What'd you spot?
A lot of Tiny carry stuff that I was interested about because the early game did go very well for Yandex because of the Void Spirit and the Tide being really aggressive, but what Watson did with that advantage was interesting. The Silver Edge build, the Avatoss, the right click, his attack speed ended up getting him a couple of crucial kills. Found the Spirit Breaker shortly after this with the really nice Silver Edge buffs. Lots of damage, lots of stun duration. He is kind of like a quintessential solo killer, really, with the amount of stun duration and the break that he's putting out, even against the Bristleback. The break against him, fantastic. You can do toss backs, bring your team into the mix. It lasts so long that that guy only had like 20% HP before he ended up dying. Now, keep in mind, some of that's Consecrated Wraps. If he's got a BKB instead of that item, maybe he just survives these moments. It's a little bit hard to say here, but in another example here, slowly following the Bristleback, Silver Rod Gym, we're hitting him so many times that his tree stops working. He has to use his fist afterwards. He just got a lot of kills, and this eventually translated to a gold lead. They're building up gold lead this whole time that they're getting pickoffs on the map. But look how quickly Beastmaster is going to die right here. It gets hit twice there with the Silver Edge, drops tons of HP, basically forced to retreat despite having heals from his Ags, despite having BKB. Watson just ran him down at this point, and this is the moment of no return, basically. You have a high armor carry Tiny. He does lots of damage. He's got Silver Edge break. These physical damage heroes from the XG lineup, they really just couldn't match him at this point.
It has been a very exciting lower bracket run to watch as a result of all these ideas clashing and all these new concepts bubbling up on what is good in this new patch and what can survive. Unfortunately, Xtreme's amazing run of the 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 finally gets inverted. And yes, now Yandex get the opportunity for a rematch against Tundra. It's fun how this bracket played out.
I mean, for Yandex, they have a massive point to prove, right? As an organization, the first Tier 1 Grand Finals they got to play in was against Tundra in front of a crowd. Tundra slapped them to a 3-0 defeat. You know, Yandex, unfortunately, weren't able to do it. Sure, since then, they've made some runs, but based on what Purge was showing us, if Watson can find these heroes, find these moves, have that comfort, then maybe it won't be a repeat, because Yandex, they want to dethrone Tundra. They want to get to another Grand Finals against them, which they have finally achieved. And, you know, surely this time around, it's not just going to be a 3-0 for Tundra.
Okay, I appreciate you campaigning that way, but now show me your true colors.
It's a 3-0 for
on the
Tundra.
other side.
There we go, exactly. You don't even need to say anything else, right? Because Ari's on Tundra, and of course the entire crowd will be going, Ari, 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 oi, 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 and then everyone's going to be cheering for them, and it's going to be very one-sided in front of the crowd. So not only do they have to beat the fact that they cannot beat Tundra in a grand final, and there's going to be a crowd against them, it is, you know, they are the underdogs for this one.
We also talk about 33 like he's this creative genius when it comes to new patches, which he is, probably the best of all time. But Ari, since he came from Heroes of the Storm to Dota, this guy has forced heroes. Like, he has forced the meta to change around him. So if there's anybody that can cook something crazy on a new patch, it's for sure him.
So they have been playing their cards close to the chest so far. I feel like we've only seen the tip of the iceberg of what Tundra's capable of.
Yeah, I agree with that. They haven't had to pick super wacky stuff. Their foundation feels so strong.
Yeah.
And that's a really powerful thing to have. Their foundation is strong. Their hero picks are normal. They haven't even like had to dip into weird stuff yet. They don't have to be like, oh, we lost too many games. Let's throw something else at the fan. Let's see if it works. So I don't know if they're even gonna have to go that deep, but the fact that they have that quiver is really nice.
And hopefully we'll get an opportunity to watch it while feeling a little bit loose. Gentlemen, you ready to hit the bar? Because that's it for this lower bracket final.
I can finally have a pint.
You can finally have a pint, my friend.
We get to watch.
We get to watch some amazing Dota, as with all of you at home or here in the arena. Stick around, everyone, and we will be back with the grand final of ESL One Birmingham 2026.
The script is written, you've memorized your lines. We're all just actors in this fantasy of life. Some take the high end, some take the low, some take what they can because it's all just a show. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. The end is near, the curtain soon will close. This is the moment when we go for the gold. Crave the applause, the sea of praise. Now out go the lights, this is your end of days. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Get ready for your close-up. 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 Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. Fame will get you everything, fame will get you nothing. Living in the spotlight, dancing under starlight. The maniacs coming after you. The maniacs coming after you. So you better take warning. You better start running. I think I saw him outside your door. I think I saw him all covered in gore. And he's got a big knife. Better run for your life. Don't let him catch you. He's out to get you. He wants to drink your I can see it in her eyes. She's tired of living lies. She don't know how to say
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL. Get ready for the DHL Super Drop. Stick around to find out who's taking home the coveted first prize. If you're watching from home, type !DHL drop in the chat now for a chance to win the same fantastic prizes. Visit the link on screen for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the DHL drop! And the super drop after, my friends. Yes, this is the last chance here at ESL One Birmingham for us to read the hilarious signs that you guys created. Thank you guys so much for everyone that had one this weekend. We had such a fun time reading them, but that time has come. We will select a winner. We're gonna get the 2 people that got it last 2 days up in the finals for the super drop. So let's go. Ari is better than Watson. Toxic, why? Why did you do this? Because we're gonna smash this. Looks like you're looking for them. They're not here. It's okay. They're not gonna. Oh, he's waiting for Watson to put his headphones on. That's okay. You don't have to be afraid. Don't worry. Thank you so much. What's this?
It's Ruth, my friend Hugh's mum. So if everyone says hi to her.
Okay. Hello, Ruth. He'll be seeing you again soon, Ruth. Don't worry. All right. 5-game finals. Very nice. Very good.
2 years ago, we had a 3-0 sweep. I'm sick of that. I want 5 games.
Yeah, baby! The biggest oversight. I'm not familiar with this. Can you explain this in detail to the entire crowd?
Yeah, I just really like the gameplay.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I'm the Juggernaut. Hell yeah! That's base. Let's go. 13 mana boy. Puppy's gone, man. I'm so sorry. Heartbreaking. Okay, I will sink this double pint for the golden ticket. Oh my God, reveal yourself. Oh my God, it's like Hobo. Don't do it yet, don't do it yet, don't do it. We're gonna come back to you. I like this one a lot. I'm feeling it. We ball as Io. All right, go ahead, do it. No. Look up at the dog! Normal. All right, I gotcha. Roman BB, okay, very good. I Heart King. Oh, that guy? Oh, the king, yes. He's back, yeah. What is the charge? Can you say it for us?
What is the charge? A succulent Chinese meal.
Thank you so much. All right. Oh no. Oh, the mids. This is very good too. I love the drawing. Incredible job. CCNC. We've got Clockwork. We got banned TP scrolls. That's a hot take. ESL One Dublin.
I'm manifesting it.
All right, one day, let's go. Revenge of the Fastest, Agnum's Laban 3. Oh, yes, I remember you from yesterday. Is this what Suns fan warned us about?
Is it?
I don't know. Tito Gaming? Is that a Oh, I'm not reading that. That's very inappropriate. You're a bad man.
To see me, though.
I'm always happy to see you. I got a Dagon for you, big dog. All right, fresh meat, but no mercy. It's in the bag. Oh, hey, everything going good?
Yes.
Okay, these guys are live streaming right now. What's up? Kooky and OD3. Hello, welcome. All right. The boys, hell yeah. P-Noise. All right, what does it say?
It's my birthday, and I want an Ari rampage.
Ari rampage! I know you can hear us, Ari. One rampage, the perfect present. Okay, I will just declare you the winner. No, I'm gonna save you for a special challenge. I like your sign very much. Hold on. Thompson but Harold!
I am from New G.
Holy moly! That's a good one. I like that one. Release 741, UK, BSJ, Pick Marana, BSJ. What? A lot of BSJ fans together. Thank you. Vominos Tundra. All right. Oh, gracious me. I'm not going to say that one. That's, can you just yell that out for me?
Say again?
Yell your sign, please.
Get your clock out for the lads.
Thank you. I didn't choose the Kobold Life and a beautiful chalice, our wonderful guy. Silencer, very good drawing. The Dendy guy from Reddit, incredible.
Thank you, thank you. I'm giving the dandy away. My wife doesn't want me to bring him back home. Anybody want him?
Damn, no, you gotta take Dendy home. 4 more hours home for you. Ladies, I'm single.
I just want to say, I'm single, ladies. I will make an excuse for your slacks.
Hell yeah, take off your shirt, show him something. No, don't do that, no, don't do that, all right. Defeat, oh, very good. Just a lol, sucks. Great, thank you so much. Lich, oh, the absolute cinema ogre is really good. Okay, I think the time has come for us to go to the top 3. Everybody here, I need you to help me out a lot. We're gonna do 3 based on people clapping, and I think I have some very good ideas. Number 1, do the entire speech without looking at it. If you can, perhaps you'll be successful. Crowd cheer after he stops. Here we go, you ready? And go!
From the ghastly air, I can see to the end of the world, and from this vantage point, I declare with utmost certainty that this one is in the bag!
Woo! That crowd liked it. Thompson, it's such an honor for you to come. Give me one more Thompson impression, and crowd, let me know what you thought of it.
I love my wife.
Very good. And last, Mr. Kobold. I don't drink it yet, but do you guys like Mr. Kobold? Okay. I think it is down. Unfortunately, you did a great job on Ghastly Eerie. It was perfect, but the crowd, it's Thompson. I'm so sorry. You did amazing. I wish it was you. All right, this is for the final. He's gonna chug. I know that son of a bitch is ready to go. One more impression. This is for the win. So if you guys want this guy to win, go real ham. Here we go. Last Thompson impression.
Pick me, Invoker.
Oh no! Maybe the guy might vomit when he drinks. We never know. If he doesn't finish it, you're probably gonna win. All right, Mr. Kobold. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you can do this, you got it. Let's go, Kobold! Oh, that's the big glass too. He's got the big one. Oh my God. Oh my, yeah! Get your ass over here. Not in a cut. Thank you, Thompson. Thank you, Ghastly Eerie, man. All right, welcome to the Super Drop. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one way to win the crowd, and my man knows it. Fantastic. Here you go. I'm gonna leave you to get this out of here for you. Here's how it works. When you guys know the answer, you flip it up, and then you will get to guess. Now, if you get it wrong, you are not able to guess on that question anymore. And if I'm feeling real angry, you might not be able to guess on the next one until someone gets to go first, okay? So think about it for real. The questions are separated into a variety of different things. General knowledge, all about Dota. Let's talk prizes. This is very important, my friends, okay? Prizes, all right? You guys will win one of our 3 in real life props that you get to choose when you lose. You will also get, for 3rd place, the Sniper Spaceman Immortal, very expensive. He likes it. All right, you might, if you get 2nd place, you get a Dragon Claw Hook from Punch. And 1st place, you get the Mace of Aeon's Faceless Void, along with these. Oh, and I forgot to mention something. If you get 1st place, you get a free ticket to the next ESL event, which could be either Dream League or our next LAN. So you can come hang out with us for a week in Dream League if you're really stupid, or you can go to the next LAN, all right? All right, let's see how we go. You guys ready? May I reintroduce you guys to Lena's Feet? Welcome back, our winner from day 1.
My name's Jeff.
Okay, thank you, back. So good to see you again, Jeff. Welcome back. Can you remind us your name?
Izzy.
All right, you ready to win?
Yeah.
Very, very confident. All right, thank you so much. Hey, Mr. Kobold, introduce yourself to the crowd.
My name is Tom.
All right, you ready to win, Tom?
No.
Great. All right, gentlemen, ladies, tickets down. No, not down on the ground. No, pick it up. Have it down here, and when you know, flip it up. All right? We're gonna start off easy. You guys at home, feel free to cheat. I do love it. Here we go. Number 1, easy. Luna serves which goddess? Is it A, Mirana, B, Krella, C, C, Celimene. Oh, you guys didn't even wait for D, which was selling mayonnaise. That was selling mayonnaise. Are you sure you know the answer?
It's Salamanez.
That's Celimene! All right. Oh, I forgot to explain the rules. First person to 3 moves on. First 2, and then it's head-to-head, I believe. So, all right, here we go. Which hero now has the deploy turrets ability? Oh!
Tinker.
Oh, very good. 1-1. Okay, which hero did not have a facet before they were deleted? Was it A, Largo, B, Hoodwink, C,
Largo.
Largo! All right, we're gonna take you in. You have made it to the next round. Well done, that's 2 in a row. Down to the head-to-head. You're fine. Death Prophet's ultimate does what type of damage? Is it A, magical, B, pure, C, physical?
Magic.
Wait, let me finish. Or D, chaos. Okay, magical, pure, physical, or chaos?
Physical.
That's right! All right, guys, it's down to the wire. You have to get the next question right. Which item was removed from the game last patch? Was it Shiva's Guard, Crimson Guard, Blade Mail, or Eternal Shroud?
Eternal Shroud.
Okay, we're tied up again, my friend. Last question. Winner of this gets it. Here we go. We are on to medium, by the way. Which heroes were not featured in the Dota 2 anime? Marcy, Dragon Knight, Winter Wyvern, or Pangolier?
Winter Wyvern.
Maybe they didn't watch it. Don't worry about all those boos. It's all good.
Yikes.
Pango.
You're correct! It actually was Pango. Pango's associate was featured, but not Pango himself. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Lena's feat. So good, Jeff. Jeff, you get to have whatever item you choose. What would you like?
I want the Blink Dagger.
All right, the Blink Dagger for you, my friend. Enjoy it. And you also get that Sniper Immortal. Maybe you could trade for something else. Congratulations, sir.
Wow, thank you very much, Slacks. We love you.
Oh, I love you too. Thank you so much for doing these. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. All right, the score is cleared. It's a best of 3 now. First to 2 correct without the other guy going wins. Unless I get bored, then we'll go to a best of 5. We're in medium. Which of the following can you not Midas? An enchanted Enchantress creep, a converted Chen creep, Helm of the Dominator creep, or Lycan Wolves?
The Chen creep.
Lycan Wolf.
It was the Helm. All right, next. Which of the following heroes is 100% dead in the lore? Death Prophet, Undying, Kunkka, or Spectre?
Death Prophet.
Undying.
That's right! Undying, Death Prophet cannot die, Kunkka may or may not be dead, and Spectre is not a ghost at all. Here we go, last one, hopefully we get to go. What is the most expensive item in Dota? Is between these, Divine Rapier, Bloodthorn, Refresher, or Swift Link?
Bloodthorn.
Refresher.
No, moving on. Which one of these heroes is not part mare? Naga, Slark, Sven, or Morphling?
Or what? Oh, Morphling.
Okay.
What was the question?
Which one of the heroes is a mare? Is not a mare, not a fish person. Naga, Slark, Sven, or Morphling? Go!
What was...
Just say one.
Slark.
Okay, well, I'm afraid it was Morphling! There we go! How many points do you have?
We're 1 tied.
Oh, great. All right, next. All right. What is Outworld Devourer's current name? Just say it.
Outworld Devourer.
Outworld Destroyer.
It was Outworld Destroyer! There you go! Congratulations, our winner! Well done, you won this too, right? Yeah, that's 2. All right, second place, please. Which one do you want? Would you like the Midas or the Yule? The Yule. Use 2 hands on this bad boy, okay? 2 hands. All right, here we go, and congratulations, you won! We are gonna go, you're going to the next event, you're getting the Hand of Midas, you're getting the Dragon Claw hook, I believe, and we are going to the next game, so thank you so much for being part of the Super Drop. We'll see you guys soon.
Super excited to
play in front of the crowd in the final. Completely unbelievable and surreal experience. Empowers me and excites me to play these games.
Facing Tundra, obviously they're a tough opponent. If we play on our level 100%, of course we can beat them. As long as we fix these issues, I think we can face them properly.
Fuels, well, they can respond with a blink of their own. Quickly killing Sockstead, the kickback from Ari. Just shot. And now the IO tried to jump in there with a tether. He'll die for it as well. Watson comes in, does manage to get tossed back on the Ember Spirit. Pure gonna do a little fountain farming of his own and take a rampage.
Honestly, if they can keep people under control for Crystals to hit, then yeah. Little friends timing, they never expected, but they got him. The root, no wait, with the root. They get vision. Oh god, gotta be careful. Damage, he's rooted. He's little for, okay, Earth is dead. Yeah, and they're all dying. All right, that one hurt. He's eating so many things.
I'd say we're pretty confident that we can beat Yandex again. If we play our game the way we want to do it, then we're the strongest team.
Tundra may have put us into the lower bracket, but playing a best of 5 is a different beast, especially when you can adapt. So, looking forward to it.
We are one step closer to our grand finals between Team Tundra and Yandex. A best of 5 is a different beast, as Saxa calls it, and we are gonna talk all about it and all about these two teams, the best two teams in the world right now, and only one will be the best. We're gonna talk about it with 3 people I have on my left: Kezu, Effie, Quinn. Quinn, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm very, very excited to get to watch my ex-teammates play in a final. What could possibly be better than that? Not biased at all, by the way.
I'm sure of it. Not biased at all. How are you doing, Effie?
I'm great. I'm just excited for the upper bracket rematch. It's, you know, a test of, did they learn any lessons in that lower bracket? Are they going to come back for their revenge? It's always going to be fun to see something like that.
Yeah, Yandex is the only one that could beat the extreme gaming flow they had going.
Yeah, like Yandex overall, I think they've learned a lot as well, like from their games, and I'm also hoping that they did, because against Tundra, I'm not gonna lie, they didn't look that good. Like Tundra definitely had their number. They've had their number before, but I think, you know, Yandex are definitely a team, they level up, so I'm excited to see what they can cook.
Yeah, best of 5 allows more time to adapt, and not just to the team you're playing, but maybe also with the current meta and all the changes with the patches, yes, plural. Both of these teams very accustomed to those best of 5s though, Quinn.
Yeah, they are. They've played several throughout their careers, and Tundra specifically has played several this season alone, and all 3 of the finals they have played in, they won. One of those, you can see there, is against Yandex 3-0 in Blast Slam, so they have been doing very, very well for themselves, and I think for Yandex is a bit of a rematch here. I think in a lot of those games it was very close. They were a lot more inexperienced back then. They've improved a lot, they've changed a lot. I think especially in Cheer Jr. and Noticed have improved a lot as players, and so I think for them this is, okay, you beat us last time, sure. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Since that grand finals, as we can see here as well, there have been 2 more finals that Yandex was able to take the crown. So these are the 2 most successful teams, Kezu and Dota, right now.
No, man, I'm also very happy like that we bring it up, because Yandex at the start on LANs, you know, like Quinn was saying, they didn't look that good, but I think also when you have like the younger players, you need this experience, like play in front of a crowd, maybe, you know, have the nerves get to you once or twice, and like, you know, just deal with it, get better. And I think now this is a very good test for them.
Yeah, and they've shown a lot of improvement in the tournaments that they have won in. Like, I remember watching the Wallachia. Yandex at the start looked a little bit shaky, but then as the tournament progressed, something clicked and they got better. So they're the type of team to adapt as they play, which means that today there could have been adaptation to make this finals even more exciting.
Yeah, I would imagine there's been a lot of adaptation that has happened since they faced even yesterday. There's going to be a lot of lessons learned from that series, both for Yandex and for Tundra, of course, as well, with maybe even Xtreme Gaming getting some extra information out of Yandex in that previous series. Now, we're going to focus our attention first on Tundra, because this team has just kind of, not just this time, but they have kind of a history of setting the meta a little bit, Kezu.
No, they absolutely do. Like this team, I mean, they have like some of the greatest minds, I think, in Dota, like within their team. And you just have to look at like their pool of heroes. I don't think it's like incredibly big when you look at it overall, but it's like very strong archetypes. And the one that I like to focus on, I mean, you know, when you talk about Tundra, you need to talk about 33, you know, his Doom, his Largo, the Tides, his Timbers, whatever it is. But for me, it's a lot about the support pool. Like, I think Ari on Tusk, this is a hero you have to respect. And same also like with the Whitemon Phoenix, and I mean, you can see it on the rest. It doesn't matter what player it is in this team, they have staples, they have standouts.
Yeah, and they seem to be the first to find these standouts too, because the Dream League that they were owning in on the new patch, they were the ones who discovered Tide, right? They were like, wait, this Tide hero, that could be broken, and they picked it. And then they also brought new combos into the Largo meta, like the Largo plus Coddle. They did that first, other teams started to copy that. The Alchemist on this new patch, that was also their invention.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of them have also learned from 33, because when we think about him, we think about he's got his pool of heroes, his 3 or 4 dudes, and they're all broken and borderline unbeatable. And I think the rest of them have sort of stepped into that like box of having the same thing. Ahri, right? He's got his Tusk, and in other metas, you don't have his Shaman. He's got his few heroes that just feel like they're getting first phase ban. It's almost the 9-class effect. And they have this for all their roles, right? You showed multiple heroes that are big problems, and so I think this is Tundra's classic way of drafting is we've got our stuff, come and beat us. And if you can't, well, see ya in the dumpster.
Yeah, there's just too many heroes you have to address and respect in the draft. So there will always be some that will be let through. And I want to focus a little bit more on the position 4. I think that goes without saying. Of course, a lot of focus here tonight is going to be on the position 4s. Yes, for both, maybe a little bit more from the left side than the right side here. But Effie, this is quite the difference as well in the amount of matches played in all these heroes. Not a lot of different heroes on the side of Ahri.
I mean, when you're winning and you're winning convincingly with 2-0s, your hero pool is going to look a little bit smaller, right? Just by nature of not having played as many games. But Ahri, this is his bread and butter. He picks a few heroes that he gets really good at. He makes them a problem for the enemy team. He says, address this hero or I will keep picking it. That's always been his staple. And he has been owning. He's been a playmaker. It feels like he's brought his ideas into Tundra in a way that hasn't clashed with the team, but rather integrated into them very seamlessly.
And it's also like Ahri, he's always been like this. You know, he's a bit of a stubborn player, but he's very confident. So when he gets these heroes like this, and I think also him playing with 33, it's a super good mix because he needs the offlaner that like he can respect a lot. So like, you know, you have the ideas that go back and forth, you really figure it out. So I think this combo in the offlane is so scary.
Yeah, I mean,
Go for it.
No, I look at this Tusk hero specifically as just, this hero is terrifying. This hero is very good. It is like another level. It does too much. It saves, it kills, it's strong in lane, it ganks, it does literally everything. I've lost many a tournament to this stupid hero when it's too good, so you really have to be careful about Walrus, man.
Yeah, and that's just one of the heroes that Ahri is playing. And we're going to actually listen to him right now because Pyrion had the chance to ask him some questions about some of those heroes.
Hello, I am indeed here with Ahri from Tundra. Ahri, first of all, how are you guys doing? Are you looking forward to the grand final?
Yeah, super excited. Really glad that we're in this position. We're feeling confident. We're feeling calm at the same time. We should win.
We should win. Fantastic. Now, speaking personally, I was looking at Liquipedia. It says 3 of your signature heroes, Rubik, Marcy, Hoodwink. Accurate? And if so, are you happy with how those heroes are looking on this new patch?
I would say they're all playable. They're not all in the best spot, but you definitely could pull them out if the moment strikes.
And having watched the other games here, do you feel like, even though it is early days on this patch, that there is some kind of a meta developing? We're starting to see quite a lot of the same heroes getting picked, but not as much as we did towards the end of the last patch. But do you think we're starting to say, all right, yeah, these are the strongest heroes so far?
Yeah, I definitely think the strongest heroes are at least in like the circulation of all the teams' strategies, but I think some of them are being undervalued and some are being overvalued personally, but we will see.
Fair enough. Obviously, as we're talking, the semi-final is going on. It's XG against Yandex. Who do you expect to be facing? And if you could tell me, who would you rather face?
I would say I'm expecting to see Yandex. I think they're stronger. Maybe I'd find it more fun to play against Xtreme just because we've never played against them in the final before or anything like that. It's like a bit different, but I'm perfectly happy to beat Yandex as well, so...
Great words, Ahri. Do you have any words for the fans who are going to be looking out here to see you guys? They got the Ahri, oi, oi, oi chant. Can you hear that? Do you like that? Is that fun? Do you want them to keep doing it?
Yeah, I can hear it. I really feel the passion. It just gives me motivation and it just drives me more.
Brilliant, Ahri. Thank you so much. Best of luck in the grand final. We look forward to seeing how you do. Back to the panel.
I think we can accommodate that.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm going to move the microphone a little bit away so I can get the volume out here too, but if you would be so kind, Birmingham. Oh, they're already at it.
Someone's putting in the heavy lifting here.
Help him out, guys. All right, let me help. Ahri!
There we go.
Oh, that's hype. I love that. Keep that coming all night. That gives loads of energy to us and to the players all on the stage. And I bet it fires up. Actually, quick question. Does it fire up Yandex in this case, in your opinion, when you know the enemy team has the home crowd advantage?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it might even fire them up more than it does already. He just doesn't know it. Being in the crowd when the other team is cheering for the other team exclusive is like, okay, fine, stop with the talking. I'll prove you wrong, right? I think Yandex will have that fire. I think of Malady, someone who's like, yeah, okay, sure, you want to talk? Yeah, we'll see who's talking.
I think it probably depends on like the player personalities, but you know, we're Dota players, hatred kind of fuels that a lot of times. You're like, what, they're cheering for him? Like, screw you guys, we're gonna show it to you.
I just hope that fire for both teams will be very noticeable in this grand finals. And some other fire that we have seen throughout the entire tournament so far is the fire coming out from the safe lane of Tundra.
Yeah, these guys they're nasty. Like, going up against the safe lane duo, I think they're probably some of the best players in their respective roles. Like, if you look at Whitemon and Pure, like 350 games together, 64% win rate. Like, you know, Pure wasn't at the previous event. They did okay, like 5th, 6th, but he's back. They look like a new beast. They're not really ever losing. And Whitemon from the past 5, he's just goated. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to any pro player about who they think the best 5 is, mostly all of them are in agreement that it is Whitemon. He's just so high skilled, and his hero pool feels so expansive. He's also the type of player that doesn't provide you with one thing as a 5. He can be what you need him to be in the game. He's either like a killer, a farmer, a D-warder, someone who can provide vision. Whatever it is that you need, he can do, which is quite rare because usually 5 players in Dota are specialized in one thing. They're known for one thing, like farming or fighting, but not all things.
He's everything.
That is honestly an insane rarity to have someone who can actually play multiple styles, right? We all know that Dota has shifted into a box of people being specialized of doing one thing well, and he is just sort of, I don't know, this anomaly of someone who can somehow do everything well. Even when you play with this guy in pubs on corals, he's still owning. Like, the guy is just a beast.
Well, then if we shift our attention towards Yandex and their safe lane and their carry potential, of course, the entire safe lane is Quinn's former teammate. I would love to hear some thoughts on that.
I mean, I think they have amazing synergy. I think that's one of their biggest strengths. They've been together for a really long time. They've played together on multiple teams over a large period of years, sort of on and off over time. And I think that synergy is something that's like hard to take away from, right? You think of like Soxa and 33 playing on the same team for a long time, right? That was a storyline for a very long time. And I think Watson and Malady are building something similar. Now, they're still in the early days of their careers, but I think that combination is hard to just, I don't know, manufacture from a new pairing.
Yeah, and if we see from this graphic, we wanted to take a look at what Watson's highest placements were before Yandex, and he was on a lot of notable teams, but never quite found success with them until Gaming Gladiators, but his success with Gaming was all second places. He never quite got that first place, but this season with Yandex, he's been able to get this first place. He's the type of player that needs his team to accommodate his playstyle to fit with him, and they found that perfect synergy here.
And playing in front of a crowd also might have added to that factor here for them as well.
Yeah, and I think also, like, just to go back to Watson, I think to me he is probably the most improved at least carry player, I think, of the entire season. And I think you can see it like in these games, and like you're saying, you know, playing in front of a crowd, getting more experience and more games with your team and for yourself. Like, it's just, I think it's just great, and it's showing in his gameplay. Yeah,
there's 2 players we haven't really talked about, but they are the players, well, they were mentioned because 33 and Saxa used to be the duo, and now they split up. Of course, they're both in the grand finals anyway against each other. Quinn, how do you feel like that dynamic is going to go? Because they know each other very well. Does that help?
It's interesting. I think in some ways, I think it helps Yandex more than it does Tundra, because I think 33 is more of a specific playstyle, whereas Soxa is just a killer, right? He's going to hunt heroes, he's looking, he's setting up on the map, and that's not something that you can necessarily counter in draft or even play. Like, the guy just wants to kill you. Okay, how can you counter that, right? Whereas 33's got a specific style. You know, Soxa knows the way he wants to farm, the things he thinks about the map and positioning. And so for me, if Yandex can get a good early game, they can actually hunt them and pressure them up, kill them, not let them get to these key Tundra timings we always see.
It's probably like about both players, because like Quinn is saying, they know each other, and while Soxa like wants to kill everyone, I think 33 is also the best at like not feeding, right? Like having a very stable game and knowing, okay, this is where Soxa wants to move, and like now he can't kill me, but maybe he goes somewhere else. So I think it's like very intricate things that might happen in the game, where it's just like, because they know each other, it could change the early game like quite a bit.
I mean, they innovated a lot of playstyles together. Right? Like back a couple of years ago, there was this thing that they were doing where Soxa was playing like 4 Wind Ranger, 33 was playing Sand King off lane. He would only lane for 2 levels. Soxa would stack the camps on the side, and then he would just go to the jungle, level 3. Then Soxa would take up all of that space in the off lane, like get some gold, and that was something they built together. So I feel like they have a good understanding of what each player wants to do and when.
Yeah, maybe also have some extra experience on how to deal with patches, because both are considered to be big brains in Dota 2. And when we are considering that there was There were 2 patches this this event so far. I'm very curious to see what's going to come out in this best of 5, because Tundra has just been cruising through this upper bracket, and that means they've had extra time, Kezu, to prepare and to come up with broken things.
No, that's true. I mean, they did have extra time, but maybe this is one of the few times in your tournament where it might be nice that you have like a lot more games. You know, people like to talk about the fatigue, but Yandex, they've had a lot more games, and I think proving or like having to test stuff in like a tournament setting and in these kind of games might be better than just like having more time to talk about ideas. At least that's my read.
Yeah, no, I think also the fact that they lost to them, I think that loss was very valuable because they got to test giving them Phoenix, giving them Doom, 2 heroes that I think they will not give them again. So they sort of, you know, they poked the beast and we're like, okay, no, we're not poking there.
Never mind.
We're going to poke somewhere else this time, right? So they know the areas that are impenetrable and maybe areas a little weaker that they can, you know, get an advantage in the draft.
Advantage in the draft will be very important. We don't know right now what's better, first pick, second pick. That's all going to be decided, of course, by the players. What feels best is going to be most important, Effie.
She's struck by the...
It's all good.
Really loud.
Because something is afoot.
A lot is going on here.
there is a lot afoot. Now this best of 5 is gonna be, hopefully it's gonna live up to the hype, and hopefully there's not a very instant like 0-3-0. We've seen Yandex fight back. We know they are prepared for this one. Tundra is the final raid boss for them. Can they deliver in this best of 5? Oh my lordy, coming there. Okay.
Yeah, we've been having
Deep
some stuff being cooked up here for sure.
Oh yes, a lot of stuff being cooked up. One best of 5 to decide who is the best, who takes home the lion's share. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the grand finals.
To make a horseshoe and asked my hammer thus. He said, I'll ask the anvil what you require of us. The hammer asked the anvil, and she had once agreed that they should meet together in the way that I decreed. And it's sparks flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. I thought to make an anchor for taking on the main. The hammer and the anvil relented once again. So they sat there together as I prepared the cast. They braced themselves for impact like a sailor on the mast. And it's sparks are flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. I thought to make a broadsword for fighting on the field, just as I know the hammer is a nobler thing to wield. And though us humble tradesfolk choose a quiet life, the gods of war come to the door of the hammer and his wife. And it's sparks are flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. They asked me for a statue of a general who died, a sword raised in his iron fist and a war horse at astride. And though I me for what I did decide, I stuck a hammer by his side. And it's sparks are flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. Now all ye merry blacksmiths, a warning take by me. Stick to your country horseshoes and your anchors for the sea. For the gods of war come calling, promising you gold. They'll take your hammer, take your anvil, take your very soul. And it's sparks are flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. And it's sparks are flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Oh man, what a crowd, what a reaction here, Jake, as ever. It's an absolute pleasure to work with you, sir. And this crowd makes it absolutely brilliant to come here every year and enjoy the best Dota in the world.
The best teams, the best crowd, and the best people that can dunk a pint I've ever seen!
Oh man, and the longest John's absolutely brilliant playing us in here. Thank you guys, you were fantastic as ever. The hammer and the anvil, Jake. But who will wield them in this grand final? Tundra or Yandex?
Absolutely, absolute best teams in the world, guys. Who here thinks that it's gonna be Yandex?
Who thinks it's going to be Tundra? Well, Birmingham, get ready to go absolutely mad and welcome the teams for this grand final!
This has been, eh? Yeah, my name is Pudge. I guess I should introduce myself. They made me wear these clothes. I'm not really comfortable in them. Would you mind if I just sort of sliced off your skin and wore it as clothes? Thank you. I'll get back to you later. Right, look who has come to be my dinner tonight, huh? Look at these, makes me hungry. First we have, Tundra over here. Very nice. Calm. Calculated. Terrifying. Haven't I seen you here before? Oh well, I went somewhere else. And over here, the Yandex. What have we here then? That's a juicy bit of prime rib with all these wins under your belts. Get to butcher's business, the murder you've got under your wake. Well, oh, wait a minute. Who are all these tasty morsels? Serve you up with a bit of sauce? A few meatballs? Delicious! Well, don't you all love a good slaughter? Gentlemen, sharpen your cleavers. Sharpen your cleavers. It means sit down, you yokes. Take your seats. Sit in your chairs. I don't think they're listening to me. Sit down. No? All right, I'll keep going. Are we ready for some fresh meat? Fresh meat! Fresh meat! Fresh meat! Fresh meat! Fresh meat! Let the ESL One Birmingham Finals commence!
At this point, Tundra and Yandex are not just fighting for this championship, they are fighting to decide which one of these two teams will be the best team of this season. Both teams having multiple championships to their names already. Tundra in the lead with 3 first-place finishes. Yandex close behind with 2. Can Yandex tie that score? We're gonna find out one best of 5 to decide who takes home the trophy, who takes home the honor, and we're gonna talk about how they're gonna do that. If we're gonna get that worded anyway. No, this is gonna be a fantastic series, and we are about to get into the nitty-gritty of the draft, and I do want to ask you guys how we feel the teams are gonna be trying to achieve this success.
I mean, I think a lot comes down to the draft. I think a lot comes down to comfort and confidence. You can hear it in Pure's interview, or sorry, not Pure, in Ari's interview. Yeah. I think the confidence this guy exudes is not fake. It's not the kind that he's putting on to be cute for the interview. He actually believes they're just going to smack them around, and I think that is one of Tundra's strongest points. What makes them so good is everyone on this team genuinely believes in their bones that they are the best team, and they come out here to prove it.
And I mean, like, for sure, like, they have shown it, so obviously, like, they should feel good. Like, when I look at Yandex, I'm hoping that they can take the momentum, you know, from the lower bracket, having played already, getting a W there, and just having more games overall, and trying to take Tundra, like, at least a little bit out of their comfort zone. I think it's very hard to achieve that, but even if it's just one hero or one little playstyle that you can make them change, I think that's already a very good start for you.
Yeah, the thing with Tundra is they're so hard to draft against. That's kind of their thing, right? There's not really a good hero that you can give away to them. You can't ban everything. So it's either you're dealing with that Largo that comes out, that Doom that comes out. So they've been starting with the Phoenix. Taking it away from Yandex is something that they could see to do. Like, you cannot cover enough of their heroes in that banning stage. So you have to come prepared with how you're going to respond to what poison that they are offering you.
I mean, pick your poison is such an iconic theme in Dota Grand Finals. So what we come to know is one team or both teams coming in with these are ideas and they just set them on the table, and it's you know, sort of a match of the brains, right? Obviously there's gameplay as well, but the coaches, they've done their prep, Moon Meander and Excel. There's a lot that goes into these series beyond just the actual gameplay. There's a lot of prep, a lot of thinking, a lot of trades. There is so much foresight.
Let's not forget the issue of Alchemist, right?
Yeah.
Tundra showed us that this hero is a problem. There was a ladder patch where they nerfed it slightly, but it's the hero that you have to come into this series considering what you're going to do with it. Are you going to extend a ban on it? Do you plan on trying to take it yourself? Are you just going to give it away, maybe call their bluff?
I'm sure, like, Tundra, they love this hero. You know, even with a small nerf, they'll still take Alchemist, ain't no problem. Like, to me, it's the Tusk. Tusk is a huge problem. We talked about it before. Ari's Tusk is incredibly good. And 33 is, like, one of the best players at, like, helping you play that hero the way you want.
Yeah, I mean, we had the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse last patch, and I think that right now the heroes that I have my eye on are the Tusk, like Kezu said, and I think this Phoenix and Doom, these heroes need to be banned, or you need to have some incredibly solid answers for them. The Kazakh flag there, supporting the boys, Malady and Watchman, that's good to see.
Awesome to see. Where do we think the pressure is going to be? Because normally game 1 of a best of 5, you see both teams go for their own plan and just like, oh, hey, let's see what happens if we let all the Buster heroes through, you know, because they have a certain plan crafted around that. Is that something that we expect to see here in game number 1?
I'm not sure. Like, overall, I think it can be nice if you just make sure that you stick to your comfort and like maybe you ban out what you can from the enemy team. But there's always like this world where you give them 1 or 2 guys, and if you break it in game 1, maybe you don't have to like, you don't have to ban it in game 2 or game 3 because, oh, we have let you take the 0, we just beat you fair and square. So I just overall hope, whoever feels pressured, that their teammates also overall, they rally and they're like, yo, don't worry, brother, like, we got this, I'm having a good game. Because in these finals, it's very easy that the emotions can get to you.
I mean, it feels like the narrative in drafting in a new patch is to not overreact, right? You have to come in with ideas, things that you think are good, and don't worry too much about what the enemies are going to bring in the sense that you're going to address every single one of their heroes, because you can't and you don't know what they're going to bring up. People still don't know what the most broken things are. So coming in with a clear game plan works. The thing is, we saw Yandex do that in their upper bracket series versus Tundra, where they had this idea with their IO and their Coddle and their Bristleback and their Tiny, but maybe that was too many ideas, right? They came with too strong ideas within the draft. Maybe if you limit it to 1 and work around that, then you can respond in a pick or 2.
Well, we have started the draft for our first game. We will have Tundra on Dire side with first pick. Yandex is thinking about their final bans here. They are Radiant and second pick. They have already removed now all 4 of heroes that are kind of the usual suspects. In terms of first phase ban with the Doom, the Bat, the Elk, and the Phoenix, whereas Tundra goes for the flavor bans luxury because they are first pick with the Shadow Demon, the Templar Assassin, and the Jakiro. Let's see where they go from here. What do they consider is the hero that they will craft their draft around? And will it be that Tusk that is so important to them?
Could be, can also be
Pango.
I mean, this hero has definitely been gaining like stocks over the last couple of days and games. And Yandex, they have also played it a lot of times, like both BZM and CJ. I think they play Pango very well. The hero just looks like he's a great laner. He builds good items, gives you amazing team fight. He's just a good hero. He's back to what he used to be.
Yeah.
The hero is just conceptually broken. It gives you way, way, way too many things. And it's a hero that even if you countered, he's still going to have the early game impact, right? He's so powerful on the runes and his skirmishing. It's just, the hero is beast mode, and there's a reason why for so long it was first pick every game for like 2 years.
Speaking of beast mode.
Holy Gulper mode!
Oh my goodness. That was the most impressive one of the tournament.
Well done on that. With Pango, it does feel like he provides that early game tempo that felt like was missing from a lot of the mid laners that were popular last patch because he was nerfed. Yes, there were the Void Spirits and the Storm Spirits, but they don't quite do in the early game what a Pango does. But to really enable this hero, you need supports that are going to play around that mid lane. You want to skirmish on these runes. You want to just bring those heroes there that first 10 minutes.
So you've got the Slardar against the Pango. I know that Slardar is quite good. I think also overall, like in this, like you're fine in the lane, but I think also in the game, Amplify is super annoying for Pango to play into. I think if Yandex can like find a range carry, which in my mind is also like Watson's best carry style, like you have a range where you get to click, you amp the Pango. If you're not ready with like a Lotus Orb to get covered, this can be quite difficult to play into.
Yeah, we've seen combos like Slardar plus Weaver, and Weaver gets found out. Like in the late game with the Hydra's Breath, Weaver was just shredding through this Pango.
Yeah, that hero looks nasty.
I mean, anytime a Tundra is in a series, I think you have to appreciate how incredibly precise their bans are. These first 3 bans are super targeted toward Yandex. I think they are the best team in the world at figuring out what that team really needs, what they want, what's really core to their heroes. And so many times I played series against a team where you want a hero the next phase, you're like, oh, this could be good, or that could be good, and they ban both of them. And you're like, how? It's so consistent. It's genuinely insanely impressive. I think the Weaver is a perfect ban.
Yep.
And I think it's just honestly very impressive, one of this team's qualities.
If you're Tundra, there's also a high chance. I mean, Tidehunter gets talked about in a lot of games. I think when you play Slardar, it's not really the hero you want to play into. The Anchor is super annoying. It's just a great team fighter. If they could look to cover that, I think Tundra would be very happy. It's one of like 33's best heroes. But maybe I guess we can first look at like the supports. A lot of them have been banned out, and for both sides, it should be the next double picks, should involve those.
Yeah, definitely a question of the Tide, but also a question of the Largo. We know that they're keen on playing Tundra if they can. They do have Slardar already in Yandex, which can be a solution to Largo by amplifying the damage and just being able to burst him. But that's always on the table when you think about Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, I think something they're potentially considering here is, are they picking Tusk? Are they banning Tusk? If you pick Tusk, you can put it in the safe lane, and it potentially sets you up for that range carry down the line, something more situational, like a Morphling or a Drow Ranger or something like this. Whereas you could also ban it, right? But then you mentioned the Tidehunter, and this hero becomes a big problem. You definitely have to consider in this phase because we've seen what this hero can do when it's unchecked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to give Mr. Matthew Walker, aka Ari, his Tusk. Like, he's played it in all his last games. He's so good. The shard is good. Just everything's good about it. And you can tell that Yandex, you know, they're taking their sweet damn time here on this ban.
I mean, something new about the Tusk as well, we were talking about backstage, is that the drinking buddies on the shard just gives you 10 armor now when you grab them. So against a hero like Slardar, you just pull them, and then now suddenly they're way tankier against the corrosive.
They go for the Largo ban instead, which again, maybe they don't want to deal with this hero right now. They may be reading that Ari could be going for the Coddle to do the Coddle plus Pango combination, and they just didn't want to give them the Largo on top of that as well, because it would synergize.
No, I think it's a good call on that Largo ban. It's just quite good against Slardar. You could, you know, dispel the haze. I like the Muerta. I know that, like, Kiri Muerta has been changed a bit, but she got buffed again in the ladder patch, so I think it's a good flex. First of all, it's a good lane if this is gonna be your offlane with the 3 and 4, but you do have the flex available to Watson on the carry role later. I think it's quite good against Pango. You know, in your ult, you don't care about his role at all. So I like the setup here.
I'm curious to see what 33 goes for against the Muerta, because we don't see it against Tundra too often. For the most part, it's pure playing this hero. Yeah. They're the ones picking it. They do get the Rubik. I'm shocked that it went this far, because this hero has looked completely bonkers. Those who don't know, his Fade Bolt saps all your damage now. So magic damage, pure damage, anything. Any damage you do, you just lose 24% of it when it's maxed out. So the hero is completely crazy. I also think something like a Muerta, right? It's a hero that needs to burst you very quickly in ulti. If he presses ult and you just Fade Bolt him, suddenly he's just 1/4 less strong.
Yeah. And this is their first Rubik, I think, on Tundra. Like, Ari's a great Rubik player, but they haven't seemed to prioritize this hero as much as they prioritize the Tusks and the Shamans and the Phoenixes. But I'm excited to see what it brings to the table. We've seen on this main stage what Rubik can do in terms of just existing in a team fight. His damage reduction from his Fade Bolt now is ridiculous.
No, it's definitely crazy. I think also against these heroes, like, you're quite happy. If you steal Haze, it's great. Generally against Muerta, like, you're getting either the Silence or the Deadshot. You're very happy with that as well. You have good skirmishing as well, like with your other few heroes. So I like what Tundra are doing here.
The Malady Tree.
Yeah, that's been a little while. How is this hero doing?
It is legendary, his Treant.
Yeah, I think he's the only pro player who's Grandmaster on Tree. It is his hero. It is... I don't know how good it is right now, though.
I mean, Treant's Shard got completely put into the ground. Like, that was so nerfed that you'd have to find a different way to play this hero. I mean, to me, it looks like they just want to play this Muerta carry. They wanted to secure that very strong lane partner and make it so that 33 doesn't have a comfortable lane. The issue is, outside of the laning stage, I'm not really sure how good Treant is.
Yeah, me neither, because the hero, he did receive a lot of nerfs. Like you said, the Shard. I think Living Armor also earlier is a lot worse. I mean, let's see here if you're Tundra. Of course, you have the choice between, you can take your carry here if you really want to, but this one too. I think it can be like two-sided maybe later against the Muerta, but it is looking like a very spicy Timber game if you get at least just a little bit on net worth.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra's heroes, they're just very strong, right? You look at all their heroes, skirmishing, the scaling, the way they fight together. It's a lot of in and out. It's a lot of poke. And that's something that's generally pretty good against Muerta. She's good against stuff that commits all on you, because you commit, she presses ulti and she turns around and slays you all. Whereas you look at Tundra's heroes, they're never, who's committing on you? They're throwing a Chakram, you're getting swashbuckled. Yeah. Sure, maybe Pango's rolling on you, but like, you can't do any spells to him. So I think Tundra, they're in a pretty good spot here, and I question, I don't know, I'm not sure about these Yandex heroes just as heroes.
I just worry that they've kind of all in too much in terms of making their safe lane strong, because let's say one rotation to this Muerta from Tundra goes well and they're not able to respond to it in Yandex, and Muerta's dead, then you've lost the laning strength of the two heroes you paired here, and that Treant, like we mentioned, is not going to give you that much in the mid game. Then what? What's the plan B?
Yeah, I share like a very similar sentiment. I think if Tundra, they have like a lot of good collapsing, but the good thing for Yandex is that they have last pick. You know, you can try to like swing the matchups, like win your lane, have a hero that can kind of like fortify the Muerta in the safe. And okay, when they make their first move, like I can TP, whether it's like the mid pick or the offlane pick, like to turn that fight around. I do think it is super, super important, because yeah, you're set up for later. Like Muerta, Slardar, we all know, you know, they're great. They can take Roche. You have good carry matchups. You should be happy. But the early game, you definitely have to get through it.
I mean, I think another really important thing to consider is that, you know, Mira talked about the fighting around mid from Tundra, and I think their mid fighting is a lot stronger than Yandex's. Tree is a hero that is famously kind of crap around the middle of the map because there's no trees to sneak around on. Generally, the hero thrives on the side lanes. So around these rune fights, they have the potential to flex the Slardar to offlane, last pick a hero for Mr. CJ that he likes a little bit more, but the rune fights will not be that easy on Yandex's side.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what you can do. to like get it, like to have a good matchup like later into the mid lane. We've seen people like try the like Ember into Pango, which the more I see it, it doesn't really look that good. So I think maybe like you decide, okay, depending on what carry Tundra pick, is off-lane starter fine there? Do you want to go for a new mid or vice versa?
And you can still pick Puck if you're Yandex. The downside of this Rubik is that you're not getting that like Shaman or that Lion that a lot of heroes will secure against the Puck type of heroes. And it has been nerfed, but it's still an effective hero in a position like this.
Yeah, Puck is definitely possible. That lane is a very skill-based lane. Puck can lose to Pangolier if you're not really on point with the dodges. It's the kind of lane where you need to be very sharp, and it's a very skill expression lane. So if Yandex do go for that, then I think CJ needs to be locked in, because it's not the lane that you can sort of lackadaisically play the first wave. He'll swash you one time, you lose half your HP, suddenly you're in for world hurt.
What kind of matchup on the lane do you think benefits CJ more? What kind of hero, like the Void Spirit types?
Void Spirit's not bad. This Gyrocopter ban, it's also possible that you want something against that. Like Slaughter lane's totally fine against Pangolier. It's a chill matchup if you want to just put him there and get something better for the game. I mean, they banned the Monkey King. I think that's one of the best ones against the Pangolier. There's some classic stuff like Dazzle mid, but I don't think that's very good in this game or in general.
Yeah, what happened to like Quap into Pango? Is that something you could do? I think Gyro overall doesn't really enjoy this matchup very much. And maybe you're at least the type of hero where you can go around on the map and do something.
Last patch for sure. I just don't know if the hero is good anymore after the patch, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's very weird. The scream does damage to you. You lost your facets. So I'm not sure if the hero is legitimate. If it is, it's a great co-op game.
Yeah. Because if you're looking for offlaners, some of them are fine, but they're like not amazing. I think like Centaur, Mars, Underlord, you go for some of those. Okay, they go for the tanking. I mean, this hero has looked very, very good in like a lot of games. But I'm not gonna lie, like if I'm Rubik in this game and I'm not getting touched first, I am pretty happy playing against a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of game I think where CJ is looking to explode this Rubik, right?
Yeah.
He's sitting with Epi and he's waiting for this Rubik to show himself, and you're just insta-killing him with Epi and starting the fight that way.
I think if this Sand King isn't able to initiate on the supports in Veno and Rubik every single fight, the fights will be hard. But we have seen that Ags plus BKB plus Blink build on the Sand King just shred supports. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on Shira Jr. here, but Sand King has made some magic happen on this main stage.
Yeah. What I like about Yandex's heroes that they have is there's a lot of like damage amp. You have Slaughter for physical, Hoodwink Shard later with the Sand King. We've seen it. It's like how Falcons won TI just with these, like with this hero combination. So I do like what they have for themselves, but when I look at Tundra and overall what they have, like I'm always very scared looking at a 33 Timbersaw who I think should have a good game. Like eventually if he gets to like the 4th slot, I think they're gonna have a hard time dealing with the Exodia Timber.
So if this goes late, it is looking pretty grim for Yandex potentially. If I'm hearing you guys correctly, it should all be focusing for Yandex on the skirmishy part of the early to mid game.
In a way, yes. They need to really win those lanes because they drafted to win those lanes. They need to be able to out-skirmish on those runes, but their late game scaling isn't too bad. What I'm concerned about is that if they're getting snowballed on by this Pango plus this Timber plus this Gyro draft.
We're gonna find out what's gonna happen, ladies and gentlemen. Grand finals time, game 1, Tundra versus Yandex.
Here are this best of 5 grand finals between Yandex and Tundra. Boggs, this is going to be an absolute showdown between these two teams. Of course, we've got Tundra cruising through the upper bracket. Yandex, they got knocked down, but they've crawled back in solid form. The wins they've had on this new patch, they've looked like they might have figured it out, maybe even a bit more than Tundra. The question is today, how are we going to see these two clash? Who's come out on top, for example, in this draft, would you say, coming into this first game?
I think Tundra has more of what we've seen as the OP kind of heroes in this patch. I feel like they did go back for more of like these more dated heroes, right? The tree has gotten nerfed heavily. A Hoodwink pick that we haven't been seeing as much too. So looking forward to see what we're going to get out of them. It's just, is it going to actually work versus what we've seen just looks pretty crazy. The Rubik we have to talk about,
It
right?
got pretty deep in the draft.
It did. And surprising too, because you look at it, it has great spells to steal across the board, great damage reduction, and they do pick that Sand King into it, which, because it was saying it at the end, this is a dream Rubik game. So many spells to steal, great things to reduce in damage. Let's see how these lanes end up going down. Because I do think the Sand King, Chira Jr., we saw Nothing to Say have pretty insane games on this Sand King a couple times in a row, literally almost carrying from the mid lane. So let's see if he can stabilize the early game, allow them to get to these later stages perhaps, and actually have this kill threat versus this heavy sustain and just damage reduction draft, right? The Rubik and the Timbersaw are going to be problems in terms of how much they soak. And yeah, let's see how the lane goes, right? This Rubik Timber, they picked it to counter this tree. So let's see if Malady can actually have an impact to protect Watson. Because this has not been a hero we've seen too often now after the nerfs.
No, I mean,
some pretty massive nerfs.
I was going to say, right, and deserved, right? Last patch, this one was one of those supports that you never really wanted to let get through.
No. I mean, the living armor got completely reduced. You can see the max damage block on all levels have reduced. And then, honestly, the shard is the big one. It went from like a 50-second cooldown to 2 minutes and 15 seconds or so.
I mean, how do you play this lane as the tree, as this nerf tree, when you are against, you say, this strong off-lane duo, a Timbersaw that's going to be cutting down all the trees, you know? What do you do as the support tree in this lane matchup?
Sometimes the tree in the past could be played a little more aggressively. I think this is you just play it as a much more defensive posture. You don't want to walk up and eat some chakrams or eat the whirling deaths because you can't just die. So just play fully for sustaining Watson. You're going to be the ones tanking the spells. Maybe you'll die on this tree, but that's your job in this lane. Just let Watson get the CS. But it's not going to be easy, I don't think, for Watson. These two heroes, as we said, they just feel incredibly strong right now.
We'll see how much Watson's able to get out of that safe lane. On the other side of the map, how do you think things have ended up looking for Pure here on the carry Gyro with what he's been sort of dealt with playing against him in this top lane?
Definitely set up for success, again, where he picks this Gyro into a lane that he's going to have an absolutely free time, right? Last time he's played this Gyro was versus a Bat Rider, and there was no way for them to even touch him. This guy, he has not only has the backup of a Veno, but he's into this kind of weaker lane until they have levels. The Slardar in particular playing versus that Gyrocopter can be pretty problematic.
We'll see how they're able to manipulate the creep waves and get what they can out of this top situation. Yandex.
He did get at least that one pull there, but now it is a double range creep pushing forward here, so let's see where they want to go and what Soxa wants to do in particular. I'm looking forward to what he's going to do in the Hoodwink, because this hero also has not been seen too often. Sure, got some cast range increases to be able to land your Bushwhacks easier, but it's not been the traditional kind of buffed hero that we've seen.
Yeah, it was
that support.
It's kind of at the end of the last patch, right, where I feel like we did see a lot of teams like to run this duo, right, of the Slardar and the Hoodwink.
Gives you great kill threat, it gives you good damage at all stages, and you have damage amplification too. I think that's maybe what they were looking for with this Hoodwink. It's a classic, the Falcons combo, right? You get the shard on the Hoodwink, you have the Sand King. The Epicenter is going to be very effective. Noticed.
Gonna make a bit of a go for him here. Homing missile out.
Bushwhack missed.
It's not gonna catch on to Pure. The flak hits are bringing Notice down very low. You can very much see on the last hits right now, Notice not getting much out of this lane whatsoever. Only 5 last hits so far in the first 3 minutes.
Solid laning start. Malady will be able to get the healing Lotus bottom, and they're doing a pretty good job. Sure, you're not seeing Watson getting every single one of these last hits, but they're keeping him pretty decently sustained, and Malady so far not dying to the duo of the Rubik plus Timbersaw. And 33 is kind of low, sitting at 300 HP right now. Obviously not great bottom, but not bad, all things considered.
Yeah, he's going to have a few more creeps coming in under the tower now, top Notice. So
Soxa
should be able to continue to run from Whitemon. Whitemon's not going to want to spend too much time chasing.
He stopped the drag, though. That's what Soxa was trying to drag the wave to get his Slardar or something. Whitemon got the pull because of that. Just getting the Gale on him, zoning him. He gets the pull. He's going to deny a full wave from the Slardar, who is already really struggling. Notice, only 9 last hits.
And not the easiest of offlaners to recover on, right? It's not going to be one that you can sort of turn and clear stacks very easily at all.
You'll rely on, Chira Jr. getting an early Blink Dagger, making a rotation to you, and you getting catch up from a kill.
True, well, yeah, just being able to dive the tower, get it on top of this Gyro before he's too strong.
But definitely not something you want to see happen for this Slardar starting this slowly.
They know the Maladies are around this area.
Ooh, careful.
We'll be fine. And we'll see actually up top, making a bit of an attempt here for Whitemon. Come up with the pushback into the crush, but the missile's out onto Notice.
It's dangerous.
And Whitemon's going to be able to kite Notice, and Notice might be in a lot of trouble here. Pure and Whitemon ready to chase him down, a turn with the crush and a bash, trying to get away. He will live. Another solid pushback comes in from Stacks to hold back Whitemon and Pure. And in fact, Notice he's thinking about closing back in on him.
Oh!
And they're so low in this lane. Another Rocket Barrage and flat hit comes out onto the 2 of them. Staxa and Notice, they'll crawl away. He's taking down those Staxa. Another Blade would drop down. The damage over time. He should be fine. He will live.
They're both playing with just pretty much nothing. The Fairy Fire is keeping them alive on both sides. Almost getting Pure, but all this time, no CS for Notice, of course, in the meantime. Some creep dragging mechanics. We're seeing Chira Jr. doing what we saw Nothing to Say do, just maximizing as much as possible. BZM looking to match him. Pure is staying so low.
They're just confident in the knowledge that nobody's going to step forward and snipe him. I mean, that might change
Chira.
obviously once Sax is healed up and is able to get back into the lane as the hoodwink.
Does he have a salve coming on Pure, I imagine? So yeah, he does. So he's going to get pushed back up. Bottom lane, yeah, we're seeing Watson starting to get that sustain. He has a ton of wand charges. He has the healing Lotus too, so should be able to stand his ground here. But 33 now also does have the Ring of Health, so he's sustained to be able to continue just standing down here. And he's not getting pushed out anymore. This is a dangerous game for the Timbersaw, or a dangerous game for them versus the Timbersaw. Can absolutely get to these incredibly tanky points that they might not be able to deal with very early. Even though they have Corrosive, even though they have great ways to amp.
Yeah, it's just the fact that two of those heroes are heroes that look to jump in. They're going to be in melee range, so
Yes.
33 is very likely to be able to turn and get a huge amount of burst off.
And the Fade Bolt, right? That's the big thing that I'm going to be looking at. If they get Fade Bolted, then that's going to pretty much turn every time if they do want to go for a kill onto this Timber. Top, Lotus. We'll go for Pure. Gets himself an early neutral item too. So he's got the Possessed Mask really early in the laning phase, which small sustain matters. Whitemon.
Look at the opening. It's enough burst this time
Nice,
round.
nice.
Yandex, they'll get that first blood.
And look at
Bringing
Chira.
one down.
He's up here.
They're going to be able to turn it into another one.
Nice play.
Walks up, gets the Burrow Strike. I mean, these are the sort of moves they need to make around this Slardar and get noticed that chance to get that bit of boost of XP and gold after having a bit of a slower start on the CS.
Great patience from Soxa, just finding these bushwhack opportunities and then waiting with the Acorn. You can see that Pure was like, oh, I don't want to run next to my buddy because that Acorn's going to bounce back, and that's exactly what happened. Nice moves.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, noticed, even though he did have that slower start on the last hits, getting involved in that, and the fact that a lot of the lane he was sort of taking up the solo XP.
He's almost fixed.
Exactly. You sort of compare the offlaner situation. He's at a full level ahead of 33 on the Timber on the other side of the map. See if the 7-minute wisdom.
They've got these stacks too for Chira.
Somebody's here. Ari knows something's up.
Malady's going to get pushed away.
He's not going to mess around when 33 shows, so Ari will be able to secure the Shrine of Wisdom themselves.
But the safe lane is getting its farm. The same exact farm for Watson as for Pure.
And Chira Jr., he is going to be on track to hit a very, very good Blink Dagger timing, as we've been seeing from these Sand Kings.
This hero, as we said, in a couple of these games in the lower bracket, absolutely carrying the mid and early game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're just going to have so much jump and stun and just lockdown, right? And between the lineup of Yandex, whether it's the Sand King coming in first, the Crush to follow up, the Bushwhack, the Overgrowths, a lot of AoE control that it's just going to be incredible around this Muerta once Watson gets to the point where he wants to start turning up to the fight.
Whitemon's
over in the
been
river. It's going to get tripped up here by Chira Jr. coming in with the Burrow Strike. BZM has rotated over. They can't really get on top of the Sand King right now. Chira Jr. able to stay safe under the Sandstorm on the high ground.
The thing is, too, they don't have a save either, in particular for Pure, if they do get that chain sequence of stunts until way later. Until the Rubik gets the shard, potentially, and then he can lift and move him out of position. That could be a big one this game. But if they do get Pure inside of these abilities, he's absolutely under kill threat at almost all stages. Great damage on their lineup. And the lane so far, the lanes have gone pretty damn well. You know, even though that Slardar, as we said, versus that Gyro can be difficult, he's gotten away with it, almost level 7. Him and Soxa absolutely doing a great job up there. Mid lane, can they keep this tower alive?
They want to try and make the dive play potentially for Malady. You see the wraparound being looked towards by Ari. Get the vision down.
Chira's here.
Just a quick bit of a zap there with the Fade Bolt.
And we're seeing BZM doing the build that he's done every single time, just straight defuse. And we're seeing more people. I was talking to Quinn about this actually last night. We're the shield crash build now. More people are just maxing it. Rather than 4-1-4, they're going for the double nuke build, which absolutely seems appropriate. The cooldown does drop very low on shield crash, so it seems very strong in terms of mid-game fighting.
Returning to the mid there, Chira Jr. will be enough to stop Tundra from continuing the push for now in the mid lane.
He's close to this Blink Dagger. That's going to allow them to go for early setup kills.
Tundra's trying to sweep up towards the top lane here with both supports, but it's fully under the vision of Yandex, so no chance of catching anyone by surprise. Watson's going to make the rotation up top, join forces with Noticed and Saxa, and ideally find a kill, and if not, look for a tower. Pure, he's got to be careful. And there's the opening. Saxa
gets caught.
To get the Bushwhack. Watson's ready to bring in the damage. Pure
Nice
immediately gone. The reaction will now come in from Tundra. See what they can find. Notice, looks like he'll get left behind. 33 TPs across. They'll be able to make sure that Tundra get a kill in return.
Great word by Sox on the left side there. It allows him to see Pure in a tree line where he didn't expect to actually get caught by the initial stun. He dies super fast. Initially caught by a stun, and then just the corrosive haze is more than enough to amp it up. I imagine one of these, the ward either is they're going to expect it's behind the tower or in the lane there because of how he got caught.
That is now the Blink Dagger out for Chira Jr. Of course, doesn't have the epicenter to make that play just now, but could still look to combo with something like Noticed on the Slider and just look to dive that tower. They should have a chance of getting those kills even without the necessity for the damage of the epicenter at this point. Pure, he's still pretty fragile.
Very vulnerable.
Push back a little early there from Saxa. Doesn't quite get the catch.
Gyro overall as a hero is still about just, destroying the lane and getting that huge advantage. The fact that he's getting jumped again, that's a third death.
I mean, that was just getting caught completely by surprise.
And
the
Ari.
pushback also on Ari. This top lane becoming a bit of a nasty spot of the map for Tundra to show up in.
Saksa just always about that killing. Something that all the teams always talk about. Sure, you might have these defensive great postures, but Saksa loves to get these kills, and he's great at finding them. 105.
And they might just get
find
more
another.
BZM. He's going to get caught by the jump as well. So this Blink Dagger from Chira Jr., I mean, I feel like it's gotten way more than it should have. Tundra maybe a bit too relaxed there with that positioning of Pure pushing out on the top lane. They did not respect the fact that it was highly likely that the Sand King at this point of the game was going to come straight back onto the map with the Blink Dagger, and then BZM getting caught out in that spot. Well, that's not too great from them. That's a bit rough.
Tundra overall, I believe they probably are anticipating themselves having a great laning advantage with most of these heroes, except for probably the mid lane because that Sand King is so good. But this is just completely broken now at this point. The Slardar is ahead of the Gyrocopter. The supports are catching up. They got to get Pure some space. And this top tower is going to die, so might have to just play on the right side, and BZM has to occupy this dangerous spot. Should be able to find Saksa. Where is he?
He's dodging around the tree. So he's going to get out of this Saksa. BZM is not going to be able to find him. Maybe if he goes deep with the Rolling Thunder, but no, he'll stick around and get the bigger kill. They'll take out Notice. 33 comes up to make sure they can get that Slardar out of the lane. A pretty important kill. I mean, Notice, he was getting pretty close to his own Blink Dagger with how good those last few moments have gone for him up on that top spot. They had to slow him down.
They were starting to build up a snowball pretty hard, and a very dangerous one for Pure if that Slardar was able to get it at that time. A good slowdown, and Saksa, he gets away, but you do lose your offlaner for it, so a bit painful for Yandex after having a pretty perfect start and opener into this game. Level 11 on Chira. He's keeping up with the clock. He's almost level 12 now, too. This has been super impressive from these Sand Kings on the main stage.
And he's got that epicenter ready to go if they've got a smoke out, which they do on Saxa.
And looking at the difference between the two carries in particular too, right? Watson, this bottom lane did not get pressured by the Timber and the Rubik. Even though it was designed to pressure them, he's doing phenomenal. Actually about 1,000 over his counterpart right now. And he's going to have the amp up always in this game, right? He's going to have the Corrosive Haze. Unlike the Gyrocopter will. He's not going to have any of these just natural built-in amplifications.
I mean, look at the smoke as well now from Yandex, Saxa, and Chira Jr. on the hunt. See how deep they do look to go. Maybe they'll just wrap back round towards the mid lane. Whitemon showing right now.
They are in a defensive posture on Tundra. They have good counter initiation.
They are going to go just for the jump straight away on towards Whitemon. Bursting him with the sharpshooter. BZM coming in with heavy damage though on a Chira Jr. They'll take that trade. Tundra successfully baiting there with Whitemon. They come out on top of that one.
Ari did not get the stun steal though. So Chira Jr. very quick to get the stinger out to make sure he doesn't give that stun to the Rubik.
They'll look to resume the push potentially on this mid-tier 1. It is low, of course, slightly getting healed up by the Living Armor.
They've stalled the push out pretty well, though. It is 13 minutes in with Living Armor, and it's still alive. They really want to push forward, but the Slardar is rotating over. He has Blink Dagger. They don't want to lose this tower, and it will just continue to get healed up if it does not drop.
Yeah, they just don't quite have the firepower to finish it off between the two of them against that Living Armor.
Ari does get a good spell steal, though. He did get the bushwhack on the tail end of that. So they might... I mean, can they actually look for a play to find Watson?
I was going to say, surely that's got to be top priority right now if you're Tundra. You got to do something about this Moeti. Watson, he's going to have the Maelstrom on his way out, and highly likely if this continues that he'll get away with just being able to go for that full-out Mjolnir with seemingly not too much pressure at all. I mean, what do you think they are waiting for on Tundra's side of things to make that sort of move and try and mess with Watson's game?
I think they can go right now. I think they're just waiting for a Long Thunder. It did come back up. They cleared the mid-wave, so looking to go for that pressure play. Tundra is a very, they like to just hit their creeps as well, too, even if things do go wrong. They won't always make these moves, but with Rolling Thunder up, absolutely can look.
Malady's in a pretty good spot to block this off.
He'll tank it.
All part of the plan there, really, for Yandex. Watson gets to live another day.
But the tower, it looks like they should be able to get this one. Can they get a trade exchange? Chira is looking for something Invis up top, but doesn't look like he's going to find anything. Tundra, playing the economy game, have brought it back down to that even.
33 at the top. Very close to having the Kaya Sanj online. So
He's going to be an issue, that's for sure.
Because down the line, what are sort of the best means for Yandex to be able to kill a Timbersaw? Like, who's going to have that scaling that allows them to take him out in a fight, or is it very few and far between?
I mean, it's the Muerta and the Corrosive, right, at some points if they're able to isolate it, but they want to jump the back line. That's the big thing, as they were mentioning on the panel. Chira Jr.'s job is delete these two supports, don't let the Rubik reduce the damage, and allow them to actually just hit these, because the damage reduction versus Muerta is incredibly effective.
Malady continuing to give some pretty good info here.
He's going to tank it again.
This time won't even cost him his life. Chira Jr. continuing to just, clean up incredible amounts of stacks here from this side of the map. Getting a lot on the Sand King.
33 is so farmed at this point. They might have to throw, quite a lot onto him just to bring him down if they do want to fight versus this Timber at this point. But they're happy. They're content with sitting back since Watson's getting the farm. They don't have to go for any kills on this Timber. They've got the Blink on the Slaughter, who's made a great game in this game that could have been very complicated from the start.
They're very much sticking together as a unit. Tundra around this mid area. I mean, is there potential for early Roche from either of the sides? I imagine Tundra's lineup not too hot, right, at taking the Roshan, but...
Both decent, because there's Lucky Shot on one side and then Corrosive on the other. So, I mean, if they do get a teamfight win, absolutely could see that happen. Smoke from Tundra, looking to protect Pure.
I have eyes on Saxa. Can we actually close the gap?
You get the ult.
I'm going to try their best to chase him down.
He's gone.
Yeah, they'll find him, so... Again, getting these supports, but the cause of Yandex obviously able to stay a step ahead because of these support deaths.
It's a pretty interesting rotation that Tundra does, maybe perhaps reading a play that they're going to look to pressure Pure, because they still haven't finished that mid tower off, right? They get a power rune, the mid tower is low, but they decide, you know what? Let's make the move toward top instead and try to protect and make sure that Pure can get this space rather than going for this tower push. Bit of an interesting one. It looks like they're going to swing down. Probably look for Watson potentially, but it's just not him over and over again. They might run into Malady again.
See, the last time Malady was able to get away with getting the information and not even getting found.
He did get the Dream. He got the Tumbler's Toy, which is one of the best items, best neutrals you can get on this tree. Just because you can go up these high grounds, bypass through trees, get better ulti positioning. It's like not a Blink Dagger, but it's like a mini one you can kind of call for the tree at times. So Tundra slowing the pace down, as they tend to in a lot of games, getting that farm built up for Pure, catching back up, but he still is one of the bottom cores in the game.
It's going to be these Aghanims timings really for the mids that both sides are looking towards. Chira Jr. just 500 gold away from having it done on the Sand King.
And interesting to see.
About 1,500 here for BZM on the Pango.
We'll see if 33 does want to go for maybe one of these aura or slight aura items eventually, but right now, still just going these lotuses. So we're actually having a bit of an honest game of no auras on either side. The only aura we have is what, Drum? I think being picked up so far, so should be some pretty cool, pretty awesome team fights in particular. And that Aghanims, though, for Chira, it's going to come out very soon. I feel like for them, they're going to fight around that.
For sure. Yeah, I think we're going to see the smoke straight away once that's delivered.
Yep.
And maybe even having Watson come and join the fight as well. Top, Pure, getting dove under the tier 2.
Has he got help?
It's going to come in, but
he's dead already.
Enough to save him. He's gone.
Just the 2 heroes.
Same time down on the bottom side, they're looking towards Malady. He's going to pop the overgrowth, and he has Watson by his side, so he actually can just set up for Watson to get a kill.
Hurry.
As they'll be able to get the death
goes down
towards him. Back up top, they're still trying to get something more from this, but BZM's kind of on his own against the two of them.
Has a regen, so he is strong. They do get the stun, they'll be able to disengage.
Very nicely done there from Yandex. Yeah, getting that successful dive on a Pure up top, being able to play around the carry themselves on the bottom lane, setting up for Watson to get involved in 2 kills.
Love the way that, honestly, it's Saxa and Notice so far being able to get these extra kills, being able to just shut down the gyros. 0 and 4 still on Pure. And Watson, he's getting enabled, getting involved in some kills, so he does get the new Supernatural. You get this little bit of spell amp. Sure, when you die, you lose some of the stacks, but absolutely matters. A lot of extra damage you can provide. Pure, now sticking with this team a little bit more. He's very behind, though. Level 12. Where's his level 15?
This is the thing, right? Overall, the net worth, it's not too different between the two teams, but it's just the fact from Tundra's side, a lot of it is on 33.
I mean, he's probably going to need
Pure a little bit behind that of Watson on the other side when it comes to just comparing the carry situation.
It's probably going to be like 33 and BZM that have to just take the torch in terms of kind of carrying in the mid game until Pure gets to these way later stages of timing. Because if Pure shows up, as we saw there, even just 2 heroes can kill him. The Muerta will eviscerate him as well if he shows up early. So Tundra.
I mean, they might just do something with the Muerta now. Yeah, Watson and Chira Jr. ready to join the smoke from Yandex coming in from this tier 2 bottom.
He's got Pike, he's got 15 talents as well too. Watson is strong now to be playing around. And this Aghanim's hiding for Chira. It's around the Tormentor.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Tundra to turn around the team fight if they get jumped by this smoke from Yandex.
It's just how weak Pure is in comparison to everybody else in the game.
Looks like they want to...
The cores, at least.
What's the plan going to be here from Yandex? Just take the Tormentor?
Yep. They should be able to just get it essentially for free. Are they going to be able to trade anything on it from the side of Tundra? Maybe catching them on the retreat could be an option.
I mean, Tundra look like they do want to come over and fight around the Tormentor.
They are scared. It does do a lot of damage back to you now, so perhaps they are both hesitant and looking for the fight beforehand.
I mean, it feels like it could be a difficult fight for Tundra to take. But they want to try.
Who's going to find who? It's a shield rune on BZM. The front line is tanky from Tundra.
BZM. Check out the high ground. He's going to get immediately caught by the dead shot. The burrow strike of the epic coming in from Chira Jr. He's caught the two on the back line. The
big overgrowth
as well. Locks them all down. As 33 has to run. There's going to be the TP out from Pure. The dead
stun
shot
catches him
though. The interrupts there. The angle perfect from Watson. The bushwhack comes in to follow up from Saxa. He'll dodge the crush here, Pure.
He's
but
so
notice
sweet. He's so
kite him out. They clean up Pure. 33, the only one to live. I mean,
Yandex is playing so well.
Right, making the move into that area. It was a risk from Tundra trying to go for this team fight. As we say, sure, you look at the numbers, you look at the net worth, it's close, but you can't help but feel when it comes to these 5v5s right now, Yandex, they're just a little bit more suited to these sort of situations, and they had the setup, they had the high ground.
And they didn't hesitate. That's the big thing that I was really happy about seeing. There was a shield rune on BZM, and it didn't even look like it, because they immediately jump him, and then Malady gets, what, a 4-man? I think the Tumbler forward gets a 4-man overgrowth. The fight's just over from there. They lose their Pango, their strongest hero at this point. 33's too scared to jump in afterwards without him. No Rolling Thunder.
Some beautiful, beautiful dead shot angles there from Watson.
And we saw the Boomerang come into play as well too, right? Saxa amping up that damage for his team too. Tundra getting a bit frustrated, not able to get Pure involved into the game, and he just gets caught at the tail end of it. 0-5 for this safe lane Gyro.
Looking for Chira Jr., but it's a slippery one to catch, and it's only going to get harder once he has the BKB done. Looking to start working on that next tier as the Sand King.
Gonna have some pretty good BKB timings. The offlaner and that mid, of course, will have it very quick. BZM will find another power rune, but it's still not protecting him. As we see, the saves are just not there. Not having the Force Staff yet on the Rubik, no shard or anything. Ari is getting closer. They do need something like that, it feels like, to get them out of the chain stun. You know, you mentioned it in the beginning. The chain stun is really strong from Yandex, and we're absolutely seeing it.
You don't want to get caught in this overgrowth and epicenter combo. It's just too much for Tundra to deal with right now.
Tormentor wasn't able to get claimed. But looks like Tundra are trying to set up for it, but Yandex is coming.
Well, they are heading over under the cover of the smoke. So as you say, it can be sometimes a little risky to go for these with the amount of damage you take. Looks like they will be able to do it quick enough to get the Tormentor.
Malady is here for the retreat.
Can they get out? Running to TP and back off. Oh, Malady.
Oh, Pure?
Is he going to find him? No, Pure's out. But not going to be the case for White Monster. All things said and done, you know, Tundra, they get the Tormentor. They only lose White Mon. Pretty much as good of a situation as they could hope for there.
I think they're a bit lucky to only lose the one there, honestly. If Malady was even a couple seconds faster, may have been able to cancel one or two of these TPs. And Ari, he gets it for free. So we were mentioning they did want a save. A kind of nice one that he's able to get for free. Now potentially able to distance them from the chain stuns or from the calling. Could potentially save these heroes to get these spells off. Because they do have Lotus Orbs. They have good ways to protect each other if they don't die immediately.
Well, they're coming for BZM up top though. Chira Jr. With the opening power strike. Ari's there at the side. Can he do anything to help out right now? Doesn't look like it. Sharpshooter comes in, burst through BZM.
The two of them.
They catch Ari as well on the high ground.
This Sand King, we said it, right? On the main stage, it's just been looking phenomenal. Chira Jr. having the game of his life. 7-1 and 6, level 18, BKB soon on the horizon. Not seeing him falter whatsoever so far here.
Starting to turn into a difficult one here.
It is.
Tundra still on the farm. I mean, 33 continues to be massive.
Just the Pure difference, right? Pure is 10k, the Slardar's ahead of him.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for him to catch back up as well, just with the sort of the build-up, right? There's no sort of farm acceleration on him. It's this Manta into the Christus, which of course we have seen a lot of the times, but does mean that if you're not really taking the fights, able to get these kills,
no Solar Crest.
The farm's going to be slow.
Yeah, no Solar Crest on anybody either. They have the Force Staff on Ari, but then they have the Essence Distiller on the Venom. So not quite that amplification, and Roche is going to die very fast. This Muerta might not die. starting to look like it with this BKB now finished up as well. Has great protection. The team has played perfectly to give Watson the space.
Yeah, Watson's been having a great time.
Question for Tundra really is going to be is how can they mount the defenses now at this point? Can they get these ultis? Can they get the Rolling Thunder to control some of these heroes? Because they have not really been able to bring down the main cores in this game. Sure, they killed the Slardar a couple times, but it feels like he's done more than he needed to in this game. And it's going to be forever, it feels like, until Pure is recovered. Even though he's the bottom of the course, now BZM is also down there.
His farm will, finally start to pick up a little bit more once he has the Aghanims done, and he's kind of close, just about 1,100 gold short of picking that up as the Gyrocopter.
Just worried about how fragile he's going to be, right? How is he going to get involved into the team fight unless his Timber and Pango just literally soak everything? It feels like he'll die in seconds.
Put the wards down, so aware that Chira Jr. was sneaking around in the tree line. He knows now himself as well with the Plague Wards making contact. They'll smoke up from the side, Yandex.
They have a high ground ward. They do see 33. He's got the gem, though. He will be able to take it away. Tundra probably wants to just avoid these fights into this Aegis.
Yandex are getting in onto the high ground. Tundra, they probably can't afford to even stay close to the tier 2 right now. It's far too risky.
Don't want to get jumped behind there. Gonna go maximize. Pango's gonna TP top. Pure is farming in, these dangerous positions that he just kind of has to go in, and he swapped the build, by the way. Pure is feeling like, I'm not going to have time to just go for Aghanims. I need to get BKB and perhaps try to get involved.
All right. I mean, do you sort of see that sort of vibe in this situation? Do you think there's a chance he might switch it again? What is he looking at? What is he considering when he is switching between going for the Ags or going for the BKB as his next pickup?
I think he's just worried he's just going to chain feed, that he just cannot play the game without a BKB, as we saw in multiple times there. If he gets stunned, if he gets called from anything, he is literally just dead. So perhaps just doesn't need it, even just to survive and even just to farm safely.
Because, would it be a BKB that he picks up and just they continue to sort of play passive and farm?
Yeah.
It's not going to be like a BKB smoke up and try and force a fight.
I wouldn't think so. Especially not into Aegis. Perhaps maybe when the Aegis goes down, then they could look for it. Tundra have to be super careful in these next few moments, though. They have to hug... they have to play around their two strongest heroes, right? They have to hug 33, they have to hug BZM for now.
I mean, how likely is it that 33, with this amount of power that he has on the Timbersaw, can just sort of keep the game alive long enough to allow Pure to get in position and carry it?
He still could die. I mean, yes, he has BKB and Lotus, but if he gets caught by just chain stuns, he absolutely can still get burst, because there is that much damage on the side of Yandex. They have every type of damage too, right? Not pure damage in general, but they do have Corrosive Haze with all this Sand King, with this Muerta just amped up. Bottom, Watson is a little isolated here.
Just try and burst through that Aegis. They're going to try and go for the move. They'll get him underneath the tower, but he's quickly able to get the ult off. Glimmered as well, and he's got Chira Jr. by his side. Makes the jump to 33. The BKB's out before the pushback connects. 33's ready to go straight back over towards him. They'll burst through the Aegis once. Let's see if they can go for round 2. Melody tries to hold them back with the overgrowth, but Pure
Watson's got BKB.
The kill, but now the BKB's out from Watson. Turns, shoots down Ari. Now turns his attention towards Pure. Chira Jr. notices ready to come back in and keep Watson safe. Forces him to the side, gets him the triple. BZM does jump in, but the dead shot hits on towards BZM. Finally, Watson dies. BZM, can he get out of this? He cannot. The bash is there. Another burrow strike on towards 33, but 33 is still pretty strong. So Yandex, they're going to have to start backing away from the Timber. They've killed everybody else, but killing the Timber at this point, especially without the Muerta, is a bit too much. So they'll bail out of there, back off. I mean, Tundra, they choose to make the move. They do. They get the Aegis out of Watson. They are able to kill him a second time. Does cost them pretty heavily, though. They lose 4 lives, but we are seeing, if they can make that move, take the Muerta out of the equation, then 33 is kind of invincible at this point.
Yeah, but it also was an opportunity where they saw, right? It was him very split up from the rest of the team when they were able to isolate him initially, but then the rest of the team comes in forward. Because look where Noticed was. The Slardar TP to the tier 2 bottom, sprinting, because he's like, oh, wait a minute. Watson is a bit deep forward there. So the Pure BKB, you can see the job of it, but still he doesn't get too much benefit out of this fight. But at least they do bring down this pesky Muerta finally in the game.
Lots of damage. I mean, they were very close to being able to maybe even save Watson towards the end then, coming in with the extra barriers.
So close.
Bringing him down, and of course going to 33, so more money for him. Yeah, it just continues to sort of be the 33 in the Watson show when it comes to the farm. These two absolutely stacked so far this game, and very high on the levels. Well, yeah, level 20 on the both of them.
Tundra tends to be very good in this economy game, but as we said, Pure still needs to get more and more space. He wants to be the one getting that cleanup kill at the end of things. They're not 33, of course. And now Basher, Chira, continuing to get that extra growth, the clear separation between him and the other core too. And Watson is about to have that really big damage.
Yeah, that's going to make a huge
Daedalus, he would have killed them just that much faster to have
He might have got a
actually just
rampage.
survived.
Yeah. Well, you've thrown a Daedalus on top of this Muerta, and yeah, suddenly it's not going to look as close as it did when it came to kind of Pure and Watson trading each other in damage, trying to bring one another down.
But with the score of 23-9 and how the game state has overall felt, an okay situation for Tundra, all things considered. Of course, still a very big mountain to climb. Notice now also with a nullifier, super farmed on this Slardar as well. Good game for it versus these Force Staffs, right? They need ways to be able to distance this Gyrocopter away. The nullifier is going to kind of just stop that in its tracks. Although Rubik Lift, have to just keep our eyes on that one if he's able to get these big lifts and kind of protect the Gyrocopter as well. Haven't seen it yet.
There we go, smoke time around the Daedalus of Watson.
And a DD. Chira also got Basher, so kind of double or triple item timing for the cores on the side of Yandex. Whitemon. He's
pretty dead.
Almost three-shotted.
Single-handedly taken down there by Notice. Chira Jr. already sort of moving away from the rest of the group, trying to set up a solo play even deeper. Tundra, they're pretty split across the map, though, making sure that whilst this sort of smoke move's being made...
BZM?
BZM. Then something was up just in time.
Push gonna commence. Watson does have the backup of his team near him. They are starting to split away, but looks like he should be able to bring the tower down quick enough. Can't react in time. And they're even hunting. Saksa.
They're gonna find Ari. Got him in the bushwhack. Easy burst right now to clean through the Rubik.
Sand King is looking so good right now. Every time that we've seen it.
Yeah, and this was even in a draft where we saw it come out towards the end as that last pick. And in a situation where, in sort of previous times, you might not have wanted to pick the Sand King because there was, decent heroes to counter it or to play against it right on the side of Tundra. But here, they didn't care. They picked it anyway, and we're certainly seeing why they didn't care. I think we had the record so far with the heroes, 6-1, I think, on the patch right so far in this tournament.
It's just looking really, looking safe, right? It's looking similar to like the kind of Pango thing where it's a safe hero that you can pick in a lot of instances, does good in almost every single matchup, and scales. It does massive scaling. And speaking of the scaling too, he has it 20. So I think this is another reason why this hero is coming into fruition. You get the epicenter pulses at 20 now. 33.
Has found Watson, but
more
my
than enough
goodness,
damage.
never mind, Watson's found him. Well, that's 33 going down for the first time this game, but my goodness, he went down fast. Can the rest of Tundra find something in return? They're going to look towards the Sand King, but Children is able to burst right down to the low ground, jump forward here from BZM, but he can't quite do enough damage to finish off Chira Jr. And now you notice to just straight back in with the crush onto the two of them. BZM will get the shield crash off, but Notice moves forward, comes in with the bash, the pushback there from Stacks and catches the two, supports up on the high ground. Pure is dealt with in the river as Yandex, they're going to be able to run down the rest of Tundra one by one. Ari trying to escape. Whitemon gets crushed by Notice. Shotza shoots down Ari. They get team wiped. As Yandex showing indeed how comfortable of a spot they are in right now in this game one. Tundra struggling to pull things together, and that's got to be demoralizing. Insane. Right in that position right up to this point. 33 is like, well, maybe he can keep the game going, maybe he is going to be unkillable, but this Daedalus Muerta pretty much 3-4 shots him, and that's sort of hope for Tundra. It just gets completely destroyed.
And overall Pure, he looks almost like a creep, I gotta be honest. He runs in with BKB and he dies in seconds versus this, overall insane damage that Yandex has been able to build up.
It looked like the lane setup at the start of the game was pretty good, right? Like, Notice was not having a good sort of time when it came to the creeps, but those rotations, those early deaths on Pure in that safe lane, that really just completely shook his game up, and he was never able to recover.
I mean, Saksa and Notice just absolutely opening up the game for them, and then the Chira rotation kind of sealed the deal very early, at least from those 16k lead. For range racks to fall. They can back up and pick what they choose now. They have Tormentor, they have Roche soon, and it's very hard for Tundra to approach these fights. Everyone just dies so fast. Even if the Rolling Thunder comes out, absolutely can't die. This might be a last hurrah.
I think you've got to go for this if you're Tundra.
Yeah, you just have to last
try and sort of just roll the dice, smoke up, and hope that whatever you throw at Yandex might warrant in something that favors you. But yeah, as we see, a bit of an eye-opener there. It's like, wow, okay, I guess they do kill me that quick. That's not good.
So guys, we're in a really rough spot.
That's a rough one. Yandex up 30-10 right now, 34 minutes in, 18k gold lead.
Yandex just one step ahead in every single occasion in this game. The lanes, as we saw, the mid-game fights, the rotations.
And Tundra with that smoke, they find Saksa. So they'll get themselves something.
But can they get out? Is the question.
Because Yandex, they'll happily take a 4v5.
Looking for the flank positioning here. Looks like they'll respect it, actually. They're going to back away.
And Tundra, they just have to keep going. It's a small window. You know, a hero is dead on Yandex. Okay. They have to try and go for more, but as you can see, Yandex have already backed up right back to their side of the map, back to their base. So Smoke's not going to catch anyone.
They're playing as careful as possible. They definitely know how much of an advantage that they have here. But
they could have gone for a 4v5.
Yeah, they could have absolutely tried for it, but they're like, you know what? Let's not take any type of risk whatsoever here. We have great information on the map with all these trees that have been placed down from Malady.
Do you think they expect this sort of move, this sort of smoke up into the twin gate, and then to sort of sweep the bottom side of the map? Might someone get caught out by this?
It looks like they're at least just playing safe, right? They're all just hugging each other. They're waiting until Soxa respawns. Nobody's even stepping outside. And Tundra, they're trying their best to just get these desperate kills. We'll get the one. It's just a support. Can they get the Roche, though?
This would be something. And they are doing it pretty quickly. Half HP. Yandex starting to move over. They can get this and get out. Certainly go quite far in holding the high ground. They get the kill. They get the Aegis. Now they just have to run.
Maybe a little too defensive of a posture on Yandex here. Giving away that Roche. Tundra will be very happy about having that. Pure now actually has a potential to do something in the fight, right?
Absolutely.
A secondary life.
They're still hovering outside of the base, though. Tundra, they want to try and fight this, but already the jump's been there. Chira Jr. is able to get in on top of Whitemon. Whitemon's gone. BZM is going to just have to continue to roll away here with Rolling Thunder. Wants to be no part of this.
Even into the Aegis, they're so much stronger, of course. This could potentially allow Pure to maybe get some type of attacks, maybe get a kill.
Keep the game going.
Yeah.
Trying to do whatever they can to add these extra minutes to the game so that maybe Pure can get in position to carry.
He's under attack.
Just can't even build toward a Rapier, it feels like, this game. Watson
Jr.
can just walk up to the high ground.
He's going to find BZM here. Trying to go for a bit of a solo play, but Ari's there to help out. Still though, Chira Jr., does he want to continue to go for another jump? No, they're going to start back into the base here.
Their base, Pure.
Actually, and on top of Pure, I had to put the Manta in retreat. They need pretty much the full squad to try and push back Yandex from this siege that they're getting away with.
I mean, this is dangerous even for 33. I see him walk up like that. He could just die in a single stun. As we see how much damage that Watson's able to kick out. They just walk in. There you have, not afraid of that Aegis, as we were saying. Just walk in, don't care. Full Shivas now for the stanking as well. Just very careful Dota from Yandex with this advantage.
Tundra there still.
They're trying their best.
They're heading out at the base as well, you know. They're not falling back into that full just sort of wait for Yandex to come to the high ground.
I think they know that they'll just lose if they just play that kind of defensive posture. They need to go for these risky kind of plays, allow Pure to get to a point where he can actually play the game. 1-7. One of the more rough games I think I've seen from Pure this tournament.
I guess that the pressure's kind of on Ari, right? He is the initiation, right? Blinking in with the telekinesis. Nobody else really has that instant catch to start things.
He's gonna try.
He's gonna look for it.
He's got the calling.
The telekinesis onto them, but deep behind that tier 2. It's a bit too much for them to push for, or is it? I say that. BZM's actually going in for this one. 33 is going to end up charging straight over to Watson, but Watson just puts the BKB, the overgrowth there. Watson ready to turn down, lay down the damage, as that's BZM and Whitemon shot down. 33 will timber chain away. Pure, I mean, I don't know if he wants to stick around. He's hovering around the tree line, considering getting back in on towards this, but he cannot do the damage to deal with Watson. Watson hits the dead shot, catches Pure. Pure, the illusions are cleared out. Notice closes in, misses the crush. Whoops. But they'll slowly but surely be able to find the Jara they'll want. And almost certainly the second time. Watson ready to move over. They'll have the immediate lockdown, take out Pure a second time. Yandex, they were ready for them.
They're just too far behind, Owen. They're trying for these plays. I mean, a kind of cute play from Ari, blinking in, going for this play. He actually steals overgrowth, but couldn't get in a position for it afterwards. But you're just seeing them. This deficit is too high. Watson doesn't even have to use Titanic.
Nope. It just pretty much
just stands
through
there.
The team fight right now. His amount of farm, fantastic. It's going to get even more explosive, the damage is now. He's able to have the luxury of finishing that Mjolnir.
This is just a beautiful game.
33, unlikely to be able to get back to the base. They've caught him in the corner.
Another one. This tanking is, it's a problem. I don't know.
It's probably going to have
to go. I think so.
Yep.
It's doing too much.
And it got through what's the last pick, right?
Yep. But this top lane also, I do think the Tundra maybe making some big mistakes up there.
Oh, no, they just didn't.
Killed so many times.
Whitemon shows himself, immediately jumped upon by Chira Jr. and noticed. Onto the mid set of barracks.
This is impressive stuff. Yandex playing super fast in this game. Great lane. Never really slowed the pace down too much here. And Watson, these are the buildings. Gonna have to buy back perhaps on 33 if you do want to continue playing here.
I feel like they've got to give it one final shot. Cure up in a few seconds.
Standing his ground.
Tier 4s are falling.
Buffed up.
If Tundra can give it one last attempt here in this first game. Ancient's exposed. Watson's ready to close it up. BZM's going to make the jump in, but straight away he just turned with the crush to the burrow truck. He's gone. He'll buy back BZM. 33 still holding his for now. Just starting to step up with the Ancient already at half HP. There's the buyback from 33. Let's see if Tundra can force back Yandex.
Watson's got everything ready.
And he's just ready to turn on the 33. 33 will put the BKB. The stolen overgrowth comes in from Ari, but the BKB is ready for Watson. Chiro Jr. comes in with the burrow track onto the two supports. Whitemon and Ari are gone. They'll buy back here on the both of them, but that's 33. Dieback, he's out for 2 minutes. Watson moving in, ready to close this one up, as he's going to be able to likely kill BZM potentially through this rolling thunder. He'll try and roll away, but this game is over. GG is called. Yandex coming in hot here in this game 1.
The Sand King looks amazing, but I have to give so much credit to this top lane. I think Noticed and Soxa kind of broke the game to the point where Pure was never in a position to play. 1-8-2, probably one of the roughest games I've seen from him.
Really was just never able to get his farm online and have any sort of presence in the team fights. And they dealt with that perfectly, Yandex. And against a Tundra where we've seen before, right? Tundra, they might get behind on the kills in the early game, but they're kind of keeping up in farm. They were doing that here, but it didn't matter. Yandex was still just able to blow the game open because they knew even if Tundra, with this lineup, were keeping up in the farm on some of their heroes as they were with 33 on the Timbersaw, it just didn't matter because they had the means to deal with him. This just sort of untouched Moeta from Watson, only dying the once, 13, 1, and 11, just seemed to have the answer for anything when it came to the question of, do they have the damage? Yes, you look at this Moeta, he's just cleaning up everybody.
This lane the lane just went way too good for them in particular, right? And when you're looking at a gyrocopter and you're like, the Slardar has similar net worth as him, it's a disaster, right? So for Tundra, big things to improve. Yandex, keep this up. This looks phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. They look fantastic here in this game 1. Yandex take the first game here at the best of 5.
Wow, what a start to this best of 5 series. It's not the first time that Tundra drops kills to a team in the early game, but normally you see Tundra still like gaining net worth constantly. Not this time. Yandex was able, Kezu, to make sure that Tundra did not get that net worth lead, and they did not do the Tundra thing.
No, absolutely not. Like, Yandex's early game, I think their lanes were super good. You know, top looked rough, but then they got a couple good kills. CJ in the early game as well, they had stacks for him. He owned, like, really, really hard on the Sand King, as did Watson. So I think, you know, Yandex, they came in prepared, they came in with momentum, and they just took it through this entire game 1 here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they really manhandled Pure's gyro. Like, that was rough. They killed him 8 times. They hunted him in the early game. With the Sand King, they brought him top. Notice on the Slardar was like diving tier 2s, just throwing his body, anything to get the kill on the gyro. Then bottom, they run at him again. They make sure that this gyro isn't off to a good start, because if gyro doesn't have a good start, it's not a good game for him on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that stands out to me the most from CJ, but from everyone, is that they played really confidently. You felt that in their clicks and their movement and the things they were doing. There was none of this fear, there was no freaking out or panic or any of the stress that can come with grand finals. It was pure, we're going to play the Dota game, we're going to show that we're the best team in the world, and in this game, they absolutely showed that.
It's like, also like to me, I think Malady's Treant, you know, it's a hero we haven't seen very often, but he still went for the shard. He had a lot of like very nice vision, even like deep wards as well throughout this entire game. I mean, you can see from a lot of the KDAs, like this game, it was very, very chill for Yandex. I think Tundra didn't really get going the way they wanted. I think also, I wonder if 33, like if he could rebuy like his inventory, if he would go for something different, because with the net worth he had, I expected a little bit more. I mean, it wasn't easy, but yeah, I expected a bit more.
Yeah, I was wondering how they would activate that Treant, since we've seen that hero get nerfed, but Malady was absolutely great on it. Like, not just providing vision, but securing the lane for Watson, going to the mid lane and spending a lot of time defending it while CJ was able to move around. And later on in the game, the overgrowth was a problem. It was picked for a reason here.
Yeah, it also looked like this game showed us that Muerta was stronger than maybe we initially thought. Is that fair to say, Quinn?
No, I think so. I think the pairing with the Slardar was really, really good. I mean, we knew that, you know, the classic amp and Muerta and range carry against Pangolin would be good, but I think it looked better than even we thought. I think Watson was absolutely owning on it, and I think there were some questions about would he actually have the damage to cut through the timber, right? Muerta got kind of nerfed and then buffed up a little bit again, so there's sort of a question of where her strength level is, but it looked very, very good, and it's a hero that Watson loves to play. I remember picking it on 4, and then Watson's always like, we can flex it. I can play it. I can play it. I can play it. And so here he finally gets to play it. So
he gets to play for sure. There were a lot of cool fights in this game. Quinn, there were a couple of things you wanted to highlight out of those fights. A couple of small things.
There were little moments here and there that I think add up to mean something big. We look at here, Malady. They're kind of just going on him after a fight that happens elsewhere, and you can see they're chasing. There we go. Yeah, they're chasing him down. And he doesn't even press his wand here, right? He gets super low, down to 80 HP. He doesn't press his wand. He's not freaking out. He's not panicking. Now, this may not seem like something very big, and at the end of the day, it's not really, but I think it's indicative of Yandex's mental state as a whole, which I think is really, really important for this team, especially since they've lost to Tundra in the past. The fact that he's not panicking like, oh, I don't want to die. No, he's just playing to what is in the game, and I think that is really, really important and valuable. I go and I look at this next clip, and I think this is a similar thing where they make a nice move on Gyrocopter, one deep under the tier 2. This is a very manly sort of Chad move to make. It's not something that you make if you're playing in a very scared way. And then you look down on bottom. They go on Malady, but Watson's there to turn this around. It's another moment where it's not like you just say, oh, just let him die, stack him. Compare that to Ahri. His pathing here is very questionable. If you look at the way he dies, we'll go back a second, whatever. Anyway, he walks down the hill in this goofy sort of way and gets stuck away from his team. Look at this. Look at the little movement. He remembers to use his neutral item. He jukes up and around. If he gets hit by the roll here, he dies. It's these little things that add up, I think, to make a really, really big impact in the later game. And a similar thing here. Look at Tundra. They sort of run up in the hill, and they just get gone on and die. It's very disrespectful of the way Yandex is playing, and I think all these moments to me say that Yandex, they were honestly just more on the ball this game, more crisp, and I think a lot of that is a mental thing. So much of Dota is how you're feeling. Are you in the zone or not, right? We talk about zone all the time, and when I look at this game, Tundra, a lot of their players just fell flat. They were not in the zone, whereas I look at Yandex, I look at CJ specifically, the man was cooking, and I think they were all on point.
Yeah, he really was cooking, and I think crisp is a great way to describe it because you were talking about the importance of jumping this Rubik and going on the backline during the draft, and that's exactly what they did. The coolest thing about watching them this game, especially when they were doing that top tier 2 push with Muerta, was that they were distributing their priority really well. Not everybody was going on the same guy. When Watson was fighting Gyro on the side, Notice came to back him up, but CJ was taking care of the rest of the team.
And speaking of Watson and the Gyrocopter from Pure on the other side, that's something you wanted to highlight, Keza.
Yeah, because it's kind of like a night and day difference what they did in this game. So, you know, we have to highlight. Like, if you look at this KDA, this is ugly for Pure, and this is not usually, you know, what happens to this player. He's usually owning, but in this case, you know, it's Watson on his range carry. His KDA is, like, so lovely. His hero damage is insane. It's more than double. Gyro is supposed to have very high damage numbers. He's hitting everyone. You have a cooldown on all the other heroes as well, so I think they just came into this game like very nicely, and I think Quinn pointed out very well. Like, I think they played very confident, but also like confident and calm at the same time. Like this controlled pressure throughout the map, using resources here and there very nicely. And I think like it just showed in this entire game. And it's usually not what you see from Tundra when they play into these other teams. You know, usually they're the ones that actually beat you down. So I'm really happy to see this from Yandex.
Yeah, and you look at Watson's KDA this game, 13, 1, and 11. With Muerta's new changes, that kind of KDA is pretty scary, right? Because her innate now gives her 1% spell amp per any hero who dies in a circle to her. And if she dies, she'll lose half of the stacks, but he only died one time. He was playing with like almost max stacks on that innate, and that is just ridiculous scaling. If you think about Muerta's new changes as well, with the Shard, the Slugger, I'm not sure how Gyro is supposed to fight that if he doesn't have a good game. Every 12 seconds, Muerta can just turn him into a ghost.
It's a lot to learn from this first game of the series. We're going to find out if Tundra can adjust and if Yandex can continue their momentum. Of course, the teams also get some time to think about everything that happened and everything that will happen. We'll see what comes off it after a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is, my friends. Let's take a peek. It is time to Kahoot! Kahoot! Absolutely.
How thrilling, Jake, to be connecting with you.
See
always
my
wanted
wife,
Kahoot,
see
you
my
said.
child watch the grand finals. I'd rather Kahoot, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a hoot. And I hope that you guys will join us here. You're going to see a QR code on the screen.
Scan that shit.
Scan it! Scan it or leave. I'm going to say it right now. We are having security come. If you do not scan it on your phone, you will be asked to leave. If you guys are at home, pretend to scan something. They are coming to your house.
Yes.
Yes.
You can win this almost empty bag.
Almost.
We've given away so much stuff. We're running low on merch. You can get a bag that has a special surprise in.
What is
that will not disappoint you.
What is it?
I refuse to say.
What is it? No problem.
It is
Don't worry.
not empty. It's not
Ken,
technically empty.
There is something in there.
There is
something
something
incredible.
in this bag.
Something we cannot say on stream because it is
Something-
not safe for the stream.
Something that Curious Porcupine could win. Or
Curious
perhaps
Porcupine should
Agent
not win
Dragon.
that. He will. We're past 1,000 Hooters, my friend.
Wow. Oh, we're hooting it.
By
at the store.
God.
Let's get ready to bloody well Kahoot.
I don't.
With the best of them.
I love Kahoot. Let's go.
What's the topic today, Jake?
Well, my friends, the topic today is what you guys love. It's lore. Wow.
Who's cheering for lore?
They cheer
Don't
for
just cheer
lore.
because he's here.
They cheer for lore. What do they call Largo's homeland before he left?
They called it Luton.
No, it was not called Kahootin or Luton. Was it the Froglands, the Tadpole Nursery, the Living Island, or the Erie Bog?
Is that Erie or Irie?
Irie.
Bog.
Oh, Irie. You know, on my voice line, they said it says, woo, Marie. I say woo-wee, and Valve refused to change it. And now I have to tell everyone that my wife's name is Marie, so they stop asking. The answer is, of course, the Living Island, the Erie Bog.
We all know that.
Woo, dude. All right.
Balanced Platypus was quickest there.
That's right.
Question 2. Juggernaut used to be in a relationship with which Dota hero?
Oh my God.
Crystal Maiden, Sven, Lena, or Templar Assassin?
Poor guy. Man.
What a choice.
All of those are absolute stunners.
Oh.
Golly.
God, how do you choose?
You get that? Absolute.
Oh, stunners?
Well, one of them
doesn't have a stun, though.
Well, stuns me when I look.
Who watched the Slacks Lorgasm videos?
Shut the hell up.
It's about
It was
3
Templar
people.
Assassin, which you would have known.
TA.
Dang it.
I did not know that. Innovative Ferret.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next one. Rubik is the son of which Dota 2's character? Could it be Keeper of the Light, Aghanim, Roshan, or the Shopkeeper? Which you would know if you watch Pyrian Flax's Microsoft Paint videos. He did do one on Rubik.
I didn't do this detail.
He did it. He's going to do it after the event. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see one more Microsoft Paint video?
No, nobody does. No.
Yeah, you like that?
You idiot. Now we're going to do it.
All right, 5 seconds left. Who will it be?
I reckon it's Aghanim.
Wow, nice
is that right?
cheating. It is
Yeah!
Aghanim. There you go. Minimal lore knowledge achieved. Well done,
I
Winged
know
Kangaroo.
All right, Winged Kangaroo in the lead. 2 heroes currently work at the Tyler estate. Name one. Ricky, Nyx, Bounty, Auntie Magoo. Who's it gonna be?
Auntie Mage, okay?
Auntie
Very
Magoo.
important.
Ricky,
That's
Nyx
Rick-
Assassin, Bounty Hunter, or Auntie Mage. There you
Ricky
go.
Maru or Auntie Magoo?
Auntie Magoo or
I
Ricky
like that.
Maru.
The most powerful safe lane combo.
God.
Support Anti-Mage, carry Ricky.
Have you done that?
God, no.
I used to do pos for Anti-Mage. It's a hell of a time.
Is it?
For the enemy. Oh, nobody knows.
Whoa, guys, it was Anti-Mage.
Worked at the Tyler estate.
Oh my God.
Winged Kangaroo, well done, whoever that is.
This
Absolutely
guy.
crushing it.
He watches it. Venomancer's home, the Isle of Yidi, was recently transformed into what?
I read that as the Isle of Little.
No, it's a marsh, a developed nation. A training camp or a tourist. You can't say that. It's a developed nation.
Venos Island is in the BRICS Federation. A marsh.
The Isle of Yidi just got their first Nando's. We are a developed nation. Venomancer
Nando's.
squeals in delight. All right.
A tourist attraction.
Oh!
Hell yeah.
As said in the Wayne Ranger Arcado when she bought the Tome of Knowledge.
There you go. This is a big deciding question, actually. And
Oh!
Jubilant Turtle, 5 out of 5, and well ahead. Jubilant Turtle, where are you?
The Jubilant Turtle.
Wave your arms around. So
Wave your arms, my beautiful turtle.
Up there?
Up
Come on down to
there.
the front of this area.
Up there? Jubilant
Throw the bag
Turtle.
action.
Wow.
Well done, Jubilant Turtle.
Literally the backest seat ever. Who would have thought the person that knew the most lore would be way in the back? Incredible.
All right, we will get this bag to you, I promise.
We will get the bag to you. Don't worry. Now, what's the prize? Tell them.
The prize is a piece of paper that we all hurriedly autographed backstage.
We autographed it.
In a bag.
Congratulations.
In a bag.
Your lore knowledge has finally been cashed in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into Game 2 of the Grand Finals. Do not go anywhere. We're coming right to you.
Can you feel it? Desperation. In the air, on the streets, in the alleyways. Everyone's looking for a killer. Not because we're trying to stop him. It's because we need him. There's one man on this planet that can murder that bastard Bard. And Scotland Yard's been looking for him since the start of the year. The whole world's asking, where's Ice Frog? So I come to you. You found the man who killed the Battle Pass. The man who leaked the Dota Plus files. When they asked me who could save us, who could find Ice Frog, there was only one name. Ori fucking Holmes.
Largo contested in every single game. He's undeniably broken. No updates and no fixes. People are still playing Jakiro. Yep, he's gone alright. Pack up your things, Watson. We have a case to solve.
Fuck.
You come to my manor. My fucking boozer! And you expect me to roly-poly for the chim-chums, is it? For me mates? Right, so fucking scrap, you tosser!
This guy is gonna kill you. Elementary, dear Watson. How goes the interrogation, Watson? Are you getting him to talk?
Yeah, I can get him to shut the fuck up, actually.
Largo will never be there. The facets have created a digital, perfectly balanced utopia. Ice Frog's greatest creation. Ice Frog is done!
Why is T-Gov streaming?
We found Ice Frog yesterday at the bar, and he just kept taking shots and deleting facets. He went crazy.
Oh my god, not the facets, dude! I'm a support Vibe player! Time zone's fucked, bro! My Dragon Knight cosmetics is stupid ass fucking event, dude! Ah!
Also, Largo's still broken.
Oh, absolutely. Hats off for Ari Holmes and his sidekick Watson, also going head-to-head here in the grand finals of ESL One Birmingham. Yandex now one game up in this best of 5. But very soon we'll see if Tundra can strike back and tie the series. We will be heading into the draft of game number 2, and we will learn what lessons Tundra has taken from this first game. Looking forward to also hearing the opinions of both Kezu, Quinn, and Effie. I didn't actually know that there's a name for 3 people, because I said both, and there should be 3.
Yeah, for both, then you go with 3 names. I think it's the skit. You know, the skit's like taking us out of control. Like this script, like that. First of all, you have those 2 guys that played, and they're both in the finals. That was a banger skit.
Oh, that was amazing. I loved every second. Okay, so what we got coming?
So they changed up and banned out the Slaughter, which was a big problem in game 1, because Tundra are first pick one more time.
Yeah, that means that either one of the 2 teams prefers second pick / first pick. So they're both probably happy with the situation. Other than that, with the Slaughter ban, it means that Jakiro makes it through. The bans of Yandex are the same, and other than the Slaughter, nothing changed. So we'll see. Last time Tundra started out with the Pango, this time going with the Largo. Doesn't matter if he's nerfed, still good.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they have to prove they have an answer, right? They weren't banning it first phase, but they clearly thought about Largo as an option. They second phase banned it last game. They think their best option is Sand King, but I'm not sure if this is actually a direct response to Largo. I think it's a Sand King is getting banned second phase. We really want this here. We don't think there's any counters to it. And we have multiple options we like against the Largo. I think is the more likely option because Sand King is not like really a direct response to Largo.
Yeah, he's just looked very good. Like, you know, in all the games we've seen before, in the game we saw, like, just now as well. I wonder if they're going to look for, again, like damage amp, you know, from some specific way. I think the Hoodwink looked very strong last game in Sax's hand, like, with the Sand King. So I would like to see Tundra at least consider that hero as a ban.
I mean, they do respect ban the Muerta, so it's a similar thing to last game, even though it's not quite the same, right? They have the Pangler. You want stuff that kills him as he runs in. Largo is very, very similar. You want stuff that blows this hero up. You need enough damage to get through all this stupid armor and healing that this hero does, so Muerta is a very sensible ban, and Yandex will have to find something in a similar vein that has enough damage, the oomph, to kill him, because Sand King does AoE damage. It's somewhat slower damage, and Largo is going to heal a lot of that. They could potentially get a pipe on someone at some point, so you need oomph.
I mean, Tusk is still in the pool, and it could be providing that oomph for Yandex if they need it. You just need the damage to burst it, and you can pair it with another Watson ranged carry.
No, for sure. I would definitely like that. I think also, like, Largo is a hero, he doesn't like getting beat up in lane at all. He is very slow. He needs a good start, and then, you know, you farm the stacks and whatnot. Maybe that's another benefit to having Sand King. You can invade, like, the enemy triangle, you know, if they're stacking up, maybe, like, force a fight there with an early epicenter, with high levels in the Sandstorm. So I can see where Yandex are going, like, with this for now.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. I mean, we see all the popular mid heroes right now. Sand King is, I think, won all the games I've seen against Pangler, so it seems to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain, Huskar, these are generally the two best heroes against Sand King, and they're not really getting picked right now, so they do steal the Tusk, which is very feisty. It's a hero that's good against Largo. We talked about it last game, having the melee do to beat him up, so this is really cool.
And again, opens up for another Watson ranged carry.
Yeah, I do wonder. Like, obviously, they will see a little bit more, you know, like maybe the support matchups that can help you a bit more because, yeah, like the Tusk with the range carry that we talked about for Watts, it should just do, like, really well against the Largo.
A quick question. In the previous series we watched, and yesterday as well, we saw IO pop up more and more. When the previous game was ignored, maybe together with the Largo, seems like, you know, it amplifies the healing even more so. Is that anything that these two teams will do with the IO, or are they just not IO teams?
I don't think they're IO teams. Yandex maybe more so. I have not seen Whitemon or Ari play that hero. So I would assume they're going to stick more to like their comfort and take it from there.
IO is also a bit of a team hero. Like, it's not just an individual player hero. The way Relocate works, the fact that you're tied to someone else, like the people you pair with and how you split the XP, all this stuff is stuff that takes quite a bit of practice, and it's not something you can just rip on the fly. So even if IO's good, I think it's the kind of thing you practice in scrims for a while, not the kind of thing you play in the tournament that happened, or the patch happened in the middle of.
Fair enough. Better stick to comfort, which for Ari is definitely the keeper of the light.
Yeah, it pairs very well with the Largo. Like, the ability to give him mana early on makes him skill his ulti early on and maybe make some aggressive plays. You can also open up some CJ combinations, right? You can get some Storm Spirits, some Tinies, some Pangos, some Embers.
Like, if you're not looking... Okay, so they go for the Jakiro as well. Like, just to also go back to like the lane, like Largo, Caudle, if these heroes lane together, it's like a very cheaty lane. You know, you throw your Throgs, you do the Illuminate, like you just kind of like skip through it and you try to get around it. But I would also say like you can play Tusk in this lane and like go for some pressure, but of course also if they do that, you can go for the Blinding Light. So I like that Tundra went for the Caudle here.
It's got to be a tempting Rubik pick now, right? This hero's been trending up. You see the Ice Path. The damage reduction versus Largo proved to be good in the Paravision versus XG series.
No, that's a good shout, and definitely something they're considering, I think. I wonder if the Caudle is also somewhat Marcy repellent. Like, Marcy is a hero we've seen have a lot of success against Largo. And if you jump to Largo, you just bounce him away, right? So there's potential there that a lot of times when teams pick heroes, not only is it because they're good with each other, but they protect against each other's counters. And I think there may be a little bit of that with Caudle, with the bouncing stuff away.
That's the range carry to pair with the Tusk.
Yeah.
So looking like a 5 Tusk right now.
I think so. I mean, and with that note, I think the Rubik is good. I would like to see the Hoodwink also, you know, if you want to run that back. But Weaver, I like it a lot against these heroes. Like, you hate playing against this guy if you're any of Tundra's heroes currently. You can lane with the Tusk. You get, you know, you bet Deso later as well, like even more damage amp if you want to.
Shadow Shaman for Saxa.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go wrong. He's, you know, we talked about him being a catchy player earlier in the series, and Shadow Shaman is about as catchy as it gets. Brother's got 2 stuns. And it's a hero that lets Saxa communicate and dominate the way the map is played. I I mean, this is a very sensible pick. Storm Coddle is very, very good together. We go back patches and patches and patches. It's always been good. You just give him a bunch of mana. It's pretty straightforward, but a very powerful hero and a hero that's good against Sand King because you can't actually 100-0 oftentimes in the stun epi, and you can get out of the epicenter very easily as compared to something that gets bogged down and stuck in epi and takes the whole damage.
It's super good. Like, they have so much damage amp as well, like the Coddle, the Largo as well. I think if you're Yandex, you need to look at a way to check the Storm. Like, Storm alone is already like very good in this game. He has so many buffs. I think if you're Yandex, you're probably looking at a hero like maybe Underlord. Titus also like a very good ban. I think, you know, the Anchor, you're very good for the team fighting. But getting like some more roots or even like damage reduction, I think is something Yandex should be looking at.
Yeah, a pipe would be so valuable versus Tundra's drops because it is all magic damage right now.
Yeah.
What pipe heroes are left?
Underlord.
Underlord.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like number one, I would say, because you know you need three options. I mean, I guess also what's nice for them, they will like Pure has to show his hand like first, right, and like kind of maybe also cover it with his pick. I would say it's a pretty damn good Faceless Void game. It's slow, so you also need to find like the right band for it. I think if you are Pure here, but it is one of like the best counters to like Weaver, at least in a 1-to-1 matchup. I think it's a great dilation game also.
It's also great against Sand King for similar reasons as Storm. Like, he jumps in and stuns you and epis you, you don't care. You can just leap away and revert all the damage. He's not going to burst you like that. That's not how Sand King works. So definitely could be a very, very good option. I agree with Mira, though. I think the pipe is very important. Like Yandex, I think they've got quite a bit of damage. They have heroes that are very good at skirmishing and very good at punishing. So it depends a little bit on what Pure picks, but I think they could lean in the realm of more damage. I think they don't want too much more catch, and I think they could also lean in the aura tank up build. You sort of gauge depending on if you think you need more damage, you need more tank, depending on what Pure goes here, and that's sort of like what happens in these last phases. You've got a few options, and they're either better or worse pending with their last phases. So you've considered them, and then you look and see what they do.
And it depends now on Tundra if they want to like preemptively address the pipe hero, maybe dissuade it from coming with a Monkey King or an Ursa, because these are typically the anti-melee type heroes, without sacrificing their draft. And I don't necessarily think Ursa puts you in a bad position, but as the game progresses, it could be hard to play against Weaver.
It definitely could.
I'm trying to think, because it doesn't seem that easy like to pick your carry here. I think it's nice if you have like semi-high HP pool so that you don't have to like go in with your BKB every time and you start getting healed by your Coddle and Largo. They will go for the Monkey. I think nice call. Also this hero has looked very strong. Like, I think that Tree Dance has like no cooldown. Your level 10 talent is cast range on that as well. Makes you so damn mobile.
Are they looking at Primal Beast for Yandex? Because they banned out DK Void, which are like the Primal Beast lane counters. Or did they just see them as potential skirmishy heroes?
These might also just be carry matchups against Weaver. I think that the Giga High Armor from DK, and then, you know, obviously everything on the Void is good against Weaver. Weaver's horrendous against Void.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, I think the Monkey is quite good here, and it begs the question, is Nodus going to try to play something that's more game countery, or is he going for, you know, the lane, right? There's stuff like Venomancer that's still in the pool. You could play off lane if you want to get really crazy. Like, there's Viper that is historically good against Monkey King. Or are you saying, okay, we're just going to play the lane normal, and we think we can outplay you? Because Monkey King is not that strong in the early waves. It's when he starts getting to level 3 and 4, jumping on you with the extra levels in Jingu, that he beats the crap out of you. So there is some potential to outplay. I've seen melee heroes beat Monkey King in the past.
Yeah, no, I like the Monkey King for like all of those reasons. It's just good for you. Your lineup one set, your Largo is very slow. You know, if heroes are like kind of cover for this, and the hero that Yandex are looking for, at least for draft integrity, most of them are bad against Monkey King. So this is like, I would say, the hardest thing for them to like try and find here.
There's still Brewmaster for Noticed.
Yeah, how is that hero now? It's quite a good brewery game. I would say it's not great against Largo as game progresses because he keeps everyone alive at the same time. It's sort of that lower damage range.
There it is.
It's a good call, though. It's good against, obviously amazing against Monkey King, and it's pretty good against the rest. Like, it's this chaos, it's this randomness sort of in the fights, which I think is very good in general against Tundra's heroes, because you've got these two squishy backliners. Now you've got Pandas running at him, you've got Sand King blinking on them, Weaver hunting them. Like, it's not an easy game for Coddle to Jakiro to play. This sort of stable, we sit behind our cores.
Yeah, the one thing about Brew that's been really nerfed in my opinion is just his level 1 ult. That Cyclone is only 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's
which was pretty significant, but as the game progresses, that'll be a pretty minuscule change. So long as he can disrupt this backline, then he has set up his team for success. I would still love to see a pipe, though. I know it's not the easiest item progression for Notice, but it would be fantastic here.
Yeah, I don't know if he can slot it in. Maybe it's a bit hard, but I like Yandex's heroes together quite a bit. I think, again, they like this collapsing. They did it in game 1-2. You know, your Weaver can go through the gate, your Brew gets 6. You're like very strong together when you make this happen. And again, I think it's overall a pretty good Sand King game. but I could see Yandex run into some damage problem in like this mid game. If you don't get a good jump, Caudle ult with Illuminous, Largo plays a stupid song, everyone stays high HP. I think if like the first 5 to 10 seconds are not that great for Yandex, I would prefer playing teamfights on the Tundra side in this game.
It sounds like Tundra has got a lineup that allows for Largo to be set up for success in a game like this.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Frog's going to do his thing. Assuming they can't beat him up in the lane, I think that's a really big test for the rest of the series. Can you actually beat Largo?
Yeah, that's going to be also a lot telling, if they can, how the rest of the drafts are going to be going. We're going to find out if that Largo can find success, if Tundra can tie the series here 1-1. It is time for Tundra versus Yandex, Game 2.
Time here in ESL One Birmingham. We've got these two teams lined up and ready to go in with the draft spot. There was no surprise, right? We come into this game too. That tanking, it's coming out straight away. It has to, right? If he doesn't do it there, Chira Jr., he's not going to get it.
Absolutely. There are adjustments made, though, on the side of Tundra, right? I do believe, and I do like the points that Kezu and the Quinn were making there. The Storm Spirit in particular can be a very hard hero to burst sometimes with this Epi Burrow. And if you don't get burst, you can actually get out of that Epi. I think that was a really good point that I was hearing from Quinn there, because in a lot of these times I'm seeing them just get stuck in the Epi and they can't move. Storm, they have the sustain as well too that comes from the Largo and the Caudle, so they're looking for adjustments to deal with that Sanking in particular is what I see from this draft. There's a lot of sustain, right? Largo, Caudle, Monkey King as well too when he gets the Jingu build up, so absolutely there's adjustments being made. That being said, Yandex with a very strong aggressive lineup again. The Weaver, the Tusk, a very strong duo. The Shaman, we've seen how impressive and how aggressive Sox has been able to be when he can catch, and this is one of the best ones for it. And then, yeah, the Sanking.
Absolutely, yeah, they're going to have to catch. They're also, yeah, just going to have that save potential a little bit more reliably from the Tusk with that snowball potential from Malady. Well, let's see what they can show us here in this game too. Tundra after having a bit of a rough game one. I mean, all in all, when you sort of look at the lane setups, do you imagine, is it set up for a bit of an easier time for Pure? Because it did for the last game, just didn't really get to sort of play his position as the carry right. He was behind the whole game.
I mean, he just kind of set up in a good position for it last game as well, too. He played a little too aggressively forward, and just some really good plays from Yandex caught him off guard, right? They placed that ward that caught him when he was starting to catch back up right behind the tower. So I think Yandex they played that lane pretty much to perfection. But yeah, versus Jakiro, much harder.
Look at this damage up top.
Ari.
Oh, he's going to end up dying. Maybe what's it dies for? He does. So Tundra at least get in the trade, but that will, of course, be first blood for Yandex there with Malady taking down Ari.
This is going to be a fun lane to watch in particular. Largo, I think 33 is showing that he's at least been one of the best ones in terms of being able to lane it. Most other players just immediately leave. I've seen them actually play the lane a lot stronger with this Largo here. Nice catchy lick to get that extra regen too. But this duo is very strong. The tag team plus the Weaver with the damage amp with the Geminate, when they do get more levels built in.
We were seeing that there, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Ari especially has to be super careful. They of course have Blinding Light, which will help. That mischance will be very effective versus some of that physical damage, but still might be overwhelming in a lot of situations.
And overall, obviously with how well we've seen the Sanking do at the moment in this patch with these players, obviously having to come out to the first pick, surely there's got to be a trade-off for that, right? You look at what Tundra's done against it, do you kind of see an idea of what they've got that's going to be able to stop Chira Jr. from just having such of an explosive game as we're seeing time and time again from these Sanking mid players?
I think overall BZM is just feeling more comfortable on the Storm, like I was mentioning. I think this matchup in terms of mid-game can play around the Sanking a lot easier, and just the sustain war, right? They're gonna have the sustain. If someone doesn't get popped by that Epi, they can reset out of it with the songs of the Largo, get the heal going from the Caudle as well too. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure they left it in to make some adjustments, and we're gonna see if it works or not.
And then in terms of that final pick coming in from Yandex, closing things up with Notice getting the Brew, do you think that does feel like something that slots quite nicely into the draft, or was it something that they were sort of forced into because of the lack of other options? You know, how good does that last pick feel?
I like it a lot for Notice. I think it's one of these things that breaks the positioning of how you want a lineup to work, where you're setting, okay, we have Caudle in the back, we have Jakiro in the back. The Brew just runs through, finds the targets that he wants to go through, or you can just lift the Largo in some of these team fights. So there's a lot of potential, I do feel, for this Brewmaster. Even though it can be a bit of a risky pick in some situations versus this lane, the mid game can be very powerful. But yeah, this was a pick that they went for Tundra to just completely secure Pure's game, though. The Jakiro plus that Monkey King, an incredibly strong duo. And not as volatile as something like the Gyro as we saw there versus the Hoodwink to reposition. This is an early move.
Level 1 here.
I mean, maybe already just determining that they have to sacrifice that lane bottom.
See what they can get out of this. Ari's in trouble. Blocked off by the shots, but the link's there. Does it save him? It looks like it will. I mean, what's trying to dive? Oh! A little bit of a pause coming in from BZM.
They've got Snowball. I don't know if, do they really want to dive that forward for it with the bug on him? They passed the Lotus, they passed the heal.
If they dive, I think there's going to be a solid chance that 33 should be able to kill one of them in return, right? He's going to have to look in a few seconds. Do they want to dive? They do. They're going to go for Ari, so they're going under the tower to take the kill.
33 also.
They might just be able to kill 33 as well. There's a lot of damage. Watson is tanking the tower quite a bit. He's going to get out with the Shikuchi, so he'll get away with that dive.
Look at this creep wave. They want more.
Yeah, they're going to be ready to go back in. 33 is going to get held in position by the Shackles. They have the damage to take him out, and now they might just be able to turn for Whitemon as well. The
what a
rotation.
rotation.
Ari's trying to help out with the shards. Will block him Whitemon.
A heads-up move, really, from Soxa, right? Just identifying that this bottom lane, Notice just has to play it as it is because they're not going to be able to trade versus the Monkey King. He just leaves.
I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, you don't expect that, right? This
You really
level
don't.
1 Shaman to just turn up with the Shackles off the back of that twin gate rotation.
Like, if it was the opposite kind of positions where he's ganking the safe lane, right? You could maybe expect it, but ganking the off lane like this, a very clever move. Soxa, as we said, a killer in most situations. Getting themselves off to a good start here, 3-1.
Yeah, making that play and getting away with it. Good blocks there from Chira Jr. My goodness, BZM taking quite the damage as he's held in the Sandstorm, but Whitemon will turn up, try and help with the warding around the mid.
Pure will have a free time. Notice did get a couple creeps to catch up with there as the lane did get into a better position, but now Pure is going to be able to just dominate this one in a 1v1. So let's continue to see what the rotations are going to be. Is Soxa just going to still stay top where they find Ari again?
Might be in a fair bit of trouble once more. Ari dead for a third time in this lane.
Looking to enable Watson as much as possible. Missing a couple last hits as we do see here there on the Weaver, but getting the kills to make up for it. Trying to punish that Largo, punish the greed that's coming out from Tundra in that top lane.
Certainly showing they have the moves to do so far.
And let's see where Soxa wants to go from here. I'm seeing him bringing out a Clarity, he brings out a Raindrop, brings out some Obs and another, he says a Blood Grenade, so could potentially look for more moves still here. Not the easiest, of course, down toward bottom, but the Storm isn't level 6 just yet, so if Chira hits 6 and they have Epi, and he catches him in a position, they could potentially kill the Storm still.
Gonna make her go for a notice there. Ari back out on the map.
Can he live? The bonk back?
Decent blast back into the Boundless Strike. That'll do it.
Mid lane, they do get the timing.
They've got the Shackles. BZM trying to back off, but the Snowball's coming in. So whilst they might have lost notice on the bottom lane, they're able to group up and make that counter play around the mid and slow down BZM hitting that level 6.
Soxa's everywhere. He's been to all the lanes already. World Traveler.
1-0-3.
Oh, and a Courier.
Courier and a Bounty Rune.
Why not?
Continue to be incredibly annoying.
That's a good Courier.
Indeed it did. That was going to be the full tread. Sort of denied for the next minute. The Pure was getting sent out towards them.
He's doing a fantastic job of setting these lanes up. They have an advantage coming out of these lanes of 1K
as well.
lead.
Malady getting the Courier of 33 up there, which would have been his completed phase boots.
And bottom, look, Noticed is getting a fair bit of experience here too. It's a triple creep wave he's been able to build up down here. So Soxa, is he going to soak some of this XP? He is. Maybe expecting if they dive under the tower, some TP rotation if he gets a grab. Yep, the Sand King's coming over with the haste.
He's coming in with the angle.
Blood Grenade.
If he can get his hands on Pure.
He's trying to get the tree dance off, perhaps waiting for the moment he does.
With that, he'll be out of there. So Pure able to avoid. Oh, I say that. Chira Jr.'s actually going to start looking along the tree line, but it's so hard to make the call to go for the blind burrow strike. You don't know where the Monkey King is. Pure is away.
All the Monkey Kings have been doing the same thing, saving that skill point just in case of things to protect themselves and turn into the lane to get that tree dance up. 33 will also survive top. Much more balanced laning phase this time around than before.
Still just a slight bit of an edge here for Yandex due to those early moves, those early kills.
Top lane, 33 is staying pretty low.
Shards are going to catch him. Ari is there to try and help him out. And actually, well, Malady just ends up dying for this one. And 33 actually gets his hands on Watson. Okay. Watson will still be able to clean up the kill with the Shikuchi and get out of that.
Frog Stomp was doing a decent amount of work there. Now Pure, the numbers are coming in.
Getting blocked off here by Notice.
He can't jump in the tree this time.
He'll turn with the Boundless onto the two of them. but they'll still continue to chase up. They'll try and look towards the twin gate, but there's nowhere to run or escape the chase down from these three. As again, Yandex just getting that little bit more in this early game, and Saxa, yeah, just continue to be everywhere.
He's everywhere.
1-0-4. This Shadow Shaman is quite a lot for Tundra to try and deal with right now in this laning stage. He's everywhere.
Everywhere he goes, he's gotten him a kill. So 1-0-4 for him. Continues to just bring out clarity so he can keep his impact on the map. BZM does find an amp damage. They do have a good ward here in the lane as well, too. Might be able to look for notice. He has hit 6. He's short on the mana.
They can go for the grab on him here. The control into the Boundless.
Hit Sox to 2.
Unless they want to try and dive, he'll put the Hex off into the Shackles. Malady watching from the side, can't really do much to help out. Tundra, they'll get the 2 kills.
Nice move from BZM, getting himself involved, getting those galvanized stacks. Since you don't get them, of course, with leveling up, your Ball Lightning will get himself off to the bat with 2, and could potentially get this tower also. Still with that amp damage. Good rotations from BZM and the supports.
Yeah, sort of the early moves from Chira Jr. last game that started to shake things up. Maybe BZM can sort of perform with those same sort of early rotations. Do so here in game 2.
And it looks like also in the meantime, they did place a sentry. Ari was able to block, or at least get some information of the camp here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does make it so the creeps hit you, of course, inside that sandstorm. So it is annoying even just having even though the sentry doesn't block, you do get hit inside your sandstorm a little bit more because of that sentry placement. Largo starting to do what Largo does, farming the stacks that have been made for him.
Hit the scan down here. BZM knows that Noticed is back around in the area.
This time's much harder. This time he has mana for the Primal Split. Before he was, what, 30 mana short, so got a little bit unlucky that he used the stick too early.
I guess if you can try and force it out of him once you have the 3 of you down here, it's pretty nice. It sort of eliminates the chance of him diving further. Well, Chira Jr. actually walking into BZM, waiting on the high ground, gets caught by the Ice Path. He's going to try for the TP out, but the burst, it's enough from BZM to get the kill.
Great read from BZM and Whitemon. That ward that they placed him earlier up on the secret shop, it saw Chira coming down as well, so they were positioned perfectly for it.
I imagine he just felt strong because they did have Notice in the area with the split, the ready. They wanted to try for an aggressive move themselves. Over towards the mid area, Saxa is going to get found here by Ari in 33.
Not easy to get shackles off.
BZM's ready to join as well to get involved in the action.
And
Tundra starting to build up the kills themselves, managing to keep it even here 7-7 and starting to put this pressure onto the tier 1 mid.
And BZM, 4 galvanized. All those kills racking up, gets a regen as well. Should be able to go for this tower, and he's truly enabled this game on this Storm Spirit with the Coddle behind him. Gonna be getting constantly just manned up, has a Solar Bind to amp him up as well. Chira's being slowed down. This time the Sand King, it's the first game I've seen on the main stage where he's not going to get like a 9 to 11 minute Blink Dagger, it feels like, because of that death.
For sure. I mean, you'd imagine it has to be that way, right? When you go for the Sand King as the first pick, a team like Tundra, they have to surely have an idea of how to shut him down. And
you can see the adjustment.
Practice.
Yeah, just the natural concept of the heroes that we were talking about with the sustain.
Looking to Saxa, but it's pretty deep, and Chira Jr. is here by Saxa's side.
Ari will get caught.
Ari quickly dealt with by the rest of Yandex.
Pure has to be careful here. Doesn't want to show himself. We'll have the tree dance, of course, to be able to get himself away. The tower, or the catapult, he wants to kill it off, though, and he will. I was like, that catapult is one hit away. They'll be able to get the tower anyway.
Tundra, no interest in holding on to this one right now. Happy with the space they're getting elsewhere. 33, about we up to halfway through the Aghanims.
So the big thing too for Tundra this game, I would say, is that even if Pure does get slowed down, right, they have a semi-carry / carry from the mid lane, right, who's going to be super enabled this game. So you do see Pure slightly getting slowed down, but this time, yeah, BZM is getting all that extra space, all the extra buff ups of his allies, and the Largo is doing the Largo thing, where he is getting to get his timing. Right, 2 components of that Axe, he's going to start getting the points for the Croak of Genius, for BZM as well. And this is truly one of those games where BZM is set up for success. All those buff ups.
Yeah, that's true. Pretty much, yeah. Largo and Cottle behind you. Right. You can't ask for much more as a Storm Spirit.
Right, throwing an IO maybe, and that would be the craziest type of full buff up kind of lineup for him. But yeah, this is pretty much the same thing there.
Chira Jr., this creep wave will give him the Blink Dagger.
So still, I mean, still insanely fast, of course, but not at that 11 or 10 minute mark that we've seen a couple times.
Where do you think the move's going to be with this first sort of reveal of the Blink?
It depends up to them, right? Do you want to slow down the Largo Axe timing, or are you more scared of the Monkey King? That's up for them to decide. Didn't look to get either of them.
Looking for Notice. Pure.
Loses his courier.
He's going to find the boundless to open things up. Ari, Whitemon, and BZM hot in the chase. He'll get the split off in time, though, Notice, so we'll be able to run.
Fully defensive split. And the Largo's in a defensive position too, so 33 isn't going to get caught from any of this movement. Mid tower, Shaman has hit 6. Looks like he should be able to finish it off. TP coming in from Largo. He's also got backup. Okay, I was going to say, if he comes in just alone, it could be a little dangerous.
Tower looks like it's going to go down regardless. And they can get kills out of it. Macropire dropped down on the Saxa. BZM, he's got the control onto Malady. Saxa to fall. Malady's going to attempt to hide in the trees.
I love how BZM's just showing up to every fight, right? Getting those galvanized stacks. He knows how enabled he is from the team. Cleaning up quite a bit of those wards as well. Gonna do a long jump.
A little bit of mana left. We'll be able to close in, and Pure's here ready to help out. So the Snowball buying a little bit of safety for Malady, but pretty much the entire team of Tundra, they're ready to take him down.
Another galvanized for BZM. Continuing to just get involved in every single one of the moves. As we said, cheer up. The blink is done. So let's see how much they can get involved with an epicenter, but there are ways to play around it. Like we said, the storm can zip out if you don't burst them immediately. There's a lot of sustain that can come in too. So as we said, Tundra, they made the adaptations in this game to deal with the Sand King.
Chiro Jr., he went for the rune there in the river. Was able to pick up the shield rune. Does get away. BZM's going to try and chase her forward, but backup's coming in. They've got the shackles in on towards BZM. Into the punch up as well. Burrow strikes there. They've got the lockdown.
Little overzealous.
Tundra chased a bit too far. It's going to cost them Whitemon's life as well. Yandex were not going to let them get away with that one.
Well, happy to see BZM playing extremely aggressive, but also has to be careful because there is a lot of stuns he has to deal with here. Doesn't have the backup of everybody to protect him just there. 2K lead now. Sanking was starting to get shut down. For a small moment, gets the blink. Now he's perfectly fine. Level 12 still insanely farmed. And Watson, he has Deso already finished.
It's going to be pretty deadly.
I mean, Ari could just die in like 2-3 hits.
It could get pretty nasty.
Let's see.
Bugs are out.
Oh my god.
The blinding light, but the Shikuchi will be there to chase in. Couple more hits, and Ari's gone. Watson, he can keep doing this against these squishier supports now.
And overall, the Weaver, too, versus the Largo, we have to talk about, you know, he can't hit the bug when he's singing the song in a lot of situations, too. So there's definitely plays where Watson can also deal a fair bit of damage to this Largo. 33, the timing, soon there. Aghanims is about to be finished for him. Blink soon on Saxa.
Tundra, they do have Pure leading the way.
Bottom, noticed. He's got backup here.
Can they at least force the split out of him? The Hex is going to come out from Sax over towards BZM.
Oh, Chira!
It's an awkward one. Doesn't hit anyone there with that Burrow Strike.
Complete whiff.
So they're just going to have to pop the split and back off.
Chira.
And BZM, he's thinking about diving in for more. Goes over towards Chira Jr. The Macropire laid down. Both teams keeping to the edge of the fight.
A little awkward. Just stunned nobody there with that stun.
I mean, Tundra, they sort of see the favoring in those timings, though, now that they know they've forced out the sort of jump from Chira Jr., the split from the Brew. They want to make that jump once again. They're in on a Chira Jr. Be able to Burrow Strike up the high ground. Watson's turned up to the fight as well. Kiting up Pure for now, turning with the bugs and the hits, brings Pure down very low. Wards the drop, but BZM has enough mana to jump out of the Serpent Wards.
Awkward. Both teams just going to walk away. Can't actually commit for a kill, too afraid. BZM gets all the mana restored from that coddle.
Definitely the more costly ults, though, dropped by Yandex in that situation. Serpent Wards, split used. Nobody ends up dying.
Tundra was hesitant to go into. I think Epicenter, they knew that it was going to be coming back up, so they were hesitant how much they really wanted to commit forward. But now without that Brew split, Tundra looking to pressure here around Pure.
Yandex, they've hit the scans, so they know that this is likely approaching from this angle.
See if Chira can line up that.
They might just dive the tower, though. Yeah, indeed. BZM's going to go immediately in on towards Notice. They have the Vortex to drag him back. Chira Jr. comes in with a jump Epi on towards the two supports.
The heals.
It's bringing them down low, but it's not enough damage to kill them. Ari and Whitemon survive. Chira Jr. and Notice will get taken out. The sustain, it's enough from Tundra. We are seeing signs already of that approach against this Sand King. And it's incredibly effective, right? If you're jumping in like that as the Sand King, you're not getting anything. Your game gets pretty hard. As we can see, damage was pumped out from him, but they have the answer to that damage at this point in the game when they're grouped up.
Because he jumped both backliners. Oh, Ari. Uh-oh.
Bit of a nasty surprise for him there as he comes to the Twin Gate. Watson and Saxa were there and waiting.
Yeah, Chira just and not anticipating how much healing it's really going to be.
It's a
Because
lot.
in almost any other situation, right, both supports die,
they would've
right? But this time, you're seeing the healing, the draft that Tundra's gone for to deal with the Sand King. He gets no backup, right? They don't really have anyone else that wanted to come down and go for that play. So here you get to see it.
And 33 just straight in, ready to help out and ensure that Ari and Whitemon are able to walk out alive.
Truly all the little things keeping them alive there. The Coddle Blast, the heals from the Largo. Very even early game here. 12 to 11, less than, I mean, pretty much a 1K, if not less, for the side of Yandex. Ulti is at the ready for the brew, but they don't have the Epi at the moment. And Tundra, not really cooldown reliant. This is a draft that
they
you
keep
can fight
going
at all times.
Towards the end of the trees though, Saxon Watson, they've found Ari. Straight away they go for the call, the shackles are there, they'll take him down. They're ready to look for more with the
Pure.
heading over towards Pure. Shards block him in. They've got the punch up. Pure's going to try and stand his grab, but Chiro Jr. comes in with the bar strike. Pure's still trying to get the Wukong's command off, does find it, but he dies at the same time. BZM's thrown up into the air. He has got enough mana to break away a little bit from them as him, Whitemon and 33 trying to escape, but Chiro Jr. is in again. Catches them both with the bar strike. Whitemon ticking down low. Watson cleans up the double, and now they can surround 33.
Another catch.
Yandex, this time they bring together the fight to take the team white.
Just diving too far forward. Sure, you don't have cooldowns, but you're playing into a strong cooldown lineup. They don't even have to use the Epi. Just the brew split enough. They get the catch, the control, and this Weaver, I mean, Watson, absolutely owning in this game against 6-1 and 8. So much damage he's dishing out.
Already 14 charges on the Desolator at 19 minutes in.
I mean, we did see a couple of games also of this Weaver be pretty ridiculous, but the way they start the fight is the perfect thing, right? They catch the Coddle, they prevent these heals, and it's almost immediately panic from Tundra. Pure gets caught.
It's rough.
Can't run away.
Trying to lead in there with a boundless strike onto a tough target to take down. At a rough moment in terms of the progression of items. You're trying to make this play around this Monkey King, and Pure, he was a few hundred gold off the Desolator. They went for that risky move without waiting for that next round of big item pickups. It cost them big time.
And now it's going to be a big round of pickups for Yandex. On the opposite side, not only do they get the Aegis, but I believe the Aghanims is going to be done for notice. And they're going to have the saves too, so for Tundra, choosing their fights is going to be a little bit harder now because you want to kill the Brewmaster at the start of the fights, but there's going to be a Tusk to come in to save. There's going to be a Sand King to come in with the Epis. Zoxa.
We'll spot him in the trees. I won't be getting any help here, so, well, I say that. Watson's actually turned up. Maybe he will.
He's alive.
He gets away, and Watson is going to look for Ari. See if Ari can run from this one. A couple more hits flying in. He'll get taken down, and they do not have the means to deal with the Weaver. They've got to keep running here, Tundra.
Oop.
Power strike will get dodged by Whitemon.
Whitemon finished off Soxa. Soxa was looking to blink back in and get an extra catch onto BZM, but he just threw a macro pyre on him, so we'll be able to clip him and finish him off at the least.
How do they deal with this Weaver? Watson is
be a question.
7-1 and 8.
And they're absolutely lacking in lockdown in this game, right? So
just got the Crystallus coming on the way out next, so this damage is going to be insane. A couple of Geminates, and Ari's not going to stand a chance to keep with the light.
Wonder if anyone's going to even be able to pivot and adapt to go for any type of extra disable. It's going to take a long time for them to have any of these, like hexes or, I mean, pretty much any of those, right? To get that extra lockdown for the Weaver. He is an issue and has such an early Aegis. Looks like they'll be able to get this Tormentor as well for free with the minus armor building up. And he's going to go Daedalus. I was actually hoping that he would do the same thing that we saw we saw from Ame going for that Hydra's Breath, which looked pretty cool in the game, but this is an insane amount of physical damage. And we're seeing Ari, he dies in literally one Geminate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a bit of a nightmare right now to be the Coddle in this sort of game with this Weaver moving around as he is.
Tundra's got to be careful to just make sure that they don't break formation too much. They have to ensure that Ari can survive in the fights, get the mana pumped up for BZM, allow him to sit in the back lines, because so many times now, they're finding Ari.
They're going to get him again for sure. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
That's 9 times they've been able to find this Coddle.
Yeah, I was going to say that wasn't going to work. Yeah, BZM trying for a TP, quickly realizes that there was still a punch available from Malady, so has to zip away.
They're getting the ball rolling. I mean, continuing to look for these kills. Soxa on the hunt. Max Hex. Max Shackles.
Tundra's got to find some sort of way to slow this down. Yandex.
It's dangerous for Pure, too. He's sitting at very low HP. Without a BKB, too, this Monkey King showing up to fights is probably just dead in every single one of the scenarios. So he needs time to finish that off versus this lineup of Yandex right now. See if the Largo sustain can keep him alive, right? Without the BKB, very vulnerable, but if there's anything that can keep him alive, it might be that Largo. Soxa.
Do they want to try and do anything around this tier 2? It doesn't look like it.
No, they just drop a macro pyre in bounce on the side of Tundra. They might drop the wards to just push forward for it here because they have this Deso. They will. Should just get brought down here.
Tundra just trying to find the way towards those next item pickups. Across the map, 33 of course just going for the standard, getting the Kaya Sanji online after the Aghanims and BZM. So if he can get that next big pickup online, get that Bloodstone before he's forced to turn up to the next fight.
A lot of pressure on BZM in these next few moments, it feels like, to get that space to allow Pure to get to that MKB that he really needs in this upcoming fight. Just so much overwhelming damage. Chira, the Ags is done. Set up for the fight top. They still have this Aegis.
Yandex is ready to go for this one.
On the back line, they see Whitemon and Ari.
Chira Jr. Gonna go for the jump quite yet.
He got Essence Distillered, so he cannot actually make the jump forward there. Good little disengage from Tundra. That was scary for a second. Ari needs to keep himself in a very defensive position.
Closing in on the 4-star, so we'll soon have at least something to help break away from the chase of Watson on the Weaver.
Needs anything. I mean, honestly, Ghost Scepter as well, too. He needs any type of survivability.
So if they can burst through Notice, they can't. He's able to pop the split.
And now Pure, perhaps in trouble himself.
Backups on the way. Watson's here ready to deal the damage, and Saxon's got the control. They get their hands on towards Pure. Pure's gone. Tundra now without the Monkey King. They have to run. The stun thrown out on towards 33. Watson's going to try and stay on top of the Largo. 33 pretty tanky, of course, as he plays his song, but
not that
a lot of damage coming out from Watson. Another stun connects. Watson moves in.
BZM.
33 will not survive this as Watson finally takes him out. Godlike on the Weaver.
They are owning now, Owen. They're just starting to steamroll through.
They're going to get themselves another team wipe here, Yandex.
Wow.
Tundra are crumbling after what looked like they were going to have at least a bit of a better shot at the start of this game, folks, but it is disappearing rapidly.
I mean, Watson is playing it perfect. Soxa is getting the catch every single time on the right hero here, too. And the Largo is not looking that tanky. It's too much physical damage. Seeing Watson just dishing it out onto them with the buff-ups that he's got. And notice, he wasn't even really that close to dying, right? As soon as he gets the bruise put off, it is danger. And Pure, with no BKB, he's just a free kill. Yandex playing this absolutely beautifully in these first 25 minutes, and I have to give a lot of credit to Soxa just with these charge throughs, setting them up for success, getting this Weaver off to this point. Watson, he is looking like he's going to go a bit of a defensive route backwards.
The BKB.
Playing it safe, why not? They probably, I don't think they can change stun kill him, right? He'll get the BKB off in almost every scenario because he also has the Tusk behind him to save.
I mean, because what is it? It's Vortex into the Ice Path into the Boundless Strike, and these aren't really the longest of stuns.
No, and I mean, Pure, we do have to talk about it too, right? He got the Deso how long ago? He has 0 stacks on it too, so his damage has not racked up at all. Meanwhile, the Weaver has 20 stacks already built up.
Yeah, that's going to feel bad.
Yeah. They need to get something going for Tundra, even just a kill. Because the Galvanized stacks, too, for BZM, right? We were mentioning he's getting involved in a lot of these kills. They're gone. He had, I think, 6 or 7 at some point. He's down to the 1.
Pure does show himself.
He doesn't have his BKB yet.
But they're not going to be able to find him up here. So the TP away will get him out of there. He's creating space. There was pretty much the entire team of Yandex that did head up to that top side of the map.
And he does have the BKB now. So if anything, this is the strongest point that Tundra is at in this game so far here. He's just, is it strong enough to fight versus this incredibly powerful Yandex draft now with this level 16 Brew with the Ags that we've seen can just kill heroes as well. He does a lot of damage with the bugs too. It's nothing to laugh at when the Brew's hitting targets with this Weaver bugs on target.
It's just going to be full panic because they're going to have to try and run. And as you say, for Largo, for 33, he's got to really decide if he can afford to play the music or just he has to get the bug off him.
Yep. Definitely not easy. And the supports at this point are just so fragile. Yeah, you've got a 4-staff, you've got drums, but 6 armor and then 12 on the Coddle. As you said, 2-3 hits and they die.
Yandex, they're on their way over.
BZM. He's spotted.
They've just got to get completely out of it, surely. And at the
they get the catch.
He finds the 2 of them. A beautiful Burrow Strike coming across both BZM and Whitemon.
Jesus, that damage from Watson is absolutely crazy. This hero, seen again also, Sanking in the Weaver. A couple of these games on the main stages look very good.
Maybe this Sanking's just got to be one of those opening bans. I mean, if Yandex are able to do this where they show it as the first pick.
That's true.
We saw that one moment where it's like, okay, we're seeing the idea. You've got this Largo. At least offsetting some of the damage that's coming out for the Sand King, but I guess those sort of moments are very particular, and if the game starts to fall apart like this, the Sand King's still going to get to pop off. Yandex up 11k, and Now ready to start approaching the base of Tundra.
I love how aggressive we're just seeing them play, right? Tundra is a team that does like to kind of farm a bit here. Yandex is showing that this is not a team that's going to be farming or hitting creeps whatsoever. It's just all about the aggression in this game. And in the last game in particular too, right? Soxa has definitely set the pace in terms of the movements to be able to get them with all this, but yeah, very impressive stuff that we've seen.
Tundra.
Where do you go from here?
Yeah, any major pickups soon? I mean, the next target they're going to be looking for on BZM is here. This BKB. They're just going to try and go now with this timing.
Yeah, you have to play around Pure's BKB. Like, bait him, hope that you can get something off of it, because this is still the strongest point for quite a long time that they're going to be in.
BZM.
Watson.
Would be a pretty huge catch.
It's not BKB though.
They have the dust. They're opening it with the Vortex, but he's out to the side. They can't get the follow-up lockdown on towards him. They'll get the boundless down onto the both of them, but Watson able to get the time. That's back on a full HP. Pure is going to attempt to hold his ground with the Wukong's command. Watson and Chura Jr. back off out of the Wukongs. They take out the supports. Ari and Whitemon gone. BZM with his final bits of mana attempting to take out Saxa. Saxa will get up to the high ground. BZM will chase on forward and will get the kill.
Can they get out? BZM?
He's now got a lot more mana to play with, and there's the jump forward in from Malady. Gets the punch up into the burrow drive for Chura Jr. 33 trying to heal BZM up, and BZM's able to get the Bloodstone off. He's actually going to continue to play aggressive here with those final bits of mana, forcing back the rest of Yandex. So they might lose the two supports. They only get the one support themselves, but we did see a lot of respect really there from Yandex at the end of that fight. They didn't try and force it with the remaining four of them, and they back away from Tundra.
Watson a bit afraid, right? Because he's having this pretty much flawless game so far. Had to use the BKB and just reset. Mostly, he did not really get to do too much damage in the inside of this fight because of how Tundra started it there. So, pretty damn good fight from Tundra. They forced a buyback as well too. So all things considered, they'll take that. 33 gets to survive and dance and sing his song too for the most of that fight. So starting to see the healing if they're able to get some of them off. And Pure, he gets a Deso stack.
He does.
So one, at least for him.
Gets the stacks up. Will now be able to start working towards that butterfly. It's going to be a pretty decent solution eventually against Watson, because of course Watson not really wanting to get any sort of true strike into his build-up this game.
Nope. Watson will finish up the Daedalus now, so big increase of damage, and also noticed has now hit that level 4 split, as we call it. So big growth from them in these last few moments.
Yeah, for Tundra, I think
they have to kind of still keep going with your ultis. Every time you have Wukong, play around the BKB. Just have to make sure you don't break that positioning. Make sure you can protect the Coddle.
And it's still not easy. Epicenter's back and available, and the split's going to be there in about 14 seconds for notice. So
smoke on smoke. Pure, they know he's there.
Toward Chura Jr. They're going to go for the lead, and they get the Vortex drag back. Pure will get the Wukong's command off. The Hex is there, but the Wukong's command was already out. They'll get controlled by the Shackles and the Serpent Wards, but they've dealt with Malady. BZM jumps over towards Saxa. Notice he'll get the split off. They look towards BZM. BZM using that last bit of mana to get back over to the side. Chura Jr. comes in though with the Epi, cleans up BZM. Pure though, boundless strike straight down on towards him. He's going to try for the TP out, and he'll get out of there.
Ari though.
But Ari will be left behind. Yandex, they'll take out 4. They'll only lose 2 of them themselves. They didn't get Pure, but you know, a 2 for 4 is never going to feel bad. Sure, they lost their Sand King Chura Jr., but he already kind of got the work done. Gets a lot of damage out with that jump.
Great save. I mean, Malady being the sacrifice every single time, gets that save, and then also just the Epi follow-up afterwards. BZM completely ran out of steam. He ran out of the mana, and they're going to probably just be able to turn this into a free Roche as well. Nobody going to respawn in time. And I think they got the gem. Did they steal that? I believe they... At least they got one of them. I wasn't sure if they stole it away, but...
We'll see again here on the replay.
Also, Soxa, I have to say, he's being super annoying. He's getting these catches. He held Pure inside of the... inside his Wukongs for so long that the fight gets really awkward for him to reset. And then he gets the follow-up grab with only, what, 10% HP as well, too? This Shaman continues to be super annoying.
Yeah, all stages of the game.
Did, of course, get blessed with Aether... I mean, he bought the Aether Lens, but he did get Keen Eyed as well, too, so crazy cast range we're seeing coming in from him. A couple Deso stacks, though, for Pure. So, small gains. Hex Break now online.
Nearly having the BKB for BZM.
Does need it.
We did see them just sort of go back-to-back with those 2 smoke attempts, so likely to slow down again here from Tundra before they go for that next move.
Full AC now, so even more damage for Watson, who's having a picture-perfect game so far here, and his damage continues increasing, and now his survivability also is about to be much higher, too, with the Satanic. Then he can play the fight, unlike before, where he had to BKB and run, then he can come back in, pop Satanic, continue looking for it. And looks like Tormentor for them as well.
Yeah, very much proving to be on top form here so far in this Grand Finals, Watson.
Yeah.
Both games pretty flawless carry performances up until this point.
Pure is about to have a butterfly. So that'll give him at least a decent window to perhaps be able to trade versus that Weaver. There is, of course, going to be this Aegis that he has to get through as well. And just continuously, it's the amount of lockdown that there really is from the side of Yandex that's proving to be a big problem for them there. Tundra, they have a couple, but not nearly as many.
Yandex.
Where to next? Chira did get himself a free shard. Pushing mid with the Anaconda. And 20 for the Sanking. So some big 20 talents have been hit. The Primal Split cooldown, the Sanking as well. Do they have the 20 on the Monkey King? They do at least have that one, but not on the others. Not just yet. Quick smoke.
See who they can find out on the map.
Confident with this Aegis. Ulti's at the ready. Tundra very split up at the moment.
BZM's watching. The wraparound's
Ari
coming in. Ari's going to be the one that's left behind once again here. BZM at least able to escape.
Ari having a really rough one. 2 and 13. He is the hero they're focusing the most in this game, of course. But every single time they do seem to find him, and Saksa is actually on the hunt still, Owen.
Two of them. Can him and Notice mess around with Pure?
Whoop. They absolutely can, especially with a +1 coming in. He's got the Hex.
Stacks up, ready to open up the play. We'll see 33 and BZM here, though, to help out. Pure
quick blink.
BKB.
Saksa gets away before the disable from the Storm.
If he can get the catch on the way down, BKB's going to be there immediately from BZM, but the bash is there for Chira Jr. And BZM's got to zip incredibly fast back to the base because the damage coming out from Watson, of course, is insane.
Almost got two-shotted. He gets cycloned up.
I mean, Chira Jr. is thinking about going in for the jump.
He'll be okay.
It's a little too deep.
They forced the BKB.
To an end. Yeah, he has to go back to the fountain. Pure will be able to swing straight across towards the mid. You know, he's got the butterfly done, looking for the basher next.
Scary because there's just the way that they're threatening on the side of Yandex, right? It's just 1 or 2 heroes are showing, and they're actually forcing Tundra in a defensive posture right next to their base as well, too. So the map feels very small for Tundra to farm with the way that they've been able to swing around and get these catches. They're always waiting. Look, Chiro's already waiting for top in case somebody does show. He's got the Epi at the ready with Saksa at the side. Tundra struggling to get outside a bit here. Bottom, there is that sneaky ward that Saksa was able, or Malady was able to place as well, too. That's not going to be taken away. That's that next big timing. It looks like it is 33, having the BKB finished. So they do have triple BKB cores.
Saksa.
But have to be careful of this first stun. If they get caught from the initial one, there is the chain stun.
Knew someone was around there, Saksa, but 33 step ahead. Whitemon is going to get found outside of the base. BZM, can he get something in return? He's got Ari here to help out.
Chira's got BKB, no TP.
Boundless comes in there from Pure, and they'll find Chira Jr.
That's a gem.
Okay, they get the kill. It's a big one. Taking the Sand King out of the match for 70 seconds will certainly give them a bit of time to open things back up, at least, relieve some of the pressure that's being put on.
Get themselves a Desto stack, get themselves a Galvanize. Small gains, but something, of course. Top push. Watson should be able to finish that one off. He's hit 25, and he actually goes for the other talent, by the way. So he goes for the Shiguchi cooldown. More about mobility.
Oh, that's
getting in and out of the fight.
That's quite a rare one, right?
I could see perhaps reasoning, though, playing versus Wukong's versus Jakiro. It's all about positioning on Tundra. If he's able to just pierce through that positioning, find the backlines, I can see it. And his damage is already good enough, let's be honest. He is literally one-shotting heroes.
The river. Another one for Tundra, potentially, as they find Saksa.
And that gem pickup right there. Coming into play, he did get the glimmer off, but they do have that vision to close the gap onto him. Good kills.
Arcane Rune as well in the bottle. They might be tempted to make a smoke play. If they have any out on them. Looks like not at the moment. Oh no, they do. Yeah, they've got one ready here on Whitemon. If they want to try and make a move around that Arcane, the BZM's going to have.
Yeah, they've got Arcane. They've got all 3 BKBs. Definitely a possibility. They can keep sequencing it while all the Yandex heroes are not up and in position. Be a good chance for them to take these next couple fights. Watson looks like he wants to finish up that MKB before he looks for that next fight so he can actually just focus Pure. Because right now, just hitting Pure is a little bit difficult, but if he wants to maybe sell the Dragonlance, pick up the MKB, it's an opportunity for him. Then they can full focus Pure. Because I think before that, it's going to be a little hard to just completely bring him down since they are a bit physical dependent at the moment besides Chira.
Saksa. Going to be here, ready to back up Chira Jr. around the Tier 2 defense. The entire team, in fact, coming up. Tundra, how safe do they play it? Maybe not safe enough. Saxa found him in the trees. BZM will come over to help out, but Stu is in with the Burrow Strike, catches on a Pure. Pure's able to get the BKB off, but the Bastions are coming in from the Sand King. Pure still gets the Wukong Tomato. He's trapped in the Serpent Walls, will be able to jump out to the side.
Pure!
To get out of this, he's still alive, surviving through it all.
The heals!
He's gonna live! They keep him alive! Finally, a Snowball comes in, it's still not enough to kill him!
Too much heals!
Pure can't die! 3 dead on Yandex! They keep the Monkey King alive, Tundra. Pure able to jump around the Wukong's command. They couldn't get him. Saxa to fall.
The Largo.
Take down the 4 of them.
The formation, they get to set it up this time. Saxa, he jumps. He doesn't have the full backup there in time. And that Butterfly absolutely kicking in. I thought they would wait until they had MKB, but you could see those evasion hits absolutely coming into play.
They got so close to nearly killing him, but they couldn't get him.
The heals, I mean, how much sustain was that? We have to just watch how much he got healed for truly in the fight.
So Lucas, it's a good opening. The Burrow Strike's there. The Bashes are coming in. Another one doesn't come in to interrupt the Wukong's command, and then just like that,
look at the heals, just
Pure
a blast.
Able to disappear around the Wukong's command. Watson's trying to finish him off, but again, he's able to move once more, and they can't get those final hits in to kill the Monkey King. Pure surviving thanks to the team around him as well.
What a fight.
And Tundra finding a fight they desperately needed. The game now level in the sort of the net worth difference, and Tundra, they're ready to start forcing down the lanes, cleaning up some more objectives themselves. They'll take the tier 2 in the mid.
Ever since Pure's Butterfly pickup, he's been able to do so much work, tank so much more for the team, for them to get that formation set up. And the Largo song is singing up to a Lincoln's now too to protect his allies. And you're seeing the damage he was dishing out too. It was pretty insane in the fight, not just the heals he was doing. Everybody just dying around him. Impressive from Tundra, exactly when they need it. Look at the heals from the 2 of them there. I do believe I saw Holy Locket also coming in from Ari onto Pure, keeping him just alive in that fight. Yandex have lost all that lead that they do have here. I think Watson now probably telling his team, guys, I really need this MKB before we do something like that again. Because if he had it, absolutely Pure does die.
It would have been a very different story.
Yeah.
And he can, he can pretty much. I'm obviously going to be selling for that. Is he? I imagine because you're taking the Shikuchi cooldown.
I think the Lance.
You you could take the Shikuchi cooldown.
Yeah,
you're right. The treads right because the movement speed is less important.
Sure.
Because he's just going to have this constant Shikuchi.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah.
Probably the treads. You're probably right. Scotty now finished up for Pure though, so he did get a massive increase in terms of tankability after the Butterfly now too with this. It's going to be very, very strong versus the Weaver, just slowing down some of that extra damage. Yandex. Can't let them just sing the song. Can't let them just get this type of heal opportunity.
When everything just sort of meshes together as a team in these team fights, Tundra. They have so many ways to protect one another.
They may have been at, what, a 13K deficit or so, but it's completely gone in terms of not just gold experience, too. It's just dead even now in terms of that.
A massive, massive fight from Tundra.
And such trust in each other, right? Pure just being able to sit his ground with those heals. Super impressive. Parasma now for BZM. And a regen for the next fight, too.
And with that sort of being the first big shakeup that they've gone through this series, in this first game, into the second game, Yandex, where do they go next?
They have to hit the back line. You cannot just let the Kato play the game like that.
And you want to see him continue to play aggressive. They don't sit back.
Still play aggressive.
Yep. BZM trying to see what they can get here with their shackles into Hex opening. Notice using the split, but Tundra's going to be ready to turn up and group up once again.
They're disengaging.
They can't push on for more.
Immediately just force staff themselves away. The Coddle's in a great position on that high ground. Shaman Ward's wasted, Brew Ult wasted. They have a refresher on the Brew, so can go for another type of play here. Might catch them off guard if they didn't see it, but I do believe they did scout it. Roche is up.
Not easy to force the Roshan.
They do kill it fast, but definitely not the easiest one to just fully commit for versus a Storm and versus a Monkey King. Smoke coming out, Tundra. Ready for the fight.
Yeah, ideally wanting to at least force the usage of that refresher orb on Notice. Maybe also just trying to force the fight against Watson before he gets that pick up. They find him in the trees here, Notice. Boundless Strike comes down upon him. Shackles are going to be there, though, locking down BZM. They'll force him down to safety the low ground, but Junior's actually there with the stun on the bow for the BZM. Still able to zip away. The Wukong's command is down. BZM will get caught again, but finally able to zip out to the side of the fight. Chira Jr., his BKB about to come to it. He's going to try and run with the balance, and there from Pure. Chira Jr. is gone. Ari does die, but he buys back straight away. Watson trying to lead him from the side of the fight. He's bouncing quite low, but the ice bomb catches him. Pure has the damage. Watson, he shikuchis into his own death. And now Malady left behind. Tundra, they'll final 3 of them.
Whitemon with the ice path. It's only one stun needed. Does not get the BKB off. The Weaver dies in an instant. Tundra now can set up for the Roche. They have absolutely turned this game into their favor.
They really have, and the save's coming out now. It must have been Ari with his 4-star.
And he bought back too. He bought back at the end of it because they did get that epicenter on top of him there, but the rest of the team split away.
And now they get the refresher shard, the Aegis. We'll see it kick off again here. You know, they start with the sort of immediate reveal, and it looks like maybe Yandex have a chance when they come in with this jump from Chira Jr.
Catches the back line, right? Catches Ari, but absolutely that buyback and just this Wukong's making it problematic for them to just commit and straight run through. You can see they were indecisive of which angle they wanted to take. And then Watson's like, wait, I can take this angle, but look how ready they were.
It's such a risk. You're heading up into the high ground. It just takes one stun to catch you. And then you're just dead and gone. It doesn't matter how much value you have, how much farm you have in this Weaver. You still die very, very quickly right now against what Tundra have ready for you.
So much damage coming out from Pure there. You see the frustration in them. They had such a big lead in this game.
Yeah, this game quite the challenge now after what was a pretty, or at least looked to be a pretty easy game for them in game 1. And the opening to this game too looked pretty hot again, but Tundra showing that this time round with their approach, they absolutely have the answers to just stop this sort of Sand strategy just run out of control.
But we saw it early, then mid-game it didn't really hit that much, and now it's hitting again. We're seeing the heals build up, and the Coddle also now has hit his big 20 talent. He's got that Spirit Form duration. Almost permanent uptime now for Ari. Getting towards some bigger items too. He's going to have a big disable on top of everything too. Watson's game getting a lot more difficult, and he's now just finishing this MKB. I feel like we were talking about it 10 minutes ago that he wanted to get
working on that one.
So much slowdown just after that one fight top.
And still, as we saw, you know, that's not going to change the outcome if he does get caught by like this ice path into the damage coming in from the Monkey King.
All it will take is that one disable. Storm also now overload bounces, so even more damage being spread throughout these fights. Let's see what the approach is from Yandex. Double brew split in 15 seconds. Feels like they do need it. He's also very close to 25.
Got to watch for these angles as well from Whitemon. He's getting a blink dagger sent out, so could look for some pretty big brain ice paths.
Saxa.
Oh, and it looked at him immediately back up to the base. They don't want to fight here.
Sick blinks. Get the Hex on the mid-air jump from the Monkey King and then double blink or triple blink out from them. Versus this Aegis though, as you said, they don't want to fight outside.
Beyond Disc ready to go on 33, so another backliner that's just not an appealing target. It's going to be pretty much impossible to force this Largo out of the team fight.
And the important thing, I mean, he doesn't have the Blink Dagger, but the Aeon Disc, these Lincolns, everything lasts longer, of course. Remember the Encore from the Largo, his innate ability, it lasts forever.
And Watson feeling that he really does need that extra level of protection himself, so looking towards picking up the butterfly and get that evasion online, but of course it's going to take a long time to get to there.
And all this while, Tundra building up more and more items and showing that they didn't even need that Hex. You know, I was mentioning perhaps needing that extra lockdown, but we've seen they do not need it if they can get that formation built up for themselves. All it takes is one disable.
Yeah, because now at this point, just the damage they've got is high enough that they don't need that longer duration.
Yeah.
What they have is enough.
Ooh. Double split at the ready. Level 25 on the Brewmaster as well, too. They still have a lot of damage on the side of Yandex. It's just if they don't pop a target, if Tundra's able to do that resetting constantly, which they absolutely will be able to do because of this Largo, it's going to be a problem. I mean, and killing the Largo is just too hard because he has Aeon Disc, he has Lincoln, BKB. It's too much for them to just break through and just be like, okay, guys, let's just kill him. They still kind of have to go for the same thing, where they have to know where the Coddle is, try to isolate, and let this Weaver just do it as much as possible. And maybe now, you know, he went for the Shikuchi cooldown. Maybe he is lacking that damage that he might have wanted from the Geminate attack.
Yeah, because he is pretty much, you know, that is the highest DPS they have, right? The Sand King, the Primal, Bruce Master with the Primal Split, it's more sustained damage out of a longer duration, and they've got the answer to that type of damage.
Pure.
From BZM. See what sort of target he wants to opt for. He wants to go for the supports. Gets the grab onto Malady. So Malady probably going to be left behind here. Unless he can make some sort of crazy blink play. He cannot. The damage is catching him as soon as he's out of the snowball.
Galvanized stack.
Notice. He's actually going to lead in on this and try and do something with the split.
They have a catch from Pure.
They've got him locked down on the cliff, but BZM's going to be ready to help out. Jumps over, looks to make the jump on towards Dr. Ari. He's going to have the ice path from Whitemon coming in to cover him with the macropire, but Ari's alive. Heal as well. Will end up getting taken out. So there's both supports dead on Tundra, but Chira Jr. is going to lose his life for this one.
They had to commit a lot just for the support.
They really did.
Still have another Bruce split, but not going to fully engage into this.
They could probably hit the high ground now. There's no Sand King. I mean, how confident do you think they feel, Tundra?
I think they still have to be careful.
Okay.
No there's another Bruce split, so they do have to be a little cautious of how they just go forward there, since they did lose both supports, and Ari did use buyback in the last fight, so it's going to take them a little longer to respawn. So they'll give that respect.
Shiva's guard picked up by BZM.
Ari took an eternity to die. they
he nearly
threw
survived.
so much onto him there, and he nearly did survive. So we do see the 3 cores of Tundra just be too tanky for them to deal with also at this point. Gonna take them a little more time for them to do so, as Pierre's Aegis, about 30 seconds till it does get reclaimed.
Notice he does have a lot of money on him. I mean, we see sort of there's 2 items in consideration. Would you rather the aggressive with the Hex first, or the defensive with the Eon Disc first for this brew?
I think I'd like the Hex. I think you need to play to win. I think if you're going for the Aeon Disc, you're kind of just playing at this very defensive. You need every little thing now that you've kind of lost the lead that you had. So I'd like to see him go Hex.
He's going to try and lead the way. The rest of the team is coming across. They're going to turn straight over towards Pure. His backup is on the way, but they're not going to be there in time to save him. Pure, he just dies on his own. The rest of the team...
They just got reclaimed right before it. Maybe he thought he was still having it a little bit longer, but...
I guess, but that was an overly aggressive play.
And now 33. He's got Lincolns, he's got Aeon, he's very speedy.
The rest surely should be able to run away, but still, that's 100 seconds now without Pure.
Wait, he spent 2. He doesn't have on.
All right, well. Whoa. Okay, Whitemon's fine. They don't have the creeps with them. They are going to have to go back and get the mid-wave, but it is on the river, so...
They can look for a fight and even just drop wards and perhaps force another tower. I mean, Pure doesn't have buyback.
Yeah.
He overplayed his hand really hard
he either felt that there was just the one hero there, or that the rest of the team was close enough. I mean, they were definitely coordinating a move there, because the team was heading over. It's just that he was a little bit of a step too far away from them. They could not connect.
And you notice it's going to pop.
All right, they're up onto the high ground. They're going to drop the Serpent Ward.
They kill buildings very quickly here with these.
The Split's kind of dying.
Yeah,
no, jump out of him. He's taking a lot of damage. He has got the refresher ready for a second one if necessary.
He gets pulled.
He's going to have to put the refresher surely.
He just died.
All right, and now Stax is in trouble as well. I mean, I guess he didn't want to use the refresher.
Yeah, I guess not, but maybe didn't anticipate how much damage they really would deal with the Croak on the Storm.
I think he must have just not wanted to use the second ult there.
Yeah.
And just accept that was sort of a move gone wrong.
I mean, it is an absolutely insane amount of damage the Storm deals with the Croak, plus that level 25 damage. The talent, look how much he actually ended up doing, right? 4,700 from BZM in just a couple seconds. And I do want to say, I think the Serpent Ward kind of trapped him, right? Did I see that right? Because it looked like he was trying to walk through them, and he got
caught
stuck.
at the corner.
He got stuck.
Which I think that was sort of the first thing that made me think, well, he's probably going to want to pop the refresher to just get out of here. Yeah, a lot of damage being done, as you can see at this point, by BZM on the Storm Spirit.
They kill buildings fast, but they also kill those Serpent Wards and everything very, very quickly, as we see.
So a little bit of a mistake from Pure. Doesn't end up costing them too much at all. They hold a great defense without him anyway, and Tundra are able to maintain this advantage.
And BZM getting to ridiculous levels this game also, too. Their Tricore is absolutely hitting. He's got an Aghanims if he wants to buy it.
Let's see what we do with the build from Watson. So he's got 6k gold in the bank, as we can see from now. He has got this butterfly queued up. It's getting to that point where...
Is it a debate of a rapier? It might be a debate, right?
I feel like you probably just rather play with the butterfly and buyback, because having that second life can be, pretty powerful. On the Weaver, like, do you want to go all in on the one play with the rapier? I don't know if that's a risk that Watson's going to want to take right now. We'll see. He's going to have to make that decision soon. He's certainly not going to want to be in that next fight without having some of this money spent up.
Depends on how much of a risk he wants to take, right? Yeah. They actually switched the build also unnoticed, by the way.
Okay, well, didn't go for the Hex, didn't go for the Eon Disc.
Nope. Now got Chivas, and he's going for the overwhelming blink himself, too, so maybe just feeling like he was a bit squishy.
See if Watson heads to the shop. 7k gold coming up on this Weaver.
I'm hoping for a rapier. I don't know. I can't believe I'm the one saying it and not you for once.
I mean, it's just we've seen how quickly he can die.
True.
And I think, that's something that Watson's going to remember after he got just blown up that quickly. We'll see in the mid.
Chira
has to put the BKB to get away from BZM.
Chira has also hit level 25 in these last few moments, has the Enchanter's Bauble as well too with Timeless, so a lot more damage for him.
And it's going to be nothing too crazy. He sells the Dragon Lance,
he's
going to commit for the butterfly.
He's playing it safe, okay.
And, see BZM. He's going to open up the start of this fight. They get their hands straight away on towards the two supports. Melody's gone, Saxon a fall.
Deleted, the two of them.
And notice that to run again. We've seen how quickly they can just kill him off through this Brew split.
I don't think he can get out of this one here. They kill it so fast.
Yep. Let's just slowly but surely bringing down the Earth Brewling.
Nice timing on the stun too.
It's
Pure.
Ready to take him out.
What a fight. Tundra, these last, 3, 4 team fights in particular just have been all theirs. Super impressive stuff.
Yeah, and definitely feels like a lot of that turnaround. I mean, it's this Largo, right? We've seen how hot it is and how good 33 is with this hero.
The team just playing really well around it, truly. Yeah. The Largo timing with the heals, the butterfly timing that we saw from Pure, they played around it quite beautifully, in fact.
And honestly, BZM's moves, right? He has been sort of the initiation each and every time. It's also the one time that Pure tried to start the fight. Didn't go to great, but the other times where BZM's been doing it's looking pretty fantastic. Getting in there, getting the information, and getting away with it. They haven't really been able to trip him up much at all, BZM, when he goes for these aggressive zips to just start off the action.
And they're just so survivable. It just truly is so much tankiness on everybody here now at this point. Even though that Weaver was doing absolutely insane damage at some points, it kind of hit a brick wall after that butterfly on Pure. And now Roche.
And it's just, Watson has so many items at this point. This is going to be the thing with Weaver when you're dominating. You get to the
You don't know what to buy.
What goes in my item slots? There's just so much that you need to have. It was kind of considered the Nullify next, but again, just having to get rid of any of these items that he's currently holding just doesn't feel great, and it just sort of feels like your build's kind of moving horizontally rather than, leveling up that much more. You kind of hit this plateau.
That's kind of why I was feeling the rapier, because I feel like now it's like, where do you go,
right?
You
to that next level.
That's what I was kind of feeling like, but I don't know. It's still just very hard to make that type of decision, of course, because one stun and you're dead and the game just ends.
It's super difficult at this point as the Weaver.
But he also now, it's like he needs Nullifier, but then if he sells the Deso, he loses an insane amount of damage too. It's like you're trading damage, you're trading to get the same damage just to not let them get Ghost Staffs and Ghost Scepters and Force Staffs.
Well, we'll see what he does, because obviously the thing is with Nullifier, right, you probably prefer it, right, if someone else can get that.
Yeah, but nobody can, really, in this one. Chira needs the refresher. They need all the damage they can get for him. I guess the Broom.
They've both got Ags that they can clear out, right?
True.
So
eventually, maybe one of them.
But that's going to take a lot of time, and obviously at this point, Yandex don't really want to be playing without buybacks available.
No. And the fights still just are really complicated right now versus this Aegis and Cheese that Tundra's just been able to get over and over again. Pure is no longer an easy target to focus in these last 3 fights at all, as we've seen. Very tanky.
Yeah. Yandex.
Let's see where they go.
They're going to try for this. Into the Aegis, into the Cheese.
They picked up anything else that's... I don't see any other big pickups that they've gotten just yet. Just looking to take the fight with the same timings. For Tundra, they got quite a bit out of these last few moments. As we see the Aghanim's there for the Storm. He's got an amp damage also for the fight. Full Ags for Jakiro. We did get to talk about his. It's been a bit quiet from him.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount that these Aghanims step at the team fight is going to be pretty insane, right? The AoE Vortex into the Will-O-Wisp, into the Jakiro's combo.
So now it's Chiro with the refresher. So let's see how much he can do with that second epi that feels like they absolutely need. They need, I mean, they even need 2 of them to kill out the Coddle now at this point. Largo. Overwhelming blink is done.
BZM is going to try and force out a reaction. Starts things onto Saxa. Yandex watching from the high ground. Saxa pops the BKB to try and run. Pure wants to chase him down, but he's actually going to get caught by the Hex. Of course, does have the Aegis, and they don't want to fully commit on him because of that. So they'll let Pure walk away once he has the Aegis in hand.
33 wasn't with the entire team just there yet, so didn't want to force the issue too hard here. Aegis still for 2 minutes. Do have vision of BZM right now. Pretty sneaky ward that Yandex has. If they can find opportunities where Tundra split up, that's their chances. It's just the team fights are still just looking too hard.
BZM just in position if this move does come over towards them.
Pure
going to get the jump. They get the jump straight away towards the 2 cores. Pure is going to get focused first by Watson. The stun comes into play as the shackles are there from Saxa. That's the Aegis gone.
That's one.
See if they can do round 2 here against the Monkey King. Still has the BKB ready to pop. Pops it immediately here, Pure. No, it just has to start backing off here with the Primal Splits. Tundra ready to strike back. They get their hands on a Malady. The Vortex there from BZM. Doesn't stop the snowball. The Wukong's command's down, though. So Yandex, they have to run.
They're resetting.
Malady get thrown up into the air. Chua Junior's back in with the power strike on towards him. Looks towards Pure. Pure's able to put the refresh and jump back to safety. Watson looking to try and focus the Storm Spirit, but he cannot fight into the Wukong's command.
Not enough damage, too much sustain.
Yeah, BKB's coming to an end now from Watson, so they have to go full on the retreat, Yandex.
They forced a good amount of things out, too. The Largo actually ran out of mana from using his abilities too much. They forced the Aeon.
I'm just fighting into this team fight of Tundra seems so hard.
Just breaking that formation.
Yeah.
Ari's just spamming in the backline.
Nobody dying, just the Aegis getting taken out of the hands of Pure.
27,000 damage done inside the team fight and nobody dies.
That's not a good sign for Yandex. And Tundra, they're happy to sort of just survive through these moments, continue to grow this lead.
It's impressive that they were able to get out unscathed on the side of Yandex. Weren't able to get that second epicenter follow-up to be able to get that Monkey King. Just too much coverage from the allies.
That's indeed going to be the next step from Watson there was Watson sell the Desolator, pick up the Nullifier.
Okay. Loses, of course, that minus armor. It's very effective versus the supports, but versus the cores, that minus armor starts to lose its effectiveness as the game does progress.
That's pretty crazy. We've got, what, 4 Contra's Catalysts being picked up across the board. Shows how strong that one is.
Very strong with Largo in particular. Ari, 25 has been hit. Even more Illuminate damage heal. Fights continue to look very hard for how Yandex wants to approach, because even, as we said, killing the backline's just not even happening anymore. Just easier for Tundra to set up for these, and that was them, with for Yandex having a very good vision advantage too.
Yeah. So we'll be able to grab the power rune.
Okay. Because if they can start that fight again, if there's no Aegis, right, they will have a successful time. And that was pretty much just because they had vision of the 2 cores when they got the initial jump. It just has to be, I mean, honestly, as perfect as possible from Yandex. Tundra very ready.
But at the same time, in no rush. They can wait for the 60 minutes, look for the next round of neutrals.
They also have an insane amount of gold to spend too, because we're not looking at current gold. We actually maybe should bring that one up for a second. There it is in a lot of that they are holding on to here. 7,500, 5,600. Gonna start spending some. Pure, about to have a full Abyssal.
Nearly level 30 here on the Monkey King.
And this Abyssal is going to be very problematic for Weaver, for Watson, as we're seeing. He has to kind of get in and out of the fights as much as possible. If he just gets caught by an Abyssal, he could just die.
Wants the Moon Shard next.
He's just playing it as safe as possible. He's not going for the risk of these rapiers. And now, yeah, he doesn't really have room either. Has to buy a gem for his allies. Bots 2 picked up from Notice. They've got double split up at the ready. They've got everything ready again here on Yandex. So if they do look for that fight outside or not. I don't think they want to give Tundra another Aegis. Because we could see there, if they can kill the targets at least once. And they do have that second round with the refresher. BZM.
He's ready to see what sort of target he can find to start off the action. Gets his eyes on Notice, but they don't want to go completely on towards the Brew. We'll see the jump in return coming in on towards BZM. They have the Hex to follow up, but he's able to get the bloodstone to the BKB off. BZM's now ready to turn straight over to Saxa. Now looking towards Watson. Watson has to run. They've lost Malady. Again, it's just Watson having a BKB and Shikuchi back to safety. Yandex just cannot take a team fight right now. Now 33. Quick click onto Watson. BZM falling low on the mana.
That's one Brew split gone.
And they can just barely touch them. Tundra, throughout all of these plays, they're just full HP across the board.
I didn't see, did Saxa not BKB when he got the shackles off? Because he got Boundless Strike and it got stopped. I think they were trying to all in the Storm Spirit, but something stopped the disable.
I mean, was it maybe a proc of the bash on the Boundless Strike from the Monkey King?
I might have been, actually. Yeah. I didn't get to see initially. Because they wanted to all in. If they can kill one of, they can all in kill a target. It's just not the easiest by any means. They have to perfectly execute it.
Well, they're straight up towards the top as well. They know someone's outside of the base.
Watson being stalked.
Long jump. And BZM, he's got his eyes on him. The Vortex is there. The Abyssal comes down upon him.
Godlike for BZM.
Yeah.
What a recovery from him and from Pure in this game overall.
Oh, absolutely. They had a, they just need a bit of a warm up in the game.
Sure.
They'd sort of been here waiting in the upper bracket route for Yandex to get through their series and be ready to play them. Then warm up, but yeah, this game too, indeed, absolutely just tenfold compared to what they were able to do in that game one on what was it, the Pango and the Gyro Cups. It's looking just completely different here.
And now we did hear that yell during the fight. 60 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Neutral items.
Any crazy ones? Yeah, what are we getting picked up?
Fleet-footed on 33. He's going to be super fast, but he keeps the Conjurer's Catalyst.
He's caught here.
He's just dead.
Yep. Primal Split was still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Didn't want to pop the refresher for it. They do have the buyback gold. But what difference is it going to make is the sort of the question. They're nearly 40,000 gold behind Tundra as Tundra are ready to just close it up. Looking at the tier 4s.
They're forcing the buybacks. Committing forward pure.
Jiro Jr.'s in with the jump. Saxa comes in with a follow-up hex, drops down the Serpent Walls, but 33's able to get him out to the side, and BZM on the back lines. Jiro Jr. trying to pop back the damage towards Pure with a hex, catching on a Watson. Pure's going to survive. He's got the boundless down onto Jiro Jr. The buyback's coming out across the board from Yandex. Pretty much the entire team buying back to try and force Tundra out of this. Watson will get the time lapse off at the final moment. He'll be fine, but can they get any kills with these buybacks? Look at the punch up on a Pure, but Pure builds up the Jingu Mastery. Saxon
too much heal.
Time, a die-back on the Shaman. The Hex catches Watson again. He's out for good. GG is called. Tundra will take game 2.
What a comeback. Up until the 30-minute mark, an 18, I don't remember what it was, a 13, 15,000 gold lead or so. Yandex leading every single charge. And all it takes is that one fight top. Pure with the butterfly, the extra heals, the sustain, the Largo singing his song. It all kicked in. And a big slip up from Watson. And when he went up that high ground, did lose a ton of momentum.
And it's just sort of that Weaver effect, right? You can be this Weaver and dominate, but you sometimes hit this point of the game where it's just not enough. You can't do it on your own.
The game plan from Tundra, though, you could see what they wanted to try versus the Sand King. At the end of the day, it absolutely does start to work.
Absolutely. The strategy was very well executed by Tundras. Tundra equalized the best of 5 for now, 1-1 between Tundra and Yandex.
Oh, you love to see it, and I can tell the crowd definitely has maybe a little bit of a favorite going on there. No judgment, though, no judgment. This game, if you would have asked me at 30 minutes who was going to win the game, well, I would have said Yandex, hands down, win.
Yeah, that was insane. It's actually a crazy comeback, and I think Tundra is one of the few teams in the world that could make a comeback like that. They're so resilient. They're so good at holding the map and continuing to get the farm, even when they're feeding, even when the enemy team is ahead. They're still getting the gold, getting the items, and then eventually Largoba, he does his thing.
Yeah, I mean, the Largo sustain was definitely hard to play into, but I think BZM on that Storm Spirit was so confident and precise with his initiations. Like, he was just jumping in and out towards the end of the game. When they were able to get the jump on him, he was getting tankier and tankier as the game progressed, and he really set the pace. The most impressive initiation he had was like the Shivas into the Lightnings, where he found 4 people and just turned the tides there.
And this was the fight where the tide was turned, Kezu.
Yeah, like, honestly, Yandex, I feel like they really had this game. Like, Tundra, they needed in this game to have like this one specific fight that they win, you know, with all the sustain where it's hard for Yandex to cut through. And once they did, it really felt like that it was their game from then, like from that point onwards. So Yandex, I think they should still be pretty happy with the game overall because it came down to the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it did, but the concerning part is you still lost the Largo. So when you come away from this game, you can look back and say, we were ahead, we were winning, but we still lost. And there's that looming feeling in the back of your head, like, can we beat it next game, right? Everything went really according to plan. They were all owning the entire early game, and you still lose. And that means, how much do you question your bans? How much do you change? Because it really sucks to be ahead like this and lose the game. That can really mess with you if you're not careful.
And for me, the turning point in that game was, so every fight, Watson did a really great job on the Weaver of going on the backlines. So Ari on the Coddle was always dying first. He was always harassing Largo in the back, so Largo couldn't get into the midst of the fight and heal up anybody. But the one fight where they went on pure top, inside of his ulti, and he just kept changing the guard and didn't die, and then Watson just committed all of his attention on trying to kill him there, that one was tough, because once they stopped controlling the backline on Tundra's heroes, Tundra could just have free reign of the fight.
Yep, and they had free reign of the game towards the end of the game. It took a little while to get there. What point of the game did you want to highlight here, Quinn? Because I know there was a lot happening in this game.
Yeah, there was a lot of game to highlight, but I wanted to look at the moments where my thing is not working. So we're just going to look at this fight. I think this base fight is honestly a... Yeah, so here we go. It's right here. So they go on this Monkey King, and this is the fight we were talking about, where they overcommit on him, right? The whole game, Weaver is stalking this Coddle, killing him over and over and over again. And this is the kind of stuff that can turn finals. It can be make or break, where honestly, you know the right thing to do. And if you look at this replay, 100 times out of 100, you will know that this is the wrong play. We should have done something else instead. But in the moment, sometimes you can get sidetracked. You see the hero's HP going down, he's getting low. You're like, oh, we can kill him, and you freak out and you do the play that you wouldn't normally do. And to me, losing this fight, this is a product of being in the finals, of that pressure, of that worry there, because this is not a mistake they would normally make. I think there's a similar moment here where they overcommit into the ring, they chase a little bit too far, Watson runs up and gets ice path, we'll see in a little bit, because the game is still even at this point. It's not totally out of control yet. But it's another instance where, Chira Jr., look at him, he runs left instead of running up into the Roche pit. Maybe he can get force staff, or someone can help him if he runs run straight up, but instead he runs left. There's these little tiny mistakes. Watson over chasing here before his team gets closer. This is the stuff that makes finals turn around and games turn around. And game one is only won by Yandex because they're clean, because the game is effortless. These little whoopsies, these slip-ups. Another one here where notice he's running up the high ground, he's hitting the base, doing normal stuff. They kill all his pandas, so he jumps out of form. He has refresher here the entire time. He just doesn't press. He doesn't press ulti. He just dies. 100-0 without pressing any spells. This to me is the kind of mistake that this is not a noticed skill problem. He's a very good player, top 20 rank. He knows how to press his items and spells, but he kind of just got brain jammed and just forgot to do it.
Yeah, once I think that the top team fight was lost, I felt like they felt the pressure, I think, in the game, and you can see it in some of the clips too. And I think that's also what the LAN games and especially the finals are about. If you feel very confident and free and nice, I think it's easy to play, but once they lost this fight, maybe that's one of the reasons they will maybe take out the Largo. Because I think in the early to mid game, they played very well around it. But then you lose that one fight, game becomes hard. I think you can tell that they didn't feel that good.
Yeah, they must have not felt too great towards the end of that game, because they definitely, it slipped away from them a little bit. If you are Tundra, though, of course you're happy because you won. But it wasn't a flawless victory, so maybe Yandex, they might reconsider the Largo, letting it through, but where's Tundra going to go? Because it wasn't the type of game that I think they would either be very happy with either.
I would be looking at Sand King. I think that hero has looked really good, for Yandex in particular. Maybe just ban it. If you have a way to swap out one of the bans, that would be the one that I would be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also look at gameplay, right? 33 got ransacked in the offlane early game. He was massively shut down. He lost a full wave and a half. He cares way more about the creeps than he does about dying. And I think for them, they're also just looking at play this game and saying, hey, we messed up up early game. We got outplayed. Stockton made a really good move on us, and it shut us down early. And if they're a little bit cleaner, if the early game isn't so bad, then maybe the Largoba factor kicks in earlier. Yeah,
we're going to find out what both teams are going to do in our next game. Game 3 of the Grand Finals coming your way after a break.
One become a hero in the Dota 2 universe. Now, many heroes are born into it, either cosmic powers made in a physical form, born from gods or our gods, or are bestowed power from random magical happenstance. But very few earn the title through dedication, training, and force of will. Such is the case of the hero that currently isn't really a hero at all, yet. Anti-Mage's protege, Wei. But before we can explore the apprentice, we need to meet the mentor. Long ago, a young pilgrim climbed to the remote monastery of the Tuskakari, ascetic warrior monks devoted to harsh discipline, mindful meditation, and discovering inner peace. The acolyte arrived orphaned, alone and angry, a man consumed, a fire burning deep within him, but with no direction, no purpose. That purpose would eventually come from an unexpected avenue. After years of tea ceremonies, meditation, and slowly learning the ways of the warrior monks to find inner peace, it all came crumbling down when the monastery was violently assimilated by the roving army of the dead god. As magic-infused undead ransacked the temple, the mindful, peaceful warrior monks were so deep in their meditation, they simply didn't notice the slaughter or considered it a test of their faith to remain at peace. All around him, his brothers were slaughtered and resurrected through foul magics, forced into violence with no mind of their own, a perversion of everything that he stood for. The monk in training reverted back to his fiery past. He alone survived, fighting his way down the monastery's eyrie. In that massacre, he found his path, an amalgam of his violent nature and his warrior monk training, a vow to eradicate all magic from this world, an oath with no end that would allow his fire inside to blaze until he was eventually snuffed out. With his new passion and direction, he went to work, brutally hunting down and slaughtering any mages he could find. Shapeshifters, maguses, sorcerers, all fell, with trophies from his hunts adorning him as his armor. And he stayed loyal to the only parchment he took from the monastery in its destruction, the Taleam, the scroll of divine violence against the undead, which, since it was written ages ago, gave him a very peculiar way of speaking. And so it was, for years. Any whisper of a mage's misdoing, any defense of a village from a sorcerer, he would travel to that violence looking to end a mage or finally find peace from falling in battle. The blood-soaked path of the anti-mage had laid before him, and it would lead him to her. Everything would change after that fateful day, but that story is a long one. So stay tuned as we bring you the history of Wei and how she changed the anti-mage's destiny in part 2 of this episode of Tales from the Lore Keeper. Watch all the episodes at esl.gg/lore.
We know that people are getting a little tired in the arena. It's game 2. We're going into game 3, potentially game 4, and Jake, potentially game 5.
Oh, great. I hope so.
So to raise the energy levels, there's something in the UK called Greggs.
What is that?
It's a very popular treat. I'll show you what it is. It's like a sausage roll, like a pastry. Like... Exactly. Now, Jake's not the only one that can enjoy a Greggs. We've also got a bag here, thank you, Bradley, and I'm gonna toss these Greggs out to the crowd. Now, my prediction is they're gonna come flying out of the wrapper and hit you in the face. So please, if you don't want to be hit in the face by a Greggs, leave the arena. All right, ready? Hoo-yah! Oh, I hit that lady with a Greggs. Chuck one.
You guys want a Greggs?
Ready? Ready? Yeah! No, that's a 4 Greggs.
This is a 2 for... Who's a big Gregg?
Yeah! Yeah! Don't fight over the Greggs, children. Don't fight over the Greggs.
I'm gonna go give one to the hungry people in the top, okay?
Hit the top deck, Jake.
Okay.
Here we go, over this way. Yo! Greggs! Fucking Greggs, get it! Yeah! They're stealing my Greggs!
Up at the top! Eat my children! Yes! My hungry babies need sausage! Good. How about over here? Hello!
We got any left? We have. Look,
I'm coming!
There's a lot of sausage rolls.
Eat! Would you like a Greggs? Are you sure? Greggs, sir? Yeah!
Good throw. All right, got 2 more here. Ready? Let's see how high up we can get it. Yeet! Yeah! Fucking Greggs!
We're running out. Oh my God!
How many we got left?
Oh, the
2
frogs! Here you go, Largomas. This one for you, my froggy boys.
Do it, Jake. Do it!
Hi-ya! Oh, that's too hard. Sorry. Catch! Oh, that was hard. Here we go.
All right, 2 more. This section of the crowd gets no love. But I know you guys are hungry. The lad in the white shirt, that's a tough throw.
You got it.
Yeet!
Oh, shit.
I'll get closer. Hold on. Yeah!
Oh, no.
Fuck, I hit a person in the face for Greggs.
Pick up that floor, Greg.
Stop booing. It's harder than it looks.
May I have that? All right, floor, Greg.
Do it. Chuck it. Chuck it.
Can you hold my weenie?
Just shove it in your mouth. Go on. Go on. Yeah! Oh, damn, that's thirsty work. If only there was something to go with Greggs. Normally it'd be a cool pint of Thatcher's Gold, Moiler. Sponsor us, Greggs, you bloody idiots. Why haven't you sponsored us already?
You fucked up. Why did you sponsor it?
All right.
More grand finals to come.
Stay tuned for Game 3!
Bob is really on one, climbing up the walls, screaming at the top of his voice. Running lines like they're going out of style, drinking like there's no tomorrow. Lo and behold, he's down from cloud 9, telling me much he really loves me. Well, I'm hanging by a thread, but I'm bracing anyway. Sometimes it's easy that way. Friends, mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Friends, mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Seriously, mate? Are you for real? Nimble as a cat and as subtle as a punch in the face. Storming a teacup, bullying a china shop, laughing at a wreckage in debris. Wind your neck in and bite your tongue. Wind your neck in and bite your tongue.
You are watching ESL One Birmingham 2026, and we are in the grand finals, and we have ourselves a tie. It is 1-1. Tundra and Yandex going head to head, and both of these teams, there's so many stories. We already talked about the 33 versus Saxa, old teammates, storylines, and Quinn, I was hoping you could shine some light from a player's perspective. If
Give us a drama.
Maybe more storylines that we can focus on, because we do like those.
There are more storylines, and one I think is not known, but is definitely there, is Watson versus Pure. There's some big beef between those players.
Holy
Watson
beef.
got flamed a couple times by Pure in pubs, and so Watson very much holds a grudge, and I think wants to be Pure more than anyone. When you talk about this guy playing in series, he's always, I want to be Pure so bad. So that is definitely in the back, or maybe in the front of his mind, how bad he wants to be Pure.
Watson versus Pure. The real matchup, the real final.
The new drama that we care about.
Yeah, I do. Anyway, it's always cool to hear about the storylines, and sometimes you don't hear too much because everybody's trying to be very PG, or just they sometimes even avoid interviews. Who knows? But the Pure versus Watson. Let's see who comes out on top. Let's see which of these two teams will take match points, because whoever wins will, of course, be at 2 games here in this best of 5 grand finals. Yandex for this third game will be Radiant with second pick. Tundra is Dire with first pick. So we're going to go for the same pick order once again. We just flipped sides. We were curious if the Largo was going to get targeted. It did get targeted. It will be first phase banned, but that does mean that the Phoenix, that they've banned out 2 games in a row, is still in. The rest of the bans were similar from previous game.
It's interesting to me that they think they revere this bat so highly after we have seen very low success from in the offlane. They still choose to ban it over the Phoenix, which I imagine will get taken here, so they must have thought of an answer. I like the Largo ban. You lost to it once, just don't bother with it again. But Whitemon Phoenix, he's probably one of the best, if not the best Phoenix players in the world, so you need to have a real response or he will ransack you in the lane.
it's just very giga. Like we've seen this, and so it said that Tundra had first pick, they had priority and chose that because you kind of know Yandex. There's at least a world where if you take first pick again, maybe they swap up a ban, which they did, with the Largo. So you free up a new first pick. I want to see where Yandex go with this. There's like Io with like some bonus attack speed can be interesting. Maybe like Marcy as an egg killer, but taking some of these heroes early on, I think might just be a little bit too sus.
I will say the Greg's definitely did his job. I can hear everybody being energized.
You're like, let's go.
But now the question is Sand King that Yandex prioritized in this game too, into the first phase, do they still feel as strongly about this hero? Or do they want to shy away from it? And they shy away from it and go for the tried and tested Bristleback.
Interesting. I mean, Bristle is pretty good against Phoenix, like more than other tanky heroes are, because all of his damage is very back. Like he has no stuns, he has no way to really slow you or get on top of you, get in front of you. So if you stun ray him, he just turns around and just zaps everyone. So Bristle is generally pretty decent against Phoenix. I wonder for the laning phase though, right? When I've seen the Phoenix, when it's been most powerful is this hero's spirits and just getting on top of people, having the dying light and just owning early. So is Bristle good enough in the early game? What 4 do they pair it with? Because you're gonna get counterpicked, right? Pure C is the hero now, so that's what I worry about the most.
It's definitely it feels good, at least for you, because your high move speed, like you said, he doesn't really care too much about the Phoenix because there's no super big stuns or anything, at least for now. You also, something else I think that's cool, against other teams when they have Phoenix, I think you kind of have to fear the Mars Phoenix combo maybe when you are Bristle, but playing against Tundra, playing against 33, this is not really a hero that he's gonna go for. So as long as they can cover what Quinn said, understanding maybe what Pure wants, he should be fine with the Bristle here.
And I do hope this isn't just a Bristle as its own concept, but something that they wanted to do, we're going to steal the Coddle and do a Coddle plus Bristle, or we're about to run an Io plus Bristle. There has to be an idea here more than we think this hero is good against Phoenix, because Bristle has fallen off.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting that they snap pick it right away because the Jakiro was in the pool, right? And I think they should understand it's very likely Jakiro gets banned. So they must also think that Tundra believes that Bristleback is a good response, because otherwise they could have taken Jakiro and just gotten Bristle in the second phase. Jakiro that's been, obviously super successful for Malady, and Tundra is very scared of it. So it's interesting to me that they prioritize the Bristle so highly, because when I think of Phoenix, my first thought isn't Bristleback.
I really do hope the combo hero is coming. Are there any other Bristle combinations outside of Iowa or Keeper of the Light?
I mean, I guess what you can do that isn't maybe as strong as the ones you mentioned is just overall minus armor. I think can be nice, whether it's a Pango or a Weaver in the second phase that you can look for. But also these heroes, they need to be covered, which is why I think also this next ban coming out from Yandex is very, very important. You only have one ban here, and you're gonna have to pick your 16, 17 pick kind of blind. So you need to make sure you cover and have some sort of idea of what you're going for.
They ban out the Dragon Knight here in the second phase. Took a little while to get to that conclusion. Anything that we can learn from that one?
I mean, it's very good with Phoenix. You get stunned plus a lot of damage, and it's very good against Bristle because you're high armor and you've got a really long stun, which are some of the best things against Bristle. I think what's interesting about how much time they took is there's a few other big heroes they're considering, probably like the Tidehunter, which is very, very powerful on 18. So you need enough stuff that's good against the Tidehunter that it doesn't just own you when they pick it on 18, because it can be there for sure. They're looking at it.
And taking even more time here now.
Okay.
Oh, there goes a trophy. Oh,
so they steal
no.
the Keeper, which I think is a good idea. This justifies the Bristle first phase, but they also need another Keeper of the Light combo to really make the hero work. Last game, it really was BZM show. We talked about the Largo, but he completely popped off. So we need that CJ hero, that Pango to play with this Coddle to make it even more valuable.
Yeah, and I think Tundra, they will know this, right? Whether it's a Pango or Embers that they're looking for, or maybe even a Storm, which, most of these heroes are quite good against Phoenix because they can, choose to go in, they don't need to hard commit, so you can, poke the egg and get out or poke some spells. So if you're Tundra, I mean, this is, one of their most successful heroes with Tusk, so they're very happy at least with the support duo. I think they work very well together. You can apply pressure, you have incredibly good team fighting, you can cover the egg in some way, with some greedy enchantment. Maybe later you can get also a kickback, which in this game could already be quite good. Bristle hates that, it can also protect your egg. Overall, just great.
Yeah, I mean, these three heroes are fearsome in the early game. Monkey King Phoenix will win. What the heck, there's a big balloon hit me. Hello there. They will significantly win the lane against Bristleback Coddle, and the worry is that can they also invade your stacks? Can they keep that snowball going? Because you know, you talked about the support duo, and I totally agree. Tusk Phoenix easily outfight a Coddle, especially with Monkey King connecting. So there's already a lot of worries around this early game. Can you actually protect your stacks? Can you, make the game solid and chill? There's still the Sand King, so maybe they look toward that to stabilize things a little bit, but still some worries.
I would like that, I believe, like just having, this like blink guy that can, change the pace a bit, because at least for now, it's quite hard for Yandex to hold their offlane. Like, there's a very high chance that they're going to lose that lane and that Tundra can play through this area. And Monkey is very mobile, it's not that easy to get him killed, even if you have like some Storm or other ones. So having an instant lockdown, so picking like your Malady hero, plus maybe, insert Sand King or mid hero, does make a lot of sense.
They go for Mirana, taking a page out of Xtreme's book.
It's quite good against the supports, right? Like you have Leap against both of them, you can kill the egg, you can go away, you get Moonlight Shadow. Looks cool.
Yeah, I very much agree. I like it a lot against what Tundra has. It doesn't necessarily super synergize with Yandex, and so I wonder what this carry pick is going to be that also, makes them not get giga-tided, but also gives some synergy to Mirana, because it's a hero that I think you need to enable in some way. It's not just a hero that exists on an island, or otherwise the arrow spell is somewhat useless.
Ember Spirit, right?
Okay. I mean, you're calling their bluff about Monkey mid, though, because this lane historically is very, very bad. I think the lane potentially got even worse as Ember now, the chains do not hit everything. So if you're standing in the wave, then there's like a 50-50 chance you get chained or not. So this is a lane that can be very bad and you can get snowballed on.
I do really like the Ember pick here, though. Outside of enabling the Mirana, you have a hero pairing to play with Coddle outside of the Bristleback. But if you look at Ember plus Mirana and what they do versus Tundra's heroes, there's a lot of mobility to escape the nuisance of Tundra. Like, you can get out of the Sunray. You can Remnant out or leap out of the big Wukong arena, which really was the big game changer last game. That level 25, once Pure hit it, the fight was impossible. It just took these choke points, and these heroes couldn't move. But this time around, Yandex do have a lot of mobility.
There are a couple strong 18 picks, I do feel, for Tundra, and some have already been mentioned. I think Tide is one. If you want to run the Monkey mid, like Quinn said, there's also like some Faceless Void option I think that you could go for. I don't know if there's other mid options that BZM where he's like, yo, if I have this, I super destroy the Ember, because like you just mentioned, Mira, they need this Ember to, like, their supports have no life if this Ember has a bad early game, unless, they have like a carry where they can do it. So it is super crucial. If Tundra can find this pick, I think it could be quite hard for Yandex.
Yeah, I mean, even just something like going back for a Pangolier, right? It's still in the pool. I think we've seen Pangolier actually be pretty good against Ember compared to the past. Now they do the Watermelon, and it's a great Watermelon game. Ember doesn't chains you at all. Coddle slow, you shrug it off. Bristleback slow. I mean, Bristleback is a two-sided because you can beat him up a little bit, but there's no real way to lock this Tide down, and it also frees up the Tusk to run at this Bristleback auto lane. Your Ancients are in more trouble than ever now with the Tide, which enables the Tusk, so I am worried for Yandex.
Hear me out. Watson Slark?
I mean, I always love Slark.
We're in.
I'm in.
It looks like a good Slark game to me.
Yeah, I've been wanting it a few times too. I think here it looks great. Like against this, against the supports, there's not that much locking you down, and you should definitely be able to get it through the lane, right? It's double melee, so I think that's something that's good. Other than that, like, what could you look for? Silver Edge, of course, is always great. Don't worry, guys, it's just balloons that are being popped. But like, yeah, Silver Edge buyers can be good, but even then, you have the Silver Edge against the Tide, there is no counter to Snowball. Even if you look for this win condition, it can easily get fixed within the mid-game team fighting with just, a blink save by Ahri.
The last time I felt the draft was starting to be pretty favored in Tundra at this point in the game, or in the draft rather. It was game 1. But then Yandex still ended up winning because they had a plan that none of us were really ready for. What kind of plan would they have here? Like, are they gonna run at Tundra and set a super high pace again? Can they do that with this lineup?
I mean, I think there's a window where Ember gets online, the Coddle has 6, the Bristol has like 1 item, and you can skirmish really well together with these heroes. They've got a lot of slows and a lot of spells that keep people in place. So Monkey King cannot skirmish against these heroes until he has like Manta or BKB, something like this. So there's definitely an interim period where these heroes work very well together. There's a lot of skirmishing power. You don't want the game to be too stagnant though, because at some point there's a Manta, there's a BKB, there's ways to get out of these chains, and we talked about it. Ember is like the glue for their lineup, and if you've got some, glue be gone, then there's big problems for you not actually sticking on people.
Yeah, and also at the same time, I would say it's more normal if we do prefer the Tundra draft, at least for now. Their second pick, they have like the overall last pick of the draft to like try and sway it into their favor again, but I will say that it doesn't seem too easy. So they did ban out the Treant because they're carry Mirana. At least I haven't seen it, but I guess that's something they're respecting.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That would be very cool.
What the heck, really? Crazy.
I guess
This must be some scrim thing or
I think
something.
so.
Some inside information that Tundra might have over Yandex that we are not aware of. Would be super cool to see. We'll see where Yandex will take it. They do ban out the Faceless Void, so they're also still respecting some flex of the Monkey King, of course.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because Win mentioned that this match, I mean, obviously this matchup is very good for Monkey King mid, so kind of just, you know, covering their bases by just taking out the best heroes of the two respective roles.
Yeah, they're good bans. And I wonder for Yandex, like I think you need something that beats up on this tide and is able to TP to fights and turn things around. I think it's a game where you can't be shy about bringing too many numbers to a fight because Tundra is coming towards you and you need to be, if you win these fights, then suddenly your heroes are enabled. You've got all these levels and you can continue to bring the fight there. But if your carry is sitting on an island while the rest of your team feeds, I don't think 33 is going to be too shut down. He's going to pull waves, he's going to do typical 33 things, and you're going to have problems.
I mean, that has to be a beast mid, right? You're not going to put carry beast into Bristle offlane.
Yeah.
So I think it's just monkey carry, you're happy, you pick the beast mid for BZM.
Unless it is a Mirana carry, in which case the Bristle might be elsewhere.
Maybe.
They can flex, maybe.
We can see where Yandex pull up, you know, what they do with their cooking here.
They could run some Medusa cheese if they wanted to.
I would like the Slark more, maybe, than that.
I like the Slark a lot.
Like, just because I think Tide Monkey could play around the Medusa a bit more. Maybe Slark is a bit slow, but I think you have last pick, you see everything. Like, if you feel good about it, I think you can run it.
I mean, anything you feel confident fighting early, you feel confident bringing the fight back to Tundra, I think is really, really important. I would love to see a Slark. I love that hero. Watson's very comfortable on it, but they're bringing it down to the wire. Not much time left.
No, 7 seconds remaining. They go for another cat lady, Luna.
I mean, okay, it's nice in the way that Luna's a classic counter to Tide because everyone gets the extra damage, so you can actually beat through the Kraken. Your natural Silver Edge Bar, you can do the Ags if you want to have more of the magic damage. And it's also a pretty good like pike and kiting game, so maybe you don't need to buy BKB on Luna, which is also something she loves. Those are all things for her, but at the same time, Tide is still a great game. I still worry for this Ember having a rough lane against Beastmaster. There's a lot of early game checks that Yandex has to pass before I believe in their gameplay this game.
I mean, this Luna last pick feels a little vanilla from Yandex. Like they were a bit too afraid to go for something really out of pocket when maybe something out of pocket was what they needed here. But, you know, it's a tried and true hero. It's standard. Have a good lane. Group up with your team early. But I don't think the scaling is there for Yandex this time around.
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with that because I think so. The Luna Mirana, I think it's a very good lane. You know, against a double melee, maybe you can like abuse that. You know, you're clicking them a lot, and you have stuff like that to play with that. Because I do think Yandex, they need to get through this like early to mid game kind of nicely. Because out of the 3 games I've seen, this would be the most favored. You know, that I would give towards one draft over the other. You know, being Tundra favored. So I hope that Yandex, you know, that the game they just played, it's not really shaking them. They can still go for, you know, their comfortable and confident plays, play quickly, because I do think you need to. If this game goes very even and normal, I do not favor their chances.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's a game where they need to be clutch, they need to own, and I think this Luna Mirana lane needs to play very well. Luna be farmed, and you still need to include heroes. Get this Eclipse in early and take the fight.
We're going to find out which one of these two teams will be on match point. It is 1-1 for now, and it is now time for game number 3 of Tundra versus Yandex.
Time, ladies and gentlemen, here at ESL One Birmingham, and I'm looking forward to this one. We're going to get the double cat ladies out ready from Yandex. This Luna coming in as the last pick. The panel didn't seem too excited about it. Do you sort of agree that this isn't really a crazy pick? This is sort of Yandex looking at the situation and say, hey, you know what, Luna's kind of all right. What did this sort of say to you, this pick?
I mean, for me, what I'm looking at right now is that Yandex is looking to just kind of snowball lanes in a way, right? They want to win the off lane, they want to win their safe lane super hard and maybe come out as like a trade in the mid lane because they have literally no team fight, Owen. That's the one thing I'm a bit concerned about for this one. I look at Tundra and they have Roar, they've got Egg, they've got Tide, they've got Wukongs. They have so many different kind of recovery outlets. If things do go wrong, they can always take team fights. For Yandex, I feel like they're kind of all in on getting an advantage in the laning phase and then cruising and steamrolling the game. I think if they get slowed down at all, I'm quite concerned for Yandex if they do get slowed down.
Yeah, because I mean, we even saw sort of elements of that last game in the sense that the team fight overall from Tundra just became too much in the later stages. And what you're saying to me now is that that might happen a lot earlier.
A little earlier, I would say. So just looking at things on paper, right? So I feel like Yandex, they have to crush these lanes, and I do want to see them do that. And I think there's definitely possibility for it. With this Mirana and Luna, I got to see X-Nova play that Mirana the other day. It was versus an Underlord, but a similar kind of tanky, you know, not moving hero. You actually do an insane amount of harassment with this new Celestial Quiver, and Luna, of course, going to provide even more extra damage. So let's see if they can crush the lanes and come out with an advantage off that, or if they're going to be running into this heavy team fight at a disadvantage.
And that last pick for, Tundra, coming in with the BZM Beastmaster. Just sort of like that approach here to send it into this matchup against the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like too crazy and flashy or anything like that, but I guess it's just something that BZM wanted to play to round things around. They have multiple BKB piercing disables now. Can do well in the lane, so let's see how the top lane goes, right? Because they did pick this Bristle back because they saw the Phoenix, and this has been a traditional pick that we've seen a lot of teams do. When you see the Phoenix, you pick Bristle because the lane can be good, but the fact that there's a Monkey King kind of turns that, because Pure is going to be able to trade pretty effectively versus the Bristle, and the Coddle doesn't really provide that much. I think Soxa has to just completely rely on pulling waves and play on that blinding light.
You can only imagine the Pure is going to be feeling very comfortable with this sort of start, and obviously having the chance to have warmed up on his Monkey King in that game too. They're going to be feeling in the zone here on getting Monkey King for a second time in a row.
And the matchup of the Monkey King versus the Luna, right? The Luna is pretty squishy, pretty fragile, and Monkey King one of the best carries in terms of just getting on top of her if he does get to a point where he is decent. And we do have that Monkey King bug, so happens. Yeah, let's see for BZM. I actually haven't gotten to see the mid beast since the change, if I'm not mistaken, with not having your innate, the block for the damage, right? Because before what was happening, I know Quinn absolutely hates this thing. He was getting so mad about it, where you took 0 damage from creeps. So I'm seeing BZM taking a fair bit more damage than he was before inside that laning phase. So I'm looking forward to see what this lane is going to actually look like. Chira's also going for a build that we don't see most of the Embers do. They mostly go Slight Chains now because of the changes, but because he's versus the Boars, perhaps he wants to have something extra since it's going to get soaked by a Boar a lot of the times on the chain.
All right, I guess so you don't expect him then when he opens with these first 2 skill points in those 2 that he's just not going to get a point in chains.
Usually you get second point of Flame Guard, right? Yeah. If you're going to get 1 point, you get the second point of Flame Guard because the first level is pretty bad, and you max the second point is
both
strong.
for these before you start putting points into chains?
Maybe 1-1-4 could be something he looks at here.
Because their team doesn't have a lot of lockdown rights. No. I feel like they are going to want that from the Ember Spirit. Indeed, an early gank coming in from Ari.
Really early.
And it's going to get them the kill.
What a play.
Gets the first blood.
He's playing his best hero. We have to talk about that as well, too. We have seen a couple of these games. The Rubik game from Ari, he looked a little uncomfortable. His Coddle, he looked super comfy, and now he's playing his Tusk.
Yeah, this is going to be some prime stuff from Ari. You've only got to imagine. Lovely little rotation away. Now, up top. EP out just in time there. Saxa taking a lot of damage on the way up there from White Mom.
Completely free lane. Again in the mid lane, Chira. Ari's still here.
Around Ari causing a lot of issues for the Ember Spirit as Chira Jr. comes back.
He gets him again.
Down again.
Ari.
Oh, that's huge stuff there from Ari. To do it once, fantastic, but 2 times in a row, that is going to make Chira Jr.'s game just absolutely disastrous.
He's got a walk back going. He's level 3. BZM is level 4 and change. Soxa has to go over and at least soak that experience, but what a start here for Tundra. All 3 lanes farming very well. The Luna, of course, getting a bit more out of that compared to the Tide, but 2 kills on the Ember. That usually breaks games.
Yeah, that we'll see what sort of recoveries happens, if there is one, because bottom lane.
He's got a Lotus.
I don't think they're going to have... Well, maybe with the Lucid Beam, the final right click for the shells there. Melody's going to jump in for 30 seconds to kill him!
Eats the fish. Yummy, yummy.
And keeping his cool as well, not having to sort of pop the salve between the hits. Get a little bit of a heal. He's like, well, you're not going to kill me. He's able to wait it out, get the salve off after the end of it all.
Level 2 Kraken.
Yeah.
It's that much damage. Block the comes in and Chira again. He just got back. He just got here.
There's no mercy here from Ari.
Oh, this could be a quick one, Owen.
That's disgusting.
That's just mean.
That is just bullying here from Ari. He's going to get someone else potentially. He's managed to get the catch on a Saxa.
He's got boots. He can stay on top of him here.
I mean, Ari.
He is breaking the game.
Yeah. I mean, who's going to want to come to this mid lane? Right, I don't think anyone's going to want to come over it.
Soxa should be okay. He's going to be speedy inside that river. Might be getting cut off, though, from the Monkey King. We'll see. Ari's going to chase him out. That is brutal. Mid lane, BZM. Chira may actually just get the kill here.
Oh.
Okay, well that just happened. All right, never mind.
All right, I tell you what, I wouldn't want to
BZM.
I wouldn't want to be BZM right now. I feel like Ari would probably have a few words. He's like, bro, I've just ganked your mid this many times and you end up still dying to him. What are you doing?
I can't. Dude, the blood
Don't
grenade.
get noticed up top.
It was the blood grenade. Honestly, Chira Jr. came back with the blood grenade, commits for the kill.
He's still chasing Saxa.
Can he actually catch him?
I don't think, well, yeah, probably not. He's got a few stick charges if he wants to throw out another shard. And he might do so here to block off the escape.
He's pinging him out. BZM has no interest to connect over.
Okay. Honestly, he's probably going to eventually get the kill, I think.
Well, someone connects
eventually.
over. It looks like Phoenix.
Here we go. Whitemon's heading over. Ari's like, guys, I've been chasing this guy for 5 minutes now. Can somebody help? There we go. A bit of a helping hand. And Ari able to get the kill on a killing spree here. 5 minutes in. And now after all that, yeah, he's going to look over towards the mid. He's going to be like, hold up, BZM, you died?
He's going to be BZM. Why is Chira the same level as you, man?
Yeah.
It happened. The blood grenade caught him off guard. BZM, honestly, he played way too far forward. Caught him completely off guard.
I mean, we'll see where Ari goes next. He might just come back towards the mid. He's going to be like, well, okay, if you're dying to this guy, I guess I've got to come in and gank him and kill him again.
He might be 6 by the time he buys another blood grenade. He might go for it again. Look at this, Chira. Pushing the Flame Guard to the limits.
All right, yeah, watch that timing, as you say. 10 seconds until the Flame Guard's back up.
Okay, BZM's hit 6. Ari's in the area. Power Rune as well.
Yeah, wants to be around for that 6 minutes.
What a wild start to the game. This Ember is still incredibly shut down, and also this Bristle is having no game, Owen.
Ari.
He's back.
He's going for Chira Jr. once more. Melody's going to be here to try and help out, but Chira Jr. blocked off by Ari. The Roar comes in from BZM.
Ari the Beast.
My goodness. 3-0-2. As you said, the last 2 games, he was kind of racking up the deaths early on. This time, he's racking up everybody else's deaths. He's killing them all. Killing Chira Jr.
Look at the net worths.
As many times as he has.
I mean, look at the net worths of the mid and the off lane right now for the side of Yandex. It's 1,800 also on the Bristle. He's going to start cutting some creep waves, but things have been broken so much because the Coddle, Saxa was running in circles for so long.
He's been chased by Ari for pretty much the entirety of the early game.
Only Watson getting to play normal Dota for his team, it feels like, in this one.
And as you say, it's just going to be a question of whether that's going to be enough, because when the team fights start to come together, Yandex fighting into this from behind, it's not going to be easy.
No, not at all. And the panel was also mentioning something that I was waiting to do so, is a lot of the supports are completely reliant on the Emperor's game.
Okay, they bring Watson over. And he's going to try and interrupt them from stealing the Shrine of Wisdom, but they're already able to take it. They're bringing the numbers. They will kill off Ari.
Whitemon's getting... Oh, no, she's not.
They've got the stun, so they'll get the kills, but as you saw, Whitemon was already able to grab the Shrine of Wisdom. And that did require pretty much the entirety of the team to turn up there to actually get those 2 support kills.
BZM. Looking for Chira.
Does have remnants at the ready, Chira Jr., so not going to be able to do this on his own. BZM and the Raw still on cooldown for 10 seconds.
This is one of the crazier starts, too. It's not even 8 minutes in, 8-3. The mid and the off lane are really broken on the side of Yandex, so need some way to recover. But Chira, where does he want to go? Because as we said, the 2 supports are completely reliant on anything they can do kind of around this Ember Spirit. You won't be able to line up any arrows around a Luna or a Bristle.
BZM. Him and Pure want to go for the dive.
Can't get the deny on the ward there. Nice try, BZM. All right, Watson. I like that he turns up, though. I think they kind of need him, too, since he's the only one having a good game for his team at the moment.
Look at this. Okay, Ari. He was going to wait and see if Chira Jr. jumps over to the Remnant to grab the rune. Ends up just grabbing it himself.
Okay, things are stabilizing a little bit here, at least in terms of those lanes. But yeah, the mid and the off lane really suffering. 33, he has his lads already finished, so he has great timing. Level 7 as well finished up for him. And let's see where Chira wants to show up. He has slowed down so much. Showing up to mid. We'll just drag the creep wave.
Ari. Thinking about going in for the dive, but won't get a chance.
Ari knows he has free reign. There's just no stuns. There's no real disables to stop this Tusk from just running at heroes. He's not going to get arrowed unless he just walks into it. It's only the chains.
It's going to be able to set up for a kill on Saxa here. Leads in with the Roar.
Another one. Tundra with a very aggressive draft that also has great team fight. Yandex, as you said, they kind of went for this laning draft. So far, it's not looking so great. Notice trying to get some type of recovery here, but Whitemon, he's going to slow him down. And Ari's in the area. He might just steal this.
It's just been incredibly annoying for Notice.
He'll get the big one.
A lot of damage there from both of them.
He has to go back to base now, and the tower in jeopardy. He's actually sticking around. Noticed.
Whitemon.
With a fairy fire.
Okay, not able to quite get him.
That That was very close.
It was. Space there, though, for Pure to finish off the tier 1 tower in that lane.
33. Looks like they're trying to set a trap for him. Some creep still around, though. Just gets the Ravage.
Yeah, he should have put the Ravage and walked this one off.
Do they have another Chains plus Arrow, and then they can throw the Eclipse? They're trying to. Pure's turning up.
How much they want to commit on towards him. Drop the Eclipse. It's going to be enough.
Pure showed himself. What?
Okay.
Okay, well, game is stabilizing for Yandex.
I feel like, Ari, he's got his work cut out. He's like, guys, what are my cores doing? I'm trying to win the game as this Tusker. My carries down, then my offlanes dive in. What's going on?
Pure just literally just jumped in and handed it to them. I thought he was going to Wukongs and then perhaps...
Ari, he's like, he's sort of pulling the sleeves. He's like, all right, guys, I've got to carry this pretty hard.
He really is.
That's not a Jira Jr.
I mean, look, I thought they were going to give him the kill, too.
There we go. Ari says, I'm going to 1v9 this one, for the crowd.
I mean, this is a wild game so far here. Malady. Same net worth as 2 of his cores on this Mirana. It's a pretty value kill if they can set up for him, and he does have 2 leaps.
And he's got the Lotus and the Fairy Fire.
Might be forced to use both.
Boundless is there. Ari, punch up. There we go. Ari will be able to help out, at least get the chance for Pure to get himself a kill.
Actually, it's pretty funny how Ari's literally...
He's holding the team together right now.
He is literally the
He's
rock.
holding them together.
33 shows up mid. Should be just fine versus these two. The only way 33 really dies in this early game is to Eclipse, it does feel like. As we did see just before there.
Trying to towards the mid. Of course, Ravage still on cooldown for a minute.
Keeping the catapult alive. This tower. It might just go down. Whitemon has egg available.
Difficult to fight into the team fight.
Always going to be the case, really, this game. Fighting into this watermelon will be difficult. 33.
They're bringing more in.
They're going to bring the Bristol to try to push him off the tower.
The chains into the arrows. Some Heal's going to be coming in from Whitemon, allowing 33 to walk this one off.
He'll have to back up and reset with that Vlad's, get some extra help. Forced a lot of reactions, though. 4 heroes brought to the mid lane. They had to bring the Bristle to stop the push, which means he's not going to get that extra farm, and he is very slowed down in this Bristle, as we were mentioning for Notice. Not going to be one of those invulnerable Bristles, especially not into this Monkey King, who I think has the Deso completed, if I'm not mistaken. He does. So even though he did die the once, it's still incredibly fast timing for Pure as he's rushed this.
He's got his eyes on Chira Jr. in the mid.
Oh, and they're very swishy on Yandex.
Boundless. They got the lockdown, though. No remnants at the ready. He's able to jump away, grab the invis.
Nicely done. Gets that invis.
They'll be able to finish off the tower, though, here mid.
33 heals up with the Vlads, back to full HP, and back to pushing forward. A 2k lead now for them.
Swing down towards the bottom.
Tundra in a very comfortable spot in this game. This Ember, this Bristle just continue to have very limited space on the map, and they now lose their mid tower as well. And I think, honestly, Pure, with this Deso, a lot of these targets are going to get kind of just disintegrated.
Yeah, anyone that gets roared, ravaged, boundless.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of them dying at the moment. It's kind of, going to be just eyes on what Watson can do here. As the Luna,
it's all him,
he's
really.
getting a lot of farm. Top net worth right now on the Luna. This last pick they came in with Yandex. How powerful can it be against this, just rising pressure from Tundra?
All eyes on Watson. I feel like he cannot die in this game. It has to be picture perfect from him since everything else is kind of falling apart very quick. 33, they've got the Eclipse online.
Yeah, they should just drop it. Try and burst for him or get the Ravage off 33, but Chira Jr. is able to jump across, kill him off.
Nicely done. Honestly, Watson, right? The difference maker showing up. He's that one that can kill 33 and threaten him in this early game. Melody.
Very close.
They're getting away with quite a bit here. Getting some good space, as we said. Watson about to have, or getting closer and closer to having that Manta done, has gone for the Mask of Madness farm route. BZM Aghanims is done. So let's see Tundra how much they want to accelerate things around his Ags timing, the Deso on the Monkey King in particular. And if Yandex can fight back versus it. Chira is still a bit behind here. We'll get a nice jump away. That's his final remnant.
Had the chance for the punch into the Raw. It's a bit of a tricky one.
They do get the connection, though. He is dead. Has to be very careful. Arcane Rune. BZM will be able to get that one, so no luck for Chira to get that rune. Level 12 for Watson, too. So very important that he's be able to get this, good little gap between him and the Monkey King, right? He's going to farm faster because of this build that he does have and because of this advantage he does have for the moment. But Pure can show up and kill more heroes. Just Watson wants to be very specific with how he shows up with the clips versus that Tide.
Still struggling to catch up though, Chira Jr. noticed that the gap is going to remain.
And overall for 33, once he has this item complete, then that's where the Eclipse kind of stops doing the job that they needed to, bringing him down when he's just showing up to a lot of these fights. Trying to do what they can to recover though. Soxa's just trying to pump up Chira as much as possible with these chakras.
Tundra closing into the jungle of Yandex. Yandex seem pretty aware though.
Consecrated Wraps are finished up for that Bristle. Quite a bit tankier. The armor still not completely solved though. A Gush plus a Deso hit is going to really chunk him down. Well, he steps toward that tankiness that they are going to need for that front line. He is spotted though. They're bringing him in.
Yeah, they want to go for the Bristol kill here. Notice trying to grab the creep wave, but the TPs are coming in from Tundra.
That Deso hit.
Wukong's going to be held in it by Ari with the shards. Nowhere for the Bristol to run.
They dropped the egg. They really wanted him dead.
I mean, I guess they just expected that maybe with as far forward as he was, that maybe there was some sort of backup, but there wasn't. He was on his own.
Or maybe just the game is very slow, right? They can just feel like they can throw those out, but definitely did not need it. We'll see if Yandex even looks to punish that by any means either.
I mean, it looks like Tundra is just going to go again. Even though they did use the Supernova, they've still got the Ravage and the Roar, so still many ways to take fights right now.
Can they get the big kill? They ideally want to find Watson at least once here. They might just be able to.
This would be massive.
He knows exactly where he is.
Got the lead in.
They have the
snowball. Pretty speedy down the river though, Watson, and backups coming in to help out. He'll just drop the Eclipse onto Ari. He wants the Tusk dead.
Nice move from Chira, backing up his core. All about Watson, right? You have to TP to back up your boy.
Just having to protect Watson's game as much as possible.
He is the all-important one. He's the only one really having that good game on his team still.
They kind of know it. You know, Tundra, they can just look to the Roshan, knowing that, especially with the Eclipse used, they don't want to turn up for this. No. They have to just let this go, Yandex.
Overall, fighting into the big team fight, sure, Ag wasn't used, but as you said, yeah, Ravage, it's still difficult to fight into this. And it's free, right? It's that Ag's Beastmaster plus that Desto timing to make it even faster. They're going to back up and look for the fight, too. Notice it's very low.
And they're quick with the TPs to try and make this play onto him.
There's a Ravage at the ready.
Notice he's not going to have anywhere to run. Ravage there. Pure's ready to move in with the damage. I mean, Staxton's helping out. But the Boundless Strike comes down upon him, and there isn't any further backup coming in for Yandex. Notice will go down.
He was playing, I mean, both times playing super far forward. The ward from Whitemon, I mean, that one he had a creep wave on him too, but getting punished. I mean, it's all on Watson, really. Continuing to have top net worth in this game, 3-0-3, yet to die. The other two cores still continuing to really struggle, as we see.
Oh, they try and go for Pure. They do get the arrow connection, and they've got the burst.
Nice catch. Just making the move with two. Malady is, I mean, he's pretty farmed too, right? Looking at this Mirana, he is continuing to catch up with his cores. Good amount of burst damage that he has if he's playing in synergy with that Ember Spirit.
RMPZM around the mid. Looks like they are just going to let Watson get away with taking the tower here with the backup of his team.
Yeah, without Pure. Even though they have an Aegis, they're afraid to just go for that fight versus them there. Shield rune now for Chira. Starting to get this Ember back online. Ari, they might look for him here too. After he gets away from the wave, they can't go for the slight chain. Yeah, I think if the Coddle plus the Mirana just continue to follow, just cheer around pretty much every single time, they are going to be able to catch him back up in this game.
Just sort of these BKB timings now. Both teams are looking towards.
Watson in particular absolutely needing it versus that heavy team fight, but it's not going to be a big save. It's not going to be the all-end save for him since he is playing versus that Roar and versus that Punch, of course. But absolutely needs it in this game.
Radiant are
See what they can find here. The bottom lane, they're just Notice doesn't really want to show himself too much in the waves after the way things went on the top lane 2 times back to back.
Yeah, wants to get a little bit more here. Does buy the shard, looking to go for that Crimson Guard next since there is that crazy physical. They are pinging him out, so they do want to go for him, at least Ari does. BZM coming through the portal, has Blink.
They'll throw the tip out there.
Yep, seems aware.
Making the move to the top side of the map now.
Game has started to stabilize. Soxa is spotted.
They'll get him.
Dead very quickly.
Quick setup with the Boundless. Actually dropping the Wukong
again. They are
All
really throwing these ultis out. Maybe just a bit, like you said, a little afraid of the backup, and perhaps there. Tormentor soon. 33 showing up. He's the one who's never really afraid of the, the Ember plus the supports that can come in. Other heroes perhaps have to fear some threat, but 33 now at this point kind of has to fear nobody.
Dire are scanning.
Nice aggressive wards placed by Malady. Very deep vision that might not get taken out. But let's see if Yandex is able to play around that 33, doing the little step back so he can't steal the regen with the slight. Nice little play. Here's the smoke.
They're ready to go, and they don't need Pure to take a team fight right now. They can allow Pure to continue to finish up his next item.
I feel like Yandex contesting this is very, very difficult. Kind of just sets up Watson to get completely comboed on. Until he has BKB, I don't really want to see him go into this 5v5 engagement. I'm just going to look for the fight first, but now that they see that no one's there, they can commit for this.
Yeah, Pure ready to join now that he does have his BKB complete.
Almost gets the arrow. Malady tries for a steal.
It's a good effort.
I saw the angle he was coming in from. I'm like, is he really going to try for it? A decent attempt, but not able to. Pure, I mean, he'll get the luxury of getting the shard for free. That's really nice to get for a Monkey King, especially versus a Luna. 2 different ways to gap close. Can be very strong. Blink now for the Tusk as well. Tundra getting that group up going now.
Super strong. I mean, they can take these tier 2s without any concern of Yandex doing anything about this right now. Yandex just having a focus on just being split up across the map.
They're getting close to at least double BKB timing on the side of Yandex to try to counteract that heavy team fight disadvantage that they have. I'm wondering if the Bristol's even going to do similar, right? It's not usually something traditional you see, but maybe they're going to try to play around like a triple BKB timing to fight versus those.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it just for sort of the guarantee then that you can like kill the egg. This is something that, when you have those BKBs, the Supernova's never going to be successful. You can fight through the Ravages and such.
He's just going to go Crimson. I thought there was a chance that he does do it, but looks like he just still wants to have those extra auras to protect Watson. Because, yeah, Watson, he'll be good versus some of these ultis, but the physical damage might still be a problem, so perhaps just wanting that Crimson to protect him as well. Your life's not that important, right? Unnoticed at all. It's all about Watson, so I can understand why he is going to go
buff
for
up
that. Yeah.
Luna at all costs.
They have the Holy Locket as well for the Luna from the Coddle. They almost have a Solar Crest as well, too, so they're starting to get these extra buff ups. And, I mean, Watson has a 3k gold lead over the Monkey King.
Still getting an incredible amount of farm on this Luna.
And for Pure, he has Vlad's and he has Gush, like these small ones, but he doesn't have a Solar Crest himself being finished up. Not just yet, at least. It's a 4-staff for Whitemon.
Cup. He's put to a stop by Ari. They will still get the chains connection onto Ari.
Finish him off.
Can they turn it into anything more? It is this timing with the double BKBs on Chira Jr. and Watson.
Poking 33, but literally a poke.
Still moving forward, Yandex. See if they can find anyone else on the sides, but Whitemon's already out with the dive.
Playing around the double BKB timing. Watson, as we said, a 2k gold advantage now for him over the Monkey King. He's feeling strong, level 18 as well. Getting the push going here. Noticed in the front line.
Getting some good damage onto the tower around Watson.
Looks like they're going to go for notice.
Put the anchor down on a ward's notice. Moonlight Shadow here. Watson thinking about getting an angle from the side. The Supernova's going to get laid down. Do they want to try and kill it off? They do. Malady's going to try and look towards the egg here with Watson.
They got it.
They kill off the Supernova. 33 jumps forward. The BKB's out from Watson.
Watson's in
to
trouble.
hold his ground, but he's surrounded by them all. He'll get the Eclipse off. He's still alive at Watson, but finally he falls. The Ravage comes out, and Tundra still end up being able to team wipe them there.
It was dangerous for them to do that.
They went for the egg. They really wanted to go all in on that one, but it was a big commitment from both of them, right? From both Malady and Watson to do so, and it's you're using your Luna, who kind of needs to carry the team fight to try and full-on commit on the support, and then after that, it's just such a hard fight for Watson to win when he gets surrounded by the rest of Tundra.
And you kill the 2 supports, but the 3 cores are completely free in this fight for Tundra. Notice gets completely isolated. As you said, they went around to go for this egg.
They wanted the egg.
But it puts Watson in a really dangerous spot. It just sets him up to just get fully focused BZM with the shield rune, actually. A really cool blink forward, and then they just isolate him. If 33's on top of the Luna, 33's going to eat him.
Yeah, and as you've seen, at this point, obviously, the BKB, as you mentioned earlier, it's not going to It's not going to make you invincible in this sort of game. They've got so much physical to go through it.
It's a dangerous move to make there.
Yep.
33 was showing that he is the unkillable monster on this Tidehunter. Up to the 6 fish. Plate mail now for him too. The build is starting to get closer and closer toward completion. It's just risky. Luna, very dangerous, very risky here. And just you have to be so careful with your positioning. If you do move too far forward, you can be very fragile. And as we said, it's all about Watson this game. His Ember and his Bristle are still very, very far behind in terms of catching up. Don't really provide too much damage. It's all coming out from Watson.
Bottom lane. Look at this as a freebie between the two of them there, Ari and Pure.
Deso stacks racking up for Pure.
Up top. I mean, they're looking at 33.
Can you actually go for this here?
I mean, they're going to try. They do have Eclipse if they want to drop it on him.
I don't think you can really go for him, but they're trying. Let's see.
Backup's on the way. BZM comes in with a roar. The Eclipse will now come out. But the snowball's there from Ari. 33's fine. The Wukong's command's down.
Right at Watson.
They're scrambling for something, but they're going to get nothing.
A neutral gets Chura at the very least, but they set themselves. I mean, 33's probably like, oh, thank you. This is exactly what I want to do. I'm tanking absolutely everything there. Even if they connect a full Eclipse onto him there, it's very unlikely that it gets brought down. Tundra fully collapse on top. This draft from Tundra.
They want the effective team wipe.
Yeah,
they're
notice.
actually hunting down Notice across the map.
He's found it.
They're going to be able to get him as well. Actually, Miller's Shadow comes in. Doesn't matter. The damage is done. Another effective team wipe there from Tundra.
Yandex is trying their hardest after the disaster of this start to this game. Sure, Watson been farming very, very good, but yeah, as we said, the other two cores just so far behind, and here we can see it again.
Too much. I mean, you can see obviously the hesitation. Like, Watson doesn't really want to use the Eclipse. He's like, guys, even with that, it's probably not going to kill this Tide. And just all the time in the world for the rest of Tundra to connect over. 33 barely falling under half HP, and the setups there. They've already closed and used a lot to try and kill him off, so they're just left with nothing to try and deal with the rest of Tundra when Tundra turns up.
It's just too much team fight and too much to get on top of Watson. As we said, he's got the 2 deaths now. This felt like one of those games where he had to play absolutely flawless with how dreadful those other 2 lanes went.
And it's just hard to do on a Luna, right? One of those timings, that BKB timing is kind of like that strong point, but they just have, they have Roar, they have Supernova, they have a lot of physical damage. It's just hard for him to sort of find that timing when everything has just fallen apart drastically around him. It's just too much for him to carry.
It's just a really well-rounded draft that Tundra's gone for here and getting a big advantage out of the lanes that I think Yandex were the ones that wanted to come out of those lanes ahead with the way they set things up. Full Shivas now, too, for the Tide, so Watson, his damage has actually chunked so much just in the last 5 minutes. The Tide standing on top of him, and now with the Shivas, too, to slow. Notice? Can he get away?
I mean, 33 can definitely buy some good time for the rest of Tundra to head over.
Headbands him to the low ground.
Yeah, just bullying the Bristle. Notice. Bring Whitemon down pretty low, but not enough to take him down all the way with him.
BZM, monster kill, 9-1-9 on this beast this game. Looking real good. Him and Ari have dismantled at least this mid lane in particular.
I mean, it's definitely looking to be that sort of knock-on effect of, just how much Ari did in the mid on those first few minutes. It kind of turned this game into a pretty impossible one for Chura Jr. to play.
It was like multiple things too, because he not only just shut down, sure, BZM died afterwards, but then he chased Saksa for what, 3 minutes? And during all that time, I was watching Noticed, he was getting next to nothing out of the laning phase too, without the Kato behind him, and the Kato was level 1. So it was kind of multiple different things that Tundra was able to get just out of these small Ari movements that compounded massively. Now with an Aegis, a secondary one, and they have a banner to go for the push, and Pure has a Silver Edge versus this Bristle who already looks very killable. And where do you go from here on Yandex? As we said, Watson, the next item is going to be a big one, the Butterfly, if he's able to get that, but it literally is all on him. Get every buff in the world for him. Honestly, maybe somebody buy Vlad's. I think you need every little buff up from Watson at this point to have a chance.
Just easy kills right now for Pure.
Chura. The distance himself. This is one of those games where a 12k lead feels a lot bigger, though, since it really is just one of those cores. And this Ember doesn't have much that he can play around at this point to kill almost anybody. It's another roar. Catches the last second.
He does. Catches Notice. As Notice not having a fun time whatsoever this game.
0-7. The first pick Bristle completely answered. 33 pushes him. Yeah, that's funny. Push might commence here. They still have this Aegis. They've got Banner.
Yeah, we'll see how sort of aggressive they want to play here, Tundra. I mean, obviously they have the luxury of being able to play this game out in numerous ways right now with how much of a strong grip they have on it.
And I do feel like they are the stronger late game scaling draft as well, too,
they
on
could
top
chill.
of having this advantage, this massive advantage, too. Pure. Swinging around with the gem, too. Completely constricting any chances for Yandex to get outside. They are starting to get really stuck in the base. Just follow Watson. Pretty much got to be the case that they got to do until he has this butterfly finished.
In the mid.
Ooh, caught again.
Certainly feels like this game's just getting pretty unplayable for both Noticed and Chira Jr. They just die far too easily anytime they show.
This 33 Tide is just too much of a beast.
He's
Jumping in forward.
They're ready to just go straight up into the high ground and start messing around with them. 33. Hitting the tier 3 towers, then what are you going to do about it?
Nothing to fear for him. Pure.
Got the Jingu built up. You get the break hit on towards Noticed. They're going to be able to take him down again by the looks of it. The shards block him off. Ravage is there, locking down the Bristol. Noticed dead again.
They're just walking through him. Tanks the arrow on the Tide.
They're using the Eclipse. Watson is doing his best to try and do some sort of damage, but they just walk it off.
Tide, one of the best kind of combo breakers, just tanks the arrow, then just able to waltz away. That's their one of their bigger damage abilities used there too from the Eclipse. He's got the butterfly finished, but so many ways to get on top of him and reduce. Tundra will back up for a small moment here.
They've still got the tier 2 tower to take down on the top lane.
Yep. They still got a lot more to gain. They can farm the map as well too, as they know that Yandex they're truly stuck inside. Another one caught.
Get the midline shadow. I mean, Watson's going to try and help Malady out here. They will force the BKB out from BZM. Get the chains on of the two of them.
Pure's connecting.
Watson's trying to push forward on towards Ari, but Ari's got the snowball ready. The Supernova's down, so they have to wait it out at the side.
Chira.
They've got the lockdown, the slam down as well. They're with a boundless onto Chira Jr. Ari's also going to live. Yandex, they can't even kill him right now.
Can Watson get out?
I don't know if it picks Pure. Pushing forward, still has to look through the Aegis here for the next minute. Get through that Aegis. And they get through that second life though. 33 makes the jump forward over towards the supports. Pure lines down the boundless stroke onto Saxa, onto Notice. The Wukong's command down as well. Watson, he'll use the BKB to try and fight back, but he just doesn't have the damage to threaten Pure.
And he's alone now.
And now he has to run. Dive forward. They'll cut the trees there. You know, a little awkward, but at the end of the day, it's not going to matter whatsoever as they kill off Watson. They get their hands on towards Malady. As he's out of leaps. The neutral's also tripping him up as well. Malady gone.
He tried to hide the gem. He's trying to hide it inside those neutrals there, but 5 for 1. Another great fight for Tundra.
And now they'll head up to the base.
And all without the Ravage, right? Just kind of waltzing right through them there, knowing how strong they are.
Yeah, that's kind of rough that that's going to be there ready for Yandex when they respawn.
Pure drops the banner on the floor, doesn't even use it since there's no creeps coming in, but they're going to start coming as Watson, 50 seconds dead. Truly feels done and dusted pretty soon here. Tundra looking to seal the deal.
Full set of barracks bottom.
Heals coming in from the Sunray.
Chains onto the both of them.
Headband pushes Pure out of the base, the Force Staff as well. Pure's BKB was on cooldown there, but they will be able to bail him out. These headband plays from 33 are very cute.
Ravage at the ready, so he might just look to jump straight back in.
Oh, and the roar.
BZM's going to go in first with the roar on towards Malady. Pops the BKB, boundless on towards the Mirana. He's out. The break onto Notice. Notice caught in the midst of the Wukong's command. He's dead for 50. No buyback on him. Yandex, can they kill anyone in return? Chira Jr.'s going to attempt his best efforts as he looks towards BZM. Has to put the BKB. And now has to probably jump back to the safety of his base here with a Remnant now. Eclipse is coming down on it. Pure, but the BKB's at the ready. Supernova's out. Pure standing his ground, trying to heal up, but does die. They've killed off Pure. And Watson, he's bringing 33 down pretty low.
Can he get some other big kills?
They get the blast on a 33. 33 trying to get into the trees, but they've got him.
There you go.
They will manage to hold. They have to use the 2 buybacks. It is just the 2 support buybacks, though.
Necessary at this point.
I mean, it's something in sort of an ocean of nothing. You know, that's been the case for the past 25 minutes from Yandex. It's something.
You'll take anything you get. Watson also, he got the last hit, right? He did get that last hit on Pure, so he got a huge income increase.
All right.
Get that Daedalus. Yeah, get any type of extra damage you can get. He needs every little bit possible.
Yeah, we'll see how this exactly went down. You know, coming in with the respawn, you know, waiting it out. Didn't have the luxury of buying back to get it in earlier, but that was fine. Now, Watson turning up at this point, and they were able to bring down Pure, at least force that BKB out, and still just good damage coming out from Watson. Stays on target, focuses down the Monkey King, and without Pure and with the ults used, Tundra, they had to kind of play it safe. They have to try and get out of there. 33, though, not lucky enough to do so. They've got the damage and control to take him out.
It's a punchback.
They keep the game alive a little bit longer here, Yandex. Let's see where they go with this.
Small gains. Watson, a full Daedalus finished up. He's now going the other way. Level 23 onto him.
I mean, if Watson's able to carry this game,
that would be
goodness,
ridiculous.
This is going to be one of the more, the most insane carry performances you would have seen here on the stage.
And you can see it when if he's just standing his ground toe-to-toe alone versus the Monkey King, he can do it. It's just, if the whole team is there, there's a big difference, of course.
Yandex just seeing if they could catch out anyone else before Tundra had everyone back in the game.
No Roche respawn. Tundra all gonna respawn.
Tundra.
Top of net worth for Watson.
Yeah, he's doing a lot here.
He has to. So that Bristleback is literally a support now at this point for Notice.
Yeah.
He has to buy a Ghost Scepter.
I mean, yeah.
It's a good Ghost. I mean, Ghost Scepter's great for his Monkey King. It always is. But if you see that,
doesn't look too hot at 35 minutes, then he's had a tough one.
It is really sad. Soxa trying to get some space out on the map, but he's been found. Quickly brought down.
And they're happy to start pushing around this top lane. Tundra still is the lane where there's still a tier 2 standing.
Yep. They can set up for Roche pretty soon, too. It's going to be spawning. And fighting around that Roche, it's a lot different than fighting inside of your base for Yandex. 60 seconds, no coddle.
And if you're Yandex, are you going to try and put everything in to the Roche fight?
It's a long respawn. You have to, right? You absolutely have to. But it's not an easy place to fight around all that team fight.
Seeing if you get the jump into the anchor connection on towards Jira Jr.
33 is getting the push going with his fresh AC.
Pure. You might find Watson and Malady coming in from the side. He sets up with the
He's right on them.
Command. Watson puts the BKB straight away, but Ari's in with the punch. Keeping Watson held in the Wilcox Command. Watson has to try and stand his ground, but he cannot do so. The supernova goes off. That's Watson dead for 90 seconds. He's short of the buyback gold as well.
I mean, he has to spend all the gold in this game.
But now, without their Luna, their one hope of holding on in this game,
the building.
Yandex probably haven't got much left to throw at Tundra as Tundra are ready to clean up the base. Fortification will come out.
They can get Megas.
And mid-racked. It's going to be cleaned up by BZM. Tundra up to the top set.
That's a cool build by 33. Going to the AC afterwards just to force the issue.
He's got the buyback gold now.
All right.
Malady did make his way over to the other side of the map. He picked up a bounty ring, so the buyback gold was there. Supernova out a second time.
But Watson,
he's caught
no BKB.
At the start of the fight. It's over for them. A dieback on Watson. GG is called. Tundra now 2-1 up here in the grand final.
And pretty decisive in this game. Honestly, Ari, we said it at the start. He broke the game.
He really did. Ari.
In the meantime, too, while Ari is doing this and breaking the game, right? 33 was getting so much as this Tidehunter in the off lane. Some small recoveries, of course, coming out. Watson having some cool plays, but this game, it felt like a mountain to climb from the just from the 5-minute mark almost.
Yes, it really did. Sort of the chaos that ensued around Ari's rotations around that mid lane.
I mean, you can see it on his face. Look at him. He's like, I own this game.
He knows what he's done. He knows what he's done.
He's like, BZM, how's your score? 18, 0, and 14.
He's bringing that death up. He's like, let's talk about that time you died, BZM, when I killed your mid 3 times for you. You know?
It happened.
Like, what were you doing? Indeed, having a laugh about that one. But yeah, what a game from Tundra.
Super
Yandex,
impressive.
Not a chance to bring that one back, despite Watson. He gave it his best efforts. He really did, but too much at the end of the day for him to be able to turn that one around. Tundra up 2-1 right now here in the grand finals.
And that is match point. One more game, and they will take home the championship. How did they do it, Effie? What do we feel here that Tundra has accomplished? How did they manage to do it?
Honestly, they played such a great game around. First of all, I want to start with, I loved opening up with their 2 strongest support duos in Phoenix and Tusk, but they played so well around this Tidehunter. Like, that Tide Shard came into clutch so many times in that mid game. They were able to leash that Bristleback, dump all of these spells on him, and it felt like they were kind of this wall that Yandex couldn't run into. And then, you know, they did the Tundra. They got the GPM, they out-macroed them, and they eventually won the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to play, honestly. Whenever Tundra gets ahead like this, there's not that much you can do. I think they were definitely outdrafted in this game, and it's not a position you can be in against this team. They're too good. They will take their draft advantage to the finish line. So you gotta do better in Game 4. You can't be down in a situation where you have to play perfect, because perfect is just not reasonable.
Yeah, because I think also what happened in this early game is that Ari kind of got to like run loose like a wild dog. You know, he's going mid, getting kills. He went into the top lane. Like if you're Yandex, you kind of know this is happening. He needs to get trailed, you know, by Malady on the Marana, or you need to have a ward. And then I do think that Yandex did like a pretty good job at like recovering the game until like the minute 15 to 20 mark, where, you know, they end up losing 1 or 2 fights, and then the game is hard. But they had very good recovery. So there are of course things to learn from this game and to like adapt into the next game. Because I think also Tundra were first pick now 3 games in a row. It should be Yandex's choice, I think, when we come back, you know, into the next game. But definitely need to do some stepping up here. I think Watson played a phenomenal game considering the circumstance. Like, he's still owned.
Yeah, maybe a shake-up of pick order will help Yandex there. This was also the first game. We talked about this before the grand finals even began. This was the first game that Ari actually did play the Tusk, and we see why this has been his most winningest hero, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, he was everywhere. He was just camping Chiro Jr. to a degree I haven't seen in a long time, and that's also the power of the Tide, right? He's sitting there alone. He even solo kills Malady at some point under the tower. In the meantime, Ari is hating on this guy like to an unbelievable degree. He can't play the game. He's been killed 3 times. Somehow he still solo killed BZM, putting up a pretty good effort, but even after the solo kill, he's down 1k net worth, and the Tusk and Phoenix are just so enabled to go around killing the map. It was, honestly, the supports carried this game really hard.
It's just like when you play against Tundra, you know some of the heroes. Like you have PTSD, you know, from like 33 Tidehunter. I know when this guy has a good game on this hero, he's set up for success. He will not just help himself, but also his teammates to make it happen. So I just want to see a few small changes, because I think Yandex, they're good enough to bring the gameplay, but it wasn't as easy as I would like it to be for them.
Yeah, and that Tide Shard really came into clutch mid-game. And I feel like when Yandex get this bristleback, they do this thing where they run at the tier 2 mid sometimes and take a bad fight, and then the game starts to fall apart. And I have to express my criticism toward this first pick bristleback, because I think it baited them into kind of an awkward draft. They had this idea that they wanted to steal the Coddle, create a combination with the bristleback, but it ended up doing absolutely nothing for them. It made their draft look funky. Watson had to basically do everything, and the scaling wasn't even there.
Yeah, and we talk about basically every player on the side of Tundra feeling comfortable, where Yandex felt more experimental in this game number 3. Of course, they knew that there was always going to be a 4th game, so they might just have to try something and then, you know, maybe go back to what worked before. But they're going to talk about that right now. We're going to talk about some things that Quinn picked up on in this game.
Yeah, so I think there were some really key things that Tundra did very, very well. Firstly, we gotta mention this because this is just insanely impressive. These are some of the hardest ganks to pull off, is these mid TP ganks, and it's not something that happens very often because it requires great communication between the two. With this first kill, snowballs into the later kills. We're gonna show those because it's a little bit redundant, but I think this is also a really small thing that has a really big impact. You can see how aggressively these two supports are playing. Whenever your core and your camps are getting harassed like this, it is absolute hell, and these things add up over the course of the game. Not only to pressure, he almost solo kills him here, but also just psychologically, it gets in your head when they keep playing on you like this, because it makes you have a tendency to play a little bit backward, a little more scared, and that goes a really, really long way over the long run. This is a moment where I'm just going to see if I can pause here. I cannot pause, actually, but I think if you look at the minimap here, the Tide is sitting mid and pushing in the midway, while Beastmaster and the other cores are in the side lanes. And I think this is something that Tundra does specifically really, really well. Whenever they have Beastmaster or heroes or Invoker heroes, mid heroes that like to play in the side lanes, they will swap their offlaner to mid and him be the one who plays their mid, because these heroes don't use runes and they want to abuse the Ancients and play this sort of farming style, and the side lanes are better suited for that. So whenever they have those specific heroes, they'll swap it around, which is not something that many teams do, but they do it specifically with Tide, and it's very cool.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of support action, of course, in those clips as well. And Kezu, I know you also want to focus on the support.
Yeah, we need to talk about Mr. Ari. You know, his Tusk was insane in this game because, you know, Jiro Jr., he had a bad early game, and we need to point it out. You know, you saw it in the clip already. He TP'd mid very early on, like Quinn said. It is very clutch, but throughout the entire game, he just had their number, because BZM, I think he ended the game like 18-1. The only time he died is when Jiro Jr. somehow even got a kill on him after dying 3 times. But yeah, this guy, giving him Tusk when he is set up to have a good map, it is a problem. You know, I hope that Yandex will have a better idea. If you give it away, have a ward that sees the guy, or have heroes, you know, that can play around it more easily, because yeah, giving this guy Tusk, it is not a winning recipe.
No, it is actually pretty darn scary. It does make me think, though, there's so many comfort heroes on the side of Tundra. So if you're Yandex, banning out comfort heroes, and as we said, they've been second pick, so they've been banning just the usuals. They added Largo to the usuals, but not much variation there. You know Tundra is going to get comfort heroes regardless, because there's just too many to ban out.
Yeah, I mean, I think they need more aggression, I'll be honest. I think the Coddle is too passive. I think the Bristle is too passive. And I think when we've seen Yandex at their best was that game 1 whenever Soxa's on the Hoodwink, they're playing aggressive, CJ's on the Sand King, they're making kills happen. They're the ones playing up. And I think throughout this series, the aggressor has been the one who wins the game. The team that is pushing the tempo. I mean, they you know, Tundra did end up coming back in game 2, but I think you can see the power of the aggression. I think Yandex needs this. They're not able to sit around against Tundra and play chill, play that kiting sort of stalling style. They're just not good enough at it against this Tundra team and how good their supports are at pressing the tempo. So I think match the tempo, get the aggression back. That Ori man waving there, he's a little too happy. You got to make this line a little more sad in this game.
Put him in his place.
That's right.
And maybe it's also just identify which heroes of Tundra you think you did better against, because, like, again, in this game, they had this idea that we're going to steal Coddle. But what happened when they stole Coddle was they gave away Tusk, and Tusk turned out to be a much bigger problem than Coddle ever was for them, because they actually won the early game in this game 3. Tundra hasn't been having that great of an early game due to the nature of the heroes that they've been playing. You ban out some of their other heroes and you give them the tempo ones, maybe reverse it, you know, give them the Coddle, give them the Largo even, because his laning stage was bad.
Yeah, even the game that they lost against Largo, it did, because it take a long time for Tundra to get online with that, so potentially Yandex can just end early.
No, I think for sure. Like, you could also see they had like more life, I think, to their gameplay, like more plays in like the early to mid game. And to go back to the support duo, I think if there's one support duo I don't want to face, it's Tusk Phoenix. So like, you know, change up something to make them have not both, or maybe you can have one. If you're first pick, maybe you can take one and just like swap it around, because yeah, I think it's just, you want to make Dota easy. You know, Dota is already very complex. If you can simplify it in any way, whether it's gameplay, draft, or some items that you go for it.
Yeah, I mean, despite how, you know, the fact that they're down 2 games, or that last game was very hard for Yandex, I think the standout of the series so far is Watson for me. I think he played an amazing game 1 and game 2, and I think game 3, he was the only reason why they were still in this game. Kezu said it earlier, and I completely agree. I think he has played phenomenally, and if they can just get things a little bit more stable, then I genuinely think they have great chances. I don't think they're psychologically down and out. I think about this compared to the prior grand final they played against Tundra, and it looked like they were mentally beaten to a pulp. This game, I think they're still very solid, and I think they just need a better draft that enables them. I think they have the capability to win. You can feel it when I watch their games. There is life, there is hope. They're not being totally outclassed.
Was this, would you say, the first game of this grand finals that was like clear, like especially on hindsight, okay, that was an outdraft?
Yeah, that game is a problem. I think they would say it too. This game is really, really hard to play, genuinely, and I think sometimes those games just happen. I think especially against Tundra. They're amazing drafters. Probably the best drafting team in the world, genuinely. This Neta guy really, really understands heroes to a very high degree. And so you take your lessons away. I think they don't have an answer for the Phoenix. And so I agree with Mir. You got to play against this Batrider, or you got to play against the Largo, because they genuinely cannot play against this Phoenix hero. Every time they give it, the offlane gets mega stomped, and now your main playmaker in Soxa is shut down because he has no lane.
I think that's also like the other tool. Like we said, you know, the call was very passive. I think I would rather just have Soxa on his like traditional heroes, whether it's a Tiny or the Hoodwink from game 1, and just to like make more stuff happen on the game, because I think it's a lot of like the force. Like even in this game, like we talked about multiple times, but Ari can go to the mid lane. I think you want to like have a similar situation where Soxa can do the same, because a lot right now I think it's about like the mid with the 4, how can you combine it? So I just want to see like more activeness, you know, bring the heat to Tundra.
And not just Soxa plus noticed. Like in that game 1, they were playing like Shaman plus starter, and they were chasing Pierce Gyro into tier 2s. Like these heroes had kill threat, and they were making something happen on the map. You look at Bristle plus Coddle, this is a very passive farming duo, and it did not work out for them. So give Notice something that he can control the fight for you, something where he can enable you to enter the mid game. This Bristleback, again, I have to say, I'm a hater of this hero, especially for Notice, not because he's bad at it, but because they get baited into really weird fights when they pick it. They think, oh, we're Bristle, we have our timing, let's run into a tier 2. I don't know what goes on, but it happens every time.
Yeah, I mean, there are just certain heroes like this that bait you to play a little bit worse. There are also heroes that I think are worse in finals, and I think Bristleback in some ways is one of those heroes. It's not a hero that's particularly easy to execute. You need to lane well, you need to do all the shenanigans, all the gold, all the stacking, compared to Tidehunter is just like, I'm a watermelon, I walk around, I farm the creep.
Very easy.
Kill me. He just keeps kind of doing this. Bristle is considerably harder to play, especially when you're being counterpicked by players as good as Pure and Whitemon are in lane. It's not as easy to play, and ease of execution is king, especially in grand finals.
Yeah, and they did pick that Bristleback, well, for them, a first pick, so second pick overall. So they've definitely were already announcing that the game was going to be maybe a little bit on the hard side for them. But they got a lot of time to think about what they are going to do for the fourth game of this grand finals, as there is, just for you, a break.
We don't take breaks around here. This is ESL One Birmingham, baby. We are still here and we are hungry for cahoots. All right, let's go ahead. It is potentially the last Kahoot. Can you believe it?
It's been such a wonderful Kahoot tournament, which is what we all really came here for.
Absolutely.
Of course, everybody in the audience will be able to play along by scanning a QR code located in the top of the screen. If you're at home, just play along for fun, just for a bit of fun. Don't go to the toilet, don't get a snack, don't get a glass of water.
Mom comes in the room and says, what are you doing? Say, get out of here, Mom, I'm
Kahooting.
I'm hooting. I've been hooting for 2 hours. All right, anyway, let's see how many people we can get. Can we beat our record? This definitely looks like the most people that have been in the arena so far.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of people.
I believe the record was 80. No, it is at like 1,000.
Like another one,
50.
1090. Yeah,
1,050.
Something like that. Let's see if we can
All
beat
right.
that. Scan that QR code. You don't need an app or anything like that. You just get in.
We do have a fantastic prize that we'll tell you about after you guys beat the record.
You won't believe what's in this bag.
Genuinely, you won't believe it. You'll say, huh?
Unbelievable. You'll be like, what?
That's 150. We already beat 150. How high can we hoot, my friends? Get your owls together.
Be ready as well, because remember, fastest finger, Matt.
That's right. That's right. It is the fastest person to answer and answer correctly. You get the most points, my friends.
Not just about knowing.
Oh my God, look!
How many we got?
Busted the Kahoot record.
12, 11, 12, 15, keep going!
Oh my God!
More Kahooters.
Please, Hooters, show them 1,300.
1,300.
Come on, guys.
Apparently,
please scan the
let's go.
QR code,
Come on,
even if you're too dumb to win.
For a
please.
Kahoot world record.
You can do it. The world record of Kahoot.
Slacks and I get £1 million bonus if 1,300 people Kahoot.
Absolutely. It is just like an evil game dev. If we can make it, they'll pay us. Yeah! Yeah!
All right. Let's do it.
Okay.
What's the topic again?
What a fantastic topic we have here today that I will
wait to
keep stalling until it's riddles.
Riddles.
Riddles. 3,
Riddles.
2, 1. My brew is dark, but I am not dazzled. When I concoct, my enemies get frazzled.
Is it dazzled?
Is it dazzle?
It says I'm not dazzled. So if anyone presses red, they're going to be kicked out of the arena. Alchemist, Brewmaster, or Death
This is so easy, guys.
This is easy.
There's only one spell that has a word in there. You get frazzled. It's got to be Alchemist. Concoction.
Could be Concoction.
Gotta be.
Sure could be.
What are you gonna get?
For 1 second, it's Alchemist.
I told you, Barry.
Everyone who said Dazzle is out.
We are sick of just watching. This time we are playing.
Yeah, we're playing.
We are the ultimate Kahooters.
Space Koala with a nice even 1,000.
Oh, nice work. Brilliant. Go pick it up.
Impressive. Here we go. Not quite human. And with enhanced nocturnal sight, I enhance my allies whenever I bite.
So easy. So
interesting.
easy, guys.
This is interesting. A Slacks addition to the game, I believe. Wasn't this your idea? Or
Not my. Oh, that's right. That is right. Sorry about that
100%.
one. Apologies, Ame.
Lycan, Lone Druid, Rude Mother, or Luna.
All right. What do you think it is?
Salamene. It's Lycan, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It has to. It has to be Lycan.
I feel like if you're getting the answer at 2 seconds, you're fucked anyway.
Pretty much. It is Lycan. Well done.
Wow, well done.
The riddles are easy. Awesome.
Awesome camel. Awesome camel.
But those caramel.
Awesome caramel, sure.
All right, this one just says Nyx.
All right, well, this is a tricky one.
You might. Oh, hold up.
Oh, wait
a minute.
sec. This is tricky. This is tricky.
You can tell that we did do some cutbacks. Much like Epic Games, we fired 90% of the Kahoot makers. Sorry about that.
And all the writers.
Yep. Anyone that couldn't write a Kahoot was fired. There you go.
That is indeed Nick's assassin.
Okay.
For the people who thought it was a trick question, put something else. Nifty ant.
Yep, that's what happens when you have AI do your Kahoot. My stats are fluid, like my form. When my wave embraces you, your blood is warm. Why did I have to read that one?
Why not? Bloodseeker, Axe, Naga, or Morphling. When my wave embraces you, your blood is warm.
Oh, yeah.
Are you normally cold-blooded until Morphling? I mean, whichever hero
hero it could be.
Attacks you? That's interesting.
I know.
Brood, Bloodseeker, Axe, Naga, Siren, or Morphling. It's clearly Morphling. Just press green.
Don't tell them.
Sorry, it's Axe.
Yeah, it is Morphling. Well done.
Is this the final question coming up?
God bless us. Let's hope.
Nifty Ant still in the lead by 3 points.
Yay! All right, our last one. Read at my lore and witness me, for I want to die and join my deity.
Ooh, Huskar, Bloodseeker, Lifestealer, or Warlock?
I think this one's about Effie. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here we go.
Is he talking about Goroth?
What?
Champion of Goroth. You know, Warlock has a name.
No. There is one lore hero that wants to die for sure. He wants to die in battle.
Is it Bloodseeker?
No, bro.
Is it Huskar?
Yes,
it's
of course
Huskar.
it's Huskar.
Everybody press Huskar.
It is Huskar. Absolutely. Oh my God, you guys don't know
I
the
misled
lore.
people.
Oh my God, that's why we should
That's on me. That's
all right, ladies and gentlemen, you ready to see the winner?
It is Bosch, Gleaming Platypus.
Gleaming Platypus.
Where are you, Gleaming Platypus?
We're pointing over here. Over here. Yay!
Hey, come down
They
here
are
and
in
we
the
should
front.
give you a prize.
Congratulations.
I'll give it to the fabulous Samantha and she will get it
What
to
is
you.
the prize?
You know, this and that. It'll get to you. It'll get to you.
We'll get it to you.
We have, of course, this is not the only quiz we're doing, Jake. We have a second quiz.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We have to go up there and do
the second quiz. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more quizzes. These players asked for more time.
Yeah.
We're going to go and do another one. We're doing another sound challenge, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo! And by the way, your prize was another empty bag.
It was an empty bag.
But it does have a signed picture of Pyrian Flax without a shirt on.
That is not true.
Okay, let's go ahead and head on over. Welcome to the Sound Challenge. Today, we have some nice competition here.
There we go.
What is your name?
Lisa.
Lisa. The game works like this. You're gonna hear a voice line from a hero. You have to guess what hero it was, and then hit it. If you get it wrong, the other person gets to guess. Who do you got over there?
Who have I got? Name.
Largo.
Name.
Jacob.
Say Largo. That's what he did.
Frogling.
Largo.
Frogling.
Conrad.
Great job, guys.
A lot of Largos and a Conrad. You guys heard the rules, right? Press button, say answer. Yeah. Okay, cool. Are we ready?
Are we ready?
You can feel free to play along in the audience. Best of 7.
Best of 7.
Press the button. So maybe put your hand near the button, Largo.
Give it a shot.
As soon as you hit wait.
That's good.
Just testing. Okay. All right.
Test it,
okay.
Largo.
Okay, it works. The buzzer works. All right. So, can we play the first sound, please?
I feel newly forged.
Which hero says that? I didn't even hear that. Can we play it again, please?
I
Perhaps
feel
a little
newly
louder.
forged.
You guys need to be quiet. They cannot hear.
All right.
Stop the side conversations.
One more time.
I feel newly forged.
Okay.
Visage? Not Visage.
Earth Spirit.
Not Earth Spirit. It was Sand King.
Sand King. I feel newly forged.
Sand King. Next frog.
Oh, goodbye, Largo. Thank you so much. Frogling.
Okay. Are you guys ready for number 2? Put your hand on the buzzer, frog.
Play it again.
One more time.
Sounds like the...
Just take a guess.
Nyx.
Nope.
Oh, wait, wait.
Slardar?
Who?
Slardar?
It was not Slaughter, you guys.
Those Techies.
It was indeed Techies. Well done, Slux.
Oh, I know that one. Come on.
All right. Ready for question number 3. Fingers on the buzzers. Get ready. And here's the sound.
You've got guts.
You've got guts.
Pudge.
Purge? No,
Pudge.
I'm just Pudge. No, it's not Pudge.
Did you press the buzzer? No. Can we play it one more time, please, for the frog?
You've got guts.
They're just saying we.
Lich?
That's Tidehunter,
No, that's
right?
Tidehunter.
That's Tidehunter!
Next frog, please. No one has got a point yet, have
Yep,
they?
it's a 1-1 now.
All right. Are you ready? Play the next sound, please.
It is dangerous out there.
Oh! Are you...
Timber.
Correct! It's Timberzone! We got a point on the board for the frogs!
1 point for the Largo and the Froglets. Well done.
Are you ready? Yes. You ready?
No.
Okay.
We're going anyway.
Well, we're doing it. Next sound, please.
Time for shots.
Yeah, press it.
Witch Doctor.
Yeah!
You didn't know that, did you? No, I didn't. Yeah, so it's all fair. Next frog, please. Ready, Conrad? Play the sound, please.
Oh, so bubbly. Oh,
One more
so
time.
bubbly. Oh, so bubbly. Oh, so bubbly.
Brewmaster.
Hey!
There's one more.
Okay.
And then it'll be a tie, unbelievably.
Oh my God, if it's a tie, we'll just
And
have
then
to do
we'll
our
figure
own.
it out. Are you
Okay.
ready, Frog? You ready? Final sound, please.
I've come to collect.
Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter. Gondor.
It is Bounty Hunter. That's 2-2.
Okay, so tiebreaker. Who has an undrinking pint? No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
All right, we have
do
a
tie.
tiebreaker question. If
All right.
no one gets it right, we'll figure it out. All right, get the fingers ready on the buzzers. Here comes the final deciding sound. Here we go.
I can't be stopped.
Death Prophet.
No.
Hear it again.
I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped.
Dawnbreaker.
Correct! Well done, fantastic.
You win a bag of mystery. Congratulations.
Bag of mystery.
Don't open it. You mustn't reveal what's in the bag until you are safely off stage. Did you have fun, Frog?
Thank you.
I am
Thank you very much, guys.
You guys did great. Thank you to all the frogs.
Thank you. Wait, before we go, can you guys do a little concert here
Yeah,
for
let's
us?
get a little frog
Can we
concert
have you
real
play
quick.
a little bit and you guys do a little dance? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals is coming right back to you, but for now, please enjoy the musical beats of Largo and the Froglets. Let's go!
It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo. If I was an actor and this was a stage, I'd give a performance of power and rage. I'd leave them all crying and begging for more. I'd start a fire and lock all the doors.
it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Getting to the top and I do it with force. Everyday fresh when I'm dripping in sauce. My destination, I'm staying on course. Yeah, right on track. They wanna test me, I've been through wars. Never boxed in, I've been breaking down walls. For my whole team, I've been opening doors. Run that back. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action.
Welcome back. You are watching the grand finals here between Tundra and Yandex, and one of these two teams will take home the championship for ESL One Birmingham 2026. And it is a Tundra that is on match point because it's 2-1 in favor of Tundra. Can they do it? In case you haven't noticed, this was a little bit of a longer break than what we normally have. And I was wondering, Kezu, if you feel like that longer break would favor one team over the other.
Maybe slightly Yandex, because I think also they should have like a bit of an idea, okay, we need to swap this up, because in the early game Ari kind of cooked them and they came from like the Tidehunter and other things. So just more, I think, to talk about for them, where I think Tundra are maybe a little more straightforward what their idea should be. What do you guys think?
I would agree. I think this break should have been good for Yandex. We'll see what it is that they talked about, but they need to remind themselves that the first two games of this series, they played a really dominant early game. Even in that second game where they lost, they were leading by quite a big margin. So hopefully their conversations went more along the lines of how do we recreate that? What do we actually perceive is the threat in Tundra? Is it worth banning X hero?
Guys, this is the first game of this grand finals where Yandex is first pick. So they changed something up drastically with this.
Yeah, and I think it's good for them. They lost 2 games in a row. It's very nice to be able to mix something up, and it is the benefit that they have choice this game. So they get to ban the Largo, they get to ban the Tide, and they get to pick their heroes. With the TA likely not being banned, the Shadow Demon maybe. I mean, it is going to get banned, but that means something else will be open. Phoenix, Doom are still in the pool. So if those 2 are banned, that leaves the TA or even the Jakiro up to them if they want it.
Yeah, like Phoenix overall is also very good, of course, for Yandex. They have played it multiple times. Melody is quite good on that hero, so it's also now up to Tundra, right? Because Yandex, you know, Doom wasn't banned out, they're leaving it in. I guess also, you know, if this hero stays open, you're probably taking this one. But Tundra could also like play around, you know, leave multiple heroes, get one out. But definitely one of the bigger questions for me is also the TA. Let's go, Ari. He knows.
When he finally recognized you. Butterflies. The Doom still removed from the pool, though, by Tundra, so they do not want to deal with that one.
Yeah, they're using all the reserve time on every pick. It's something you do whenever you're kind of chilling. You just let the clock tick down, even though they know all their bans. They're just they just let it tick one by one by one. It's something that I think Fly was the first one to really do. I can remember games where teams Fly was on, they would always wait till the last second, even when they know all the bans, and everyone else kind of copied it since then, because it's kind of just annoying for the other team.
Yeah, you also like you get to like speak towards like the very last second, but I kind of agree. I think like some of these like the draft metas, you know, depending on like how do you double pick, how do you use all your time, or even how do you use like the extra time towards the very end, you know, to talk about your pre-game, because that's something else that Yandex I think should be doing, and maybe a little bit more. Talk about the early game, like, you know, what is it that Tundra can do to like kind of, you know, put a stop to like your early game and like get a bigger advantage.
The hero that is left in also from the previous bans in the previous 2 games is Slardar. I don't know if that is something that we are still expecting to come out on the bans here, or if we're expecting either team to pick that up. Should be on our radar.
It's definitely something to look at because Yandex looked very strong with it, and it opens up a lot of Watson's ranged hero pool. So Tundra need to be aware of that, or at least draft something in advance if they do leave it through.
I mean, I really like this Jakiro response to Phoenix. I think it's something that Yandex should have gone for in the game they played against Phoenix. And I like it because there's not really a clear response anyone has right now to Phoenix in the lane. So instead of saying we're going to directly respond to this, they just pose the same threat in the other lane. An obnoxious, toxic laner with the DOTs. Like, they're very similar in a lot of ways. They offer teamfight. And so you said, okay, if you're going to screw offlaner, we're going to screw yours too. And I think that opposing the opposite threat instead of trying to deal with it is a very valid response.
No, for sure. And it's also, because we do mention the Slardar, it's like, obviously it's not like a full deterrent, but, Jakiro is good and very annoying, against the fish as well. So going into the next phase, Tundra, I would assume, out of phase. I mean, you can look for a core if you already know what you want against the Phoenix, but there's also other heroes you still can consider. I think the Tusk, while, yeah, Phoenix is, of course, very good against Tusk, it's still a good hero for you. So anything that, like, makes it easy and, like, it's nice for you to pick out of phase, I think Tundra can just go for that.
No, I definitely agree. I'm not sure if there's any... Like, we've seen Tundra pick both their supports before like this. They could go for something like the Pango if they want to pick it for BCM.
Oh, I would like that also.
There's still both the Sand King and the Slardar, so they could get either one of them in response if they pick Pango here. So it's possible that they want to see the core come out from Yandex, and they'll just pick the Tusk, which is available.
This crowd is so funny.
Didn't Steve notice?
He did laugh.
He did earlier. He acknowledged it.
He sips.
Dude, he's memeing way too much.
He's not me. Look how locked in he is. Oh.
No. God, that's great.
Good job, crowd.
Keep it up, everyone.
Yeah.
God, that's funny.
Well, we are so easily entertained.
Yeah.
The little hand wave. Someone gift that.
Yeah, that's a good gift, exactly.
But the Pango, I would like it. I think that's a very good call because it's good for you. It's good against the Phoenix. And even if you're not like taking it yourself, there's definitely a chance where also Yandex could be looking for this hero in the next phase. CJ's Pango is very good.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, you could even take the Sand King yourself on Tundra. You could ban something else in return. We saw the Storm be one of the better answers to it, so you could take a Sand King, ban a Storm. They've got options here in terms of the core they take. I don't think they're super locked out in any way. I think my biggest question mark would be what hero is 33 going to play with Largo, Tide, Doom all banned. So what's his next string of heroes, especially when he sees minimal information? That is the downside of second pick, is the second phase after the 13 pick, the 16, 17 can be tricky depending what you see.
Well, it looks like they will go for big tanky dude because they ban out Ursa.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, that's kind of like why you're like preparing like for the future. They're also kind of saying that for this pick now, maybe it doesn't need the most coverage.
Yeah, they could be setting up for a Timber slot, even if they see another range support for Yandex.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Sand King, so these heroes, they have great synergy. It's a jumper with a lot of follow-up.
He cannot ignore.
It's too difficult.
Those headphones block out a lot, but the crowd's pretty doggone loud.
You don't even have to hear what's being said at that point. It's just intonation makes it clear already. All right, the Sand King in. Yandex thinking about their answer.
Yeah.
2 picks in a row.
I mean, I could definitely see them go for something like the Storm. I think it's the best response we've seen to Sand King. Everything else has looked kind of mediocre. Ember it's okay. You can Mage Slayer him, but this is a response that was actually pretty popular when Sand King was first picked, is because you just amp him when he Sandstorms, and you can't do the Ghost Scepter plus BKB anymore, so it's very difficult for that hero to buy both armor and BKB, so if you press Sandstorm and BKB, you get amped and they beat the crap out of you, and if you buy armor, then you die to magic damage from Hoodwink Phoenix, so it's quite a cool answer. It's one that was in the past, and pulling out a little bit of the old playbook.
It's also like you can, of course, like Starter can still be mid or offlane. You still have the option to maybe go for, the Storm that you mentioned later down the line as well. It's not out of the option.
There he is.
Once more.
He's just very, very solid. I would assume here that you're just going for like the 33 hero. You already, you took out the Ursa before, and the Slardar is still flexed. You can force Yandex to show it later, like what it is.
And this is where potentially something like a Gyro can look very good, but maybe Yandex don't feel that comfortable with it over something like a Weaver.
I mean, I could definitely see the Weaver. I think it's very solid, against especially those heroes. It's one of the OG counters to an offlane Beastmaster, and he's laning, with the Tusk. The only thing that's kind of annoying, is the SK Blink reveal later, but they have some time to play around. Of course, you have people that go in first for you, so could definitely see that one.
Yeah, I would love a Weaver here. I think anything that keeps up the aggression is very, very good. You've got two heroes that are pretty slow cores on Tundra, in Sand King and Beast. They both want stacks. They both have key timings in the Blink and the Ags they're farming for. and you've got heroes that are very fast, very aggressive, and Hoodwink Phoenix. So I think the script is flipped in some ways. Obviously, Tundra supports are very strong at fighting as well, but there's a matching at least there and the potential for Yandex to outplay in lanes, to make better moves, and to speed this game up, because if Tundra's heroes are behind, then you need to do the classic Tundra dodge for 25 minutes, and if you execute the map well, then you can build an almost insurmountable lead.
They're going to need something really incredible to come from Yandex's supports for that to happen, though, because I do feel like on skirmishing, Tusk is better than a Hoodwink plus Phoenix. Like, even by himself, I'd rate him higher. You add in Jakiro to the mix, and it gets a lot harder to play these rune fights.
Okay, they go for the Tiny. Whenever there's a new patch, this hero does come up as a carry. I'm not fully sold yet on this hero, or at least I thought, you know, maybe with an Io, or you have like heroes that go Drum, Solar Crest, or like a Bloodlust from an Ogre, that you can help the Tiny out. I think it has looked okay, but not as good as I would like it to like justify an 18 pick here. That's at least my idea.
It's very durable, though, right? Like, if you look at the durability of Tiny plus Slardar, and you look at the initiation on Tundra, like, these heroes are heroes that can survive like an Epicenter plus Blink. They can potentially survive that Primal Roar if there isn't any instant follow-up from the Sand King. So a big part of Tundra's gameplay right now is to just burst the target that they go on, and if Yandex can just keep up the tankiness, it's an easy way to deal with it, especially if they go for some Pipe Fire in the last pick.
Yeah, I mean, my worry with this Tiny hero is always, I think, the scaling right now, because Shivas is so good against this hero. With piercing BKB, reducing your attack speed is a massive problem. It destroys you. Yeah, it is a big problem. And also, as your BKB wears down, suddenly you're getting Jakiro spit on. There's a ton of magic damage on the Tundra side. And it's a hero that is very reliant on BKB in a game like this. So you've got a very strong window, I totally agree. And you are very tanky in those early phases of the game, especially with a Sunray behind you that's going to have a lot of effectiveness. But you will reach a point where I think you can get kited and out magic damaged, and Tundra's lineup can shine.
So what can you do here if you're Yandex? You can still look for like the Storm that you mentioned earlier. It's still like up in the air, and you can go for offlane Slardar if you feel like you can, you know, slot in the ban nicely, at least to like protect it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of mids, there's something like you could go for a Bristleback again. It's pretty good against Beast. And good with Hoodwink because you got the minus armor in your D. That's a consideration.
That's pretty good, I think, actually. I don't know if I've seen CJ play it, but I mean, you know, mid Bristle, it's not that complicated. You're good against you're good in most lanes. You're kind of chill.
Do you guys think you could just play mid Slardar so they could have that pipe in that last pick, or is that not a CJ specialty?
I think he definitely can. I don't know exactly how the lane goes. I'm sure it's like fine, and it's an overall counter later.
Yeah, I think it's just drawish. And I think it's definitely a pretty decent option. Like, a pipe here would be huge. You're absolutely right. Tiny loves having buffs on his team. Solar, Pipe, he's like a guy who just sort of stands there and hits. And those types of heroes really, really like being enabled. It's a draft where you don't want too many solo dudes. I think Tiny is almost always like that. He's either a mid hero and he's the enabler, or when he is a carry, when he's that clicker, he needs buffs, or this hero on his own is just not that powerful.
I mean, Invoker is like the classic, I'm going to enable my carry Tiny with the Lack ready. Would that be too greedy here?
I feel like the hero is just too dead. Like, if BZM is not picking this hero, then to me, the hero sucks. Like, that's my barometer. Because he is better than everybody else at that hero. And he ain't picking it, so.
One final ban coming out from Tundra.
I'm thinking long and hard about it. I mean, they banned Pangolier so far, so one mid hero. I'm curious if they'll ban an offlaner as well. I haven't seen the Slardar in mid lane, but they go for the Bristle too.
That's a good call on the Bristle, I think. I don't see anything that's like super crazy. Maybe I feel like it would be nice to make a bit more use of the Hoodwink with like a magic nuker in a way, so you have like both the physical and like magic. So at least from mid, like Quinn already mentioned, there's a Storm. I think if you're looking for offlane heroes, at least there's good bans for it. I think a hero like Underlord could maybe work. Of course, yeah, it is semi-slow, but I think it is also quite annoying. Like Pits, you get the pipe, you have a pretty good lane with the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing here is the person who's playing the hero. I mean, the great call on the Underlord. I think, like, when it comes down to these last picks, you want the person who's playing it to be confident on it. You don't want someone else to call your pick. You want it to feel natural and feel not pressured. You don't want to feel like you're doing this because the enemy has something you're responding to, but you're doing it for your own sake. It's a final. It's an elimination game in that final. Like, you want to be as comfortable as possible and chill in your own skin. And I think if Underlord is that hero, then I'm all for it, because I think confidence is, like, the utmost importance and, like, comfortability in these last games.
I mean, I feel like this pipe is going to be big too, because up until Tundra gets a lot stronger, like, a lot of their damage is going to be coming from Jakiro's ult plus Sand King ult. And you try to play that into Underlord early on, it's not going to be easy at all. Especially if you have a carry Beastmaster, this could potentially be that.
Yeah, like I wonder now if Tundra are like, okay, you know, we're gonna put the Beast into the offlane with the Tusk. Out of all the teams, I will trust them to pull off an offlane Beastmaster, because I think the rest really isn't that good. And I mean, they go for the Lifestealer. This hero used to always be very good against like Tiny and Underlord. I do think it goes like both ways. You know, he's a bit of a low damage hero. Underlord can build auras. I have definitely preferred the like Armlet Desolator build on Nyx. I think maybe Yotoro was the one that did it, because I saw Radiance in other games, and that, I don't know, that one didn't really do it for me.
I mean, on paper, it's a great Lifestealer game. And this hero was one of the biggest heroes that got buffed on the patch, but he was being played into a lot of really early tempo lineups, so his win rate looked really bad. But this hero still does have a lot of potential. It's great against the cores on Yandex. The only issue is getting him to the point where he's strong.
No, I totally agree. Like, I think there is very much a timer on Yandex. I don't think these cores scale against Lifestealer, really. I think they will get kited, and this guy will just be unkillable standing in the front. They don't have the kind of burst like a 100-0 Lifestealer, and they don't have the sustained DPS to cut through him once he rages. So to me, Yandex, they want to snowball this game. They want to play fast, which I think they can do. It's just, can they actually execute? Are they in the headspace to be able to pull off that kind of gameplay?
We're going to find if the longer break was fruitful for Yandex. Can they take this grand finals to a 5th and final game, or will Tundra claim the championship here in Birmingham? We're gonna find out with, of course, our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, these two teams right now, the top two on the ESL Pro Tour leaderboards, Fogged, and right now they're battling for that top spot,
So
effectively
close.
coming towards the end of the season.
Yeah, it's literally comes down to, if one of the team wins, right, there could be that separation of just 100 points between the two of them.
Yeah, if Yandex they're able to push this to a Game 5, get the win here, ESL One Birmingham, they're going to be pretty much in there with a chance of Dream League to take the top spot at the end of the season. Everything to play for here coming into this Game 4. Can Yandex push it to a Game 5, or are Tundra going to take the championship? Let's head into the action. Here we go, Game 4 time, ladies and gentlemen, here at ESL One Birmingham. Tundra versus Yandex. In the terms of the draft, we get that sort of change-up, right? The Tiny.
A good amount of
coming back in here in this series from Watson. We saw it earlier today. The answer from Tundra, kind of an old school one, right? The Lifestealer. It's coming out here from Pure. Is it going to be the answer they need to get that championship title for Tundra?
It looks strong on paper, right? You look at a triple strength core lineup. Lifestealer in the past used to thrive versus this, versus Phoenix as well too. He has Rage, can go hit that egg. So on paper, can absolutely see why Pure wants to play this one. A great support cast around him. For Yandex this time, I like their draft way better than the last game. I felt like last game they were so all in on the laning phase. This one, sure, they might be on a bit of a timer, but a very strong draft to be able to fight at all times. They have good team fight, they have great ways to move around the map, and a strong hero to rally around, which is going to be that Slaughter if he comes off to a good start for Chira Jr.
Can't help but feel, though, after that last game, they are going to have to keep a lot of eyes on Ari.
Mr. Ari.
Tusk sort of broke the game.
And look at him right away, looking for some action.
See what he's able to do here, looking towards Notice. He's able to get back into the kitchen. Actually, have a turn here with control onto the two of them. Crush comes in. Ari's in trouble. He's going to get first blooded this time round as Chira Jr. takes him out.
Honestly, such a cool play by Notice. Skilling Pit, you almost never see this, but he knows that he's got the backup of double stun, so they get pitted into repitted, applies the damage twice, and it's more than enough to get that kill.
And always worth it for the first blood. How sort of rough is sort of the trade-off in lane now for him on the level 1?
I mean, it's not going to be the greatest in particular, but getting the kill for the team is absolutely worth it. Getting a first blood for your mid, I think you take that anytime.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, it's going to screw you a little, but I think this lane already, it's going to be hard for Notice anyway, and he has to just kind of play it. And maybe this route, they can actually do a decent amount with it because they have the Hoodwink.
I mean, they certainly are. Whitemon's taking quite a bit of damage here from the two of them.
They do a lot of physical damage down here. Yeah, very cool. As you see, Pure, of course, though, will get full free farm in that first wave, 4 and 2, getting some effective trades versus Notice as well. Yeah, let's see how these lanes do go down. That's Slaughter versus the Beastmaster. Let's see if he can handle it, since it does feel... I mean, he should get a decent amount, especially because he got first blood now. Might just be able to trade farm. But we saw how much BZM was able to do with some rotations from Ari. Top lane, we have not seen off-lane tanking too much either. It's pretty much just been played in the mid lane, so let's see what the... I mean, if there's going to be any type of difference. The timings are probably going to be a bit slower.
Sure.
But...
Oh, bottom lane, Pure. Both of them, each and every time. They've got to be careful around these routes and sort of just right-clicks.
It's annoying. Like, it's actually doing a fair bit here.
They can mess with the CS a little bit.
Yeah.
And trying to step back up to the creeps.
I'm saying that the Slaughter should come out even, but I'm just looking at the Boars hitting him and the attack slow. Maybe the Beast is just going to end up crushing the mid lane, even though the Slaughter got the first blood. He's literally just getting poked by Boars. It's really, really hard to play. Well, not Boars. What are they called now? Razorbacks. Sorry.
Razorbacks, yeah.
I'm never going to call them that.
Some of what we got here, Malady and Ari messing around with the creeps.
Not much Phoenix can do to stop this. He's just building up the creep there on Ari.
And just sort of leave the what situation. So on this top lane, like how happy is Watson up here?
Free farm.
Complete free farm for him, but it does also mean that 33, like, well, they're just both going to farm. They're both going to find ways to get into the game.
Yep. I think 33 will be quite a bit slower, though, I will say, in comparison. Unless he's just able to get a kill here. Malady.
He might do so.
He stayed on the creep
the
wave.
Burrow Strike and did not respect the fact that 33 was taking the time to move on over, get that kill. Down on the bottom lane, they'll lose Whitemon, but Pure is able to get the kill in return. She ends up taking out to the damage there that Whitemon laid down before his death.
Saxa
noticed.
Trading some hits. There is an open wound. Saxa.
I mean, Pure can give it a pretty good attempt here.
Tree cut.
Yeah, cutting the trees as well.
Was that the passive? That might have been the passive that actually cut it that time because the quelling was actually still on cooldown. Either way, Saxa will survive. Salve is used. He's going to be able to restore himself back up.
One able to grab the Lotus as he comes back into the lane.
And yeah, the Slardar is actually just crushing. Jira can't step up. Just the slow. It all just adds up too much.
At 19-8 against the 9-2. A very hot start for BZM.
Dax, I mean, yeah, this is dangerous lane for sure.
This is going to hurt, right? Chira Jr., he just had to go through the struggle of a tough mid situation in the last game.
I mean, this is insane. It's just every single one of the axes, you can't really dodge them that effectively as a melee hero, and the boar also slow every time you walk up. So BZM is going to absolutely be full free farm in this lane, and could see Ari make rotations to kill again, just like before.
Now, Ari's in the area, but it's under the ward, so unlikely that we're going to see Chira Jr. get caught out by this rotation.
They learned their lesson from last time. Pure.
He's trying to get aggressive, but he's taking a lot of damage under the Firestorm. Has to back off, but backs off just in time. They get the kill between the two of them, taking Saxa out, and Pure's going to be able to stay alive.
Ari swinging over toward mid. He's got a snowball skill, so he will just be fine. BZM is missing almost 0 last hits, Owen. I think I've only seen him miss one, if that.
Oh,
Pure.
I'll be fine. Nothing for Saxa to grab him on towards with the bushwhack.
Right, because this wave is he will have 28. I think he's only missed 1 CS so far in BZM.
I mean, can they bring anyone into the mid to do anything about this?
They might just have to rotate the Phoenix around so he doesn't get dove and just gets constantly axe spam, but I don't know how much you can threaten BZM because of these double boars.
Now look at this rotation on the bottom lane. Ari, he's turned up. He's got the snowball in onto Notice. He's ready to set things up for more action for Tundra on this bottom lane as Notice will get taken out.
And Ari, so last game, Ari was able to do this without them really punishing in any way. 33 got so much out of that offlane while he was still doing this. So if this is going to happen, they have to make sure that either 33 or something is happening to shut down and kind of punish this movement of Ari. Because last game, it just did not happen whatsoever.
Pushing towards the mid. Ari wants to make the move over. It is under this ward. Chira Jr. at least had to back off top.
Good kill. That's exactly what
they have to do this. Punish 33 whilst he's just left on his own whilst rotations are going elsewhere.
And I'm watching Malady right now. I think he's got the next step prepared. He's going to go block the camps of 33 as well, too. So this is exactly kind of what you have to do to, shut down and prevent these Tusk rotations from being as effective. Shut down the Sanking completely, block his camps, don't let him play the lane. Yeah, this mid lane's an issue. 39-15 to the 16-2. The 28 lifestealer last hits also in that matchup, as we said. It's a free lifestealer lane.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, pretty much on the CS, both Noticed and Chira Jr. are going to have another slow entry into the game. They didn't have an easy one last game either, both of them.
They at least do have good team fight to rally around with. Their team in a very good early game hero coming out from Watson. But Ari, another catch.
Saxa's there with a bushwhack onto the both of them. They've got the roots as well to hold them back. And they'll actually be able to turn, maybe take down Whitemon. He'll get another few right clicks onto Saxa, but Whitemon will fall, and Saxa should be fine. Doesn't quite tick out. He'll survive.
Did one of the hits miss uphill? I think one of them did. Yeah, so he would have maybe had him. Maybe the Fairy Fight would have saved. But BZM now is just getting the tower, and he's got a shield rune too, so he's keeping the catapult alive.
And the obs was taken away from the mid, so Ari might have a chance of surprising him now from this angle, but he has got Malady by his side, Chira Jr.
He's getting more rotations. They're bringing Watson.
They're bringing in post supports from Tundra. As you say, yeah, Yandex opting to bring in the carry.
They want to get a kill out of that. They'll keep the tower alive for now, but it took insane amounts of damage. 1,500 taken onto it already, and an instant smoke.
Ooh, this is quite a smoke that might catch them by surprise.
Around the Wisdom Rune,
Let's
too.
have a look, see if they can get over to the 7-minute rune. Obviously, with the TP from Watson towards the mid, he can't head over if he wants to get involved in this.
The Roar. There's no point for Roar, actually. He's skilled 3-3, so he doesn't have Roar unless he gets level 7.
They've just got the spam here for the dual breath and the Axis to throw down towards Saxa. Notice around the Wisdom starting to channel it, but now Pure's in position to push them off it. Tundra, they'll be able to steal the Shrine of Wisdom.
Uh-oh, and this is a pretty damn good start for Tundra. Pure off to a hot start. He is queuing up the Radiance himself, so he is liking this build more. 33 able to get his, right? So he's up to level 6. This Sanking, he's not been shut down enough. They did get him once. They did block some of the camps, but look at his net worth.
Yeah, he's still going to be able to farm pretty nicely. 33 up here.
Just hard to punish, and Watson's one rotation did not get them a kill. Whenever Watson does make a TP like that, he wants to get a kill, almost guaranteed. And now Watson, it looks like they are setting up for him.
Yeah, 33. They're looking for him. 33 opens things up with the Burrow Strike.
He used the Avalanche,
They're
too.
buying time for the Ice Path to connect. Ari's coming in with a snowball. Watson in trouble. Is there any help coming in for him? They're starting to head over. He's able to survive a little longer, but he will not live. Another Burrow Strike comes in. Watson goes down. They will at least kill off Whitemon and 33 in return.
He tanked up. He absorbed a lot of that damage for time for his team to come in. Malady with some nice Fire Spirits.
Chiro Jr. seeing if he could chase for more. Oh, maybe actually now with the Corrosive. He's a bit too slippery. Always has the Shard or Snowball to mess with the combo, so Ari can walk away.
But all in the meantime, BZM just hitting the mid tower. He's going to have it finished off. Nice try for the deny from Soxa, but not going to be the case. As you said, a very, very slow start for Noticed. And just getting bullied by Whitemon. Pure even looking to close the gap. They throw the Blood Grenade.
And they're going to pop the Rage here to just move straight through the pit, force him to TP out.
He will be able to get out at the least. But forced away again, and he's bottom of the cores now at this point.
BZM hastening a Roar already in the mid, just runs up, drops the Roar onto Saxa, picking up kills on his own now, BZM.
This Beastmaster is problematic. Top of the cores, top of everybody. Taking the tower super early on. They're enabling a 2k net worth lead. And Ari's going to play around him as well, too, just like last time.
It's still early days, but if this game does continue in a way where
another
Yandex have kind of, Chiro Jr. and Notice fall behind, what sort of Watson's chances on the Tiny this game compared to like what we saw him need to have to try and do on the Luna last game? Any easier?
No, it feels kind of similar in a way, right? I feel like Yandex is a very mid-game kind of draft that wants to be able to fight around that mid-game a lot, because late game, it does look very problematic with them versus a Lifestealer, the triple strength cores, and this Beastmaster who's out of control.
I've got to be careful how they show.
They got
make a dive. They get the Ice Path onto the both of them.
Nice roots, Ari.
Saxa will be able to hold him back, but Ari's ready with the Snowball. Ooh,
oh!
A little bit of a pull.
I'm having a bit of lag too, I'll be honest.
Okay. Well, what's going to go down here? Who's going to die?
Well, he has Infest, so he might Infest Ari, but the TP is coming over. So
well, that's true.
Someone's going to die.
I think he wants to immediately go for the Infest on Ari, right?
Yeah. Ari might die. Does Pure have... I mean, we'll say. Who knows? It's so hard to say always in these situations.
And who else is ready to die? BZM's going to have another set of Wild Axes in a second.
Chiro's TP is taking 2.5 seconds. So Soxa very likely to die.
Saxa, he's got to be dead for sure, right? Yeah. Saxa. There's no surviving for him. Noticed has a Fairy Fire.
I think he's okay. I think Soxa dies, maybe Ari dies, and then we'll see what happens afterwards with the Slardar chase. A very oppressive start, though, by Tundra again. And
I mean, we have 9 minutes in. They're behind tier 2s.
Yeah, and on the meanwhile, too, 33. He's doing the build that he used to do on the Sanking. He's actually not going to full out rush the Blink Dagger. It looks like he's queuing up a little bit of a Veil first to get that sustain.
He's getting a lot of space over there as well.
Yep.
Let's see who goes down as this continues. Saxa.
They just bail.
Survives, and indeed, okay, no, he doesn't. BZM snipes him with those axes.
And very smart.
They didn't need to overcommit. Ari stays perfectly fine with the Infest coming in onto him.
They might stick in the area here, too.
So where
he's looking for an Infest gank. With the Beastmaster, they can absolutely set up for the Slaughter. Chiro wants the rune.
He does. He wants to stick around for this 10-minute spawn. And he's not going to get it. Pure's able to get the pickup on the regen rune. Chiro Jr. has to run.
Open wounds.
Charge off the mark. BZM, he's got Roar in a second. He's got 1 charges for the mana. Pops the 1 charges, has the mana. It's going to be another one there for Tundra. 9-6 now, and they're getting a 3k lead very early on here, 10 minutes in.
This beast is out of control, and Chiro, they're trying their best to help him, but over and over again, just the numbers are coming in from Tundra. They're 1 step ahead, maybe 2 steps ahead, as we're seeing a 3k lead now for them. And 33 is not getting punished, Owen. He's completely matching his other cores, matching the Lifestealer, in fact.
Yeah,
Watson, again, the only one having a good game.
And we've seen so many times how much of an impact a strong stat Sanking can have. And he's going to get to have that sort of a show when he's getting this amount of early game farm.
And the Veil is pretty interesting that he's gone for this build instead of going for the Blink, because he's got a lot of different magic damage that he can just amp up for his team. It's going to be pretty damn strong here.
So Yandex, what's the plan from them? What are they looking to rally around soon?
It's just got to be around Watson, right? Watson plus when they get the Phoenix ulti, I think that's going to be the big ones, and maybe looking for the numbers. If they can use that Fiend's Gate to catch Tundra off guard and get that number advantage, that'll be the key to come back in this one for them. But right now, definitely looking difficult because Chira, he's just super weak at this point, and it's not the easiest game either for the Slardar to recover, because more of the things I'm thinking about and looking at, there's so much attack speed slow too, right? There's this Epi, this tag team from the Tusk, the Jakiro spells, everything has attack speed slow. So sure, he's going to be able to use his Crush and his Corrosive Haze effectively, but how much is he actually going to get to attack at all in the game?
Absolutely, yeah, he kind of needs to blink on the BKB before he's able to do anything, and even then they have ways to fight through it.
And the more I'm thinking about that too, like for the Tiny, how is he going to attack? There is so much attack speed slow. This might be one of the higher attack speed slow drafts I've seen that doesn't have a Phoenix in it.
And they don't really have a huge amount of ways to buff one another up on the side of Yandex to sort of counter that, right?
No, I'm also still continuously getting lag, so... See if we'll be able to fix that issue here.
Let's see where they go next.
I mean, Watson truly has, again, his work cut out for him in that last game on the Luna.
He gave it a pretty good shot on the Luna.
Yeah, and I felt like that was a hero where he can actually farm faster and just better overall, right? And just actually be that traditional carry. Sure, we're seeing Yandex in particular, the only team that's trying this carry Tiny, but it doesn't have the shard anymore, right? So you don't have that infinite hit with your tree grab. It's all about getting the timing around Echo and Silver Edge. That's what I saw in the last one, the Echo, Silver Edge, and then just hunt and get kills around the map. That was when I saw Watson's strength as the Tiny the last time, but things are falling apart quickly on the other cores, and the supports too. The Hoodwink last time when they were playing, Soxa was able to kind of dictate the flow of finding kills all over the place. He's 0-4 this game as well. And the stacks, they can just do it freely with the boar. Did he get the timing?
He did. Very nice efficiency there from BZM. Having a very, very good start to this game. 3-0-2. The Aghanim's just 800 gold away. It's going to be one of the faster ones you'll see.
Ag's timing for the Beast will come out probably at the same time as the Blink timing for the Sanking with the Veil on top as well. These upcoming fights, I mean, a full team fight might be problematic for Yandex unless they do get that number advantage. And notice,
I mean, Whitemon's...
Is he going to just solo kill him?
He might just. It's close.
It's close.
I mean, Notice is going to try and hide in the trees, and yeah, at least Saxon's there in time to help him out, because it was getting a little spooky there for Notice.
Much needed kill. Pure. That's the Relic already finished up super early. And they're talking on the panel about maybe seeing that different build, but I'm actually, like, the Radiance this game, absolutely seeing how strong it can be. Sure, it doesn't provide the miss rate in that AoE, but just the evasion for himself versus that Slardar can be very nice this game. And yeah, they have so much, I mean, so much damage around with it too, right? With that Veil. He lost that creep there to the center. I saw that. And there's that Blink.
All right, so 30 minutes in, as you said, Blink, phase, Veil, he's ready to rock and roll here, 33.
How's the timing for the Underlord looking? It's been slowed down so much, so they're not going to get that great pipe timing to try to counteract the Sanking, counteract the Beastmaster by any means. Things have been slowed down so much for the side of Yandex. Fights look much easier for Tundra to approach now at this point. And again, a draft that can force objectives. Every time they have this Beastmaster, always gives you that.
This could be quite the damaging move here.
Are they going to make it in time for the 14-minute Shrine as well, too? I think they will.
Yep, 10 seconds to go until that spawns. They're starting to TP in themselves, Yandex. They don't want to give this one up, but are they going to be prepared for this jump that Tundra's going to be coming in with?
It's everybody on Tundra. They've got the numbers.
Wisdom. Can they make the jump in time? They can. There's going to be 33 moving over with the Blink Epi straight on towards Notice, stopping Notice from being able to pick up the Shrine of Wisdom. Watson will try and turn, but the Raw's out upon him. They have managed to kill off 33, but can they run away? Sax ends up ticking out. Watson is surrounded by BZM and Ari. Kira Jr. and Malady, they're looking for Whitemon, but the Infest came in from Pure.
They got to run.
Whitemon safe. The Ice Pass back up. He's caught Malady. Malady, they find the 4 of them.
Tundra are looking so damn strong, and what a timing. Pretty much perfect. All 5 of them come. Yandex cannot contest that.
33 jumps at the perfect moment, stopping Gnosis from being able to get that wisdom. And they do, of course, throughout that action, get the wisdom themselves. BZM was able to secure it for Tundra.
I think they almost saved the Sand King, too. I think something was blocking the Lifestealer from getting the Infest off. I'm not sure what it was. Was it a Shards or something? Because I saw Pure trying. Okay, it was the Shards, because look at this. He actually almost saves 33 here at the tail end of everything. Look.
Yeah, he really tried there to get that Infest off.
But either way, I mean, they win that fight handedly, and great timing for them to all turn up. Couldn't ask for a better timing on Tundra. Everything coming in at the perfect moment. And for Yandex, just a bit behind. The farm is just not there on their mid, not there on that off lane.
I mean, they had to try for that move, Yandex.
Falling further and further behind. Whitemon.
Get the jump on him.
They got him.
Okay, they'll let him go. They did only just have the Ari and 33 around. They didn't want to throw anything into that. Not knowing what was quite behind that jump from Saxtra and Chira Jr.
So having the blink timing here on Chira, this is where they could partner up and perhaps look for that space to open up the map a bit here. If they can just set up constantly with these two and then maybe get a Fiend's Gate and then maybe the tiny rotation afterwards, they can start to get these kills and start to slowly come back in. But the problem is they don't scale in comparison to Tundra. Tundra's draft scales so hard this game with this Beast, with this Lifestealer's farm into the matchups that they're up against. It's gonna have to be some magic from Yandex. A 6K lead this early with this draft. Drink it.
The crowd's keeping this going very well. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Really kept us on the edge there, that one. Tundra.
Let's see if Yandex can look to set up. How many? Okay, do we have a stat for D wards? I think Ari's killed like 6 wards already in this game, if I'm not mistaken. He killed the mid one that you were mentioning from the early rotations. He killed the cliff one that they put in earlier to try to defend their stacks. Another one there, and I think he had gotten at least 1 or 2 before that. So pretty crazy how many obs he's been able to take out here.
And Watson has got his Shadow Blade.
All right, let's see what
that Echo, so a bit of a better chance of kind of getting that opening off the back of a smoke play, and it will come out now from Yandex.
See if they can get those pickoffs to get that number advantage that they do need in this upcoming fight. This is when he turned the game the last time I did see him play his Tiny, when he was able to get the Shadow Blade, find hero split up, and get the pickoffs.
Tundra right now doing a very good job of not falling for those sort of moves. They're incredibly grouped up behind Pure on this bottom lane.
And Pure is going to go for the armlet next, so a little bit of a pivot of build. Since he's playing versus the Slardar, the minus armor, it still has its merits. Used to be the E build, of course, on the Lifestealer, always armlet. Ari getting closer and closer toward Blink, leading the charge, looking for a catch.
Both teams able to completely avoid one another. Tundra.
Timings, he's still not close to. He doesn't have one of those auras finished up just yet. And Tundra, with this beast, can't just walk into the pit. They can't contest this.
Should go down pretty easily. Yandex just having to
get what they can out of the map in the meantime.
They really need that BKB on Chira Jr. before he jumps in for the next fight.
He's very far from it too. He did buy that shard to get that extra farm. But yeah, maybe similar to what we were mentioning earlier, wait for double BKB time and look for a time. But Malady's going to get caught.
They find him out in the lane, whilst BZM's able to finish off the Roshan, get the Aegis, also able to pick up an amplified damage room for the next fight here on the Beastmaster.
And he's got the blink now too to be able to force issue even more. Upside down, Cobalt Drink, very skillful. And Ari, he does take the kill there, I believe, so he's very close to his... Oh, he has his Blink Dagger
on the way out, yeah.
Oh my god.
It's coming out for him.
So the save potential's there, even if Yandex does get these big catches as well, too. They've got the pipe, so they do have one big tool to at least allow them to tank versus these big ultis, but there's a lot of damage now. Maybe a bit overwhelming with that spell weakness that comes out from the Veil, too. Tier 2 to fall very early. They're not giving the chances, they're not giving the opportunities to get those pickoffs that I was mentioning that perhaps could get them to slide back into this one at all. Tundra's just playing as a unit. They're not splitting up too much.
You see Watson sort of hovering around each and every time under the cover of the Shadow Blade just to see if he does catch someone farming alone, but it's not happening.
No, and it's dangerous too, because there could just be an Ob Sentry placed down. Tundra is very on top of things.
Ready to just go over with the Roar onto Malady.
starting to get very, very difficult. Been difficult, of course, but starting to look even harder for Watson to have a chance to even get these kills that he was able to find, at least on the Luna before.
Whitemon and Pure still seeing if they can get away with anything around the mid. Jump's going to be there on a Pure.
The ice pat's there.
And the Macropile laid down gives the chance for Pure to turn, put the rage, tries to move in onto Chira Jr., but it's outnumbered. They come in with the Avalanche onto the two of them, infested there. Time's been brought now for 33 to jump in with the Epicenter over towards Saxa. Saxa falls. Watson, he's surrounded. He's going to try and turn, but the ice path clips him again, and now Pure's ready to go back in onto Watson. BZM's going to get held back for now by the bashes, but Watson will not be saved. The Tiny goes down, and Tundra, they might just look to try and dive the tier 2. Crushes there from Chira Jr., holding back 33 and BZM. He's going to try and run. Snowball's up in a second from Ari. But throw out the blood grenade. The rest of them looking towards Notice. He's ready to snowball over. They'll kill off Notice. They'll kill off the egg.
Oh my god, Owen. This game's out of control.
It really is.
They're just walking through him. Watson turns up. They can't kill anybody. Pure uses the rage, then infests his body, then they pop out, and the backup is there. Yandex may have just met their match here as Tundra looked far too strong in this game with this draft. BZM is just crushing it.
Yeah, he's absolutely cruising through this game. 6-0-7.
The Beast Tusk broke the game before, and they're doing similar. This Beast is out of control, and Pure just has this godly core-to-core matchup on all 3 cores. This Lifestealer pick does seem to be absolutely perfect. Saxa will at least get them one of the Wisdoms.
And the first one this game.
But 11k lead, 21 minutes. Look at the level disparity as well. Absolutely crazy.
And Watson, just a recipe away from the BKB. Maybe with that, there's a bit of a better shot of committing into the team fights. And we did see sort of how he's fairly tanky, and maybe if he can get the BKB off, he can maybe kill one of them at the start.
I don't know. They're just getting tankier and tankier, and the damage is not really increasing for Yandex.
Tundra.
Watson.
They've got their eyes on him. BZM's in with the roar. Macropile laid down into the ice path. There is no saving Watson here. He'll try and run with the invis, but the damage is done. He's out for 50 seconds.
Every move is hitting on Tundra. Just feels like they have, feels like they have complete control. All these wards as well, too, so they're seeing every time Yandex wats out. A couple times we've seen that this game. Misplay after misplay after misplay after misplay, says Watson. But Tundra's just not giving them any hope, really, in this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looking for another Infest gank. Just some creeps to be delivered, too. And a tower. Tundra's, now they are playing a bit split up, so maybe this is that opportunity that Yandex can try to look for, but nope.
He's found Chira Jr. He's got the opening, sets up for 33 to come in with the epicenter. Chira Jr. is going to try and run. Saxon's able to TP out. Chira Jr., can he get away from this? Blinks up in a second. Go for the TP, anything to throw into the tree line. Oh, they found him. Ari! The shards are out. Ari gets him in the final moment.
He's in their head. Ever since that last game, as we saw him just dominate on the Tusk, this time seeing the exact same thing. That is a pretty impressive gain that they've been able to find during this Aegis pickup. 7,000 gold, as well as taking, complete control. All the tier 2s have dropped. They've only lost one tier 1. A pretty much flawless game from Tundra so far again. For Yandex, they're trying to see if they can find any type of opportunity, but Tundra's just really not giving them any chances to get even a kill.
Tormentor will be theirs.
And BZM continues to just have absolutely ridiculous farm. Queuing up the AC, they could potentially start threatening that high ground.
Yandex.
They can't even. I'm wondering if they can try to look for a play where they can try to just burst like BZM or something, but he's so tanky himself, even if they find him isolated. I don't know if they can do it fast enough by any means.
And they have the BKB on Watson, but still time required until they can get Chira Jr.'s BKB online.
His damage, it just really hasn't increased too much. Sure, his survivability went up, but his damage has kind of stagnated in these last 6 or 7 minutes.
And Pure, is that pretty much the full Aghanims coming out from pretty soon, I think.
Oh, wow.
Just about to finish that one off.
Super fast timings.
Top tower is under attack.
How's Chira?
So he's still a while away, just a full recipe off the BKB. So they're going to try and take the risky move, look to see if they can make a play around Watson's BKB pickup.
They've got BKB and Pipe, so a bit tankier, but Tundra's damage and their tankiness is also just that much higher at this point. It's so much control and just not giving them the opportunities. Every time it seems like they know and they group up as a unit, so no one's getting caught on their own. Yandex is trying their hardest to find any of these opportunities, but it's just Tundra prepared for it.
Waiting in the trees.
It's like they know.
Yeah, Yandex aren't going to reveal themselves too riskily around the mid.
There's that Aghanim's already finished up for Pure.
Tundra. Gonna be coming up close towards the potential next Roshan.
That Rosh, they'll probably have the AC with it. There, Yandex, they have, toss-back potential. They have good high ground hold overall, but Tundra also has great ways to just force the high ground themselves too, with overwhelming damage.
They could start to tease the high ground indeed if they want to.
I mean, this lead, it's so high, so fast. 25 minutes of 15,000 gold lead this early.
They're just getting so much out of the map, and as we keep saying, BZM in particular, an insane amount of farm on this mid Beastmaster.
And they always have to save too. That's the problem too. It's like, I'm like, perhaps Yandex can try to isolate a hero, but then there's going to be a Drinking Buddies pull out, then a Snowball too, and the Drinking Buddies is going to be very effective versus the Slardar, Corrosive Haze too. There's so many different elements that Tundra has to cover their bases as well.
Tundra, regardless of the lead they have right now, they're going to be playing safer than ever. This is the game. Secures them the championship title.
Yeah, all they really have to do
close it up
is wait for the Rosh, right? If they get that Rosh, they get the Aegis and the banner,
yep.
That just looks like a clear path to victory.
Yandex, they've got to somehow try and find a way to build towards the comeback team fight.
There's not farming that much, right? The Slardar Chira just has no
Still not there, the BKB.
No, and even then, when he has it, right? It's going to be a Blink Crush and a BKB.
Well, they might just find him as well. Tundra are pretty close.
Oh, the Boar's on.
He's got a blink away as soon as he has any sort of idea they're around. BZM's going to go for the blink on Saxa. We're onto the hook wing. They catch the Ice Path on towards Malady. The supposed support's dead. Going to be an instant buyback from Malady. They're going to try and fight this. Okay, Watson's in with the BKB. Looking for Whitemon. Whitemon will get the macro pyre out, but Watson's able to kill him. Watson has to just go for the TP. That's all they can get out of that.
And Saxa did buy back, but is he going to be so lucky to run away?
Ari's going to be hot in the chase here with the snowball. Jump forward from Ari. He's got the punch up, has the control. There's a dieback on Saxa. Noticed. Just getting bullied on the way back to the base, but Watson's able to step back up and help out. Infest with the Aghanim straight in towards it. Bar Strike catches the two of them. Everybody's dead.
They just call it. It's done.
PG is cold. Tundra, they've done it here at ESL One Birmingham. They'll take the title 3-1 against Yandex. And my goodness, Mog, in some of these games, they were on completely another level.
What synergy between BZM and Ari. BZM tips Ari at the end there for very good reason. An absolutely insane play. Both games, the Beastmaster and the Tusk, it felt like they took complete control of this game. Whitemon dies 6 times, but the main cores, BZM, 0 deaths, Pure, 0 deaths.
I mean, yeah,
they ran through this game.
They really did. We saw it in the one previously as well. Just sometimes when they hit the strategy right, it just seems unplayable.
Yeah.
And this is the team Yandex who have looking incredible on the run up until this point. But in these games, just getting completely outclassed by Tundra.
Really good draft, really good play. Ari deserves that high five as well too. And yeah, this Lifestealer pick, it looked incredible on paper and absolutely in the game. It delivered.
It really did. They couldn't touch him. Pure had a beautiful time throughout that all. Something about the Ari Tusk Sprite came out in a couple of games here in the finals, and it just really got in their head. I mean, ever since the whole sort of first 5 minutes of the game where he's messing around with Chira Jr., you knew from that point onwards, if they get Ari on the Tusk again, it was pretty much going to be over from that point. Fog.
He's just too comfortable. Yeah. When he plays his comfort, you can see how well he does play and how the whole team plays around him. This Tusk, Ari, with the home crowd behind him.
Oh yeah, they love it. They absolutely love it here, and it's just they absolutely deserve it. Ari popping off here in the finals with Team Tundra. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your ESL One Champions 2026, Tundra!
with you first, please, if I may. Come around here so we can see you. You've led these lads so well. How proud of you, how proud of them are you to lift this trophy here today?
I'm very proud. I mean, we did a really great job, and it was a rough tournament for us. We made a great comeback, so I'm very happy and proud of everyone.
Congratulations. Who've you got, Slacks?
I know that you did such a huge job in this grand final. I know that you carried, but everyone just cares about Ari. And you said you love this city, you love this crowd, so we all got together and decided to make you an official Brum Boy, all right? We got you the official tourist hat. Any words for this crowd?
Thank you very much. To be honest, this tournament was rigged from the start because we have Ari. So we couldn't have lost.
Absolutely rigged from the start. Not really, though. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Pure. So many great carriers in this tournament, including yourself, of course. It must be wonderful to come out on top and have beaten them all, the likes of Yatoro and Ame, but you're the champion. How does it feel?
It feels great, guys. Shelby Walk is back in town, guys, you know, but the real gangster in our team is Ari Dodds, and you know that.
Everybody says that, but we know that behind every great core, behind every great position, there is always the God support. And I am standing here with what many would say is one of the greatest supports of all time, Whitebot. Am I right? So now it's your time to say some words out there, my friend. Any shout outs for the community?
I just want to say thanks to everyone that support us, my family, my friends, everyone that watching us and support us. Even though sometimes we 3-2, but we'll try our best, and yeah, we finally win again, yeah.
Absolutely, thank you so much. And I'm gonna grab you too as well, Moon, my man. I'm gonna sneak in here, thank you so much. Moon, we have done so many of these winners interview together. It's kind of getting monotonous now. I keep talking, you're constantly winning with these teams, and I do the same thing every time. I'm gonna give you the microphone. Any words to say about your team, and any words to say to the crowd here today, all yours.
I know how much this would mean to Ari. That's why I try my best. And I'm so glad that Ari got to win in his home turf.
Thank you. All right, Ari. The crowd's been cheering for you for the last 3 days. They've been rooting for you, cheering you on, hoping for a UK Dota winner. There they go.
It's surreal, completely surreal. It's hard to put into words. I can't believe how amazing the crowd has been. It really fueled my motivation and drive to win. So this win is for all of us.
Let's give it up for Ari! And let's give it up for the whole of Team Tundra, your ESL One Birmingham 2026 champions. Let's say thank you to ESL for putting on such a fantastic show. Thank you to all the people back there who made this possible. Fantastic desk as well, analyzing the games. But above all, thank you to you guys for being, once again, the best fucking crowd in esports. Thank you, Birmingham, and we'll see you soon.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.